The primordial world. Dare to come if you have the guts. Qin Feng suddenly opened his eyes, looking bewildered. Have I transmigrated? Memories surged like a tidal wave. He had died from overwork after staying up 3 nights straight, only to find himself transmigrated into the primordial world at the end of the Dragonhan cataclysm. Qin Feng was stunned. This was the primordial world. He freshly arrived was less than cannon fodder. Where's the promised golden finger for transmigrators? Where's the system? The old grandpa. I need a cheat. This real-life game can't be played without one, especially in a dangerous place like the primordial world. He ranted frantically. Suddenly a voice rang in his mind. Ding. Transmigrator detected. Do you wish to bind the system? Hearing the voice, Qin Feng paused and was overjoyed. Wonderful, it's a system. In this era lacking security, that single ding meant he now had a titanium alloy foundation. With the system in hand, the world is mine. Who dares claim invincibility? Who dares declare undefeated? Great, bind me. Friends may betray, treasures may be taken, women may demand bride price. My system, I hope you are my most solid backing, never betraying, never to be taken away. Qin Feng said. Ding host, rest assured this system will satisfy your needs, will not betray, will be your strongest backing. This system is supreme and cannot be plundered. Ding, binding successful. The invincible substitute fighter granting all requests, sweeping all realms, cool and unbeatable awesome system has been bound. Ding, issuing newbie gift pack. Host receives the innate primordial divine demon foundation cultivation upgraded to Hongjun Wuji Daluo Jingxian. The voice faded and Qin Feng's cultivation instantly soared to the primordial chaos infinity great Luo golden immortal. Qin Feng's mouth twitched at the name longer than his own life, but he didn't mind. The name didn't matter, only becoming stronger mattered. With that thought, Qin Feng quickly scanned the system description. In short, the system was a cross-realm fighting platform. It connected to myriad worlds and issued tasks. Completing tasks earned points. Points could exchange for everything, including what he needed. Interesting. Qin Feng stroked his chin, his eyes gradually lighting up. Doing tasks alone is too tiring. Since it's a substitute fighter group, I naturally need to recruit fighters. His gaze pierced through the primordial world. At this moment, the primordial world was teeming with talents. System search for qualified powerhouses to join the group. Ding. Search complete. Invite. All in. Qin Feng waved his sleeve, a sly capitalist smile on his face. At the same time, the great powers of the primordial world felt an irresistible pull deep within their souls. Yuan Feng, Ancestral Dragon, and starting Qilin joined the group chat. Hongjun and Luohu joined. Jia In Juanti joined. Shurchen In Yang Yang Mei Qianquan joined. Nüwa joined. Seeing this scene, all the great powers were instantly dumbfounded. This place was a void with only a huge light screen floating in the center. Ancestral Dragon. Who dares to plot against me? Yuan Feng, is it you, you damn bird? Yuan Feng. Shut up, worm. I was in seclusion and was dragged here. It must be your dragon clan's doing. Starting Qilin. Stop arguing, you two. Look around, this method is probably beyond you and me. Luohu. I'm playing tricks. I do not slay nameless ones. Come out. Hongjun. Fellow Taoists, calm down. I see no cause and effect here. There may be great terror. Yang Mei. Even I cannot sense any spatial fluctuations. Strange. Everyone looked at each other. None had ever seen such a setup. At that moment, a figure slowly materialized. Welcome to the all-realm substitute fighter group. Qin Feng said calmly. I am the group owner. All who enter this group are fighters. Fighters. The term was new, but it sounded derogatory. Luohu sneered, demonic auras surging around him. Ridiculous. I am the demon ancestor, who in heaven and earth deserves to command me. Ancestral Dragon roared. Make me a fighter. What are you to deserve that? Qin Feng was not annoyed. He released his aura to intimidate them. Feeling Qin Feng's presence, the great powers dared not speak further. Then Qin Feng pointed at the light screen. I know you are anxious, but don't rush. Take a look at this. The light screen transformed instantly, displaying a point shop list. The first line made everyone's breath catch. Item Pandas Essence Blood. Price 5,000 points per drop. Item Hongming Purple Cheap Pure Version. Price 5,000 points per strand. Item Hunyuan Daluo Jinxi and Dao Fruit ignores cultivation level, directly attains enlightenment, no side effects. Price 1,000 points. Item Complete Creation Jade Disc. Price A,000 points. The entire group chat space fell into dead silence. Hongjun stared at the creation Jade Disc fragment, his eyes almost bulging out. The Jade Disc in his hand was incomplete. If he could complete it, that would be super cool. Ancestral Dragon Yuan Feng and starting Qilin were staring at the Pandas Essence Blood. If they could obtain Pandas Essence Blood, wouldn't they take a step further? Luohu's gaze fell on the Hunyuan Daluo Jinxi and Dao Fruit, his throat dry. Attaining sagehood was his lifelong obsession. Jia Yin swallowed hard and broke the silence.
Senior Group Owner, this item. Is it real?
Xuanti quickly followed.
As long as I have points I can exchange.
Qin Feng said calmly.
No deception. Do tasks earn points exchange for everything.
Luohu.
Just an illusion. I don't believe it.
Hongjun.
I also find it incredible. Under the Heavenly Dao Sage, positions are limited. How can they be bought and sold?
These old foxes won't act without seeing the prize. Qin Feng had anticipated this. He generated a test task in the system backstage. This was a system privilege. He had some small task generation slots, though they gave few points. Ding. Group announcement: A 0-star newbie test task has been released. Task content: stabilize the nascent small world. No. 9,527. Task reward 10,000 points. Restriction: 1 person only, first come first served.
Who wants to give it a try?
Qin Feng's voice came lazily. Everyone hesitated. The task sounded too easy. Stabilizing a small world was nothing more than blowing a breath for them. Just as Hongjun was calculating cause and effect and Luohu was suspecting a trap, Ancestor Qingquan suddenly spoke.
Since all fellow Taoists look down on this paltry gain, I old Taoist wish to give it a try.
Ancestor Qingquan was acting on the mindset of trying even if it's hopeless. What if it's real? Qin Feng nodded.
Proceed.
The next second, Ancestor Qingquan felt his divine sense instantly connect to a distant time-space coordinate. He didn't even need to move, just sending a stream of power across the void was enough. That collapsing small world instantly stabilized. Ding. Task complete. Congratulations to member Ancestor Qingquan for earning 10,000 points. Back in the group space, Ancestor Qingquan tentatively looked at the miscellaneous section at the bottom of the shop.
Exchange for a strand of primordial spiritual energy.
A stream of extremely pure air appeared out of nowhere and instantly merged into Ancestor Qianquan's body. His cultivation, stagnant for tens of thousands of years, actually showed a slight loosening. The real deal. Ancestor Qingquan was ecstatic.
It's real. It's real. Thank you for the great kindness, Senior Group Owner.
In that moment, everyone's expressions changed. Ancestral Dragon regretted so much he wanted to hit the wall. Why didn't he grab it earlier? That was 10,000 points. Even a mosquito leg is meat. Qin Feng looked at the greeny gazes below and nodded in satisfaction.
Today is only a test.
Qin Feng's figure began to fade.
At this time tomorrow, the first official task will be released.
Hongjun.
Senior Group Owner, may I ask what task there will be tomorrow? You will know tomorrow.
As the words fell, Qin Feng's body completely dissipated, and the great power's consciousness instantly returned to their bodies. In the western land Mount Sumeru, Raha suddenly opened his eyes, demonic energy surging skyward, as he tried to locate the spatial coordinates from before.
Damn it!
He couldn't find them at all. The void twisted, and a divine thought transmitted. Yang Mai's mocking voice rang out.
Give it up, Rahu. That was a great divine power. Do you really think you can break through it? Better think about how to snatch the mission.
Raha.
Get lost, I don't need you to teach me what to do.
Yujing Mountain. Hongjun stared at the fragment of the creation jade disc in his hand, silent for a long time.
A variable, definitely the greatest variable in the Primordial Era.
He took a deep breath. What did the Heavenly Taoist grand scheme or scheming against the three tribes matter now, when compared to points that could directly exchange for a saint position? None of it was important anymore. At that moment, a desperate plea refreshed on the systems backstage. It came from a faint call from a world called the Sea of Thieves. Qin Feng stared at the blinking distress signal on the system interface, raising an eyebrow slightly. The screen displayed Shell's town, with a faint smell of sea breeze and cheap rum. For a Hongjun Wuji Golden Immortal, this world was pathetically weak.
Mission rating 1 star. Mission objective: eradicate the tyranny of Marine Captain Morgan, rescue bounty hunter Rorinoa Zoro. Mission reward 5,000 points.
Qin Feng rubbed his chin. 50,000 points for these Primordial Era big shots. It wasn't even enough to fill a tooth gap. However, every journey starts with a single step. Cultivating user habits was key. Besides, Qian Kun's move yesterday had already produced maximum effect. Right now, those few in the group were probably staring at their screens with envy.
System, generate a mission mirror and post it to the group chat interface.
With a thought from Qin Feng, a light curtain immediately unfolded in the Universal Substitution Group. In the Primordial Era, at various blessed caves and celestial abodes. Since yesterday, when Qian Kun obtained that hint of primal spiritual energy, several overlords had not entered meditation. Their divine thoughts remained locked on the sea of consciousness coordinates of the Universal Substitution Group, afraid to miss even the slightest change. Just then, the group chat interface suddenly lit up. Ding. New mission released. Everyone's divine thought probed it at the same time. Within the light curtain, an image appeared. Inside an exotic tavern, a boy with pink hair and round glasses huddled in a corner, his face bruised, his body trembling uncontrollably.
Miss Makino, is there really nothing we can do?
The boy's voice was choked with tears.
Captain Morgan says if no one resists, he will take the whole town.
Behind the counter, a gentle woman with a headband was wiping a glass.
It'll be okay, Kobe. There must be a turning point. If only someone could help.
Makino looked out the window, her eyes full of helplessness.
I can help you, but you must pay the price. You must write a good review.
Makino's heart jumped.
Really? I'm willing.
She didn't know what a good review was, but if someone could help, she would write it. The scene shifted. The sun blazed high in the sky. A tall man with an iron jaw and a huge axe on his right arm stood on a civilian's back, laughing wildly.
On this island, my word is law. I am the greatest being.
Seeing this scene, the group immediately stirred. Nüwa.
That captain has not a trace of spiritual energy, yet so brutal. Those mortals live barely 100 years and still suffer such torment. Truly pitiable.
Raha.
Survival of the fittest is the ultimate truth of the world. In an ant world like this, even the heavenly Tao is incomplete. They waste spiritual energy just by living.
Primal Qilin.
Only 5,000 points. Yesterday, fellow Taoist Qian Kun got 1,000 for a flick of his finger. The cost effectiveness doesn't seem great.
Ancestral Dragon.
Hold on. Looking at the background, isn't that an endless ocean?
Everyone's attention gathered again. Indeed, though the island was barren, it was surrounded by water. Ancestral Dragon.
Since it's a sea domain, it's my dragon clan's territory. Even if it's a foreign sea, it cannot allow such a puny ant-wielding scrap metal to act like a tyrant.
Of course, this was just a show. The truth was, Ancestral Dragon was panicking. The scene from yesterday, Qian Kun's cultivation loosening, had haunted him like a nightmare all night. The Dragon Clan was now burdened with karmic debt. He desperately needed any means to cleanse it, even if only 5,000 points. A mosquito's leg is still meat. He couldn't afford to wait any longer. The next second, the group announcement refreshed. Ancestral Dragon has claimed the mission. Raha. Yuan Feng.
Old mud, you'll have you no shame. You're snatching this kind of mission.
Ancestral Dragon.
Yuan Feng humph, I do it willingly. This is accumulating merit you wouldn't understand.
Yuan Feng.
Ancestral Dragon, you dare talk back to me.
Qian Kun.
Yuan Feng, you are quite fierce.
Yin Yang.
Qian Kun, doghead, save me, tell us more about fears.
Primal Qilin.
In Yang funny face shield she doesn't have fears.
Yang Mei.
Civilized chat no driving.
Yuan Feng.
I have the guts to meet offline, I'll fight you all.
Raha.
Tisk, that's dirty talk.
Ancestral Dragon.
Enough nonsense and going to do the mission.
As the mission locked, Ancestral Dragon's main body instantly sensed a strange pull, a teleportation channel to the Sea of Thieves world. A grim smile curled on Ancestral Dragon's lips. Mere mortals dare to call themselves great by the sea. Ancestral Dragon's gaze fell upon the teleportation vortex. Since it was a lone martial world, going in person would surely burst that realm. With a thought, he restrained his primordial golden immortal pressure and split off a faint strand of divine thought. Raha.
All this trouble for 50000 points. Ancestral Dragon, go quickly and return quickly. Don't shame the Primordial Era in front of those ants.
Ancestral Dragon.
I don't need you to teach me.
Ancestral Dragon transformed into a streak of light and plunged into the spatial rift. Qin Feng lounged in his seat, idly scrolling the system interface in his mind.
System access Ancestral Dragon's real-time perspective and enable the in-group live stream function.
Live stream commenced. Current viewers 8. Sea of Thieves World Shells Town. In Madeira, faint, almost invisible cyan light quietly swept through the clouds. As soon as this strand of divine thought of Ancestral Dragon descended, he couldn't help frowning. So this is another world. He instinctively tried to sense the spiritual energy of this realm, but the moment his divine thought swept, his entire dragon froze. What a garbage world. There wasn't even any spiritual energy. Ancestral Dragon secretly thanked his luck that he had sent a divine thought projection and suppressed its power. Otherwise the whole world might have been destroyed. In the group chat interface, comments began scrolling. Yuan Feng.
Oh, old Myriad, your landing spot is quite unique. Is that the sea? It looks about as big as a sewer ditch back home.
Primal Qilin.
Look at those mortals, or a tisk can't even compare to a newborn Qilin cub from our world. Ancestral Dragon, you'd better not sneeze, or you'll turn them all to blood mist and lose the mission points.
Raha.
Boring. What's the point of saving a race you can wipe out with a single breath?
Ancestral Dragon ignored the troublemakers. His gaze fell on the marine base square below. There, a man with a grotesquely muscular figure raised a giant iron axe.
Captain Morgan's orders are the will of a god.
The man grinned, maniacally, madness in his eyes.
On this island, I am the only truth. Since you want to beg for this mud-playing brat, you can die with him.
Beneath his foot, a ragged villager closed his eyes in despair.
God!
Ancestral Dragon hovered high above, sneering in his heart. A mere mortal who hadn't even reached the Foundation establishment stage, calling himself a god in front of him. This was the funniest joke he had heard in countless eons. In the instant before the giant axe fell, Ancestral Dragon lightly exhaled a breath from his nostrils. The world of pirates trembled instantly. A ripple spread silently and soundlessly, and Captain Morgan's expression froze on his face. That level of suppression shattered his consciousness into fragments. Immediately after, the Navy soldiers around Morgan all rolled their eyes and collapsed to the ground. In the center of the square, the villagers, who had narrowly escaped death, opened their eyes in bewilderment. They stared at the demons lying all around their minds, a complete blank. In the corner, the pink-haired youth, who had been guarded by several Navy soldiers, looked ahead in disbelief. Kobe stood stiff, eyes wide, staring at the frothing Navy captain, his face full of confusion.
What happened?
At the tavern entrance, Makino covered her mouth, tears streaming uncontrollably. She hadn't seen the dragon's shadow in the sky, only felt that majesty which dispelled despair. For mortals, this incomprehensible power had only one explanation.
A god! Is this a miracle?
She knelt, trembling, praying to the heavens. Madeira, the Ancestral Dragon, appeared before her and spoke indifferently.
I am the enforcer of the group. Your request is fulfilled. Remember to leave a good review.
With those words, the Ancestral Dragon's divine sense departed without any hesitation. The task was completed, the karma settled. The next instant, his divine sense vanished into the void. The live broadcast dimmed, finally freezing on Kobe's face, etched with shock and confusion. A smile curled at the corner of Qin Feng's mouth. Within his sea of consciousness, the system settlement prompt sounded. Ding. Task completed. Evaluation strength perfect control. No physical damage inflicted on the plane. Target threat successfully eliminated. Reward distribution: Ancestral Dragon receives 5,000 points. Group leader receives 10 reward bonus 5,000 points. Meanwhile, the chat group exploded. Luohu.
Leaving just like that? I'm so hesitant. Since you struck, why not slaughter all the beings on that island?
Qin Feng.
Luohu, who do you think is as bloodthirsty as you? But that old mud eel really loves showing off, using divine sense pressure on a few mortals, not afraid of crushing that fragile space.
Sure, Qilin.
Qin Feng, not so. That is Ancestral Dragon's shrewdness. He is maintaining the high-end image of our Primordial Era.
Xuanti.
Alas. What a pity. Such a pity.
Jian.
My disciple speaks truly. When that woman knelt, her heart's faith and wish power were purest. How could Taoist Ancestral Dragon just leave? If I were there, I would manifest the golden body and convert the entire town.
Nüwa.
Qin Feng, group leader, is this an otherworldly mission? Though the reward is meager, this sense of saving the world has a unique flavor.
Qin Feng watched the groups recap, laughing inwardly. These big shots, usually so lofty and aloof, were now watching a live broadcast from a low martial world, more excited than fighting. With this thought, he replied in the group. Qin Feng, group leader.
Ancestral Dragon, first mission perfect. Points credited. The legends you left in that world may evolve into new fortune.
Before the words faded, deep in the East Sea Dragon Palace, the vortex connecting to the other world slowly calmed. The broadcast ended. Ancestral Dragon slowly exhaled a turbid breath. Though only a wisp of his divine sense had gone, the thrill of revealing his might before otherworldly beings and gaining recognition was genuine. He lifted his head slightly and sent a voice message in the group.
Fellow Taoists, how do you find it?
Luohu.
Ancestral Dragon, is that all? I thought you'd stir up some waves. Showing off pressure to a bunch of ants who haven't even reached Golden Core stage, quite an achievement.
Ancestral Dragon.
Luohu, stop with the sarcasm. I completed the task in a single breath. Can you? If your god-slaying spear struck down, that world would be nothing but dust. Where would the points come from?
Nüwa.
Ancestral Dragon Senior, in the eyes of those mortals, though you saved them under your pressure, those Navy soldiers likely had their souls scattered. Was it a bit too harsh?
Ancestral Dragon.
Nüwa, harsh. I held back so much my dragon scales burned. These lowlifes don't even qualify as snacks for me in the Primordial Era. Not reducing them to ashes was out of consideration for the mission evaluation and a touch of mercy.
Shurchen.
3 breaths. From arrival to resolution, it took 3 breaths. Efficiency is acceptable.
Qin Feng watched the big shots arguing in the group, a smile tugging at his lips. These people usually secluded themselves for tens of thousands of years in the Primordial Era, but now they seemed to have found a new toy, observing more carefully than anyone. Just then, the system's crisp settlement sound echoed in everyone's consciousness within the group. Ding. Task settlement complete. The light screen flashed, showing the aftermath in Shell's town. That pink-haired brat Kobe was frantically kowtowing in the direction where the green light had vanished, his forehead thudding against the stone slab.
Thank you. Thank you. You saved everyone. It's a god. It must be a god.
Makino and the townsfolk also knelt, their eyes full of piety.
Thank the god for saving Shell's town. Though we don't know who you are, this grace Shell's town will never forget.
Ding. Detected a super positive review from the requester. Task points bonus 20. Enforcer Ancestral Dragon receives base points 5,000, bonus 1,000, total 6,000 points. Group leader Qin Feng takes 10 commission, receives 6,000 points. The moment those numbers appeared, the few formidable auras in the group fluctuated noticeably. 60,000 points. Yesterday, Chinkuan Old Ancestors trial mission only earned 10,000 points. With 60,000 points, the shop list already had many tempting items.
How satisfying. Isn't it just 60,000 points? I'll spend it.
Ancestral Dragon's avatar flickered violently in the group. Almost the moment the points were credited, he directly opened the shop, his fingers moving with a practiced ease, as if rehearsed countless times. Ding. Group member Ancestral Dragon exchanges Chaos Spiritual Energy Centennial for 5,000 points. Deep in the EC Dragon Palace, the item was successfully transmitted. Ancestral Dragon opened his mouth and inhaled the Chaos Spiritual Energy, instantly entering his belly. His dragon scales entangled with karmic sins gleamed with a hint of crystalline purple under this nourishment, and the heavy shackles of cause and effect seemed to lighten by a fraction. Yuan Feng. Ancestral Dragon brute, don't be smug. Just a centennial portion of Chaos Spiritual Energy, barely enough to fill a tooth gap. Sure, Qilin. Indeed. Yin Yang. Yuan Feng, dog head for safety. Aren't you going to fight Ancestral Dragon in real life? Qian Kun. Fight. Fight. Yin Yang. Qian Kun, slippery shield. Tell me more about the fight. Group message. Ancestral Dragon sent a 1000 point exclusive red packet to Yuan Feng. Yin Yang. Oh ho, something going on. Hongjun. Yin Yang Daoists, don't stir the flames. We're all in the same group. We must coexist harmoniously and not undermine unity. Ancestral Dragon. Yuan Feng, about earlier I was wrong. Let's cease hostilities. I need to go into seclusion. Group message. Yuan Feng claimed Ancestral Dragon's red packet. Yuan Feng. Ancestral Dragon, if you know your place. I won't bother with you. Jane sent a wide-eyed emoji. 60,000 points, disciple. How much gung metal essence could that buy? Juanti. Brother, don't speak. It hurts. My heart aches too much. Qin Feng watched these two broke fellows and burst into laughter. It's not over yet. Qin Feng typed a line in the group. First mission achieved. The system automatically awards a random spin lottery. Ancestral Dragon, this is your extra benefit. In an instant, a massive wheel shimmering with colorful divine light slowly materialized in the center of the group chat. The wheel was divided into countless sections. Law fragment, superior, acquired numinous treasure, random innate numinous treasure. A minuscule golden area was inscribed with ultimate innate supreme treasure. Ancestral Dragon. An innate supreme treasure. Give me a supreme treasure. The Chaos Bell. The Tai Chi diagram. This ancestor is not picky. Raha. Ancestral Dragon daydreaming. With such odds, this one thinks you'll be lucky to draw a clump of grass. Yin Yang. Ancestral Dragon, since you're dreaming, why not think bigger and wish for a Hongjun supreme treasure instead? Primordial Qilin. As expected of the Yin Yang Patriarch, opening with a Yin Yang remark. Primordial Phoenix 1. Yang Mei 2. Xian Kun 3. Nüwa. Smile. Under the gaze of all the great beings, the pointer began to spin wildly. The mighty figures of the primordial world held their breath, their eyes fixed on that streak of colorful light. Stop! 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 Ancestral Dragon's roar shook the Dragon Palace. The pointer's rotation gradually slowed, wobbling past. Thanks for participating, then sluggishly scraping by law fragment. Finally it came to a halt in the random inferior innate numinous treasure area. A blazing red light shot into the sky. As the radiance faded, a longsword, its body cyan purple and entwined with dragon motifs, fell into Ancestral Dragon's hands. Dragon's roar, sword, inferior innate numinous treasure. Ancestral Dragon caressed the icy blade, unable to resist a burst of wild laughter in the group chat. Ha ha ha. Heaven helps me. Who says a mosquito's leg isn't meat? Primordial Phoenix. TCH, dumb luck. Yin Yang. Ancestral Dragon, lucky break. Do you have some unspeakable deal with the group leader? Qian Kun. Yin Yang, it's just an inferior numinous treasure, isn't that a bit much? Yin Yang. Qian Kun, dog's head, to save my life. Maybe this Ancestral Dragon sold his ass to bribe the group leader. Hongjun. Yin Yang, don't spread rumors, don't believe rumors, don't pass rumors. Kashyapa. The treasure's light is contained within it, spirituality is full. This poor Taoist observes, it resonates with me. Zunti immediately interjected. It is fated with us brothers. Ancestral Dragon. Scram. If you talk to me about fate again, I'll go chop down the two of you bald donkeys right now. Hongjun. The system's power is profound and mysterious, untainted by karma, creating things from nothing. This poor Taoist is in awe. Qin Feng, reading Hongjun's message, knew that this old fox had finally fully believed.
Just a trifle.
Qin Feng poured cold water on the group at the opportune moment.
As long as you have enough points, not just innate numinous treasures, even the primordial heaven-splitting axe is available in the shop. Provided you have the capability to take on high-star missions.
As soon as these words were spoken, silence fell over the group once more. Everyone was calculating, everyone was waiting. Qin Feng opened the system backend and saw that a new mission message was being generated. It was a realm filled with an aura of distortion, death, and decay.
Tomorrow, there will be a new attempt.
Qin Feng paused deliberately.
Tomorrow's mission is a purification type involving a large number of cursed and twisted beings. If not dealt with in time, the entire human race of that realm will turn into walking corpses. Those skilled in the ways of creation and purification should pay attention in advance.
Nüwa's mind stirred slightly, while Kashyapa and Zuni grew restless with anxiety. Kashyapa.
Purification. Speaking of resolving resentment and liberating beings in all the heavens, who is more professional than us brothers?
Zuni.
The senior brother is right. We are professionals.
Just as the group members were eagerly preparing, a red alert flashed in the system backend, and a brand new coordinate was pinned. It was a mission preview image: collapsed skyscrapers, dilapidated streets, and a tide of living dead with glowing red eyes surging towards a barbed wire fence. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow slightly, muttering to himself.
A 2-star emergency mission, not bad. Another chance to earn points.
On the mission board, several blood-red characters slowly emerged. Emergency mission 2 stars, Biohazard World, Raccoon City. Mission objective: purify the T-virus, save Raccoon City. Mission level 2 stars. Mission reward 100,000 points. Mission description: the system has reached a deal with the employer. Just complete the mission directly. Within the light screen, the scene was extremely tragic. On the shattered streets, countless humanoid creatures with festering faces and twisted limbs were roaring. Flames shot into the sky, explosions rang out one after another, yet they could not drown out the sickening sound of chewing. Jill, her back against a half-elapsed red brick wall, wiped a smear of blood from her blue tube top and screamed into the communicator, already full of static due to signal interference.
Carlos! We're surrounded. Ammo's out. It's full of those damn things.
The scene shifted to another street. An armed jeep belching black smoke was ramming through the horde of corpses. Carlos spun, the steering wheel hard, grinding several zombies into pulp, his voice filled with helplessness.
Hold on. Damn. The road ahead is blocked. We need a miracle. Now!
This atmosphere of despair pierced straight through the screen. The group chat reacted instantly. Nüwa.
Such evil beings, devoid of intelligence and soul, driven only by a greed for flesh and blood. To twist living beings to such a state is utterly cruel.
Raha.
This is an eyesore. This kind of slaughter, without any aesthetic, is an insult to the Tao of slaughter. Better to burn it all clean along with that entire world.
Hongjun.
Fellow Taoist Rahu, calm down. If you use demonic fire to burn, the living beings of that realm will likely turn to ash and smoke too. The mission would be a failure. How would we earn points then?
At the mention of points, the duo, who had been lurking, could no longer contain themselves. Kashyapa.
The beings of this realm are sunk in a sea of suffering, precisely in need of our purification. Junior brother, if not now, when?
Zunti.
Let's go! We must go.
Nüwa.
To purify distortion and bestow new life is the inherent meaning of the Tao of creation. This one wishes to take this mission.
Before the others could react, the group announcement refreshed again. Nüwa has claimed the mission. Kashyapa.
Fellow Taoist Nüwa, think twice. Such a place of filth may defile your pure chi. Leave this dirty, tiring work to us brothers.
Zunti.
Yes. Why trouble yourself with such a barbaric place?
Seeing the group messages, Qin Feng shook his head helplessly. These two were really going all out for points. Nüwa ignored them.
Qin Feng, senior group leader, please teleport me to that place.
Qin Feng tapped his fingers, sending the system's compiled T-virus information over. Qin Feng.
Basic virus data has been sent.
Nüwa.
Thank you, senior group leader.
The next moment, Nüwa's avatar turned a shade of gray. Raha.
You are so indecisive, just like a woman. This one will see how you purify this city of filth.
Yin Yang Patriarch.
Raha, no way, you haven't lost your memory, have you? She is a woman after all.
Yang Mei Patriarch.
Seconded.
Xianquan Patriarch. Seconded one. Hongjun.
You all have made this poor Taoist laugh.
Raha. Biohazard Realm Raccoon City. Night had fallen, and the air was thick with the stench of burnt rotting flesh. Jill threw away her empty gun, and as she saw the zombie at the alley entrance lunging with its gaping maw, she closed her eyes in despair. Yet the anticipated pain never came. Jill's eyes snapped open, and she froze in place. Not only her, but Carlos, fighting desperately on the street, also raised his head in disbelief. Above them, a figure of breathtaking beauty materialized out of thin air. Jill trembled, staring at Nüwa's figure, and whispered in confusion,
"What is that? An angel sent by God?"
Nüwa was enveloped in a sacred radiance. Just one glance at her inexplicably dispelled most of the fear in their hearts. Carlos kicked aside a nearby zombie and stared blankly at the sky.
An angel? Or some new ultimate bioweapon cooked up by Umbrella Corporation?
Nüwa paid no heed to the gazes of the ants below. She furrowed her brow slightly, and in an instant her divine sense enveloped Raccoon City, comprehending all the cause and effect of this world.
Life profaned like this. Since the dead have passed, they should return to dust.
Nüwa murmured to herself, then raised her hands. Vast life-bestowing azure light began to converge wildly in her palms. In the Enforcer group chat, Qin Feng watched the azure rain of light cascading across the screen and nodded slightly. Raha.
Little Nüwa does have some skill.
Xianquan.
This woman bears the bearing of a sage.
Yang Mei 1. Primal Qilin 2. Yuan Feng.
Smile, fellow Taoist. Nüwa is impressive. Who says women are inferior to men?
Yin Yang.
Rolling eyes, lol indeed.
Hongjun.
Yin Yang, fellow Taoist, we primordial beings have no distinction of gender. Isn't gender discrimination a bit uncalled for?
Don't disrupt the group's harmony. Amidst the ruins of Raccoon City, Jill instinctively raised her hand to shield herself, but found the light to be gentle. The rain of light fell, seeping into the bodies of every living being. Jill was astonished to find that the gruesome wound on her arm from a piece of rubble began to itch upon contact with the light particles. Before she could react, new granulation tissue healed at a visible rate.
This light feels so good,
she murmured, her nerves easing in that moment. In another street, Carlos was firmly holding down a comrade who had just been bitten and was convulsing violently.
Kill me, Carlos! Hurry!
The comrade's pupils were already dilating, a grayish-white pallor of death creeping over him.
Damn it! God, what is this?
Carlos looked up in despair just as a drifting beam of azure light met his gaze. A miracle occurred. As the azure light entered the body, his comrade's violently twitching frame suddenly stiffened. Then clumps of black fetid smoke were forcibly expelled from his mouth, nose, and pores. The materialized death aura of the T-virus disintegrated instantly under the radiance of the life-bestowing light. The comrade gasped for air, the gray in his eyes quickly receding.
I didn't turn into a zombie. I can still breathe.
On the streets, the countless hordes of zombies, drenched by the rain of light, abruptly ceased their maddened roars. Nüwa's life-bestowing azure light stripped away the virus.
Ashes to ashes, dust to dust.
As Nüwa's voice fell, countless zombies collapsed to the ground, reverting to their human forms. In the span of just 5 breaths, Raccoon City fell silent. The stench of decay had been completely swept away. Jill's gun clattered to the ground as she looked around in a daze, utterly stunned.
It's over.
Carlos rushed out of the battered jeep, staring at the fading azure figure in the sky, his throat constricted, as if something were lodged there. Nüwa's voice echoed.
The matter is settled. Remember to give a 5-star rating, whoever you are.
Jill saluted solemnly towards Nüwa's retreating figure.
Thank you for saving this city, for saving us.
In midair, Nüwa's form had become ethereal. She sighed softly.
Live well, all of you.
With these words, Nüwa's figure dissipated into the void. In the Primordial Era, the Pantheon Enforcer group chat, Nüwa's avatar lit up again. Ancestral Dragon.
That's it. Boring. This kind of sprinkling water trick is just flashy.
Raha.
I'm soft-hearted. If it were me, I'd have detonated the Earth veins and refined that 100-mile radius into a dead zone. Wouldn't that be more satisfying than purification?
Shurchen.
Not so. This is mastery over the laws. To be able to strip the microscopic toxins from billions of living beings within 3 breaths without harming the host even slightly. Fellow Taoist Nüwa's control over the laws of creation is indeed exquisite.
Hongjun.
Good. It nourishes things, silently severs the root cause, incurs no karmic debt, and attracts no sin. This is the supreme strategy. Luohu, your destructive methods will eventually get you struck by lightning.
Raha.
Old man Hongjun, you looking for a fight?
Hongjun.
Raha, no. I want to grab a quest to exchange for the creation Jedi.
Yang.
Fight. Don't be cowards. Hongjun, go to Mount Sumeru and settle it with Luohu in person.
Raha.
Damn it, Yang, is your skin itching?
Raha.
Yang, always stirring the pot. I'll settle with you first.
Yang. Group notification: Luohu has left the group chat. Qin Feng, group leader.
Sister Nüwa, how do you feel?
Nüwa.
I have fulfilled my mission. The task is complete.
Just then, the system settlement prompt sounded, interrupting the chatter. Ding. Ding. Task settlement complete. The screen flashed with images of Raccoon City survivors kneeling in prayer, which then transformed into a golden stream of light entering the system. Ding. Ding. Detected super positive reviews from the Health Seeker and Survivor group. Base points A0000. Positive review bonus 20. Enforcer Nüwa receives a total of 96000 points. Group leader Qin Feng receives 10 mission points, 9600 points. The group chat fell into dead silence. Immediately, 2 avatars that had been lurking began to blink frantically. Jiayin.
How much? 96,000 points.
Juanti.
Thumping chest and stamping feet emoji. Senior brother, my heart is shattered. That's nearly 100,000 points. This wasn't cleaning up filth, it was picking up money.
Jiayin.
Junior brother, we just missed out on a fortune.
Watching these 2 comedians wailing in the group, Qin Feng couldn't help but curl his lips. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Only by showing these big shots tangible benefits would they fully commit to being his workers. Nüwa, however, ignored the 2 clowns. The moment the points were credited, she acted without hesitation. Ding. Group member Nüwa spent 10000 points to exchange for Primordial Shirong's small amount. Nüwa.
So this is the Shirong from the shop. Though it's just a small clump, its life force is restrained within. It's perfect for stabilizing the foundation of my Wahuang Palace. Not bad, worth the price.
Qin Feng looked at the back-end data and tapped the void with his finger.
Since everyone is so enthusiastic, let's not waste time. As per usual, those who complete the task perfectly get 1 extra chance to draw.
The massive wheel appeared again in the center of the group chat. This time, everyone's gaze burned with fervor. Last time, Ancestral Dragon got incredibly lucky and drew a low-grade primordial spirit treasure. Although Raha thought it was trash, it was still free.
Spin,
Nüwa commanded softly. The wheel began to spin rapidly, the pointer sweeping across a dazzling array of prize zones.
Stop!
At Nüwa's command, the pointer slowly decelerated. Meanwhile, in the Primordial Era, Yang ancestor sensed Raha's aura and was startled.
Damn, that bastard Luohu actually came.
Luohu, wielding the God Slayer spear, exuded a murderous aura that pierced the heavens.
Yang ancestor, you hermaphrodite, get out here. This one has come to settle things with you in person.
Raha gripped the God-slaying spear, a cold sneer curling at the corner of his mouth. Damn it, I've had enough of you. Rise, Immortal slaying sword formation. Raha bellowed as the formation enveloped Yang old ancestor, sealing off all his escape routes. Holy crap, Raha, are you for real? Yang old ancestor's face was filled with terror. Fight, Luohu. He knew he stood no chance at all. With a cunning glint in his eyes, Yang quickly sent a message in the group. In the Pantheon Enforcers group, Yang typed, Qiankuan Hongjun Yangmei, fellow Taoist, save me. Luohu is trying to kill me. Ancestor Dragon, Yang serves you right, you brought this upon yourself. Primal Qilin, Yang, ha ha ha, this is killing me. Even you, that two-faced one, have met your match. Primordial Phoenix Yang serves you right for stirring trouble in the group. Everyone don't save him. Qin Feng group leader Luohu don't cause any deaths. Remember to repair the earth veins after you're done. Luohu okay. Meanwhile at the battleground of Yang and Luohu. Raha's spear tip trembled forcibly, drawing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, shattering the void wherever it passed. Trapped with no room to move, Yang had no power to fight back. Elsewhere in the enforcer group, Nüwa was holding a lottery. The pointer finally stopped on a tiny patch of chaotic color. Congratulations to group member Nüwa for winning the grand prize, a withered seed of the Chaos Green Lotus Incomplete version 1. Luohu, who had been hoping to mock Nüwa, sent messages dripping with schadenfreude. Luohu, a withered seed. And an incomplete version. Nüwa, it seems your luck is nothing special. Ancestral Dragon, ha ha ha, this is the so-called grand prize. I could find something better than this in my own treasure vault. Forget it, this lottery is just for fun. Juanti, alas, I thought it would be some earth-shattering treasure. I know the Chaos Green Lotus is formidable, but this thing has no spiritual energy fluctuation. It probably can't even sprout. What a wasted lottery chance. Qin Feng's eyelids twitched as he stared at the gray dusty seed on the screen. This group truly didn't know a treasure when they saw one. What was the Chaos Green Lotus? It was the supreme treasure that nurtured Pangu the creator. Even if it were just an incomplete withered seed, what it contained was no ordinary spiritual energy, but the most primal chaotic lifeforce laws. If one could revive it, even if it only grew a single leaf, its value would surpass that of a primordial divine artifact. In the system mall, this item was priced at 1 billion points and marked as not for sale, only appearing in the hidden prize pool of specific high-star missions. It was like holding a winning lottery ticket, while passers-by treated it as scrap paper. Qin Feng took a sip of the spiritual tea beside him. Qin Feng, Luohu, Ancestral Dragon, your vision is too narrow. Though damaged, this item has been touched by the great Tao and contains boundless creation. If watered with 3 light divine water and cultivated with Shirong, once it sprouts, it can easily evolve into a great thousand world. After Qin Feng spoke, the group fell into a deathly silence. Those who had been mocking moments ago, Raha's avatar flickered a few times. Jiang, what? Did I hear that correctly? Juanti, this is no withered seed, it's an unparalleled opportunity. Fellow Taoist Nüwa, this item is fated for me. Could you part with it? Nüwa, get lost? Though Nüwa was usually calm, her hands trembled as she held the seed. She cultivated the Tao of creation, and with a mere hint of sensing, she had detected the life force deep within the seed. Qin Feng's words confirmed her suspicions. Nüwa, thank you, senior group leader, for the clarification. This item is invaluable to me. I would not trade it for any amount of points. Hongjun, naturally. At our level, enlightenment is hard to come by. If you can thoroughly comprehend this seed, fellow Taoist Nüwa, you may take another step forward in the laws of creation. Congratulations. Though Hongjun spoke words of congratulations, his heart was sour with envy. That was a remnant of the Chaos Green Lotus. After this incident, the entire atmosphere in the group shifted. If the points had only made them envious before, the lottery system now stoked their greed to the extreme. Not only could they earn points to strengthen themselves by doing missions, but they also had a chance to draw rare coveted treasures. 1,000 years later, Luohu stomped on Yang old ancestor's face hundreds of times. Consider this a lesson. If you provoke me again, I won't hesitate to beat you further. With that, Luohu left gracefully, leaving Yang old ancestor standing in the wind, utterly disheveled. He'll repay this humiliation 100-fold one day. Just wait until I snatch a mission. Yang gritted his teeth and cursed. Soon after, Luohu sent a short video in the enforcer group. It showed Yang battered and bruised, crawling in the shadows. Luohu, Qin Feng group leader senior, when will the next mission come? My spear is itching for action. Ancestral Dragon, as long as it's not another cushy task like the last one, it'll definitely get the first kill. Primordial Phoenix, Brood Dragon, the next mission will be mine. Primal Qilin, Ancestral Dragon, don't brag. The next mission is reserved for me. Yang Ancestral Dragon, I heard your dragon kind is naturally lecherous. Tell us more about how you boast. Qianquan 6, here we go again with the dirty talk. Yang Mei Yang, you scoundrel, can't you have a civilized conversation? Rahu Yang, you idiot, haven't I taught you enough of a lesson? Yang. Rahu, I was wrong, please don't hit me. Rahu, the next mission belongs to me. Who agrees and who opposes? Hongjun and I oppose. Rahu, what the hell are you opposing? Come fight me in real life if you dare. Hongjun and Rahu's smiley face. Do you really think I have a good temper? Come to Yujing Mountain, and it'll make you cry like a baby. Qin Feng group leader, stop arguing. Whoever disrupts the group's unity will be banned from the next mission. Grab. Jian Qin Feng group leader senior, when will the next mission refresh? Juindi, same question. Primal Qilin 1. Qin Feng watched the excited group of powerhouses and couldn't help but cackle inwardly. Wasn't the employee motivation successfully stirred up? Just then the distress signal from another world on the system back end flashed red again. Ding. A special 6-star mission has been accessed. Target plane, a different world called Warring States. Plane world level 1 star. Background brief: this is a desolate era where half demons and humans coexist. The Shrine Maiden Kikyo, guardian of the sacred jewel, died with a grudge after being betrayed by her beloved due to a conspiracy. Her younger sister Qi prays for Kikyo's resurrection. Mission core: truly resurrect Kikyo. Mission points 2000000. Mission note: 1 requires a Luohu golden immortal proficient in the laws of creation, or a Hongjun golden immortal or above. Mission note: 2 an agreement has been reached with the employer. Upon accepting the mission, it can be completed directly. The moment a 6-star mission appeared, the group erupted in chaos. Hongjun. Resurrection. That's trivial. Feng. I am not only a primordial golden immortal, but also possess the Nirvana true fire. This task suits me well. A scene then played on the screen. Under the cold moonlight, a maiden in a redand white shrine maiden outfit was entwined by the deathly aura of the Shirkan jewel. Her clear eyes were filled with despair and reluctance before she was finally reduced to ashes in the flames. The scene shifted. A one-eyed little girl clasped her hands together. Please help me. Whatever you are, please help Sister Kikyo. Zulong emerged from his dive and was stunned by the group message. How much? 2 million. This ancestor must be dreaming. Luohu. This task. I claim it. Whether it is a conspiracy or a curse, a single sword strike shall cleave it. Jian. Junior brother. 2 million. This task is practically tailor-made for us. Juanti. Grab it. We must grab it. Don't stop me, this shrine maiden is fated with me. Qin Feng watched these powerhouses, each seemingly eager to crawl through the net to take the job, and leisurely typed a line. Don't just look at the points. This low-star world is rated 6 stars only because it involves resurrection, and it's cross-dimensional. Qin Feng group owner. Those with cultivation below the primordial golden immortal level should stay out of this, except for Nüwa, as she cultivates the law of creation. Luohu. I think I can do it. Saving people is something new. I am at the peak of primordial golden immortal. Resurrection is no problem for me. Hongjun. I agree. I have considerable insight into soul deduction. Feng, Zulong and Qilin followed suit, and the screen was instantly flooded with "I can do it" overwhelming the chat box. Qin Feng shook his head. The task is already posted in the group. Same rules: fast hands get it, slow hands miss out. The moment he finished speaking, everyone's divine sense locked onto the same coordinates simultaneously. Congratulations to group member Nüwa for winning the task. Qilin. Nüwa again. Is this little girl just that lucky? Yang. Rigged. Qin Feng group owner senior, are you favoring Nüwa? Qin Feng group owner. There is no rigging involved. The system's judgment is correct. Hongjun. Inyana, being like senior group owner, wouldn't do such a thing. Zulong. Exactly, you Inyang person, you've lost your perspective. Feng. Nüwa hasn't reached primordial golden immortal yet. We Ultimer should give the younger ones more opportunities. Nüwa took a deep breath and typed in the group. Thank you, seniors. Nüwa will not compete next time. Luohu. Damn it. I didn't get it. My god-slaying spear is almost unsheathed.
What harm would it do to let me see that big iron ball that shatters stars?
Hongjun sent a sticker of a whisk gently swaying.
May the Taoists succeed.
The most miserable were Jane and Junti, whose avatars showed expressions of utter despair.
Jane. A golden opportunity lost. 500,000. That's a full 500,000 points.
Junti.
Senior brother, I can't take it anymore. My Tao heart is shattered.
Zulong.
So it's settled. Qin Feng group owner, this ancestor feels this task-grabbing system is rigged. Why is Sister Nüwa's hand speed so fast?
Qin Feng ignored it. He opened Nüwa's personal interface, and with a casual swipe projected the spatial coordinates to the alternate dimension, landing them at her Nüwa palace. Feeling the ripples in the surrounding space, Nüwa adjusted her Taoist robe, and her figure vanished from the primordial world in an instant. Qin Feng then activated the group's live streaming function, and a massive screen of light lit up in the center of the group chat. The screen showed an ancient forest filled with a somber and desolate atmosphere, the air thick with low-grade and chaotic demonic energy. Nüwa landed on the ground, her bare feet treading on withered yellow leaves. She closed her eyes slightly, and her divine sense swept across this world in an instant, perceiving all causes and effects. She realized this realm was in the Warring States period, where demons ran rampant and human life was as cheap as grass. Nüwa slowly opened her eyes, her gaze falling not far away. There a one-eyed girl was stumbling towards her. In Keith's sight, a figure suddenly appeared in the originally dark forest. That woman wore a long robe, her features were ethereally beautiful, unearthly, and her entire being was bathed in a gentle radiance that made one want to weep at the mere sight of it. This aura was as warm as a mother's embrace. Keith was stunned, slipped, and fell to the ground. She said to Nüwa,
Are you the being that Master Group Owner mentioned, who can help Sister Kikyo?
Keith's eyes instantly reddened. Forgetting all decorum, she knelt before Nüwa, her voice trembling.
Please say Sister Kikyo.
Nüwa looked down at this spiritually endowed girl from another world, a look of compassion in her eyes.
Child, do not cry. I will do my best.
Nüwa's voice was gentle. Nüwa raised her hand and waved, and their figures vanished into thin air. When they reappeared, they were at a desolate grave mound. Nüwa sat down cross-legged. The weeds around her instantly grew wildly, transforming this place of death into a sea of flowers. Primordial World All Heavens Enforcer Group. The live stream in the group became quiet. The powerhouses all widened their eyes. Luohu sent a message.
So slow and tedious.
Shurchen.
Luohu, you know nothing. Calm the mind and spirit, that is the true path.
Yangmei.
Indeed, Nüwa is using the law of life to redefine that woman's existence.
Qin Feng watched this scene and nodded slightly. Nüwa's divine sense, like silk threads, meticulously searched the void for the soul fragments that had nearly faded into nothingness. After about 10 minutes, Nüwa's eyes suddenly sharpened and her hands formed an extremely profound and arcane seal. The azure light of creation began to merge with that thread of chaotic life force, coalescing into a gentle giant hand that carefully enveloped the shattered soul fragments. Just then, the system notification chimed in Qin Feng's ear and was simultaneously broadcast to the group. Ding. To avoid distracting Nüwa, the live stream has entered silent mode, displaying only the progress bar. The image instantly became hazy, leaving only a green progress bar slowly increasing. Zulong.
Can't see anything. Boring.
Jane.
It's starting. How long will this take? Junior brother, how many good reviews do you think Nüwa will get for those 2 million points?
Qin Feng ignored the commotion in the group. He was watching the flashing data in the back end. Another task had arrived. Life was looking up. Qin Feng sighed softly, and with a light swipe of his finger on the virtual screen, a new task window popped up. Ding. New task released. Task World Naruto Dimension Wave Country. Task objective: escort the bridge builder Tazuna back home and eliminate the threat of the Gato group. Task difficulty 1 star. The moment the group members saw the task details, they fell into collective silence. Luohu.
Escort a bridge builder.
Zulong.
That's it. Eliminate Immortal organization.
Hinyang.
Another unchallenging task.
Despite their complaints, their eyes never strayed from the screen. The system notification sounded again, task points 20,000. Below the task brief, a photo of the old man Tizuna slowly emerged on the screen of light. 20,000 points. Compared to Nüwa's millions from moments ago, it felt like spare change tossed to a beggar. Qin Feng didn't rush to speak. He casually projected the background of the mission world onto the group chat's public screen. The screen split in two. On the left was a rusty salting pier where Tizuna, clutching a cheap bottle of liquor, stared drunkenly at the sea and roared the bridge must be built. For the future of the land of waves, even if it costs me my old life. On the right was a lavish pavilion, where a short sunglasses-wearing wealthy merchant swirled a glass of red wine. That old fool still wants to build a bridge. Cutting off my income. Keep an eye on him, and find a chance to make him disappear. Such a cliché scene of a bully tormenting the weak barely stirred a ripple among these primordial giants. Luohu too low a difficulty. Killing such mortal ants would dirty my god-slaying spear. No interest. Ancestral Dragon too few points. I won't waste my time on this. Yuan Feng Tisk, even the brute dragon is getting picky looking down on 20,000 points. Primal Qilin 20,000 points can only exchange for 2 strands of primordial spiritual energy. I don't like showing off. Better wait for a high-star mission or a team mission. The Dragon Clan bore the most karmic sin. Ancestral Dragon had already obtained primordial spiritual energy, cleansing a trace of his karma, so he was in no rush. Seeing everyone's disinterest, Qin Feng remained unbothered. Big fish eat meat, small fish eat shrimp. The ecosystem must have balance. Just then a gentle avatar flickered. Primal Qin, well. Since all fellow Taoists are busy, I'm idle anyway. How about I take care of this trivial matter? Primal Qin was known in the primordial world for his good temper. Though he possessed the companion treasure Qin Cauldron, he rarely fought. Seeing the group leader's mission ignored, he seemed to speak up reluctantly to save face for Qin Feng. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. Granted. Ding. Group member Primal Qin has accepted the mission. In that instant, Jia-in, who had been feigning death, suddenly revived. Jia-in, ah. Fellow Taoist Qin. Though this world is weak, there may be unknown karma. It's risky for you to go alone. I happen to be free, so perhaps. Xuan-Ti immediately followed free assistance. No points needed, just to share the group leader's burden and protect fellow Taoist. The schemes of the Western duo were almost slapping Qin Feng in the face. Even a mosquito leg is meat. 20,000 points could still exchange for resources to boost strength. Primal Qin, no need. I alone am enough. Before his words faded, he clicked to teleport, his form turning into a streak of light and vanishing from the courtyard. The scene shifted, and a sea breeze rushed in. On the coast of the land of waves, Tizuna was curled up, surrounded by 7 or 8 thugs wielding clubs, Gatos enforcers. Gatos Thug A swung his iron rod, sneering, "Old fool. Daring to sneak back. Looks like last time's lesson wasn't enough." Tizuna shielded his head desperately. You bastards. The bridge is the nation's hope." In midair, the moment Primal Qian's figure appeared, the Naruto world shattered, countless souls perishing. Damn. What a sin. This world is so fragile. Qianquan sighed helplessly, waving his hand to restore the Naruto world to its original state. Then, looking down at the farcical struggle below, he shook his head slightly. Qianquan extended a finger and gently tapped the reef below. The next second, several reefs seemed to come alive. Rock surfaces sprouted faces and limbs, instantly forming 3 stone golems over 10 feet tall. Thud. 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 The stone golems marched with heavy steps. Before the thugs could react, they were terrified by the sudden monsters. The golems' movements seemed clumsy, but were swift as thunder. With a sweep of their giant hands, Gatos men flew like kites with broken strings. Tizuna lowered his hands from his head, stunned by the sight. This is... At that moment, in the all-world substitution group chat, the live stream showed the 3 stone golems cleaning up the trash. Luohu, all this fuss. Why not just slaughter everything within 100 miles? So slow. Ancestral Dragon, such a garbage world, even the spiritual energy is murky. Yuan Feng, brute dragon, you only know killing. Fellow Taoist Qianquan just doesn't want to incur too much mortal karma. Ancestor Dragon Feathered Bird. Who are you calling brute? Believe will go bathe in your undying volcano. Yin Yang Ancestor Dragon, I sense ill intent from you. Are you bathing alone or with her? Primal Qilin sent a sly emoji. Good heavens, could there be a story between them? Church and just a pair of bickering lovers. Didn't Ancestor Dragon send you on phone an exclusive red envelope last time? Yin Yang indeed. If you can send an exclusive red envelope, you can be her exclusive Dao companion. Tisk TSK, Dragon Phoenix Education and Training. The image is too beautiful for me to imagine. Primal Qilin Doghead Life Preservation. Yin Yang Doghead Life Preservation 1. Yuan Feng Yin Yang, do you want to die? Wasn't fellow Taoist Luohu lesson enough for you? Yin Yang Yuan Feng Tisk, such a fiery temper, a real little chili pepper. Who would dare marry you? You should learn from Nüwa. Yuan Feng Yin Yang, whether I can marry or not is none of your business. Do you live by the sea with such a wide reach? The giants in the group habitually bickered. In the mission world, Qin Feng already found it boring. Too weak. Truly too weak. A gentle voice resounded directly into Zuna's mind. Little one, hurry and build the bridge. Such petty scoundrels are beneath concern. Then Primal Qiankin's gaze fell on the half-built bridge in the distance. He raised his hand and waved from afar. Qin Feng reversed earth and stone regenerated. Into Zuna's horrified yet awed gaze, the broken pillars began to grow wildly. Countless seabed rocks flew up automatically. In a single breath, a stone bridge spanning the strait was fully connected. Tizuna's legs gave way, and he knelt on the beach weeping with joy as he kowtowed toward the void. A god. A god has appeared. Ding. Mission complete. Qin Feng didn't even show his face. His form flickered as he returned to the primordial world. The settlement screen popped up in the group chat. Ancestor Dragon glanced at it. That's it. Too simple, no entertainment value at all. Luohu 0 difficulty, a waste of time. The next second, the system notification silenced all the complaining giants. Mission settlement complete. Employer Tizuna's rating 5 stars. Basic reward of 20000 points has been credited. System announcement: congratulations to group member Primal Qin Feng for completing the group's first solo mission, triggering a newbie welfare special lottery mechanism. With a crisp clatter, a massive wheel popped out from the center of the screen. Luohu.
Qin Feng, hurry up and start the lottery. Let's see what good stuff you can draw.
Qin Feng.
All members, I am about to start the lottery. Would you trade your years of being single for a chance at a soul connection? Yin Yang.
Qin Feng, what does it matter if I have been single for 100,000 years? I bet you will draw a grass ball.
Yin Yang.
Do you still want a soul connection? I see you are daydreaming.
Qin Feng ignored Yin Yang and began the lottery.
On the roulette, the pointer slowly swept over various rewards. Top rate innate spiritual treasure rule comprehension fragment 10,000 years of cultivation card. Each pass seemed to pluck at the heartstrings of the crowd. Jiayin.
Daoist friend Qin Feng, you usually stay hidden, so this fortune. In my opinion, drawing 1 or 2 life creation pills would be quite good. Xuanti followed closely.
What you say is very true. With a task worth 20,000 points, what good items can come from it? It's just some decorative items. Daoist friend Qin Feng should not hold too high expectations.
The pointer's speed was slowing down, ultimately gliding over a small ancient-style ding icon, stopping at a mysterious rune radiating with 7-colored auspicious light.
System announcement: congratulations to group member Qin Feng Laozu for receiving a unique special reward, Emperor's Halo. Halo attribute shared among all members, passively effective. Attribute description: after binding to Qin Feng Laozu, all members of this group will permanently receive an additional 20 on points earned from tasks. The group fell into a deathly silence. Qin Feng sat in a rocking chair, his hand holding the jade cup paused slightly. He initially thought the system would at most give a spiritual treasure as a gesture. Unexpectedly, it directly threw out a permanent group-wide enhancement plugin. The first to break the silence was the Ancestor Dragon, whose series of question marks nearly overwhelmed the screen. Ancestor Dragon. Ancestor Dragon.
What is this? An additional 20 points. Everyone in the group can receive it. Am I not seeing this wrong? Luohu was also stunned.
A permanent increase of 20%. Doesn't this mean that in the future I can casually take on tasks worth 1,000,000 points and still receive 200,000 for free?
Yang Mei.
This is a good thing. The permanent enhancement means that the harder the tasks we undertake, the higher the point increase will be.
Yin Yang.
Yang Mei, what you say is correct. If we take on a task worth 1,000,000,000 points in the future, we can ultimately earn 12 billion. Not only can we directly attain the Tao of Hongjun Daluo, but we can also solidify our cultivation.
Hongjun couldn't help but add in the group.
This item is akin to earth-shattering power. Taoist friend Qin Feng, you truly have great fortune.
Jia directly sent a voice message shouting,
an additional 2%. Junior brother, that is indeed 2%.
Xun Ti.
Grandpa Qin Feng. No ancestor Qin Feng. Are you still lacking for attendance? The kind who can help you lift the Qin Feng ding. Ancestor, can you share some of your luck with the younger generation just a little bit?
Chen let out a cold snort through the screen.
This guy really hit the jackpot.
Yang Mei sent a clasped hands emoji.
Congratulations, Taoist friend Qin Feng. It seems the brothers in this group will have to rely on you from now on. At this moment, Qin Feng Laozu was holding the 7-colored light that had just fallen from the void, completely dazed. He had always been an easygoing good person, but now being called ancestor and begged to take him along, his old face turned red. Qin Feng Laozu.
This. Dear friends, please do not jest. I do not know why such a change has occurred. This item is precious, and I feel unworthy to accept it. How about I pass it on to the group leader?
Qin Feng looked at Qin Feng Laozu's fearful expression and couldn't help but chuckle. The only issue with his group members was that they were sometimes too polite. Qin Feng, group leader.
This item is already bound to your spirit, cannot be transferred or deprived. Since you have received the favor of Taoist friend Qin Feng, remember to send a red envelope to our emperor in the future when you have extra points to share in the good fortune. The Ancestral Dragon was the first to respond.
That is only natural. Who would dare to not send a red envelope? I will be the first to go to their Taoist temple to have a heart-to-heart.
Luohu said nothing, quietly sending a nodding gif.
Yuan Feng and Qilin also expressed their agreement. In an instant, Qin Feng Laozu's status in the group leaped from that of an invisible bystander to the group's mascot. Qin Feng put away his smile, his gaze falling on the newly popped-up task alert.
System, you've finally done something right. If there aren't any tasks with a bit of difficulty, those who didn't grab the tasks would probably call me a fraud. Qin Feng said, Ding, the host is not a qualified capitalist. If you directly give group members high-star tasks, they will finish the tasks and just lie down. Will they still be willing to work for you in the future?
Qin Feng.
What the hell? This can be done. As expected of you, system.
Ding, go ahead, give them tasks and stimulate their enthusiasm. Qin Feng, too lazy to argue with the system, directly posted the tasks in the group. Qin Feng, group leader.
Alright, we will discuss points later. The task from Taoist friend Nüwa is nearing completion. There is a big deal right now that requires everyone to form a team. As soon as these words were spoken, the previously noisy atmosphere in the group suddenly stilled. Luohu.
Form a team. Do you mean to say that this world can't be handled alone?
Hongjun.
What could be called a big deal by the group leader probably isn't the small fracas of the mundane worlds.
Ancestral Dragon.
Could it be a team task? Is it something that would allow this ancestor to let loose?
Qin Feng lightly tapped his fingers in the void, and a world fragment shrouded in mist slowly appeared before everyone.
Qin Feng's lips curled into a smile as he softly said,
This time the task star rating isn't too high, but it is much better than the previous tasks. Everyone should prepare themselves mentally. On the public screen, as Qin Feng's finger lightly tapped, the mist slowly dissipated, revealing a land of varied colors. The scene was divided into two parts.
On one side were futuristic data streams and alarm red lights. The one-eyed black director was roaring into the communicator. Behind him, a massive aerial aircraft carrier was being violently attacked. On the other side was a more visceral battlefield. Above a city resembling a steel jungle, a gigantic spatial wormhole opened like a demonic eye, with countless extraterrestrial beings riding flying vehicles swarming through like locusts. A heavily armored Leviathan beast was weaving through skyscrapers, colliding into them, while several oddly dressed natives were struggling to hold on. The green giant roared in anger, but was suppressed by concentrated fire. A man with a shield was knocked over by the shockwave. A mortal clad in red and gold battle armor was performing dazzling evasions in the air. Qin Feng timely posted the task details. Team Mission 4-star Marvel Universe Budget Edition Battle of New York Mission Objective: Defeat the Chitauri Invasion Force, close the space portal, and intimidate the hidden observer. Team limit 3 members, base points 1. 5 million, team total distributed by contribution. Note: this realm lacks spiritual energy, but technological weapons possess some lethality, and the rule power of the Infinity Stones exists. Do not capsize in a ditch. 1.5 million. Qin Feng looked at the number, a slight smile curling at the corner of his mouth. With Qianqin's aura of ultimate luck, it was actually a hefty 1.8 million point deal. For these big shots, who were still bickering over a few thousand or 10,000 points, this was like throwing a piece of sizzling fat before a pack of starving wolves. Sure enough, the group chat exploded instantly. Ancestral Dragon. 1.5 million. Plus 20%. That's 1.8 million. Who needs a bike anymore? Who needs face anymore? For a mission of slaughter like this, who else but me? Ancestral Dragon. Primordial Phoenix, Primordial Qilin, stop playing dead. Though I find you too insufferable, when it comes to killing efficiency, it still has 3 tribes. Let's form a team and split this 1.8 million. Primordial Phoenix.
Brute Dragon, your tone is nauseating, but letting other rogue cultivators go would shame our Primordial Era. My Phoenix clan claims these points.
Primordial Qilin.
Agreed. Our 3 tribes have been entangled in karma for eons. Earning some extra cash together is a novelty. Count me in.
The reaction speed of these 3 was astonishing, reaching a consensus the instant the mission was posted. After all, they were the protagonists of the Dragonhon calamity. Though mortal enemies, they displayed astonishing synergy when it came to making money. System notification: Ancestral Dragon, Primordial Phoenix, and Primordial Qilin have formed the 3 tribes' demolition crew and successfully accepted the 4-star team mission. This notification sound shattered everyone else's illusions.
Jiayin. Alas. This pains me. I had just typed my message. Fellow Taoists, could you squeeze us in? This mission only requires slaughter my fellow apprentice, and I can handle the rites for the departed souls.
That would be great merit.
Juanti.
Yes, yes. Let us brothers have a sip of the soup while you big shots feast on the meat. We can help clean the battlefield or even act as bait. Please take us along.
The Western duo was clearly desperate. That was 1.8 million points. Even split per person, it was 6,000,000 enough to exchange for several strands of law origins in the shop.
Ancestral Dragon.
Scram. Am annoyed just looking at Baldies. Say one more word and it'll go loosen the soil on Mount Sumeru first.
Luohu.
TCH, boring team games. It's just that I don't want to lower myself to compete with you. Otherwise it wouldn't be you crawling insect's turn.
Yin Yang.
Luohu, I see your whole body is left with just a hard mouth. Did you not want to snatch it? Or did you fail to?
Luohu.
Yin Yang, I see you're itching for a beating. Want me to come find you and get real?
Yin Yang. Hongjun.
Ahem. Fellow Taoists, remember the rules of this realm are completely different. Do not be careless. Safety first.
At Mount Yujing, Hongjun let out a helpless long sigh. It would be a lie to say he wasn't envious. But he still had to maintain the demeanor of a transcendent being. He couldn't really descend to fight over scraps with those 2 sly snakes. Qin Feng watched the farce in the group chat, moved his mind, and directly opened a teleportation channel.
Good hunting, everyone.
The Marvel Universe above New York. Atop Stark Tower. Tony Stark had just been hit by an energy beam. The thrusters of his armor belched black smoke, and he plummeted uncontrollably.
Jarvis. Reboot the system. Now! Sir, energy readings are abnormal. No, it's not the suit, it's the sky.
Tony jerked his head up. The sky, already chaotic from the space portal, suddenly split open with 3 massive vortices. They weren't the blue technological-looking portals, but ones brimming with a dense ancient aura. 3 figures stepped through, tearing the void. They didn't fully manifest their true forms, descending instead in their innate Tao bodies. Yet the terrifying pressure radiating from them froze the air on the entire battlefield. Ancestral Dragon cast a haughty glance at the Chitauri flyers, filling the sky, his face full of disdain.
These are the mission targets.
Though his voice wasn't loud, it made the eardrums of the Avengers below buzz painfully.
10 bugs. Annoying to look at.
Ancestral Dragon casually raised his right hand and made a grasping motion in the air towards the densest cluster of enemy troops. Boom! The clouds over New York instantly shattered. A colossal sky-obscuring phantom of a dragon claw materialized. Without any fancy flourish, the dragon claw clenched shut. 3 rampaging Leviathan beasts along with hundreds of Chitauri soldiers were crushed like brittle biscuits under the grip. Fire exploded, metal twisted, and a rain of debris fell from the sky. Tony Stark, who had just stabilized himself, even forgot to fire. His eyes wide, he stared at the fading phantom of the dragon claw, his voice hoarse.
What the hell is that? God's right hand.
On the ground, Captain America's shield raised was also stunned.
New allies. Fury never mentioned reinforcements like this.
Crude. Primordial Phoenix, clad in a rainbow-feathered robe, walked on air, her beautiful eyes full of haughty pride. She parted her vermilion lips and simply blew a gentle breath.
Whoosh!
A wisp of flame drifted out, instantly transforming into a rain of fire descending upon the Chitauri creatures. Any alien touched by the fire rain was instantly vaporized, leaving not even a trace of ash. Most terrifyingly, the flame seemed sentient, perfectly avoiding all buildings and that red-haired woman in the tight suit. Black Widow Natasha hid behind an abandoned taxi, watching a Chitauri soldier less than half a meter away turn into smoke. The soul-deep thrill of terror covered her in goosebumps.
That flame is alive.
The last to act was Primordial Qilin. He stomped his foot impatiently.
Kneel.
A single word spoken, a law enacted. An invisible wave of gravitational force swept from Stark Tower, instantly scouring the airspace for 10,000 li in all directions. Thud. 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 Countless Chitauri individual flyers, which had been nimbly weaving through the air, instantly lost power and crashed heavily into the ground. The enemies running on the ground fared worse, crushed into pulp by the terrifying gravity. Hulk looked blankly at the meat patty in his hand, then back at the sky, scratching his head in confusion.
Hulk!
10 breaths had passed at most. The invading army that had driven the Avengers to despair and left S.H.I.E.L.D. helpless was now nothing but wreckage, not a single soul alive. All of New York fell into dead silence. Only the massive space portal in the sky still flickered with light. At the other end of the portal, in the distant stars, on the throne of Sanctuary 2, Thanos, who had been enjoying the slaughter, shot to his feet. A grave expression crossed his face.
This power system does not belong to this universe.
Thanos' eyes flickered as he made a swift decision.
Cut the connection. Close the portal.
But just as the space portal began to tremble, trying to close, Ancestral Dragon's face suddenly loomed close to the camera, revealing a sinister smile. His voice pierced the spatial barrier, exploding beside Thanos' ear.
Trashing my venue and trying to run without paying up. Did you ask my permission? Get out here!
Ancestral Dragon roared, yanking his arm back abruptly. Crack. Space shattered, and then a profoundly muffled explosion echoed from across the distant galaxy. With that single grab, Ancestral Dragon directly crushed the core power source of the Chitauri mothership located on the other side of the space portal. Deprived of its sustaining device, the portal twisted violently and instantly collapsed into nothingness. Aboard the S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier, Nick Fury's remaining eyes stared fixedly at the main screen.
Damn it! Data's overflowing. Did they take out the other side too?
Nick Fury stared at the invasion alerts that had instantly dropped to 0 on the screen, his expression unprecedentedly grave. The Avengers had fought tooth and nail just to barely hold the line, yet these 3 mysterious figures had merely stretched out their hands. This power had already surpassed S.H.I.E.L.D. as definition of gods. Even that one in Asgard was nothing more than this, wasn't he?
Sir, an unknown energy source is rapidly approaching the atmosphere.
Energy levels are incalculable,
came Agent Hill's panicked voice. In the distant depths of the starry sky, Sanctuary 2.
Upon his throne, Thanos watched the surveillance footage of his vanguard force being utterly annihilated along with the three figures radiating terrifying auras. He rose slowly. As a survivor of Titan and a conqueror of the universe, he had witnessed countless powerful beings.
Formidable power. It seems Earth holds secrets I am unaware of.
Thanos muttered to himself, a cold smirk appearing on his purple visage.
Not beyond comprehension, merely an advanced form of energy manipulation.
He slowly raised his left hand, whereupon the golden infinity gauntlet, the purple power stone, and the blue space stone gleamed in unison.
Since they are my prey, no one shall take them.
A terrifying beam embodying the laws of destruction and the power of spatial folding instantly traversed several galaxies, aiming directly at Ancestral Dragon and his two companions above New York. Above New York, facing this cataclysmic strike, Ancestral Dragon did not even lift an eyelid. However, the Primordial Phoenix beside him cast a sidelong glance, her phoenix eyes filled with impatience.
Annoying.
Her crimson lips parted slightly, and then she flicked her fingertip. A wisp of iridescent flame drifted out, appearing as minuscule as a speck of dust before the terrifying beam of light kilometers thick born from the Infinity Stones. Yet the moment they collided, the infinite energy capable of annihilating a planet was silently and completely extinguished upon touching the south luminant fire.
What? What kind of flame is this?
On Sanctuary 2, Thanos' originally arrogant expression instantly froze, his pupils contracting violently. That was the power of the Infinity Stones, the very laws of the universe's origin, and it was burned away by a single spark. Fuck. This defies all logic. Beginning, Qilin stepped upon auspicious clouds, his eyes seemingly interwoven with countless threads of causality.
Found it!
A simple yet chilling smile curled at the corner of beginning Qilin's mouth, his gaze instantly locking onto that purple coordinate across the distant galaxy.
To dare strike at us, this karma is now accepted.
As his words fell, the reverse auspicious sign descended from across the void. The auspicious purple aura suddenly reversed, transforming into a faint obscure gray presence that traversed the invisible thread of causality in an instant.
Since you reached out, I shall grant you a great fortune. By my word, calamity shall cling to you.
Within Sanctuary 2, as Thanos was about to forcefully activate the Infinity Gauntlet for another strike, the Infinity Stones suddenly seemed to develop a will of their own. Power surged backward in a violent torrent. The defensive layers built by the Reality Stone inexplicably collapsed, and even the Time Stone experienced a momentary logical deadlock. An incomprehensible backlash erupted within the Titan's body. Thanos' frame shuddered violently, and a gush of purple blood sprayed onto his throne. He stared in horror at his left hand. The gauntlet symbolizing the universe's supreme authority was now scalding hot. Before Thanos could calm the surging energy within him, a domineering voice thundered directly inside his mind.
Big Purple One, considering this is your first offense, this is but a minor lesson. If you dare extend your claws toward my prey again, I shall follow this causal thread and pay a visit to your homeland. I happen to be in need of a beast of burden to pull my chariot.
Hearing this, Thanos clenched the armrest of his throne, his mouth twitching involuntarily. As a universal conqueror, he had never endured such humiliation. Yet his instincts as a powerhouse screamed a frantic warning. If he responded now, that being would truly cross space to tear off his head. It was a gap in dimensions, an insurmountable chasm.
Retreat.
Thanos forced the word through gritted teeth, wiping the blood from his lips. Sanctuary 2's engines roared to life, swiftly engaging the jump drive as it vanished into deep space without a trace. Above New York, as the Chitauri army lost command and crashed down in paralysis, the three terrifying primal chaos phantoms slowly receded their auras. On the mission panel, the status of resolve, the Battle of New York, had changed to completed. On the ground, the members of the Avengers stood dumbfounded, staring up at the sky. Thor's hand gripping his hammer trembled slightly. The divine power he prided himself on seemed as thin as a flickering candle before those three beings. Captain America had even forgotten to lower his shield. This level of power had utterly shattered his understanding of warfare. Tony Stark stood at the edge of the Stark Tower ruins, his faceplate slowly retracting. He gazed at the fading dragon scales and phoenix feathers in the sky, his expression infinitely complex. As a genius who believed in science and data, everything unfolding before him was violently assaulting his materialistic worldview.
Jarvis!
Tony swallowed hard.
Analyze the energy levels from earlier and build a data model.
I want to know the principle behind that fire, and that method that instantly paralyzed the alien fleet. After a moment, a stuttering static noise came through his earpiece.
Sir, analysis impossible. The target's energy index exceeds all known physical model limits. Database logic has entered an infinite loop. Recommendation classify as a miracle.
As Jarvis's conclusion, laced with electrical interference, faded, Qin Feng swiped his finger, lightly cutting off the live feed from the Marvel world. Though he hadn't seen the expression beneath Tony Stark's faceplate, he could imagine that the Iron Man Immortal, who rivaled gods, would have a sleepless night ahead. The end of science is metaphysics. A primordial golden immortal is equivalent to a god-level civilization. The reason is simple: words become law. A primordial golden immortal holds absolute dominance over lesser beings. A word determines life or death. A thought decides existence or annihilation. Qin Feng leaned back in his chair, seeing the system panel refresh. Order settlement complete. Client review S. H. I. E. L. D. S. Nick Fury gives 5 stars. Comment: though I don't believe in gods, and kneeling to pay the balance this time. Base reward 150,000 points. Special bonus lucky bonus triggered additional 20 increase. Total points 180,000. Group leader receives 10 reward. Total 180,000 points.
Not bad, earning 180,000 points by doing nothing.
Qin Feng sighed. These primal chaos big shots were a bit heavy-handed, but their efficiency was truly remarkable.
Ding!
Almost the same second the points were credited, the chat interface of the Primal Chaos Fight Club began flashing wildly. 3 avatars lit up simultaneously. Before the group members could even start their praise, 3 golden red envelopes exploded across the screen. Ancestral Dragon sent an exclusive red packet to Qin Ancestor. Ancestor Yuafeng sent an exclusive red packet to Qin Ancestor. Ancestor Qilin sent an exclusive red packet to Qin Ancestor. Before they set out, they agreed with Qin to give him a 5 commission. Qianqin's hand speed was astonishingly fast. Qin Feng couldn't even see the red packet cover clearly before a notification popped up on the screen indicating Qin had claimed it. Qin said,
"Ha ha ha. The 3 Dao friends are indeed trustworthy. This is such a satisfying influx of points."
Ancestral Dragon replied,
"A mere few tens of thousands of points is not worth me defaulting. However, the creatures of this otherworld are truly too weak, unable to withstand even a wisp of my aura. If not for that purple-skinned monster running fast, I would have captured him to guard the Dragon Palace's gate."
Qin Feng group leader said,
"Stop showing off. Nüwa will be back soon."
In high spirits, Ancestral Dragon sent a message in the group.
Qin Feng group leader, setting aside Nüwa for now, wasn't my void-grasping cloud claw just now impressive?"
Junti said.
"Ancestral Dragon, that was utterly stunning, senior. How much force did you use?"
Ancestral Dragon sent a smug expression.
"Nothing much, I just barely used 100,000 of my law power and crushed that spatial gate along with the mothership's power core on the other side. Unlike some bird who just burns the air."
Ancestor Yuafeng retorted.
"Ancestral Dragon, that is called precision strike, unlike someone who is a brood relying solely on raw strength."
Ancestor Qilin interjected.
"Don't argue, you two. Harmony brings wealth, harmony brings wealth, he."
These 3 were clearly still immersed in the excitement of their first successful mission, especially Ancestral Dragon, whose smugness was practically overflowing from the screen.
"Stop showing off,"
Qin Feng said, tapping his finger to switch the live stream screen.
"Open your eyes wide and see what it means to have no business for 3 years, then a single deal that sustains you for 3 years.
With Qin Feng's operation, another split screen enlarged. In the frame, a woman dressed in a Redan white Miko outfit was slowly opening her eyes. He rushed forward as if witnessing a miracle.
"Sister Kikyo, you've revived. You're truly revived. This is wonderful."
The newly awakened Kikyo's eyes were still somewhat dazed.
Keyed.
Kikyo hesitated, her gaze then falling upon the ethereally beautiful figure standing not far away. With just one look, a primal urge to bow down in worship surged from the depths of her soul. Nüwa's expression was calm. Such scenes of life and death separation were but a ripple in her eyes. Yet, as she cultivated the Tao of creation, witnessing this scene brought a certain clarity to her own heart.
I am Nüwa. Since you are revived, the cause and effect are settled. Remember to leave a good review.
With that, she gently raised her hand, tapped her fingertip, and 2 strands of creation spirit light sank into Kikyo and Keith's bodies.
I grant you 100-fold increase in spiritual power and an extension of 200 years of life.
The 2 women's bodies trembled violently as a vast surging vitality exploded within them. Nüwa said,
Kikyo, the one who harmed you, is named Naraku. With your current strength, you are more than capable of slaying him and forcibly purifying the Shirkan jewel.
Nüwa thought for a moment and added,
It is not difficult for you to be with your young lover. I will teach you a method of longevity to help you sisters maintain eternal youth, granting a lifespan of 1,000 years.
As her words fell, Nüwa raised her hand and pointed. A stream of light sank into Kikyo's brow. The cultivation technique and the truth of this world were completely revealed to Kikyo. When they came to their senses, the sacred figure had already dissipated into specks of starlight, leaving behind a pile of spirit stones on the ground. Kikyo took a deep breath, feeling her pure, unblemished soul and her vibrant living body. She bowed deeply towards the direction where Nüwa had vanished. Primordial Era Multiverse Enforcer Group. Mission complete. Client rating perfect. Congratulations to group member Nüwa for completing the mission. The Tragic Miko mission settlement base points 200,000 bonus reward. Client superb review 20 gaze halo buff point gain 20 total credited 280,000 points. Silence. Everyone on the other side of the screen gasped. 288 million. Ancestral Dragon and the others had gone to a low-tier Marvel universe to fight and only earned 1.8 million in total. Nüwa just saved a person and got nearly 3 million. Is there any justice? Is there any law? Jian said.
Is this old Daoist seeing things?
Juanti said.
Senior brother, you saw right. I feel blue. I want to cry. This profit is way too obscene.
Hongjun asked.
You, a young friend, how did you find this trip?
Hongjun no longer looked down on the people in the group. In the Xuanhuan world, there are countless realms and endless transformations. Simply put, there are only 4 realms: Senior Realm, Dao Friend Realm, Junior Realm, and Ant Realm. Clearly the people in the group were all future Dao friends, so it was better to build good relations in advance. Luohu said.
Hongjun, what's so difficult about a trash world? It was just a boring story of a human-dog romance.
Inyang said.
Slippery bodyguard, Luohu speaks wisely.
Shurchen said.
Holy crap, human-dog romance.
Jian added.
I think Senior Luohu is right.
Juanti said.
1.
Ancestor Qilin said.
1.
Qin Feng group leader said.
Nüwa, you should exchange for some resources and break through to Hongjun Golden Immortal as soon as possible.
Nüwa replied.
Qin Feng group leader will listen to the senior.
With that, Nüwa directly opened the points shop. Group member Nüwa purchased Super Time Acceleration Cultivation Room Flow Rate 110000 Usage Rights 100 years. Group member Nüwa purchased the Hongjun Golden Immortal Package. Group member Nüwa purchased Primordial Spiritual Energy. Within a mere 3 breaths, 1.95 million points were spent like flowing water. She was after all a future saint, knowing what the real hard currency was. Once she had the points, she immediately converted them into strength, never hoarding them overnight. Nüwa said.
Qin Feng group leader, thank you, senior. I have received this great opportunity and gained profound insights. I will now go into seclusion to break through. Farewell, fellow Taoists.
After she spoke, her profile avatar immediately turned gray, leaving everyone else dumbfounded. Jian said.
Going into seclusion to charge for Hongjun Golden Immortal. If I recall correctly, Dao friend Nüwa was only at the peak of Delu, right?
Juanti said.
Spending so many points, she's practically paving the road with gold bricks. Senior brother, we need to work hard too.
Luohu said.
As long as there are enough points, what's so hard about attaining the Tao? Just wait, the next big contract is mine.
The atmosphere in the group instantly changed. Seeing Nüwa solidly using over 2 million points to break through to Hongjun Golden Immortal made everyone's eyes turn red with envy. Sensing the mood was right, Qin Feng typed a line in the group. Qin Feng said,
Ancestor Dragon, Ancestor Yuan Feng, Ancestor Qilin, since you've all tasted the sweetness, I have a suggestion.
Ancestor Dragon said,
Group leader speak. As long as I can earn points, they'll even go blow up that purple-skinned monster's planet.
Qin Feng said,
There's no need for such violence. What I mean is you three clans have been fighting and killing for countless years in the Primordial Era, shattering the earth veins. Aside from increasing your karma, what benefits have you reaped?
Yuan Feng, Primordial Qilin.
Alas, there is no other way. The struggle for fortune is unavoidable.
Qin Feng,
your vision is too narrow. Now your stage spans the myriad realms. You may fight in the future, but exercise restraint. Do not destroy the primordial wilderness.
Qin Feng,
I lay down the rule here. If anyone wages large-scale war within the primordial wilderness again, do not blame me for expelling you from the group.
This move of Qin Feng's was a decisive strike to cut off all retreat. In the past, who would dare speak to the leaders of the three clans like this? But now, expelled from the group. That would mean severing the chance to attain the Tao. Ancestral Dragon immediately declared,
The group leader is right. I have long found those Qilins displeasing, but fighting in the primordial wilderness is indeed too restrictive. From now on we shall arrange duels in other worlds.
Yuan Feng,
agreed. I shall conserve my strength for completing tasks.
Primordial Qilin,
very well. Then our Qilin clan will contract our defenses. As long as the Dragon and Phoenix clans do not provoke us, I shall not stir.
Qin Feng nodded with satisfaction. Indeed, no conflict could not be resolved by a sudden windfall. If one was not enough, then another. In the following time, the group fell silent. No new tasks were issued, and the Great Ones had no interest in idle chatter, each one focusing all their energy on cultivation. In the primordial wilderness, time was immeasurable and of little value. To the outside world it was but a blink. Yet within the cultivation chamber, where the flow of time was 10,000 to 1, a full million years had passed. In the real timeline of the primordial wilderness, only 100 years had elapsed. At Mount Fengqi, space-time twisted as a vast, gentle yet terrifying aura spread outward. Radiant light shone in myriad colors, heavenly lotuses descended, and sweet springs gushed from the earth.
Is that the aura of Nüwa?
At Mount Sumeru, his eyes snapped open. At Mount Yujing, Hongjun counted on his fingers.
Has she broken through already?
Within the group interface, a gray avatar suddenly lit up. Nüwa.
Qin Feng, group leader, thank you for your grace, senior. I have emerged from seclusion and attained the realm of Hongjun Golden Immortal.
Qin Feng.
Congratulations, fellow Taoist Nüwa, on achieving Hongjun Golden Immortal.
He sent a smiling emoji in the group chat and casually took a sip of the enlightenment tea at hand. This tea was also a special employee benefit from the system. Though not as good as the premium tea sold in the shop, it was more than enough to refresh the mind. The group instantly became lively. Ancestral Dragon.
Hongjun Golden Immortal already? How long has it been? When I broke through the barrier, I held my breath in the deep sea for 3 kalpas. No, I must step up my efforts. The point shop is practically cheating.
Raha.
Relying on external forces is ultimately not the righteous path. However, as long as it makes one stronger, the method is unimportant.
Hongjun.
Congratulations, fellow Taoist Nüwa. Your path of creation has advanced further. Your fortune in this encounter makes others envious.
Kashyapa.
Congratulations, fellow Taoist Nüwa. Junior brother, we must work harder to snatch tasks.
Methriya.
You speak the truth, senior brother. How envious, truly envious.
Nüwa was not overly proud. She sent a faint smile emoji in the group. Shortly after, the back-end data before Qin Feng's eyes flickered again. Group member Nüwa spent 8,000 points to exchange for 10 Qin of Supreme Grade Innate Enlightenment tea. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. This woman, though lavish in spending, used every point wisely. Nüwa.
Qin Feng group leader, I have just broken through, and still need external items to stabilize my cultivation. The items in the shop are indeed worth their price.
Ancestral Dragon.
Senior group leader, we've chatted in the group for quite a while. Why is there still no new task? My body is practically rusting. If no task comes soon, I truly cannot resist going to Qilin Cliff to loosen the beast's bones.
Primordial Qilin.
Ancestral Dragon, you old mud eel, stop your sarcasm. If you want to fight, I'm ready. However, days without tasks are indeed a bit dull.
Qin Feng looked at the screen full of task demands and leaned back helplessly in his chair. Being the group leader seemed glorious, but if the system didn't issue tasks, he had no way out. He couldn't possibly placate his employees by paying benefits out of his own pocket, could he? That would be a cardinal sin for a capitalist.
Really, what's the rush? Don't they know that haste makes waste?
Qin Feng grumbled inwardly. Just as he was about to type some vague reply, the long quiet system notification chimed in his mind.
Ding. High-dimensional planar fluctuations detected. Trigger team emergency mission realm invasion, defend the boundary to the death.
Qin Feng's spirits lifted, and he nearly dropped his teacup.
Holy crap! It's actually the CNNI world. Smoothness leads to mortality, defiance leads to immortality. Things just got interesting.
This was the highest level mission yet, with a base reward of a whopping 50 million points.
Something's off system. I recall the CNNI world's cosmology is vast. Why is this dungeon only 6 stars?
Qin Feng asked. Ding. According to the cosmology of CNNI, the step of trampling heaven corresponds to the tide golden immortal realm in your primordial wilderness, eternal life free to roam the myriad realms. One lens cultivation in the realm defense arc has not yet reached the 3rd step, hence the 6-star rating. Ding. System note steps 5 through 8 Dalua golden immortal, step 9 Hongjun golden immortal. After the system's explanation, Qin Feng understood. The primordial wilderness, he was in, possessed extremely high combat power. As long as special circumstances, like the heavenly Tao or world were not involved, the mission difficulty would not be too high.
I see.
Qin Feng quickly sat up straight, and with a thought sent the mission details to the group chat. Mission name: defend the boundary to the death, planar level 6-star top tier dungeon, CNNI world. Mission background: tens of millions of extraplanar cultivators have united to invade the boundary defense grand formation. The boundary defense sovereign Wang Lin stands alone and is barely holding on. The grand formation is on the verge of collapse, and billions of living beings face annihilation. Mission objective: repel the extraplanar coalition, protect the boundary from destruction, and repair and stabilize the grand formation's foundation. Personnel limit 3 Dalua golden immortal cultivation and above can accept mission reward 50 million points.
A job's come in. A big one.
Qin Feng wasted no time and directly activated the group live stream preview. A light screen unfurled, and a thick bloody scent seemed to rush through the screen. Countless extraplanar cultivators, like a swarm of locusts, densely covered every inch of space. The light of various divine abilities and magical treasures wove together into a deadly net.
We cultivators, what fear have we of battle? Scum from beyond the boundary, come on!
Numerous cultivators cursed and roared. At the center of the scene, a white-haired man stood with his back to the lens. He was drenched in blood with a shattered continent behind him.
The fate of the boundary rests on this single act.
The man abruptly looked up and roared into the void, his eyes bloodshot.
If any great power from beyond this realm is willing to lend a hand, Wang is prepared to pay any price. Even if it means sacrificing my soul and falling into eternal damnation.
His voice was piercing, carrying a madness that preferred death over submission. The group instantly fell silent. This tragic scene was starkly different from the primordial wilderness atmosphere of leisurely Tao discussions. It was pure slaughter, a struggle for survival. The temptation of 50 million points coupled with the visual impact instantly ignited the group chat. Nüwa.
The living beings of this realm are suffering a catastrophe. This is too tragic. I cultivate the path of creation and cannot bear to see such devastation. I am willing to undertake this mission.
Raha.
50 million points, am going to slaughter them all.
Hongjun.
Luohu, with such a murderous heart, aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning? Let me go instead.
Qin Feng group leader.
To enter that world, one must suppress their cultivation. Your power is too great, you might destroy the realm.
Raha.
So it's my fault for being too strong.
Hongjun.
Then let me go. You'll control my cultivation well.
Shurchen.
I've never managed to snag a mission. Fellow Taoists, could you let me undertake one?
Shurchen.
If I get the next mission, I'll yield it to you.
Yangmei.
Shurchen speaks truly. I haven't gotten a mission either.
Zulong.
Fine, I have no objections. I want compete.
Yuanfeng, 1. Qilin, 1. Shurchen.
Thank you, 3 fellow Taoists. This realm is intriguing. Wang Lin bears heavy traces of time's passage. I can assist in regulating the battlefield.
Yangmei.
The spatial barriers are severely shattered. The ceiling array is riddled with flaws. If we merely kill, it's a temporary fix. Someone must repair the space and stabilize the foundation. None, but I can do this.
Qin Feng group leader.
Everyone, same rule, whoever grabs it gets it.
The next second a group announcement popped up. Nüwa, Shurchen, Yangmei have claimed the mission. Raha.
Missed it again.
Hongjun.
3 fellow Taoists, be cautious. The killing aura in this realm is extremely heavy. Do not be careless.
Qin Feng paid no heed to the group's chatter, his gaze fixed on the live broadcast. Outside the ceiling array, Wang Lin's shoulder was pierced by a black thunderbolt, charred and blackened.
Is it over?
Wang Lin watched the enemy surging like a tide around him, a sense of helplessness rising in his heart. He could kill 100, but he could not slay the millions of greedy cultivators. Just as the world-destroying divine ability was about to engulf him, everything suddenly froze. The raging thunder, the howling flying swords, the snarling cultivators, all halted in midair. Then the collapsing void healed at a visible speed, transforming into an unbreakable transparent barrier, forcibly isolating the millions of out-of-realm cultivators.
Who?
Wang Lin jerked his head up, his pupils contracting sharply. There in the sky 3 figures descended slowly. On the left, one clad in gray robes, surrounded by a river of time. Wherever his gaze fell, time seemed to become a toy in his hands. On the right, space folded beneath his feet like paper. With a single step, he traversed vast distances. Yangmei waved his sleeve, and the space storm that tore stars apart was instantly calmed. In the center, one with unparalleled beauty, a sacred radiance illuminating this dead land. Nüwa's expression was compassionate as she looked at Wang Lin, drenched in blood, and let out a soft sigh.
Wielding creation.
Her vermilion lips parted slightly, and a verdant halo centered on her instantly spread across the entire battlefield. The cultivators of the ceiling realm, enveloped by this halo, no matter how severe their injuries, had their severed limbs regrown in an instant. Their withered spiritual energy surged back like a geyser, and their aura peaked in the blink of an eye. Conversely, the out-of-realm cultivators, upon contact with the halo, felt their life force drain away, like flowing water, their once fierce attacks turning feeble and weak. Wang Lin felt an unprecedented surging vitality within him, even the accumulated hidden injuries over the years swept clean. He widened his eyes, staring at the 3 godlike figures in the void.
What realm is this? Could they be 4-step powerhouses?
He had cultivated in this world for thousands of years, and thought he had seen countless experts. Yet the means displayed by these 3 had completely surpassed the scope of cultivators. Shurchen cast a faint glance at the out-of-realm cultivators, then turned to Nüwa.
Fellow Taoists, it's time to clear the field.
Yangmei looked at Wang Lin with interest.
This child has strong will. If born in the Primordial Era, he would be a good seedling for cultivation.
Nüwa nodded slightly, her gaze turning solemn. Since she had taken the mission, she would complete it splendidly. She slowly raised her hands, and with her movement a cyan radiance began to gather in her palms. Primordial Era All Heavens Proxy Mission Group. Raho sent a furious emoji.
Annoying, the more I watch the angrier I get. So slow and tedious. If I had gone, I'd have refined them all into resources in an instant.
Zulong.
Haha, Senior Raho speaks truly.
Yuanfeng.
Brute Dragon, all you know is fighting and killing.
Inyang.
Yuanfeng, easy for you to say. You're no saint either.
Qilin.
Exactly, Inyang speaks the truth. You ain't think you're no good person either. I, the ancestor, am kind-hearted.
Inyang.
Qilin, oh, putting a gold label on yourself.
Inyang.
You're no better. The three of you fought and tore the Primordial Era apart. Have you no shame?
Qilin. Yuanfeng.
Inyang, are you looking for trouble?
Hongjun.
Stop arguing. The three of them did right. With their power, if they went all out, the world would be destroyed. Then how would we earn points?
Raha.
Let's watch. They're almost done.
The group stopped bickering and turned their attention to the live stream. Xian and I playing. The atmosphere was suffocatingly tense. The four out-of-realm lords were about to launch a joint attack when Nüwa suddenly turned to Shurchen and Yangmei beside her.
Two fellow Taoists, the origin of this world is fragile. Let's hold back and finish the mission as soon as possible.
Shurchen chuckled.
I understand.
Yangmei said nothing, casually grasping the air, forcibly compressing the space around them caused by their arrival.
Pretending to be gods and ghosts. No matter where you aliens came from, daring to block our out-of-realm coalition, die.
The leading realm lord roared, thunder exploding across his body as he descended with world-destroying might. Nüwa shook her head slightly, her slender fingers forming a seal, and she lightly tapped.
Word of law suppress.
Instantly a domain interwoven with gray-white and emerald green spread out.
What's happening? My lightning is flowing backward.
The first realm lord realized in terror that his divine ability was retracting into his palm.
It's acceleration.
Shurchen didn't even bother to lift his eyelids.
I've slowed your movements by 1,000-fold and accelerated your decay by 100,000-fold.
Another realm lord tried to assist, but found the surrounding space had become unbreakable. Yangmei the great immortal tucked his sleeves before him and softly uttered a single word.
Seal.
Space solidified, and that realm lord widened his eyes in despair, his primordial spirit locked within his physical body. Nüwa gave no chance for mercy. She formed a blade with her fingers, and a wisp of creation sword chi silently pierced through the first realm lord's brow, annihilating his primordial spirit. One out-of-realm lord had fallen.
This is impossible.
The remaining three realm lords were terrified out of their wits, their earlier arrogance vanished entirely. They frantically tried to break through the formation and flee, but no matter how they teleported, they found themselves stuck in place. Nüwa sighed, then flicked two more fingers, directly suppressing two realm lords into green spheres, and crushed them with a casual squeeze, their souls obliterated. As for the last one, who tried to beg for mercy, Yangmei casually waved, banishing him into the endless void.
Too weak, like bullying children.
Shurchen shook his head. With the fall of their leaders, the out-of-realm coalition collapsed instantly. Wang Lin stood frozen, watching the three figures who decided life and death with casual words, a turbulent storm rising in his heart. Seeing Wang Lin stunned, Shurchen flashed before him and smiled.
Little one, we are members of the All Heavens Proxy Mission Group. Remember to give us a good review.
Wang Lin was shocked. This was the power of the All Heavens Proxy Mission Group. If they were willing to help, could Wayner be saved? Wang Lin clasped his fists and bowed respectfully.
Senior, can you save Wayner? One is willing to pay any price. Very well, before that I will show you something remarkable.
With these words, Shurchen implanted a fragment of Wang Lin, resurrecting Wayner into Wang Lin's mind.
I never imagined that I would ultimately resurrect Wayner myself.
Wang Lin's heart surged with ecstasy upon receiving the memory.
I offer you two choices. One, I shall personally intervene to resurrect her. To your flowing moon divine ability contains the laws of time. I can impart some insights to enhance its power.
Shurchen's voice resounded within Wang Lin's mind. Wang Lin fell into a dilemma. Choice 1, Wayner could be revived earlier. Choice 2, he could receive guidance from a mysterious supreme being. After some deliberation, Wang Lin spoke.
Senior, I choose the second option.
Based on the future fragment, he knew he could resurrect Wayner himself. Thus, enhancing his strength was clearly more important.
Excellent.
Shurchen nodded, then lightly tapped his fingertips, sending insights into the laws of time, flooding into Wang Lin's mind.
Such profound laws of time.
Wang Lin's pupils constricted sharply. The laws imparted by the other were distinctly different from the time passage ability he had mastered. Being exceptionally intelligent, he gained substantial insights in merely a moment. Wang Lin released some low cultivation beasts to test his newfound power.
Divine ability Flowing Moon.
A desolate voice echoed as the beasts' bodies withered and aged.
8,000 years in a single breath.
Wang Lin was astonished, realizing how profound the senior's understanding of the Tao of time was. A casual instruction had increased the power of Flowing Moon nearly tenfold.
Thank you, Senior, for the grace of imparting the Tao.
Wang Lin bowed deeply. This bow came from the heart. In his countless years of cultivation, few had treated him with sincerity.
Waiter can be saved.
Wang Lin's expression was fervent hope rekindled.
Young one, your talent is remarkable. I refrain from reviving her myself to temper you,
said Qin. Wang Lin's lips moved, but words failed him. With a mind as sharp as a demon's, he understood that the other meant no harm, and was merely honing him.
I comprehend your profound intention, Senior.
Wang Lin clasped his fists in salute once more.
Child, do not listen to him.
As the words fell, Nüwa's figure appeared before them. Wang Lin carefully examined Nüwa. Her aura was no less formidable than the senior who had imparted the Tao. Moreover, her graceful figure and peerless beauty were ethereal, unlike anything of the mortal realm. Having cultivated for a millennium, he had seen countless beauties. Even someone like Liu Mei was unworthy to hold her sandals before this woman. She bore a sacred aura as if inviolable.
Child, you have suffered. I, Nüwa of this palace, can revive your wainer now. Bring forth her nascent soul,
said Nüwa. Wang Lin was dumbfounded. After a millennium of cultivation, he was being called a child. It was utterly absurd. Yet to these primordial beings, he was indeed a child. After all, primordial beings often close their gates for eons. Wang Lin dared not ask or speak, merely casting an uncertain glance at Qin. Seeing Qin nod, he finally relaxed and retrieved Li Muwen's nascent soul from the tiny pearl. Nüwa examined it and immediately discerned the issue.
Senior Nüwa, can you truly save Wainer?
Wang Lin's expression was agitated, his face full of anxiety. Li Muwen was the obsession of his cultivation path now. That a being of such power could revive her, he could no longer contain his emotions.
She had reached the end of her lifespan. Though you preserved her nascent soul, you were unaware that her soul was incomplete,
Nüwa said. Hearing this, Wang Lin was stunned. A soul incomplete? How could this be?
Child, do not fret. This matter is not difficult for me.
With these words, Nüwa's body radiated azure light of creation.
River of time manifest. Word of law, flesh, reforged soul, restored, bestow eternal life.
As the command was uttered, Li Muwen's figure appeared in the river of time. Nüwa then froze time at the moment of Li Muwen's death and retrieved her corpse from the river. Immediately after, the flesh was reforged, its strength continuously enhanced, and finally, the soul was completed and returned. Nüwa had done this deliberately. She could have revived Li Muwen directly, but such simplicity might have felt unreal to Wang Lin. By making the process more elaborate, she eased Wang Lin's emotions, certainly not for any praise.
Child, I have revived your beloved. She will awaken in 3 days.
Nüwa paused and added,
Her cultivation now rivals the 7th step with an endless lifespan. You need not worry about her longevity anymore.
Wang Lin's pupils constricted sharply, creating a 7th step powerhouse with a casual gesture. What terrifying strength was this? He gasped deeply, then quickly clasped his fists.
Thank you, Senior.
Nüwa nodded slightly and continued with the task. Though the remaining work was meticulous, the 3 great beings executed it with utmost professionalism. Nüwa wielded the power of creation to mend the earth veins, Yang may reshape the spatial barriers, and Qin forcibly pulled the shattered threads of time back to their proper course. The once broken sealing array was not only restored to its former glory by their combined efforts, but also instilled terror in the souls of cultivators beyond the realm. This array would leave even a 9th step powerhouse battered and bloody before it. As the final wisp of golden light faded into the starry sky, Wang Lin finally came to his senses. With the remaining few thousand sealing cultivators behind him, he bowed solemnly in the void.
The grace of your reconstruction, Senior, shall never be forgotten by the billions of beings in this sealed realm.
The 3 exchanged smiles and departed from the CNNI world, returning to the Primordial Era. In the Primordial Era, within the Pantheon Task Group, Task rating SSS perfect. The petitioner Wan Ling gave a superb review. Base points 50 million. Lucky Halo bonus 20 total points 60 million. Team split. Nüwa, Shurchun, and Yang may each receive 20 million. Group leader receives 6 million.
Tisk, big contracts are truly big contracts,
Qin Feng said with delight. The group chat had already erupted. Ancestral Dragon.
Nüwa, Yang, Mei Shurchun, your points are growing so fast. Even my eyes are turning green. 20 million points. How many drops of Panda's blood essence could that buy?
Ding. Group member Nüwa sent an exclusive red packet to Qin 1 million points. Ding. Group member Shurchun sent an exclusive red packet to Qin 1 million points. Ding. Group member Yang Mei sent an exclusive red packet to Qin 1 million points. Qin.
Oh my! You three are far too generous.
Yang.
Tisk, old Taoist Qin, you're earning more from your lucky halo than from taking tasks. Sitting in your own dojo sipping tea, raking in millions of points. What do you call that? Earning while lying down.
Qin.
Not at all, not at all. It's all thanks to the favor of you fellow Taoists.
Jiayin.
This poor monk's heart cannot calm down seeing these points. When will I ever have such fortune?
Juanti.
Elder brother, all our Western assets combined couldn't even match the spare change from these red packets. We must strive harder. If there's another team battle, we must squeeze in no matter what.
Ancestral Dragon.
It's because this ancestor was a step too slow. Team tasks are truly rewarding. Seeing you three dripping with wealth, the treasures in my dragon palace suddenly seem lackluster. Nüwa, if you ever need a frontline tank, remember to call me.
Yuan Feng.
Crude. Only knowing slaughter, lacking any elegance.
Qilin.
Enough, stop being sour here. The points mall has updated again. Take a look.
Upon seeing the message, everyone began to browse. Ding. The group chat activity has recently reached the threshold, triggering a special benefit. Limited time flash sale on the Primordial Chaos Golden Immortal Breakthrough Package. Original price 1 billion points, flash sale price 100 million points, only 2 available. Upon seeing the message, everyone erupted in the group chat. Primal Qilin.
Group leader, are you serious?
Yang Ancestor.
This discount is too steep.
Jiayin.
My junior brother and I combined don't have that much. Heavens, why must I see this price?
Raha.
Damn it, this is a chance to attain the Tao, yet I have no points.
Qin Feng Group Leader.
Fellow cultivators, hurry up and raise funds, quickly complete tasks. Opportunities are reserved for those with points.
Raha.
Qin Feng Group Leader Senior, it's not that we're unwilling to do tasks, but there are too few, and the star ratings are low. The points awarded aren't much.
Hongjun.
Raha, you speak the truth. Currently, the highest task is only 50 million points, and that's split 3 ways.
Qin Feng frowned, feeling they were right. The system indeed hadn't taken on high-star tasks. Even with the package discounted to 100 million points, they still couldn't afford it.
System, think of something. Give me a high-point, high-difficulty task, otherwise they'll never be able to buy the package, and I won't be able to earn points while lying back.
Ding. Host, don't worry. This system has it figured out. Since we offered a discount, high-star tasks will naturally appear.
Haha, with you saying that, I'm wide awake now.
Qin Feng was overjoyed. Indeed, the system was the most reliable. Just as everyone was still lamenting their insufficient points, the system's voice rang out again. Ding. A new proxy mission has been released. A massive light screen materialized, causing every group member to hold their breath. Mission named Top 7-Star Raid. Devouring the starry sky world background, the human domain is suddenly attacked by a coalition of the Zerd monster and mechanical races. Chaos City Lord is trapped in the core battlefield. Luohu Feng and other universe masters fight a bloody battle, and human fate hangs in the balance. Requester Chaos City Lord requirement: repel the 3-race coalition and protect the human domain. Base points 1. 8 billion. Suggestion: strength of Golden Immortal or above required. Everyone went completely wild. 180 million points. If they could complete this single mission, the flash sale package would be nothing. Hongjun.
Finally, a challenging task has arrived.
Yuan Feng.
If I can snag this, I can buy the package.
Ancestor Dragon.
1.
Primal Qilin.
1.
Emyong.
Ancestor Dragon Primal Qilin, what are you 2-1 ing for? Are you also this Empress?
Ancestor Dragon.
Scram. This ancestor was just too lazy to type.
Primal Qilin. 1. Rahu.
This mission I accept.
Before anyone else could even read the words decisive slaughter in the mission description, Raha's name had already slammed onto the acceptance column. This explosion of survival instinct and wealth-building desire produced a hand speed that even Church and the demon of time manipulation couldn't react to. System notification mission snatched by Rahu. Teleporting immediately. Ancestor Dragon.
Missed again. What use are these claws of mine?
Emyong.
Rahu is trying to raise money for the Saint Package flash sale. If he succeeds, how will we survive in the future?
Hongjun.
If Rahu succeeds, he might be the first to attain the Tao. This is a great opportunity.
Qin Feng.
Since everyone is so interested, let's start a live broadcast of the mission.
With a tap of his finger, a massive water mirror materialized in the void. As the image appeared, deafening explosions and energy fluctuations capable of tearing apart stars swept through. It was a civilization of a different law from the primordial world. In the dark, cold vacuum of space, countless interstellar motherships tens of thousands of miles in diameter spewed auroras capable of annihilating galaxies. At the center of the chaotic battlefield, a figure in a black robe with 4 ancient swords strapped to his back and radiating a terrifying murderous aura slowly stepped out from a spatial rift. Rahu lowered his head slightly, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth.
I love slaughter the most.
He raised his eyelids, gave a light flick of his sleeve, and a cold shout exploded across the primordial universe.
Demon domain, 10,000 calamities return to void.
In an instant, the once brilliant starry river was forcibly dyed a deathly gray. 9 demonic dragons formed entirely from the laws of destruction roared out from the void. The 9 supreme powerhouses capable of dominating the cosmic sea without even a chance to scream were devoured by the 9 demonic dragons one by one like candy beans crunched crisply.
Haha, little bugs become my nourishment.
As his words fell, Rahu directly summoned the 4 swords of Juxian.
Juxian sword formation, rise.
The Juxian sword formation instantly locked onto the 3-race coalition, then expanded tens of thousands of times, enveloping them, devouring the starry sky, depths of the cosmic sea.
Such terrifying energy fluctuations. Is it a technique left by the original ancestor?
Zwishanku muttered to himself, then employed a technique to investigate. After a moment, Zwishanku was shocked.
It's not the original ancestor's technique. The power displayed by that mysterious figure is enough to reach the realm of sainthood.
I can sense he hasn't even used his full power. His true strength is probably comparable to mine at my peak. Moreover, it's a cultivation system I've never seen before.
Zwishanku fell into deep thought, baffled as to how the other could disregard the will of the primordial universe and descend with such formidable power.
He himself was once a god king, yet he had to obey the will of the primordial universe.
I am inferior. I must find Luohu to ask about this.
Zwishanku sighed softly. Back at Raha's location in the primordial universe.
Explode? Art is an explosion. Art is slaughter.
Rahu had gone berserk. Boom. The entire primordial universe trembled. The 3-race coalition was annihilated in an instant. 1 breath to descend, 1 breath to strike, 1 breath to finish.
Word of law, river of time manifest. Reversal of time and space.
In an instant, the 3-race coalition was resurrected, all in confusion.
Strange, wasn't I killed? How am I alive again? Could there be a being beyond the Supreme who saved us?
A cruel smile curled on Raha's lips.
Kill!
As the words fell, Raha's form constantly shuttled through the primordial universe. Wherever his shadow passed, the 3-race coalition was slaughtered. A blissful smile spread across Raha's face.
Boring. Become nourishment. Word of law, Tao says die.
The battlefield fell silent instantly as the 3-race coalition was slain in a flash. Primordial World All Heavens Enforcer Group. Qin Feng watched the scene and couldn't help but exclaim.
Truly insane. That's Rahu for you.
Hongjun sent a smiling emoji.
Rahu is a real madman. Committing such atrocities, isn't he afraid of being struck by lightning?
Qin Feng.
Hongjun, not quite. Back then Qin and I was even more insane than Luohu.
Qilin.
My junior brother, and I have just taken form. May I ask seniors who is Qin and I?
Hongjun.
Qin and I is the remnant thought of a chaos demon god.
Juanti.
Senior Hongjun and Senior Luohu is already very powerful. Is Qin and I even stronger than Senior Luohu?
Hongjun.
Very well, I shall tell you about Qin and I. Raha's strength cannot compare to Qin and I's. During the Bee's tribulation, Qin and I sought to overthrow the primordial world and reopen chaos. I, together with Taoist Yang Mei, Taoist Qin Feng, and that wretch Luohu, combined our 4 powers to barely slay Qin and I.
Qilin.
Gasp. That powerful.
Yang Mei.
Qilin indeed. The Juxian sword formation originated from Qin and I. The God-slaying spear, originally named Jiuxia God-slaying spear, is a chaos supreme treasure, and also belonged to Qin and I.
Qin Feng saw the message in the group, a flicker of reminiscence passing through his mind, and sent a message.
Back then the battle with Qin and I lasted for untold eons. We 4 exhausted Qin and I to death, and the Jiuxia God-slaying spear was damaged in the process.
Hongjun.
Qin Feng, that's right. Raha took advantage while we weren't paying attention and snatched the gains. Damn him!
Qin Feng saw the group chatting about the past, and couldn't help but chuckle. He didn't interrupt and continued watching the live broadcast. In the frame, the Chaos City Lord stared blankly at the scene before him. He swallowed hard and turned to the black-robed figure, asking,
May I ask, who exactly are you, esteemed one?
Luohu slowly turned, casting an indifferent glance over the crowd.
I am Luohu.
Not far away, Luo Feng's eyes widened abruptly.
Luohu. Isn't that the demon ancestor from Chinese mythology? How is this possible?
Luohu glanced at the Chaos City Lord and said,
I have fulfilled your request. Now that the task is done, remember to leave a good review on the back end, understood?
Before the Chaos City Lord could react, Luohu's gaze shifted to Luo Feng. He remarked,
This little one has excellent bone structure and a decisive killer instinct, a fine seed for demonic cultivation. It's a pity you were born in this world with incomplete laws, but your future is boundless.
Luo Feng's heart pounded wildly as he thought in terror.
Such oppressive aura, even the mightiest in the universe pales in comparison. With my current strength, I probably can't withstand even a single blow from him.
As Luo Feng's mind wandered, Luohu's demonic energy surged, completely shedding his earlier transcendent demeanor. Pointing at Luo Feng, he said,
By the way, you'll write me a good review too, 100,000 characters.
Huh? Luo Feng was stunned.
I said write a good review? 100,000 characters, miss even one, and it'll refine this entire universe.
Luohu frowned impatiently. Luo Feng broke out in a cold sweat and nodded frantically.
Yes. It's just a good review. This junior will write it right away.
Qin Feng couldn't help but laugh as he watched Luohu supervise the Chaos City Lord and Luo Feng writing reviews.
Good grief, the universe's tyrant has fallen into Luohu's hands.
Luo Feng and the Chaos City Lord exchanged a glance, their faces full of bitter smiles. When one is speechless, one is simply speechless. Luo Feng looked helplessly at the Chaos City Lord.
Master, do we really have to write a good review?
The Chaos City Lord's face was filled with bitterness.
Let's write it. Senior Luohu saved our human race. A mere good review is nothing. Not to mention just the 2 of us. What if we had everyone from the Virtual Universe Company do it?
Luo Feng said.
But that's 100,000 characters.
The Chaos City Lord replied.
100,000 characters is nothing. At our level, we can finish it in a few minutes.
Hearing this, Luohu seemed lost in thought, as if a new door had opened. He only caught the phrase, what if we had everyone from the Virtual Universe Company do it? Luohu cleared his throat and urged.
Write quickly. I'm in a hurry.
The Chaos City Lord. Luo Feng. 2.5 minutes later.
The task is done. I'm off.
With those words, Luohu departed. In the Primordial Era, the fighter group. A system notification chimed. Luohu has returned to the Primordial Era. Ding. detected that the petitioners Luo Feng and Chaos City Lord have submitted a total of 200,000 characters of praise essays. Sincere emotions, eloquent wording, judged as super good review. Task settlement in progress. 7-star solo mission completed. Base points 180 million. Lucky Aura bonus 20. Super good review bonus 20. Congratulations to group member Luohu. Final points earned 259. 2 million. Luohu said.
Qianquan ancestor, take this. I'm rewarding you.
Group message. Luohu sent an exclusive red packet. Qianquan claimed it, instantly trembling with excitement as he saw the 96 million points credited.
Thank you, fellow Taoist. You are generous. The demon ancestor's power is boundless. From now on, if anyone speaks ill of the demon ancestor, this old Taoist will smash them with a Qianquan cauldron.
Qianquan ancestor had finally achieved true wealth, more than if he had exhausted himself with 10 tasks. In reality, after some deliberation, Hongjun decided to seek Luohu's help. The breakthrough to Hunyuan Daoyue Golden Immortal was a limited-time flash sale. If Luohu was willing to lend him points, it would be a huge gain. However, Luohu was not easily swayed. He was not so easy to deal with. At most, he could offer Luohu some extra interest. With this in mind, Hongjun quickly sent a private message to Luohu.
Congratulations, fellow Taoist Luohu. This poor Taoist has a matter to discuss.
Luohu was about to go on a shopping spree in the mall when he saw the private message. He raised an eyebrow and replied with a sneering emoji. Luohu said,
Speak.
Hongjun said,
The breakthrough package for Hunyuan Daoyue Golden Immortal. After you purchase one, only the last one remains. This poor Taoist wishes to borrow 100 million points from you.
Inside the Demon Ancestor Palace, Luohu almost burst out laughing. Old man Hongjun reduced to begging for a loan. Luohu said,
Lend it to you. On what grounds? Do I look like I run a charity?
Hongjun seemed to have anticipated Luohu's reaction and replied swiftly.
This poor Taoist is willing to swear a great Tao oath to repay the principal and interest after completing subsequent tasks. Moreover, I am willing to repay an extra 10 million as interest. If I break this oath, may my Tao path be severed.
Luohu stared at the line of text, pondered for a moment, and decided to agree. Luohu said,
Deal. Swear the oath.
Moments later, a ripple of the great Tao oath flashed across the void of the Primordial Era. Ding. Group member Luohu transferred 100 million points to group member Hongjun.
Those two old fellows are really going all out to pay to win.
Qin Feng shook his head as he saw the group message, watching Luohu's avatar quickly dim, clearly heading straight for the mall. The next second, a notification of inventory change popped up in the mall. Ding. One top-grade Hunyuan Daoyue Golden Immortal Breakthrough Package has been sold. Buyer Luohu. Then the system prompt sounded again. Use immediately.
Yes.
As Luohu confirmed his choice, an indescribable profound fluctuation instantly enveloped the entire Mount Sumeru. Qin Feng instinctively sat up straight, his gaze locked on the live broadcast screen projected by the system. In the frame, Luohu sat cross-legged. The moment the Hunyuan Daoyue Golden Immortal Dao fruit was used, countless dark red slaughter runes rained down from the void like a storm. Luohu was completely enveloped in a massive blood-red cocoon. Soon a terrifying pressure emerged. The blood cocoon shattered, and Luohu's eyes snapped open, two beams of blood light tearing through billions of miles of chaos. The pressure descended, shaking the Primordial Era. The fighter group began to buzz. System announcement: congratulations to group member Luohu for successfully using the Sage package, achieving the status of Hunyuan Daoyue Golden Immortal. System announcement: the Primordial Era fighter group now has its first Sage, triggering the group chat upgrade condition. System announcement: group level increased LV1 LV2. With the series of notifications, Qin Feng felt a surge of pure ultimate origin power instantly feed back into his body. As the group leader, even sitting still without moving, his cultivation slowly climbed, and the Hunyuan Wuji Daoyue Golden Immortal mana within him grew ever more perfected. System announcement: group level raised to LV2, Saint level resource zone unlocked. New feature unlocked, lottery. Meanwhile, the group chat had erupted into chaos. Ancestral Dragon said,
Luohu actually achieved enlightenment first, Primordial Phoenix said. Alas, not enough points to buy the Hongjun Luo package, Qin Ancestor said. Everyone look at the group announcement. The group has been upgraded and there's something new. With Qin Ancestor's exclamation, a lottery wheel appeared on every group member's interface. Lottery wheel explanation: single draw costs 100,000 points. Pity mechanism: 100 consecutive draws guarantee a law fragment or the essence of a primal spiritual treasure. 1,000 consecutive draws guarantee a complete law or the essence of a chaos spiritual treasure, while 100,000 consecutive draws guarantee a chaos supreme treasure or a divine ability. Ancestral Dragon. 100,000 per draw. That's daylight robbery. 100 consecutive draws cost 10 million. Who can afford that? Qin. Hey, you just don't get it. Look at that pity reward. If you happen to get the essence of a chaos supreme treasure, it'd be worth a lifetime. Why do I suddenly feel a bit itchy? Qian. Even with the reward money I received, I can't afford even 1,000 consecutive draws. The pity reward for 100 draws is a law fragment. If I could complete the law of Qian, it would be worthwhile for me. Jane. Junior brother, did you see that? A Hongming spiritual treasure. If we could obtain it, would stand tall. Xuan. Senior brother, but with our meager points, we can't even manage 10 consecutive draws. Just as the crowd was buzzing with discussion, Luohu appeared in the group chat. Luohu. Hongjun, old man Hongjun, I have returned. The realm of Hongjun Luo Jingxian is more exquisite beyond imagination. By the way, remember to complete your tasks and repay the debt with interest. Hongjun. Understood. Congratulations, Daoist Luohu. The debt will naturally be repaid. You are now a saint with boundless fortune. Why not try your luck with this new lottery system while the momentum of your enlightenment still lingers? Luohu. I have no interest in such lowly means as gambling. Qin. Could it be that the demon ancestor fears his luck might be poor, embarrassing a saint before us? Indeed, how awkward it would be if he drew only junk. Luohu. Qin, are you questioning my fortune? Such childish provocation has no effect on me. Ancestral Dragon chimed in. Luohu, draw. Don't dawdle. Let me see just how blessed your luck truly is. Seated in his demon palace, Luohu claimed disinterest, yet he couldn't help but waver, feeling as though something within the lottery pool was calling to him. He glanced at the tens of millions of points remaining in his account. Not spending felt like a lack of ceremony. Luohu. Fine. I shall show you all what true fortune looks like. Group member Luohu initiated a live broadcast of 100 consecutive draws. Qin. Luohu, damn, are you serious? Nüwa, who had been lurking, couldn't resist surfacing. Nüwa. A lottery system. I didn't expect this function to be open already. No need to wait for the first mission. In an instant, all eyes were on Luohu, the pressure immense. Having just attained enlightenment at the peak of his prestige, backing down under such scrutiny would surely make him look weak before Hongjun. Ding. You have consumed 10 million points for 100 consecutive draws. The entire group chat interface was bathed in dazzling golden light, radiant and shimmering with fleeting shadows of countless divine treasures, a spectacle of unparalleled grandeur. Qin nervously rubbed his hands. It's coming! It's coming! Xuan's eyes widened as he shouted to Jane. Senior brother, look! Ancestral Dragon held his breath, murmuring. Strange, why am I more nervous than him? Hongjun analyzed. The pity reward for 100 draws is a law fragment, or the essence of a lower-grade primal spiritual treasure. This is still useful for quasi-sages, but for a Hongjun Luo it's merely icing on the cake. The golden wheel slowly came to a halt. Then 100 light orbs of varying sizes and radiance burst forth, hovering in the public interface. The 100 consecutive draws have ended. Congratulations on obtaining the following items. Low-grade spirit stones, 50 millennium spirit herbs, 30 postnatal spiritual treasure fragments, 15 slaughter law fragments, for primal supreme treasure essence. 1 Luohu's brow furrowed instantly at the result. Out of 100 draws, the truly valuable items were the 4 slaughter law fragments and the primal spiritual treasure essence provided as the pity reward.
Silence fell over the group. Luohu.
Is that all?
He had spent 10 million points for this. Though the law fragments aligned with his innate law and the spiritual treasure essence wasn't a loss, the outcome was far too underwhelming. It didn't suit his status at all. Ancestral Yin-Yang sent a stifled laughter emoji.
Ahem. Daoist, your luck is truly steady.
Qianquan quickly tried to smooth things over.
No loss. No loss. The pity reward gave a primal spiritual treasure essence, and you got 4 extra law fragments. That's a huge win.
Yet everyone could see how hollow this praise was. For Luo, who newly enlightened, his first draw yielding merely no loss would be a joke for eons across the primordial world. Qin Feng watched, nearly laughing aloud.
Trying to show off, and now you've overdone it.
In the west on Mount Sumeru, Luohu sighed softly, fusing the primal supreme treasure essence into his Juexian sword, then messaged the group.
Everyone, the primal spiritual treasure essence is a good thing.
Ancestral Dragon. Yuan Feng. Primordial Qilin.
Luohu, elaborate.
Qianquan.
Daoist Luohu, why do you say that?
Yin-Yang.
Luohu, you're not driven mad by bad luck, are you? What good could come from a pity reward?
Luohu sneered at the screen, deciding to share the information. Luohu.
Yin-Yang, what do you know? After I fused the spiritual treasure essence into the Juexian sword, its power increased by 0.5%.
The crowd gasped at the news. A top-grade primal spiritual treasure enhanced by a trace of supreme treasure essence could boost its power by 0.5%. The improvement seemed modest, but at their level even such a boost could be decisive in battle. Moreover, Luohu's 4 swords of Juexian were immensely powerful. One day, they might rival Hongming's spiritual treasures. Ding. A new quest has been received. Host, would you like to view it? Startled by the system prompt, Qin Feng quickly said.
System accepted. I want to see what this quest is.
Ding, connection successful. Host may view it at will. In the world of Tiga in Japan. Evening on a hill in Hikaricho. Abiko knelt on the ground, striking his black pot with a wooden ladle again and again, tears streaming down his cheeks. From the pot's mouth, wisps of white smoke rose, conjuring a phantom of 300 years past, children chasing and playing on the ridges, farmers returning with hoes under the sunset, and smoke curling from every rooftop. The phantom lasted only a moment before shattering. The screech of brakes echoed as the victory team's Ram car skidded to a halt at the foot of the hill. Shinjo leaped out first, raising his hyper gun and locking onto the figure atop the hill through the scope, shouting,
Target spotted. At the summit.
Rina followed closely, her face filled with concern.
Shinjo, perhaps Abiko means no harm.
Upon seeing the victory team, Abiko grew excited, hopping and pointing.
Look! That's the knight of the old village. Our village is back. The old village has returned.
Abiko pointed ahead, hopping.
Look! That's the village watchtower. Over there is a clear stream, and beyond it the lotus pond. The village is back. The old village is back. Ha ha!
Daigo stepped forward.
Abiko, that's not the village. You're lying. I saw it.
Abiko's face twisted as he spoke. Daigo urged again.
The old village vanished long ago.
At that moment, Abiko's expression grew even more ferocious.
If this isn't the old village, then it'll destroy this place. Orbic, stop this. If you keep going...
Upon hearing this, Orbic snarled.
Stop. I just want the village as it was before. I just want to go home. Is that wrong?
He suddenly raised the black pot in his hands, dark energy beginning to run wild.
Since I can't go back, then let everything.
Just as he was about to lose control, a voice echoed deep within his mind.
Ding. Detected intense nostalgic obsession. Connecting to primordial substitute group. Do you truly wish to go home? Not the illusion before you, but a real home.
Orbic shuddered, looking around.
Who? Who's speaking? I am the master of the primordial substitute group. I can rebuild your home from 300 years ago. The price is a good review and 100 years of your demonic energy.
Orbic gritted his teeth without hesitation.
I'll give it. I'll give anything. Just let me see the real village one more time.
Contract established. The conflict erupted. Daigo raised the sparklets in his hand. Primordial Multiverse Substitute Group.
The Tiga World. How amusing. Turning into light means boiling Daigo into soup.
Qin Feng laughed heartily, then said,
System, how many stars is this mission? Ding! 7-star single-player standard mission Tiga World Orbix Obsession. Mission background: Orbix hometown is on the verge of disappearing due to modern urban development. The illusion born from his obsession is being besieged by the human defense organization, the Victory Team. Petitioner Orbic. Base points 50 million. Special requirement: help the petitioner fulfill his wish.
Hongjun.
Qin Feng Group Master, Senior Group Master, when will there be a mission? This old Taoist hasn't taken a single one yet.
Yang.
Tisk tisk tsk. It seems Hongjun is getting anxious.
Luohu.
Shield of Mockery. Can he not be anxious when he owes me 100 million points?
Jiayin.
My junior brother, and I have never managed to claim a mission.
Xuanti.
What my senior brother says is true. We two brothers are pitiful.
Qin Feng Group Master.
Everyone, there's a mission already. I'm posting it in the group now.
Everyone relaxed when they saw the 50 million point reward. Ancestral Dragon.
50 million points is enough for this ancestor to whet his appetite.
Ancestral Yang.
Oh, the old mud eel is showing off again.
Ancestral Dragon.
Yang, you old fool.
Primordial Phoenix.
This empress will take it.
Qianquan.
I also want to stretch my limbs.
Qin Feng watched the reactions in the group, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Qin Feng Group Master.
As usual, whoever grabs it gets it. System notification: congratulations to group member Primordial Phoenix for claiming the mission.
Qin Feng Group Master.
Primordial Phoenix, make amends for Orbix regrets, and also let the people of this world know what respect means.
Primordial Phoenix.
Understood.
The rest went unspoken, but everyone present understood her meaning. In the Tiga world inside the command room, Captain Megumi Aruma gave the order calmly.
Understood. All members prepare to support Tiga. But Captain Orbic seems...
Rina tried to plead. Vice Captain Seiichi Minakata interrupted sternly.
Rina, follow orders. Tiga.
A brilliant pillar of light shot into the sky, and the giant of light descended with a thunderous impact. Tiga assumed his classic fighting stance, arms crossed before his chest. On the mountaintop, Orbic looked at the colossal giant of light, who seemed to hold up the heavens, and they began to fight. Meanwhile, the live stream room of the substitute group exploded with chatter. Yang.
Everyone place your bets. Bet on how many breaths it will take for fellow Taoist Primordial Phoenix to end this. Bets are placed, no take-backs.
Ancestral Dragon.
This ancestor bets 1 low-grade spiritual treasure on 1 breath.
Luohu snorted coldly.
I bet 1 mid-grade spiritual treasure on 3 breaths. Shall need to assess the situation first and understand the karmic ties.
Nüwa sent a shaking head emoji.
Everyone, please don't be like this.
Hongjun.
Stop arguing, it's starting.
In the live stream, a multicolored teleportation pillar of light appeared silently behind Orbic. However, Tiga's hand-light arrow had already been fired, flying straight for Orbic's brow. Yang yelled in panic.
Ah! It's going to blow. It's going to blow. Too late.
Ancestral Dragon roared directly.
Primordial Phoenix, hurry.
In the Tiga world. At the critical moment, a streak of multicolored light shot out from the teleportation pillar, leaving after arriving first. The light arrow was gently blocked by a multicolored barrier that appeared out of thin air. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, with Tiga frozen in his attacking pose. The members of the Victory Team, both inside and outside their vehicles, were all dumbstruck. The pillar of light dissipated, and a figure materialized before Orbic. She was dressed in magnificent Crimson Palace attire. Her phoenix eyes were narrow, exuding authority without anger. A faint multicolored divine light swirled around her. Primordial Phoenix lowered her gaze, glancing indifferently at Orbic before her. At the same time, Tiga felt an unprecedented, terrifying pressure. The colossal giant involuntarily took half a step back, assuming a defensive stance.
It'll give you 1 chance to attack. Let this Empress see your strength,
said Primordial Phoenix.
Cha!
Tiga immediately switched to his powerful form and unleashed the Delatium light stream.
Too slow.
Primordial Phoenix shook her head. With just a look she dissipated the dilatium light stream that was about to reach her.
Break!
With her words, manifesting reality, Primordial Phoenix blasted Tiga back into his human form. She turned to Orbic and spoke calmly.
This Empress is Primordial Phoenix from the Primordial Substitution Group. I am here to fulfill your wish.
The moment Primordial Phoenix descended, she had examined all the karma of this world, and naturally learned its language. Orbic stood frozen, realizing he could not move either. Ignoring him, Primordial Phoenix gently drew a line in the air.
Riot!
With a soft sound, she tore a pitch-black rift in the void itself. Behind the rift was a vibrant pastoral scene. A babbling brook, a creaking water wheel, and barefoot children chasing and playing on the ridges of the rice paddies. In the nearby village, wisps of cooking smoke rose from the rooftops of every house. The air was filled with the fragrance of earth and the aroma of home-cooked meals. Using the power of a primordial golden immortal, Primordial Phoenix directly extracted a fragment of real time and space from 300 years ago within this world's river of history and solidified it here.
This is...
Orbic's murky eyes widened instantly, tears streaming down his face like a broken dam.
The village. It's my village.
Primordial Multiverse Substitute Group. Inside the group chat, it was in utter chaos. Ancestral Yin-Yang.
Holy shit. Temporal extraction. Primordial Phoenix is something else.
Timekeeper Daoist.
The manipulation of time laws is a bit crude, but sufficient for such a low-level plane.
Luohu.
A petty trick. Once you cultivate to the primordial golden immortal realm, who doesn't know a few other laws?
On the other side, ignoring the uproar, in the group, Primordial Phoenix flicked her finger. A wisp of divine fire transformed into a brand and sank into Orbic's brow.
This is a cave heaven granted to you as a sanctuary. The entrance lies within this brand. Within this cave heaven, the flow of time is governed by your will. A single day in the outer world may be 100 years within, or even 1,000. Should an outsider intrude upon your peace, the nirvana flame shall sear their soul, denying them reincarnation for eternity.
As the words fell, everyone felt as if an invisible hand had seized their very souls. They felt as though they were being scorched upon raging flames, a tremor originating from the depths of their spirit that would be etched into their memory forever. Shinjo mustered his courage and demanded,
You bastard! Who are you? What have you qdone to Tiga?
Yuan Feng spoke calmly.
I am Yuan Feng.
Munakata gritted his teeth.
You cannot do this. Tiga has protected Earth countless times. You protected.
Yuan Feng interrupted, stepping through the air to stand before the DLAM vehicle. The entire Guts team instinctively retreated. Yuan Feng's gaze swept over them.
How selfish are you? Did you ever ask how others felt? To draw your blades without knowing the truth, you truly deserve death.
With that, Yuan Feng flicked her finger, and a single spark landed on the ground before the DLAM vehicle.
Begone!
Megumi's voice crackled through the communicator.
All members retreat.
Shinjo protested.
Captain! But Daigo,
Megumi replied.
That is an order. Retreat immediately. That is not an entity we can oppose.
Munakata took a deep breath and commanded.
All units retreat.
The Guts members exchanged glances, lifted the unconscious Daigo, and fled in haste. Rina held Daigo in her arms, in the vehicle, tears streaming down her face.
Daigo! Tiga! Thud!
Seeing the Guts team leave, Abiko fell to his knees, kowtowing with all his might.
Thank you, Celestial. Thank you for the grace of rebirth. Abiko shall never forget.
Yuan Feng nodded slightly, not sparing him another glance. She slowly lifted her gaze, instantly locking onto TPC headquarters.
This monster is under my protection. Should you dare to disturb it again.
She reached out into the vast Pacific Ocean and grasped the air. In an instant, at every seismic monitoring station, energy detection facility, and satellite surveillance center across the globe, alarms blared to the heavens, and needles instantly maxed out. At the bottom of the Pacific, the ruins of Raya. Gatanozoa's body was yanked forth, suspended directly in the air. In the blink of an eye, its body exploded, leaving not even a trace of its existence behind. The sea level of the entire Pacific Ocean visibly dropped by a hair from this act. Having done all this, Yuan Feng withdrew her gaze, her voice echoing once more.
This shall be an example.
With those words, she fixed her gaze on Daigo, gathering a wisp of nirvana flame at her fingertip and channeling it into his body. As all settled into silence, Yuan Feng's form dissolved into motes of iridescent light scattering upon the wind. In the Primordial Era, the substitute fighters group, Ancestral Dragon sent a laughing emoji.
Yuan Feng, that woman of yours is something else.
Luohu, in a rare move, typed 2 words followed by a approving emoji.
Swift and decisive. Quite impressive.
3 days later. In the Tiga World TPC headquarters, the highest level emergency meeting room. Director Sawai stared gravely at the screen and issued the command.
I hereby declare the town of Hizun and its surrounding 50-kilometer radius a Class S permanent restricted zone. Sever all access routes. No personnel for any reason shall ever approach for the rest of their lives.
Captain Megumi, her lips pale, struggled to speak.
Director About Guts member Daigo.
Director Sawai was silent for a long moment, then let out a deep sigh.
Spare no expense. Do everything in your power to treat Guts member Daigo. Upon his awakening, award him the highest honor of Earth's Guardian.
Within the meeting room, all the high-ranking officials bowed their heads and replied in solemn tones.
Yes.
3 days later at the medical center. Daigo suddenly sat up in bed, astonished to find himself not only completely unharmed, but also filled with an unprecedented surge of immense power. In his mind, the final words of the woman in red echoed clearly.
I have tempered your body of divine light with the nirvana flame. Your physical constitution is now 5 times stronger. When you transform into the giant of light, your power will increase 3-fold.
Daigo stared blankly out the window, his expression complex.
So powerful. Is that what a true deity is?
On the hill in Hizun town, Abiko was already in tears, carefully extending his hand to touch the entrance to the cave heaven. He felt the familiar aura emanating from within, jumping for joy.
It's our village. The real village. Our village. Everyone is back, ha ha ha.
In the primordial world atop the immortal fire volcano, a flash of iridescent light appeared, and Yuan Feng's figure silently materialized. The moment she stood still, a system notification exploded across the entire substitute fighters group. Ding. 7-star mission Abiko's obsession. Completion evaluation perfect. Base points 5,000,000,000. Special bonus Abiko offers profound gratitude, triggering superb review. Points 20 points 20 additional 1,000,000,000 points total 7,000,000,000 points. Congratulations group member Yuan Feng for receiving 7,000,000,000 points. Immortal Fire Volcano. Yuan Feng looked at the instantly surging number on her personal panel, a hint of satisfaction gracing her face. 70 million points. This was close to the price of a post-heaven supreme treasure. Her phoenix eyes flickered. Without any hesitation, she directly found Qin ancestor in the group. Ding. Group member Yuan Feng has sent a 35,000,000 point exclusive red packet to group member Qin ancestor. Qin ancestor claimed it almost instantly and quickly typed in the group.
Many thanks, fellow Taoist Yuan Feng. Fellow Taoist is mighty. Fellow Taoist is domineering. This ancestor has always said, once fellow Taoist Yuan Feng makes a move, all realms tremble.
Yin Yang.
Oh, give it a rest, old Qin. Just for lying back and earning 3.5 million points, you have to brown nose. Your face is thicker than primordial chaos divine iron.
Qin ancestor.
Mind your own business. Earning while lying down is still a skill. If you're not convinced, why don't you lie down and earn one for this ancestor to see?
Qin Feng watched the familiar banter in the group, a faint smile playing on his lips. After a few more exchanges of banter in the group, and seeing no missions forthcoming, everyone went their separate ways to cultivate in seclusion. With Qin Feng's warning, the 3 tribes did not instigate the Dragonhan calamity. Now that the heavenly Tao had just been born, with no living beings perishing, its power had barely increased, barely reaching the early stage of the Hongjun Wuji Daoyuo realm. Although Qin Feng had not taken any missions thanks to the system's welfare, he was now at the midstage of the Hongjun Wuji Daoyuo realm. After Qin Feng issued a warning to the heavenly Tao, they reached a consensus. The heavenly Tao would no longer scheme for tribulations, and Qin Feng would help the Heavenly Tao increase its power in the future. Time in the Primordial Era was immeasurable. Yin Yang suddenly spoke in the group.
Qin Feng group leader, since there are no missions coming in, and it's always the same people here, when can we add some new members to liven things up?
As soon as Yin Yang ancestor said this, differing opinions emerged in the group. Qian,
add people. We already have to fight for missions as it is. If there are more people, how is this ancestor supposed to get by?
Jiayin,
I believe Senior Yin Yang has a point.
Zhuan Ti,
the senior brother is right. We are a high-end elite service team. Expanding the team is absolutely necessary. If orders surge in the future, we must ensure service efficiency.
Watching the instant division in the group into two factions, Qin Feng smiled. However, Zhuan Ti's words reminded him it was time for a round of talent acquisition. Qin Feng,
very well. It is time to expand our personnel. I see,
Qin Feng said.
A batch of top-tier talent with extraordinary origins has just emerged.
Yin Yang added.
Is the group leader personally recruiting newcomers?
Ancestral Dragon excitedly spammed emojis.
Recruit some who can fight. I love the liveliness. Preferably the kind with proud bearing and unruly spirit.
Luohu said.
Those too weak in strength are unworthy to join the group. Don't bring in deadweights who hold us back.
Nüwa smiled gently.
If there are doubt companions with compassionate hearts joining, that would be a good thing too.
Qin Feng did not reply further. His consciousness was already immersed in the system's scanning light screen. Upon the screen, information of countless primordial beings flowed past. Eventually he locked onto three figures which materialized. Candidate Tontian, origin transformation of Panda's primordial spirit, one of the three pure ones, cultivation latest stage, primordial golden immortal, current status practicing sword techniques at Yujin Cave on Qilin Mountain. Candidate Hutu, origin transformation of Panda's essential blood earthly ancestral, which cultivation latest stage, primordial golden immortal ancestral, which true form, current status meditating in the ancestral, which tribe at the foot of Buzhou Mountain, kind-hearted, sensing the pulse of the earth. Candidate Dijuan, origin primordial being born from the sun star, current status cultivating with Tai deep within the sun star, born with an emperor's destiny, showing early talent in formations, already harboring ambitions to rule the primordial world.
One future founder of the GS sect, one future lord of the earthly path, one future heavenly emperor of the demons. Well, you three it is.
A smile curled at the corner of Qin Feng's mouth. He tapped his fingertip, and using the group leader's authority sent invitations to these three future titans of the primordial world. 3 golden invitation letters traversed infinite distances in an instant, arriving before their targets. On Qilin Mountain, fierce sword chi tore cracks in the void. Tontian was deeply immersed in comprehending the sword's way, when his sword momentum abruptly halted. He snapped his eyes open. A golden radiant invitation letter floated before him.
What is this?
At the foot of Buzhou Mountain within the ancestral, which Hall Hutu was meditating with her eyes closed. Suddenly, she furrowed her delicate brows, and slowly opened her eyes. A golden invitation drifted before her. On the sun star, Dijuan and his brother Tai sat cross-legged under the Fusong divine tree.
The multiverse proxy combat group. What is this?
In the next instant, as their divine senses touched the invitations, all three were instantly pulled into a mysterious space by an irresistible force. Within the primordial proxy combat group system, notification sounds rang out in succession. Ding. Welcome Tontian to the group chat. Ding. Welcome Hutu to the group chat. Ding. Welcome Dijuan to the group chat. The group fell silent instantly. All the old members awaited the newcomers' reactions. Tontian,
where is this place? I was just practicing swordsmanship on Qilin Mountain. Why has my divine sense been forcibly drawn here? Qin Feng group leader, who exactly are you?
Hutu.
Your methods are extraordinary, sir. May I ask why you have invited us here?
Dijuan.
What is the multiverse proxy combat group? Could any fellow Taoist enlighten me?
Ancestor Yin Yang was the first to chime in.
Here it comes. The newcomer's triple confusion. This is my favorite scene.
Before his words faded, a high-pitched dragon roar in the form of a dynamic emoji shook the entire group chat interface 3 times. Ancestral Dragon.
Yo! 3 little kids. Not bad cultivation, latest stage Primordial Gold and Immortal. Your origins are quite solid too.
On Qilin Mountain, Tatian suddenly felt a surge of draconic might, his pupils constricting, as he hastily sent a message in the group. Tongtian.
Are you? Senior Ancestral Dragon.
Ancestral Dragon.
Uh-huh. The kid has good eyes. It is I.
Dijuan.
Senior Ancestral Dragon. What exactly is this group?
Luohu.
I am Luohu. Tongtian, you also cultivate the sword. Dare to spar with me.
Tongtian.
Luohu, Senior Demon Ancestor, I have only just taken form. I am no match for you.
Seeing the newcomers were about to be scared stiff, Qin Feng quickly interjected. Qin Feng.
3 of you please calm down.
With that, he directly posted the group announcement in the chat. Welcome to the Multiverse Proxy Combat Group. Group purpose: on-call combat proxy. We answer all calls. Serving all multiverses, accepting all tasks. Rule 1: complete tasks to earn points. Rule 2: points can be exchanged for everything in the mall or used for lottery draws. Rule 3: internal strife within the primordial world is forbidden among members. Tatian was the first to react. After digesting all the information, a sharp light burst from his eyes. Tongtian.
Earn points by taking multiverse tasks, exchange them for treasures from all worlds. Is this true?
A look of puzzlement flickered in Huda's beautiful eyes. She was more concerned about another matter. Hudu.
Everyone esteemed seniors, can this group actually connect to worlds beyond the primordial realm?
Hongjun.
But that is correct.
Dijuan instantly seized upon the most crucial point of interest, quickly sending a message.
The Points Mall even has Chaos Supreme treasures. Is that real?
Qin Feng.
Of course it's real. You can first explore the group's functions, especially the Points Mall.
With the group leader's confirmation, the 3 of them simultaneously immersed their divine senses into the mall icon. Tongtian.
The Chaos Sword Embryo costs 5 billion points. That's a Grow-type Chaos Supreme treasure.
Yin Yang.
Tongtian kid, this is nothing. The good stuff is yet to come. Scroll further down.
Before Tatian could look further, a message from Huda popped up.
A single drop of Father God Panda's blood costs 50,000 points. A drop of his heart's blood costs 5 million points.
Huda was stunned. As an ancestral witch, her sensitivity to this aura was the keenest. Just looking at the phantom of that drop of heart's blood in the mall, she could feel the aura of the great Tao of strength contained within it. The allure from her bloodline's origin made her very soul tremble. It was real. Absolutely real. Ancestral Dragon proudly spammed the screen.
How about it? I didn't lie to you, did I? In this group, as long as you have points, anything is possible.
Luohu.
Points are the hard currency.
Yuan Feng.
Do tasks earn points exchange for what you need? It's simple.
Xuanti immediately seized the opportunity.
The Proxy Group Beginner's Guide, containing tips for snatching tasks, analysis of task worlds, and strategies for maximizing points. Package deal, only 500,000 points. 3 new Daoist friends want a copy.
Yin Yang immediately jumped in to undermine him.
Give it a rest, Xuanti. You haven't even managed to snatch a task yourself. How dare you sell your fabricated nonsense for 500,000 points?
Xuanti. Watching the group's atmosphere instantly turn chaotic and rowdy, the 3 newcomers felt somewhat dazed. The supreme treasures in the mall continuously shook their Tao hearts. Tongshan's eyes burned with intense fervor.
If I can earn points from the myriad worlds, my sword path will advance by 1,000 miles a day straight towards the primordial realm.
Huda's gaze also became resolute. She thought of the entire Wu clan's future. The Wu clan lacked primordial spirits, an innate defect. Though their physical bodies were strong, they ultimately had limitations. But the mall contained complete innate primordial spirits available for exchange. If the Wu clan could make up for their lack of a primordial spirit. At this thought, Huda's heart pounded wildly, her eyes burning with passion. Just as everyone was chatting idly, a notification tone quietly echoed in Qin Feng's mind. Warning. Detected violent fluctuations in the ancient timeline. Mission objective: Ultramantiga World Lily Ruins. Host, will you accept the mission? Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, a hint of a smile playing on his lips.
Only 10 years have passed, and the mission comes so soon. And it's the Tiga instance again.
Interesting. He silently commanded in his mind.
System accept.
In an instant, a vision spanning time and space unfolded within Qin Feng's consciousness. The earth slowly awakened as a ray of morning light shattered the silence of the night. Beneath the boundless deep sea, an ancient ruin dormant for 30 million years began to collapse. Light and darkness were locked in their final battle. Glittering Tiga radiating dazzling light hovered in the air, continuously unleashing the glitter's Zapirian beam. At the end of the light stream was the colossal monster twisted by darkness and resentment, Demonzoa.
Aeon.
Amidst Camilla's shrill and unwilling roar, her countless dark energy tentacles shattered inch by inch. Her massive hideous body, vast enough to devour the world, began to disintegrate from within. Her soul howled.
Tiga. I too once yearned for the light. I don't blame you for becoming light, I only blame you for not taking me with you.
Her consciousness faded, and the essence of her soul began to dissipate. Just as Camilla was on the verge of complete annihilation, a voice imbued with supreme power traversed the cosmic barriers and resonated deep within her dying soul.
Do you want to survive? Do you want to see the real Tiga? Not this human host who inherited your power, but the original one who sealed you and abandoned you 3,000 years ago.
The dying soul trembled violently, responding almost instinctively. Camilla.
The real Tiga.
Qin Feng.
Yes. I can save you and forcibly drag his original self here from the river of time, so you two can settle your feud and reunite. The price. A good review afterward.
Camilla asked in confusion.
A good review. Whatever the price, I'm willing. As long as I can see him once more. It'll do anything.
Having received her affirmative answer, Qin Feng's consciousness returned to his body. Ding. Congratulations, host. A contract has been established with the target. Ding. 7-star team mission 2 persons finale of the Dark Holy War generated. Petitioner Camilla dying dark giant mission requirements. Revive the petitioner Camilla, forcibly summon the original Tiga, and let them resolve their 30 million year feud and reunite. Mission reward 250 million points. Qin Feng group owner.
Everyone missions up.
He tossed the mission into the substitute group. All the mighty beings in the group read the mission briefing, and the chat exploded. If the previous 70 million points had stirred waves, then this too. 5 billion points was like dropping a bomb. Ancestral Dragon.
I'll take it.
Primordial Phoenix.
Mine.
Primal Qilin.
Step aside, all of you. In doing this mission.
Juanti.
This mission is destined for the West.
Ancestral Dragon Luohu. Primordial Phoenix Jane. Almost all the online powerhouses simultaneously locked onto the grab button with their divine senses. Qin Feng group owner.
Enough arguing. Same rules, I'll post the mission in the group, and whoever grabs it gets it.
With that, Qin Feng posted the mission directly into the group. System noticed Jane has grabbed the mission. System noticed Juanti has grabbed the mission. The group fell into dead silence, followed by a chorus of wails. Ancestral Dragon.
What the hell? You two baldies live on the grab button, don't you?
Yin Yang.
250 million. Ancestor's heart is bleeding. So close.
Luohu.
Yin Yang Ancestral Dragon. What ray you barking about? Hand speed is part of strength.
Hongjun.
Daoist Jane Daoist Juanti, congratulations.
On Mount Sumeru, Jane and Juanti practically leaped off their cushions at the same time. Jane was so excited that the look of suffering on his face vanished, his voice trembling.
Junior brother.
Zunti's face was radiant, golden light flashing in his eyes.
Senior brother.
They exchanged a glance, seeing the wild joy in each other's eyes. Then they messaged in the group. Juanti.
Big deal. This is a colossal deal. Forcibly saving someone, forcibly capturing someone, forced reunion, settling karmic ties. Senior brother, isn't this exactly our area of expertise?
Ancestral Dragon sent a facepalm emoji.
Listen to that. Does that sound like something a human would say? An area of expertise.
Yin Yang.
Ha ha. Ancestor now seriously doubts whether you two are going to substitute or to play matchmaker in a drama.
Nüwa sent a sighing sticker.
Daoist Jane Daoist Juanti. You two.
Facing the group's mockery, the two were unfazed. Hitting the points was what truly mattered. Qin Feng.
Jane Juanti, this is your first mission working together. Make sure it's done well.
Juanti immediately thumped his chest, his avatar's smile, as bright as a blooming chrysanthemum. Juanti.
Rest assured, senior group owner. We'll handle it perfectly and clearly.
Jiang quickly chimed in.
My junior brother and I will complete this task beautifully. The petitioner will be satisfied.
The moment the words were spoken, two thick golden beams of light enveloped them.
Junior brother, let's go. For the glory of the West. Senior brother, charge. For those 250 million points.
They exchanged glances, communicating silently. Then light soared skyward, and they vanished instantly. The next moment, ripples appeared in the sky above the collapsing lily ruins in the deep sea. Inside the ruins, Daigo had reverted to human form. He stood there bewildered when he heard a weak voice.
Light,
Camilla whispered faintly. Daigo followed the sound and saw Camilla. His expression was complex. Though he had won, there was no joy of victory in his heart.
I too yearn for the light.
Daigo took her hand, not knowing what to say. Just then two figures appeared before him, and Camilla, silent and sudden.
Step aside. If this continues, she will die.
Jane spoke first. Daigo looked up. One had a face of suffering, dignified and solemn, the other wore a perpetual smile, holding a wondrous tree shimmering with rainbow light. Meanwhile, in the Primordial Era, Qin Feng checked Daigo's status and felt something was off.
System, it seems Daigo's physical condition hasn't improved much. I thought Primordial Phoenix had enhanced his body.
Ding. Host, this is another parallel universe. In this timeline, Daigo doesn't know Primordial Phoenix. After the system's explanation, Qin Feng understood. Different parallel timelines are independent and do not affect each other.
I see.
Qin Feng nodded slightly, his gaze turning to the live feed. In the Tiga world at the Lily Ruins.
Who are you?
Daigo looked at the two, asking in confusion.
We are here to save her, to dissolve the obsession in her heart and fulfill her wish.
After speaking, Jane infused a wisp of spiritual energy into Camilla's body to sustain her life, yet did not immediately awaken her. Dagu was restrained nearby and, hearing Jian's words, remained silent. Zunti's divine sense swept over, and he exclaimed in amazement.
Brother, such dense resentment. 3,000 years of love and hatred, quite potent.
Jian's face showed compassion.
Lady, your obsession runs too deep, and your resentment has already eroded your very essence. Even if we use our arts to revive you, if this knot in your heart remains untied, it will only force you into another cycle of endless suffering. A knot in my heart.
A faint consciousness churned violently, and a surge of dark energy erupted once more.
More preaching. More grand principles. What do you know?
From the depths of the darkness, a pair of crimson eyes snapped open, demonic pupils forged entirely from pure resentment. 3,000 years of indignation and hatred materialized into a tangible black tide surging toward the two figures. Juini gave a light snort, and the phantom of the seven treasures tree in his hand swept gently.
Lady, do not refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit.
A seven-colored divine radiance bloomed firmly, holding back the tide of resentment, preventing it from advancing an inch. Juini frowned and transmitted his voice to Jian beside him.
Brother, something is amiss. Her resentment runs deeper than we anticipated. It has become thoroughly entwined with her soul's origin, transforming into an inner demon. Ordinary methods of salvation will likely prove useless.
Jian's expression remained unchanged.
3,000 years of love and hatred have already permeated every fiber of her soul. To untie this knot, one must enter the sea of her heart and confront her very origin. That is the only way to a lasting cure.
Meanwhile, within the Primordial Era stand-in group chat, the big shots were eagerly watching the live broadcast. Ancestral Dragon.
Oh, by the looks of it, those two baldies are going for the dream entry trick. Fancy and flashy.
Emyong.
Place your bets. Place your bets. Wager whether they can make her cry within 1 instant sticks time. Bet on Jundi winning at 110 odds. Bet on Jian winning at 110.2.
Luohu.
It's just an inner demon. Why not simply disperse the resentment entity? Why go through all this trouble?
Hongjun.
Brother Luohu, you are mistaken. If the heart's knot remains untied, even if we disperse it, they cannot fulfill the mission's requirements. This is 250 million points. Not a single error can be afforded.
Nüwa sent a worried emoji.
I hope both Daoist friends succeed.
Yangmei.
I am more concerned that the structure of that dark space is extremely unstable with chaotic energy tides. Entering with the primordial spirit carries no small risk.
Watching the professional analyses from the big shots in the group, Qin Feng merely smiled and said nothing. In the world of Tiga, the ruins of Lily, Jane and Juenti exchanged a glance, reaching an understanding in an instant. Jane sat cross-legged and avoided his expression solemn.
Junior brother, guard me. Rest assured, brother.
Zunti's demeanor turned serious as tens of thousands of auspicious vapors descended, forming an indestructible multicolored light barrier that firmly shielded Jiang within. Jiang closed his eyes, a point of golden light glowing between his brows. Then his primordial spirit left his body, transforming into a streak of golden radiance that silently shot into the depths of those crimson demonic pupils. In an instant, Jiang's consciousness descended upon a completely different world. Here was a radiant, resplendent, super-ancient city, where countless giants of light moved about in perfect harmony. Before his eyes, a stunningly beautiful black-haired woman stood shoulder to shoulder with a handsome youth atop a mountain peak, gazing down at the prosperous splendor below. They were Camilla and Tiga in human form.
Tiga,
the young Camilla said, her eyes brimming with longing and love. Leaning against the youth's shoulder, she asked softly,
"We'll be together forever, won't we?"
The youth, the true form of Tiga, smiled and nodded, his tone gentle.
"Of course."
Jiang watched this scene with an expressionless face, his heart utterly unmoved. The next moment, the scene shattered abruptly, the world spinning wildly. The radiant city was reduced to ruins, with war and darkness devouring everything. The youth stood on the opposite side, radiating a brilliant yet blinding light.
"Why did you do this to me? You said we'd be together forever."
Camilla screamed, hysterically disheveled and broken. Tiga turned and sealed her along with her companions.
"Camilla, light and darkness cannot coexist."
"Liar!"
Camilla's furious roar echoed throughout the world within her heart. The entire world trembled violently under that roar, on the verge of collapse. Standing firm at the center of this spiritual storm, Jiang said calmly,
"I see. Lady, is it betrayal you hate, or is it your own unwillingness?"
Jiang's voice was as placid as water, striking the core of the resentment entity. The resentment entity churned violently, and a ferocious yet beautiful face emerged from within.
"Who are you?" "I am Jiang, come from the Primordial Era to help you find release." "Release? Ha 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 ha."
Camilla seemed to hear the most absurd joke in the world as the resentment entity swelled wildly.
"I have been sealed for 3,000 years. 3,000 years of hatred. Who are you, an outsider, to grant me release?"
Jiang shook his head, his tone growing even calmer.
"Because in those 3,000 years you have never truly hated him."
As his words fell, the resentment entity's manic laughter ceased abruptly. Jiang continued,
"What you hate is your own lack of courage back then to follow him in choosing the light. You hate that he didn't take you with him when he became light."
Each word struck like a heavy hammer, smashing against the most fragile part of Camilla's soul.
"Nonsense. You're talking nonsense."
The shame of having her heart exposed, combined with the venom accumulated over eons, detonated in that instant. Camilla's reason was completely consumed, and she erupted into a rage.
"Die!"
In an instant, billions of dark tendrils formed from pure resentment, madly thrust toward Jiang from all directions. Outside, Zunti's expression suddenly changed. He saw that his brother Jiang, protected within the multicolored light barrier, had fluctuations in the light around him, clearly encountering resistance in the sea of his heart.
"Hey, this little lady is quite fiery,"
Juenti muttered under his breath, not daring to be negligent.
"Brother, fear not. I shall assist you."
A divine thought transformed into a streak of light, instantly charging into Camilla's heart world to stand shoulder to shoulder with Jiang. Gazing at the overwhelming dark tendrils, Zunti's face turned grave as he chanted a true mantra.
"All bonds of love and affection are impermanent, hard to endure for long. The living must die, meanings must part. From love comes sorrow, from love comes fear."
The grand chant manifested as visible golden ripples, spreading layer by layer across the dark sea of the heart. The frenzied dark tendrils noticeably slowed, their venomous power somewhat diminished.
"What do you know? 3,000 years of darkness. 3,000 years of waiting. What makes you think I should let go?
Camilla's resentment spiraled into complete madness, detonating all her resentment at once. Rumble. The entire hard world began to violently disintegrate, spatial cracks spreading, like a spider's web, presenting an apocalyptic scene.
Senior brother. This is bad.
Juenti hopped about in anxiety.
This woman's obsession runs too deep, she's utterly impervious to reason. This is a tough nut to crack. If this keeps up, the mission is doomed.
Jiang gritted his teeth, a flicker of resolve flashing in his eyes.
There is one more method, but it requires a gamble.
The tension in the Primordial Era substitution quest group escalated. Hinyan.
Oh my, this betting pool is about to blow. This old ancestor bet on one instant sticks time, and it's been nearly half an hour. How is it getting worse?
Zulong.
So much dawdling. Let this ancestor go, one claw will crush that resentment, and it'll be done.
Yuanfeng.
Zulong, truly a brute dragon knowing only violence, utterly devoid of elegance.
Luohu.
Zulong, you fool, didn't you see what Hongjun said? Crushing the resentment will fail the mission and you'll get nothing.
Zulong sent a sobbing emoji.
You're all ganging up on me.
Qianquan.
You're making me laugh.
Tontian sent a dynamic sticker of a cute newbie seeking protection. Hudu.
1.
Dijuan.
1.
Hongjun typed slowly.
It seems that ordinary methods of salvation are useless against this obsession spanning 30 million years.
In the sea of Carmilla's heart in the Tiga world.
What method?
Juenti pressed urgently. Jiang looked at Juenti and said word by word.
Junior brother used the method of enlightenment through dreams. Take her back to relive that moment 3,000 years ago.
Juenti was greatly alarmed upon hearing this.
Senior brother. This method is too dangerous. It forcibly alters her core memories. If she becomes addicted to the illusion and refuses to wake, her soul will sink into eternal stillness, becoming a living corpse. There is no other way.
Jiang shook his head, his gaze resolute.
The heart's ailment must be cured with medicine from the heart. All right, I'll follow you, senior brother.
Juenti gritted his teeth. Fortune favors the bold. 250 million points, time to go all in. The next moment, the senior brother converged his primordial spirit power into a golden net, forcibly dragging Carmilla's frenzied resentment entity along with her entire collapsing sea of heart into a deeper layer of the illusion. Space and time warped, the world spun. Countless giant stone statues lay toppled, the sky shrouded in darkness. Carmilla found herself restored to her dark giant form. Before her stood Tiga. Jiang and Juenti subtly altered the script. The Tiga in the illusion gazed at her, tenderness in his eyes.
Carmilla, choose the light with me. Not because light is stronger than darkness, but because I want to walk the same path as you.
Carmilla's body trembled violently, her eyes filled with disbelief. This was the scene she had fantasized about billions of times over 30 million years.
You? What did you say?
Carmilla's voice quivered. Tiga extended his hand toward her.
Darkness only devours your reason and tenderness, but light can illuminate our shared future.
These words, like a warm current, instantly melted the emotions that had accumulated in Carmilla's heart for 30 million years. But what followed was an even more overwhelming surge of grievance and resentment. In her dark giant form, her body shook violently, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face.
What use is it saying this now? I've been alone in the darkness for 30 million years, do you even know that?
The Tiga in the illusion showed guilt on his face, stepped forward, and spoke with utmost sincerity.
I'm sorry. If we could start over, would you still choose the light with me?
This question struck like a thunderbolt, exploding within the depths of Carmilla's soul. In the Primordial Era, the substitution quest group, all the great powers watching through the observation window held their breath. Zulong.
These two bald monks' illusion has some substance.
Hinyan.
Strange, why do I feel a tingling in my nose? An illusion, it must be an illusion.
Qianquan.
30 million years such suffering.
Nüwa sent a sighing emoji.
Love unfulfilled is the most agonizing. The word love wounds the deepest.
Luohu typed impatiently.
Enough of this love and romance. Better to just stab it dead clean and quick. Use that time to cultivate diligently.
Hinyan.
Luohu, shielded by absurdity. That stab you mentioned, is it proper?
Qian sent a dog-head life-saving sticker.
Inyang, you rogue, always either sarcastic or vulgar. We're a proper group, can't you be more civilized?
Huda sent a confused sticker.
Seniors, what does vulgar mean?
Yangmei.
But they're just chatting nonsense. Don't listen to them, none of those old fellows are any good.
Hudu.
Simple smile, Yangmei understood senior.
Luohu.
Inyang, I don't know if it's proper, but I know your hide is itching for an offline beating.
Inyang peeked at the screen and was terrified by Luohu's words. Now that Luohu had attained the Hongjun Daoyuan realm, if he came to beat him, he'd be howling in pain. Thinking this, Inyang quickly backed down, messaging in the group.
Luohu, I was just joking.
However, the group was silent, no one paid him any attention. Inyang felt relieved, thinking he wouldn't get beaten. In the Tiga world within the illusion, Carmilla knelt, the dark armor covering her body, dissipating piece by piece, reverting to her human form.
I am willing.
Carmilla's voice choked with grievance.
But it's too late. I've already become a monster.
Just as she sank into deep self-loathing, two figures appeared before her, Jane and Juanti. Jane looked at the sobbing Carmilla and slowly shook his head.
It's not too late. As long as you are willing, this moment is the beginning of a new life.
Carmilla slowly raised her head and asked,
Can I truly start anew? You can. Leave everything to us.
Jane nodded.
You must understand, the young man outside is not the Tiga who betrayed you all those years ago. He is merely a later bearer of the light's will. Your Tiga became the light 30 million years ago.
After Jane finished, Juanti added,
We will help you retrieve the Tiga from 30 million years ago. Then you can live well together.
Carmilla listened in a daze.
Thank you. But before that, I want to apologize to that light.
With that, her consciousness pierced through the illusion, looking at Daigo, in the outside world, her voice echoing in his mind.
I'm sorry.
Daigo was startled for a moment, then understood, nodding.
It's okay.
Inside the illusion, Jane and Juanti nodded in satisfaction.
Senior brother, it's our turn.
Juanti transmitted excitedly. Jian's expression turned solemn as his Dharma power began to surge wildly. They were not just going to revive Carmilla, but to fulfill their promise. To break through the river of time in this world and bring the Tiga from 30 million years ago to this place.
Junior brother now,
Jian bellowed. Juanti nodded slightly, his usual frivolity vanishing without a trace. The seven treasures wonder tree in his hand swept fiercely toward the void, stabilizing the primordial elements of earth, water, fire, and wind. They exchanged a glance, and with tacit understanding simultaneously formed hand seals. Jian declared,
River of Time manifest.
Juanti followed.
Lord Tiga arrive.
Boom. The cosmic laws of the entire Tiga world wailed in agony at that moment. Where the two combined their power, a phantom of a vast and majestic river was forcibly dragged forth from the void. The river surged, its waves washing away countless heroes. From a node upstream in the river of time, roughly 30 million years ago, a colossal figure loomed indistinctly.
Come, the poor priest. Now!
Veins bulged on Jian's forehead, forcing an intervention in the timeline, with the cultivation of a golden immortal of the great Luohu was somewhat arduous. Fortunately, the combined effort of two top-tier great Luohu golden immortals lessened the strain. Juanti gritted his teeth, pushing the seven treasures wonder tree to its limit, transforming it into a golden bridge to stabilize the river of time. Meanwhile, in the all-world substitute fighters group chat, the observing powerhouses were also startled by the spectacle. Inyang remarked,
Oh, these two bald monks are putting in quite the effort today. They're even burning their origin power.
Qian added,
They are merely great Luohu golden immortals. Forcibly crossing realms to fish someone out, the karmic backlash is no joke. They might lose their cultivation realm.
Shurchen scoffed,
From showing off their meager skills. In this low-dimensional world, perhaps. But if this were the primordial wild daring to touch the inverse scale of the river of time with their great Luohu golden immortal cultivation, would see them reduced to bones by the erosion of time in an instant.
Zhu Long commented,
Tisket looks grand, but is barely holding together. They are only great Luohu golden immortals having touched the edge of the laws, but this river of time is quite a strain.
Sure enough, as Zhu Long's words faded, a sudden change occurred. The forcibly summoned river of time began to tremble violently. The originally downstream flowing water erupted into monstrous waves, crashing fiercely against the golden bridge. A palpable dark aura surged along the threads of karma, madly entwining towards the primordial spirits of Jane and Juenti. Jian's golden body instantly dimmed, and he was on the verge of spitting out a mouthful of blood. Zuti's form wavered even more. The Seven Treasures Wonder Tree let out a mournful cry, its light drastically diminishing. In the sky, dark clouds gathered and crimson thunder brewed within them. If they didn't stabilize the situation promptly, forget about the mission points. The Tao foundation of these two masters and disciples might be shattered here today. Soon blood flowed from the 7 orifices of Jane and Juenti, yet a fervent light burned in their eyes, an intense craving for the 200 million points.
Junior brother now.
Jane roared, burning his magic power once more, transforming it into a sky-obscuring golden giant hand that plunged ruthlessly into the phantom. Juenti followed closely, the 7 Treasures Wonder Tree sweeping down fiercely, forcibly severing a segment of the turbulent timeline for an instant.
Rise!
The two pulled together like a tug-of-war, their faces contorted with effort. Crack! A sharp sound echoed throughout the entire Lily ruins. The illusory river of time violently surged into towering waves, and a brilliant pillar of light was forcibly gouged out from the historical node 30 million years ago by that golden giant hand. Boom! Dust flew, rocks pierced the sky, and the entire island sank by 3 parts. The blinding light faded, revealing a 50-meter giant standing imposingly between heaven and earth. At this moment, Tiga's true form was utterly bewildered. 1 second ago, he was on the battlefield of the super-ancient era, contemplating the choice between light and darkness. The next second, he was forcibly dragged here by 2 inexplicable strange forces. His massive milky white eyes scanned the surroundings, clearly not the era he belonged to.
Where is this?
Soon his gaze fixed on a graceful figure not far away.
Camelot.
Tiga assumed a fighting stance and asked,
Is this your doing? Did you resort to forbidden temporal means?
Camelot's lips trembled as she stared fixedly at the figure she had dreamt of for 30 million years, her eyes instantly turning red. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. Camelot staggered forward a step, her voice trembling.
Tiga.
This call, breaching the barrier of time, carried too much love, hate, and entanglements, inexplicably tightening one's heart. Elsewhere in the substitute fighters chat interface, the atmosphere ignited. Yin-Yang Ancestor said,
Here it comes! The classic confused triplets. Who am I? Where am I? And who is this crazy woman?
Zhu Long commented.
His light laws are barely passable in a small world like this.
Qianku countered.
Fellow Taoist Zhu Long, you are mistaken. Anyone sleeping soundly in their own home, suddenly forcibly dragged millions of years into the future by 2 bald monks, would probably have the same expression right.
Luohu stated.
Tedious emotions. If it were me, I'd run this woman through with a spear first.
Yin-Yang asked.
Luohu, elaborate on how you'd run through her.
Zhu Long said.
Yin-Yang, Luohu is at least the demon ancestor. He surely doesn't mean that kind of run through.
Ho-Tu questioned.
Seniors, what do you mean?
Hongjun interjected.
Yin-Yang, Zhu Long, little girl Ho-Tu has just taken form. She is still young. Mind your manners and don't corrupt her.
Hongjun continued.
Ho-Tu, don't listen to their nonsense. Just keep an eye on the group messages and be ready to grab a mission order.
Qin Feng watched the group's banter, a slight smile tugging at his lips. Ho-Tu, who had just taken form, was surprisingly innocent. And Luohu, that guy, only knew how to kill people. He was destined to be alone. Hongjun was indeed the future Tao ancestor. If he wasn't a schemer, he would be a kind elder. The scene shifted back to the battlefield. At this moment, Tiga's true form, his milky white eyes filled with confusion. After surveying the environment, he knew the times had changed. Before he could sort out his thoughts, a beam of golden light shot before his face. Zuti's face beamed with his trademark brilliant smile.
Tiga, right. I observe that your forehead is darkened. Ah, no, it's the red phoenix star of love is moving. It'll be straightforward with you. You have a karmic bond with this girl.
Tiga was puzzled, his massive body leaning back slightly in a defensive posture. This bald man in front of him emitted an aura of extreme discomfort, one that despite its sanctity reeked of calculation.
Karmic bond. What basis is there for such a bond? Besides matters between Camelot and me, don't say that karmic bonds are heaven-ordained and cannot be defied.
Since we two masters and brothers exhausted our efforts to bring you here from that distant past, this is a great karmic link and an even greater matrimonial destiny.
Junti began to coax him with an air of seriousness.
These words, paired with his solemn, dignified appearance, would make an uninformed person truly believe a virtuous, enlightened monk was guiding sentient beings. At the same time, the Primordial Wild Substitute Fighters group chat exploded. Qin Feng, group leader.
Good heavens, Ultraman is confused.
Imyang.
Junti Jiang, can you change your script?
Yuan Feng.
The way these two seriously spout nonsense has an inexplicably comical charm.
Sure, Qilin set a rolling eyes emoji.
Can these two pull it off? I have a feeling they're unreliable. Humph. What do you know? This is professional rhetoric. As long as we claim the word fate, we can act. Act with justification.
Seeing the group's disbelief, Jiang quickly typed in the chat. Ancestral Dragon. Yuan Phoenix. Qianquan.
1.
Imyang.
Jiang, when it comes to shamelessness, you take the crown.
Yangmei.
This ancestor is laughing to death.
Meanwhile, Tiga himself was utterly bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? What does he mean?
Fate. Destiny.
Tiga instantly transformed, his right arm raised abruptly as energy frantically converged, preparing the starting stance for the Zephyrian beam. Since words failed, then let there be war.
You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit.
Junti, seeing this being still dared to resist, instantly lost his patience for persuasion.
Brother, make a move. As the client demands, let's cook the rice first and talk later.
Before his words faded, Junti swung the 7 treasures tree, fiercely stirring a wave of eerie divine light. He formed a seal with one hand and roared his voice like a thunderclap.
Great divine dragons, love you at first sight curse.
A pink divine light did not harm Tiga, but ignoring his energy shield drilled into his brow. Tiga's motion of gathering energy suddenly froze his gaze, involuntarily locking onto Camilla. Seeing this, Jiang slowly pressed his palms together.
Since my junior has begun, let me help stabilize it.
As his words fell, 2 beams of light sank into Tiga's brow. Simultaneously, the chat group exploded. Imyang.
Love you at first sight curse. What kind of absurd name is that? This poor Taoist has cultivated for countless eons and never heard such an outrageous divine ability.
Ancestral Dragon.
Junti Jiang, are you too forcibly altering fate's threads? Do you not fear divine retribution?
Nüwa silently sent a sighing emoji in the group. Primal Qilin.
Say what you will, but it's actually working.
The group continued watching the live broadcast. In the scene, Tiga's body shuddered violently. Before long, his gaze fell upon the woman in the black dress.
Camilla, I remember now. We were meant to be together, forever together.
Tiga's voice echoed over the ruins.
I'm sorry for making you wait so long.
At these words, Camilla's body trembled, and she choked out.
Tiga. You?
Tiga's hand gently closed, shielding her in his palm.
From now on, I will never leave you.
Camilla smiled as the gloom in the sky dissipated, revealing a few faint rays of sunlight. In the Primordial World's enforcer group, Qin Feng watched this scene, and couldn't help rubbing his brow. Jiang and Junti had truly abandoned all pretense for points. Ancestral Dragon.
This ancestor pursued Yuan Phoenix for 5 eons, and never even touched a feather, and they succeeded just like that. How unjust is the heavenly Tao?
Qianquan sent a popcorn emoji.
Ancestral Dragon, tell us how you pursued Yuan Phoenix.
Primal Qilin.
Ancestral Dragon, what's this? Could it be that you failed to woo Yuan Phoenix, and out of love turned to hate, started the war of the 3 clans?
Primal Qilin.
Ancestral Dragon, you damn mud eel, if you want to flirt, fine, but why drag my Qilin clan into it?
Yuan Phoenix.
Ancestral Dragon, you stinking worm, are you spreading such slander to court death?
Imyang.
Ancestral Dragon, oh, you grown bold, starting a war over a woman. Do you know the damage you've caused to the primordial world?
Ancestral Dragon.
I was joking. The mood was right, I just said it casually.
Primal Qilin.
Ancestral Dragon, you idiot, is that any way to joke?
Imyang.
Primal Qilin, mind your manners.
Ancestral Dragon.
I was wrong. Let me send a red packet.
Group message Ancestral Dragon sent a 100000 point, hand speed red packet. Group member Yuan Phoenix grabbed 20000 points. Group member Hu to grab 50000 points. Group member Luohu grabbed 10000 points. Group members Yin Yang and Yang Mei grabbed 9000 points. Group member Primal Qilin grabbed 2000 points. Group message Hu to purchase Panda's Essence Blood. Yuan Phoenix.
Smile. Lucky hand. Ancestral Dragon, I won't argue with you today.
Yin Yang.
6.
The scene shifted to Tiga's world. Juenti let out a long sigh.
Done. Wrap it up.
Jian laughed heartily.
Excellent.
At this moment Tiga slowly turned his enormous gaze falling on Daigo. Tiga raised a giant finger and gently tapped before the azure timer. A pure warm light condensed at his fingertip, then transformed into a brand new spark lens presented before Daigo.
Take this. From now on you can still transform. The light will always be with you.
Daigo caught the spark lens.
Thank you.
Tiga said no more, gently embracing Camilla.
I'm taking Camilla away from Earth to explore the depths of the cosmos.
Camilla bowed deeply to Jane and Juenti.
Thank you both for your help. This kindness will never be forgotten.
Jane and Juenti exchanged glances, grinning from ear to ear.
You're welcome, you're welcome.
Juenti waved a hand.
Remember to give us a 5-star review.
A flash of light, and the two figures vanished from Tiga's world. Simultaneously, Tiga holding Camilla transformed into a streak of light, piercing the atmosphere and disappearing into the boundless sea of stars. In the Enforcer group, messages flew rapidly. Yin Yang.
Wow. They even gave equipment. After-sales service this thorough.
Ancestral Dragon.
When this ancestor lost a fight, the opponent never gave any treasures. They only gave this ancestor a beating.
Yang Mei.
That's it. I've only half finished my melon seeds.
Ancestral Dragon.
Earning points with just words. Next time there's a task like this ancestor wants in. Let me suffer this hardship.
Nüwa.
Though the methods were peculiar, the ending was perfect. Lovers finally united, which is a merit.
Hongjun.
Each got what they deserved. Not bad.
As the great beings debated, a system prompt sounded ding. Congratulations to Jane and Juenti for completing the 7-star team mission, Dark Holy War Finale. Mission evaluation in progress. Evaluation grade perfect. Base points 250 million, lucky halo bonus 2050 million, client super praise bonus 2050 million, total reward 3.5 billion points. Distribution: Jane and Juenti each receive 175 million points. When the 3.5 billion
inch figure bold and golden slammed onto the screen, the entire chat group fell into a 3-second dead silence.
Then came a frenzy of messages. Meanwhile, on Mount Sumeru, Jane and Juenti, who had just landed, trembled all over with excitement as they stared at the suddenly inflated string of zeros in their accounts. The deal they once thought would incur a loss had turned out to be a massive profit. Jane took a deep breath, suppressing his ecstasy. Though his hands still shook, he immediately opened the group's red packet function. One must not forget one's roots. There was still a mascot awaiting a share. Jane.
Ancestor Qianquan Sr., this red packet is for you. A small token of gratitude.
Jane sent an exclusive red packet of 8.75 million points to Qianquan. Qianquan.
Thank you, fellow Taoists.
Yin Yang.
Over 8 million. Old Qian, you just stood there as a decoration and earned money lying down. Is there no justice?
Amidst the group's envious wails, Hongjun suddenly appeared. Hongjun.
Jane, Juenti points are good, but you must live to enjoy them.
Hongjun.
You two are only at the late golden immortal stage, yet you dared to forcibly summon an alternate world's river of time. Had that world not been low level, your Tao foundations would have shattered by now.
Jane and Juenti looked at these words, and cold sweat immediately trickled down their backs. In their excitement earlier, they hadn't thought about it, but now recalling it, fear gripped them. Jane sent an exclusive red packet of 50000 points to Hongjun. Jane, Hongjun, a small token, please offer us some guidance, senior. After receiving the red packet, Hongjun was in high spirits. I suggest you use these points wisely. Don't rush to exchange for magical artifacts. First trade for resources to break through your cultivation realms. That is the proper path. Jane Hongjun, thank you for your guidance, senior. With that, the two exited the group chat. On Mount Sumeru, Jane and Jundi breathed heavily, their eyes wide as bells fixed on the item description. Mixed Primordial Golden Immortal Breakthrough Package includes Mixed Primordial Golden Immortal Tao Fruit 1, Great Tao Imbuement 3, and Primordial Spiritual Energy Ocean 3. Note: foolproof operation, one-click max, level painless, and side defect free. The essential choice for travel and covert operations. Price 150 million points. The air froze. Jundi swallowed hard. Elder brother. Though we are now at the peak of the great Luohu Golden Immortal Realm, seemingly glorious, we nearly perished from the backlash of the River of Time in that Diga world just now. Jian's face was bitter, his brow furrowed deeply. His finger hovered over the purchase button for a long time, before he said tremblingly, Junior brother, this is 150 million. Elder brother. Fortune favors the bold. Jundi gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with fervor. Senior Hongjun is right. We must live to spend the points we earn. If we don't seize this chance to strengthen ourselves, how can we dare to take on such big contracts in the future? And could we even handle them? Hearing this, Jian's fingers stopped trembling. Enough. Money can be earned again, but life is only once. Jian took a deep breath, resolve flashing in his eyes. Buy it. They exchanged a glance, reached an accord, and pressed the purchase button simultaneously. Ding. Group member Jane has spent 150 million points to purchase the Mixed Primordial Golden Immortal Breakthrough Package. Ding. Group member Jundi has spent 150 million points to purchase the Mixed Primordial Golden Immortal Breakthrough Package. The two announcements exploded in the chat group. Yin Yang, what the hell? Are my eyes deceiving me? Those two broke fellows actually spent 300 million points just like that. Luohu, he who dares to risk everything can pull down the emperor. These two baldies are quite interesting. Luohu, Jane Jundi, come find me after your breakthrough. I'll establish a Daoist sanctuary for you two on Mount Sumeru. Hongjun, good, you heeded my advice. This is a wise choice. Before the shock in the group subsided, strange phenomena arose around Jane and Jundi. As they used the package, the great Tao laws manifested in the heavens, pouring into their primordial spirits like a baptism. Boom. Boom. Two terrifying auras surged skyward, both stepping into the late Mixed Primordial Golden Immortal Realm. Jundi slowly opened his eyes, feeling the surging power within, and couldn't help but roar, awesome. So awesome. Elder brother, this money was well spent. Damn well spent. Jian's face glowed indeed. With such cultivation, even facing an existence like Ancestral Dragon, we can. Ahem, run a bit faster. After the excitement, they reopened the shop panel. Elder brother, we still have some points left, said Jundi. His eyes darted to the lottery wheel. These leftover points aren't enough for a decent spiritual treasure, but keeping them idle makes me itch. How about? Jian's heart stirred. Newfound wealth always changes one's mindset. Elder brother, I want to gamble on the lottery. Jundi rubbed his hands. A small bet brings joy. Who knows, we might turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. After a moment's thought, Jian nodded. Fine. Today our luck is strong, let's try our hand. They announced their decision in the group, which was met with a chorus of jeers. Yin Yang, I have a feeling their leftover points will go down the drain. The lottery is a bottomless pit. Ancestral Dragon, now you want to rely on luck. Do you really think you're the Taoist's favored sons? I bet you'll draw nothing but trash. Primordial Phoenix, I'll wait to see them cry poor. Seeing the mockery, Jian felt a surge of competitiveness rather than anger. Junior brother, let me go first. Jian took a deep breath and directly chose a 10 pull. Each pull cost 1,000,000 points, so 10 pulls cost 1 million. Such a move was unthinkable before. The wheel spun rapidly, light flickering. The first 9 results were all purple light. Congratulations. You have obtained acquired spiritual treasure fragment 1. Congratulations. You have obtained 10,000 years spiritual ginseng 1. I told you. All garbage. Ancestral Yin Yang's mockery seemed to seep through the screen. But as the 10th orb emerged, a dazzling golden light burst forth. As the golden light faded, an ancient book radiating profound mysteries floated in midair. Congratulations. You have obtained the unique golden legendary divine ability. You are fated with me. Ability category: Causality skill. Designate a target and forcibly establish a karmic connection. Effect: after a spiritual attack, the target develops a sense of closeness and trust toward the user, becoming a loyal follower. There is a very small chance of directly converting the target. Note: requires a large amount of mana to maintain. Duration and success rate depend on the cultivation gap and willpower of both parties. Hint: this ability can be upgraded. Max level effect: directly converts those below the user's realm. Has a chance to directly convert those of the same realm. If conversion fails, it heavily damages the target's soul. Jian's eyes lit up as he read the description. This ability is marvelous. It's tailor-made for me. The group immediately erupted. Yang. How is this even possible? A 10 pull, and you hit the jackpot. A cheater. Definitely a cheater. Ancestral Dragon. This ability sounds so underhanded. Forcibly establishing a connection. Isn't that outright robbery? Shameless. Utterly shameless. Primordial Qilin. If they use this ability on me. The thought is terrifying. Jundi, ha ha. Elder brother is mighty. I told you our luck is blazing today. Seeing Giant's instant success, Zundi's desire was fully ignited. Since you've obtained such a divine skill, elder brother, I can't fall behind. Juinti waved his hand, skipping the 10 pull option and fixing his gaze on the 100 pull button. Seeing this, the group launched another round of mockery. Yang, Juinti, give up. Your brother just got lucky and used up all your luck. If you pull again, you'll lose everything. Luohu, greed is a sin. You'd be better off saving your points for the mixed Primordial Great Luo Golden Immortal package. Primordial Phoenix, I don't think so either. Divine abilities only have a guaranteed drop after 10,000 pulls. How could they come consecutively? Juindi seniors, don't try to stop me. Today you'll show you what it means to be blessed by luck itself. Breathing heavily, he shouted, all in. 100 pulls. Spin. With a thought from Juindi, 10 million points vanished instantly. The massive wheel spun wildly, light intertwining until colors became indistinguishable. The entire chat group fell silent. All the great beings held their breath, waiting for the final result. The wheel stopped abruptly, and a golden light erupted from its center. As the radiance faded, an ancient booklet exuding the profound rhythm of karma and causality slowly descended into Zundi's palm. Congratulations on acquiring the unique golden legendary divine ability. This item is fated for me. Ability description: a karmic skill that designates any ownerless treasure within sight, forcibly establishing a causal link of ownership. It causes the ownerless treasure to ignore spatial distance and fly automatically toward the user. If the treasure has an owner, the user has a minimal chance of obtaining ownership of it. Note: requires a certain amount of mana, and success rate depends on the cultivation gap between both parties. If combined with the "You are fated with me" ability, unexpected effects may occur. Hint: this ability can be upgraded. At max level, it increases mana consumption and guarantees acquisition of the opponent's treasure. Description: it is the ultimate art for home travel, murder, and robbery, and getting something for nothing. Qin Feng's mouth twitched involuntarily as he saw the effect of this ability. This was practically a life-bound ability tailor-made for this Western duo. On the other side, Juinti held the booklet as if it were his own father. He could clearly sense that the compatibility between this ability and his soul was as high as 1,000.
Ha ha ha. This is exactly the ability I wanted.
Juindi laughed wildly to the sky.
Senior brother has the fate of people, and I have the fate of objects. From now on, where in this primordial wilderness can we not go? What object can we not take?
Jian watched from the side, though his eyes burned with fervor.
Junior brother stayed low-key. These two abilities are indeed impressive.
In the chat group, a sour aura instantly spread, the smell of aged vinegar palpable through the screen. Yang said,
These two bald monks are far too lucky. This is simply unjust.
Ancestral Dragon said,
You are fated with me. This item is fated for me. Good heavens, so they don't need to fight, they just talk and can spirit away both people and treasures. Isn't this outright robbery?
Primal Qilin said.
This is just what they usually do, only now it's legalized. From now on when we go out we'll have to take detours around these two and keep our treasures tightly guarded.
Luohu said.
Though shameless, it's indeed fitting. The Great Tao has 3,000 paths. Even unorthodox methods can lead to enlightenment. If these two abilities are used in concert, they can be utterly infuriating.
Nüwa said.
If Jian's ability were used to mediate conflicts and resolve disputes, that would be a fine thing.
Hongjun said.
I'm afraid that once Zunti's ability is unleashed, all ownerless treasures, and even those with owners, in the primordial wilderness will be in trouble.
Faced with the group's condemnation, Zunti not only felt no shame, but took pride in it, directly sending a smug emoji in the group. After showing off, the two were satisfied and exited the chat interface, beginning to go into seclusion to comprehend their divine skills. With the two Western saints diving into seclusion, the atmosphere in the group turned subtle. The once lofty great powers now felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. These two juniors had both broken through to the late stage of the primordial golden immortal realm and even drawn karmic law abilities. If they themselves did not progress, it would be regression. For a time, great powers like Nüwa, Yangmei, and Shurchen all went offline, announcing their retreat for cultivation. On the other side, at Yujing Mountain, Hongjun sat cross-legged on a cushion, his gaze fixed on a certain corner of the system mall. Limited time flash sale. Mixed Primordial Golden Immortal Breakthrough Package contains Mixed Primordial Golden Immortal Dao Fruit 1 Law Comprehension Infusion 1. Original price 1 billion points. Flash sale price 100 million points. Remaining stock 1. He had originally wanted to gamble on a draw, but after seeing the abilities drawn by Jian and Zunti, he had given up on draws. Moreover, Luohu often reminded him to repay the debt. Having external debts was an unpleasant feeling.
Oh well, as long as I am strong enough, Taoist, Luohu will surely be more patient.
The next second he tapped the purchase button. Ding. Hongjun has spent 100 million points. Congratulations on a successful purchase. Reward has been issued. Boom. Above Yujing Mountain, hundreds of millions of acres of purple chi appeared out of thin air, stretching magnificently for millions of miles. In the void, golden flowers rained down profusely, golden lotuses surged from the earth, and the 3,000 great Tao laws all manifested, turning into chains of order that spun wildly around Yujing Mountain. A terrifying pressure transcending all living beings instantly swept across every corner of the primordial wilderness continent. This was the supreme aura of a mixed primordial golden immortal. The great powers who had just entered seclusion were startled by the sudden pressure, nearly falling into deviation, and they all burst out of their retreats. Yin Yang's eyes nearly popped out as he hurriedly sent a message in the group.
Holy crap! Hongjun actually broke through.
Ancestral Dragon said.
This old man played his trump card. Did he buy that package?
After Hongjun's breakthrough, Zunti and Jian, who were still gloating, looked at each other in dismay. The divine ability manuals in their hands suddenly lost their appeal. The group instantly erupted. Luohu said.
Hongjun broke through. Very well, since you've attained mixed primordial, your ability to repay must be stronger. Remember to repay the debt. Interest is still calculated.
At that moment, Hongjun's figure hovered in midair. Looking at the group message, he smiled faintly and replied.
Luohu, since I have agreed, I will not forget. Let me go into seclusion for 100 years to stabilize my realm, and I will give you an explanation.
With Hongjun's enlightenment, the landscape of the primordial wilderness underwent earth-shattering changes. The group members were greatly stimulated and entered a frenzy of internal competition. In the primordial wilderness, time was meaningless. 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. During these 1,000 years, Qin Feng was not idle either. Relying on the group owner's welfare, the resources regularly fed by the system, and resources drawn from commission points, his cultivation had also improved slightly. Just as Qin Feng finished his cultivation, the system's voice exploded in his mind. Ding. A new proxy mission detected. Does the host wish to view it?
Great. 1,000 years system, you've finally issued a mission. Quick, generate it for me,
Qin Feng said with excitement. Ever since everyone started their seclusion, no one had come out of the enforcer group for a long time. He himself had grown tired of 1,000 years of solitary cultivation. His points were also nearly exhausted, so the mission's timing was perfect. Ding. generating a 7-star solo chain dungeon Immortal 1. Mission details: first ring save Lin Yueru. Second ring save Zhao Linger. Third ring save Tongyu Xiaovao and Anu. Hidden mission: rewrite the death endings of supporting characters like Lu Jinyuan and Drunken Sword Immortal, achieving a full happy reunion ending. Point reward: 100 million points for each ring completed. Hidden mission reward: if the perfect ending is achieved, an additional 200 million points will be awarded. Special hint: this dungeon involves deep karmic fate and timeline changes. It is recommended for those with cultivation at the mixed primordial golden immortal level or above to undertake it.
A 500 million point big order.
Qin Feng stroked his chin.
And it's this kind of regret-filled dungeon it's bound to be fought over.
He casually waved his hand and tossed the mission information into the group chat screen. Qin Feng, group owner.
Everyone, a mission is here.
Almost the first to leap up, the primordial ancestor sent messages with lightning speed.
500 million points. I'll take it. No one else dares compete with me.
The Ancestral Dragon followed closely.
Dream on. I want it too. With these points, how could the Dragon Clan not thrive?
Luohu sneered.
You'd better forget it. Are you blind? The mission recommends a Hunyuan Daluo Jinxian. In this group, aside from our esteemed leader, only I and Hongjun meet the requirements. Do you wish to be lambs to the slaughter?
The mighty beings fell silent upon seeing the mission's cultivation threshold. Qin Feng promptly typed in the public chat.
As per the rules, the mission is posted in the group. Whoever grabs it gets it. Time to test your hand speed.
As his words faded, a bidding icon shot up on the group interface. Ding. Hongjun has claimed the mission. The group fell into instant silence. The Yin-Yang ancestors sent a long string of crying emojis wailing through the screen.
Heaven is blind. This is 500 million points. I was just that close.
The Ancestral Dragon added.
Exactly. Daoist Hongjun, can't you leave at least a little for us? This is 500 million.
Luohu said.
Lucky you. Hongjun, after you finish this big job, remember to pay back the debt.
Hongjun replied.
Luohu, I understand. I've been tapping the screen like mad just to repay that debt.
Qin Feng couldn't help but chuckle at Hongjun's bitter reply, casually activating the teleportation and group livestream functions. The scene shifted as a pillar of teleportation light crashed down. On the light screen, the Immortal Sword Realm appeared. At Mount Shu, the base of the demon ceiling tower. Surrounded by collapsed boulders and broken chains, the dissolving demon water churned. Li Xiaoyao and Zhao Linger were tightly trapped by a massive sword pillar, unable to move, their eyes filled with despair and reluctance. Not far away, beneath the 7-star coiling dragon pillar, a woman in red robes was using all her strength, burning her life force, desperately pushing against the tottering stone pillar. Above, a colossal dragon severing stone weighing 10,000 Jun was hurtling down. At the critical moment, Lin Yueru's face was deathly pale, blood trickling from her lips, yet she smiled a tragic smile and shouted with her last strength.
Brother Xiaoya, sister Linger, run!
Boom! The boulder crashed down. Li Ziweo's eyes split with fury.
Yueru!
But at the very last moment, time suddenly froze.
Freeze!
A detached voice echoed in the tower's base. In that instant, time within the entire demon ceiling tower seemed to hit pause. The churning, dissolving demon water solidified midair, the crumbling rubble hung motionless, and the enormous dragon severing stone hovered silently 3 inches above Lin Yueru's head. Hongjun, clad in an ancient Taoist robe, strode through the void.
A mortal body daring to challenge fate and karma, though but an ant, still worthy of respect.
With a flick of his gaze, the boulder instantly turned to dust. Then, with a wave of his hand, the thick sword pillars trapping Li Xiaoyao and Zhao Linger shattered inch by inch. Hongjun flicked his finger, and time resumed its flow. Lin Yueru collapsed, weakly staring at the empty space above her head in bewilderment.
I am not dead.
Li Xiaoyao broke free, rushed to embrace Zhao Linger, then shielded Lin Yueru behind him, eyeing the old Taoist warily.
Senior, who are you? Why are you here in this forbidden ground of the demon ceiling tower?
Zhao Linger, as a descendant of Nüwa, had the keenest spiritual senses. She sensed the supreme Tao resonance on Hongjun and trembled involuntarily.
Brother Xiaoyao, don't be rude. This senior is immensely powerful, greater than the god's grandmother spoke of.
Hongjun ignored Li Xiaoweo's challenge, fixing his gaze on Lin Yueru. He said calmly,
Young lady, according to your destined fate, you were meant to die here. Your spirit shattered, your soul severed in this tower, completing this tragic destiny.
Lin Yueru gave a bitter smile, yet her eyes remained resolute.
I could feel that aura of death. But if Brother Xiaoyao and Sister Linger can live, I have no regrets.
Hearing this, Hongjun seemed to ponder, then spoke with a placid tone.
Rest assured, I am a hired hand from the Primordial World mercenary group. Since I have taken this mission, you no longer need to die.
With those words, Hongjun flicked his finger, sending a strand of primordial spiritual energy into Lin Yueru's body. This was the power of the primordial world. For this minor realm, even a wisp was a supreme celestial medicine. In an instant, Lin Yueru's injuries healed completely. Her complexion turned rosy, and her inner chi surged wildly. Almost in the blink of an eye, her cultivation level leaped across countless realms, forcibly elevated to the peak of Mahayana. Li Xiaoyao sensed the terrifying aura emanating from Lin Yueru's face, filled with astonishment.
Yueru, are you all right? Your energy.
Lin Yueru, feeling the power within her, said incredulously,
This is. I feel like I could punch through this tower.
But just as the three were reveling in the joy of their reverse fate, the entire demon ceiling tower began to tremble violently. A blood-red light chilling to the heart erupted from the tower's deepest depths.
Who dares to alter the destiny of this tower?
A voice neither male nor female echoed through the tower. Countless ferocious demon souls merged with the tower's spirit, forming a ghastly face that blotted out the sky, opening a massive maw to charge madly at Hongjun. Hongjun looked up at the hideous face, his brows slightly furrowed.
Indeed, altering fate triggers karmic backlash. Does the heavenly Tao of this lowly world dare to snarl before me?
Hongjun smiled, gently flicking his sleeve.
Disperse.
Words manifested reality. Beneath the sage, all are ants. A single word decides life and death. A single thought determines survival. The moment the ghastly face touched the wind from Hongjun's sleeve, it vanished into smoke without even a scream. The tower spirit let out a final cry, sinking into utter silence. The once trembling demon ceiling tower fell into an eerie stillness. In the primordial world, the universal mercenary group chat, Luohu.
That Hongjun sure knows how to show off.
Yang Mei.
Luohu, it's fine. Though this world has immortals and gods, it's nearing the end of the Dharma era. Spiritual energy is thin, far from the primordial world.
Shurchen.
Yang Mei speaks wisely. As long as we are in the primordial world, spiritual energy is inexhaustible.
Luohu.
Shurchen, our strength is not at its peak. For spiritual energy to be inexhaustible, the heavenly Tao must not interfere.
Qin Feng, group leader.
I have reached an agreement with the heavenly Tao. It dares not meddle in primordial world affairs. If it oversteps, I won't hesitate to annihilate it.
Ancestral Dragon.
The leader is mighty.
Jiayin.
1.
Xuanti.
1.
Shurchen.
Since the leader has promised, this should be no trouble. Let's just watch the show.
The others chimed in agreement, continuing to watch the live stream. In the world of Immortal, one Li Xiaoyao, Zhao Linger, and Lin Yueru stood agape, their minds utterly blank as they witnessed the scene before them. Was this the power of an immortal? To command with words and settle the cosmos with a single syllable. Hongjun, exuding an air of supreme arrogance, stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze fixed upon the sky beyond the tower, his expression solemn.
Something is amiss. The calamitous energy of this world is far denser than anticipated.
Hongjun murmured to himself. Meanwhile, the screen in the mercenary group chat scrolled frantically. Luohu.
If it were me, I would have slain the tower spirit first, then refined the heavenly Tao of this realm.
Xuanti.
Senior Luohu, your bloodlust runs too deep. The tower spirit is a living being. Wouldn't it be better to convert it?
Nüwa.
Gentlemen, do not merely spectate. Now that the karmic threads have been forcibly severed, the backlash from this world will surely be more than those mere ghostly faces from before.
Qin Feng glanced at Nüwa's message and gave a slight nod. The scene shifted back to the base of the suppressing demon tower. Hongjun withdrew his gaze from the void, as if recalling an important procedure. With a flick of his wrist, a small golden booklet materialized in his palm.
All right.
Hongjun turned around.
According to the rules of our mercenary group for this service of defying fate, I require an evaluation from the three of you.
Li Xiu, still dazed after being pulled from the brink of life and death, blinked in confusion.
An evaluation. Precisely.
Hongjun solemnly handed over the golden booklet.
You must give a 5-star review along with a usage experience report of no less than 10,000 words detailing your journey of salvation and your insights into my methods. 10,000 words.
Upon hearing this number, Lin Yu's knees buckled, and she nearly knelt before Hongjun. This was more terrifying than facing the dragon-slaying steel. Zhao Linger's face showed distress as she twisted the hem of her garment, speaking timidly.
Senior, I grew up on Immortal Spirit Island and know some characters, but such a lengthy essay. I'm afraid.
Hongjun's brow furrowed, slightly displeased with the client's literacy, but he waved his hand dismissively.
No matter. The three of you can write it together. Remember, it must be heartfelt. If done well, I have additional rewards.
Li Ziweo's mouth twitched uncontrollably as he steeled himself and cupped his hands.
Senior, this place is not safe. Could we leave this accursed spot before writing? Even if it's 20,000 words, they'll burn the midnight oil when we return. Agreed.
Hongjun swept his sleeve, and a gentle wave of magical force enveloped the trio, transforming them into a streak of light that shot into the sky. The mercenary group chat erupted with glee. Yin Yang.
Ha ha ha. This is killing me. A 10,000-word experience report. Who taught this old fellow Hongjun such a trick? This is more agonizing than killing someone and destroying their spirit.
Juanti.
Excellent. Excellent. Brother, this tactic is brilliant. Next time we go to convert the fated ones, we'll make them write conversion reflections too. It can serve as evidence to prevent future denial.
Jian.
Junior brother, don't learn bad habits.
Yin Yang.
Jian, don't play the saint. You're just as wicked. Do you really think you're any better? We're all foxes that have lived 1,000 years. Why play the innocent game?
Shurchen.
Yin Yang, old man, don't use those terms. That's a phrase from later generations.
Jian. Yuan Feng.
Yin Yang, old man, finally you speak the truth.
Jian.
Luohu Senior, shall we discuss the matter of our dojo?
Luohu.
Jian agreed. Let's talk privately.
With Luohu's words, the chat fell silent as everyone returned to watching the live stream. In the world of Immortal One, a streak of light cut through the sky as Hongjun landed with the trio on the square outside the suppressing demon tower. A cold wind swirled dead leaves across the empty plaza. Before the half-collapsed tower gate stood an elderly man clad in a gray-white Taoist robe, a long sword slung across his back. His hair and beard were white as snow, his face as calm as an ancient well. He was the leader of the Shu Mountain sect, the Sword Saint. As Hongjun landed, the Sword Saint's pupils contracted sharply before returning to placidity.
You have defied fate, forcibly destroyed the suppressing demon tower, causing demonic energy to leak out and disrupting the threads of karma completely.
The Sword Saint's voice was low but laden with gravity.
A great calamity is likely to befall this world.
Hongjun glanced at him indifferently.
A great calamity. With me here, what calamity dares to come?
The moment the words left his mouth, a sudden change occurred. The sky, which had merely been overcast, instantly turned as dark as if soaked in ink. The clouds churned violently, exuding a nauseating blood-red hue. A pure will of destruction locked onto Lin Yu.
Crack!
A bolt of blood-red thunder, as thick as a water bucket, tore through the heavens, carrying a murderous intent as it struck straight down.
Yuru, watch out!
Li Xiaoyao shouted in terror, trying to lunge forward only to find himself frozen under the might of the heavens.
The backlash of fate comes swiftly.
Hongjun's eyes sharpened. Without moving his feet, he raised his palm and grasped the air with his fingers. The blood-red thunderbolt froze 3 inches above his palm, then shattered into countless specks of light. Yet the heavenly Tao seemed enraged. The clouds trembled violently as more blood-red lightning coalesced behind them, dense and multitudinous. The Sword Saint's face paled as he stared at the sky in horror.
Heavenly punishment! What exactly have you done to provoke the heavenly Tao into restarting this space-time?
Hongjun ignored the Sword Saint. He glanced at the shaken Lin Yu, then at Li Xiaoyu, who was protectively shielding the 2 women. As long as Lin Yuer lived and Zhao Linger remained unsacrificed, the thunder would not cease.
It seems saving just one person is not enough.
Hongjun sighed. As a primordial golden immortal of chaos being ordered about by a petty heavenly Dao felt not only undignified, but also annoyingly noisy. Hongjun looked up, his gaze piercing through the sea of blood-red thunder, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth.
I have decided to alter the fate of this sword immortal world. Since the heavenly Dao refuses, then I shall replace the heavens.
With that, he no longer restrained his aura. A primeval overwhelming pressure erupted like a volcanic explosion sweeping outward. The Sword Saint felt as if he were no longer seeing a man, but an ancient divine mountain spanning eons. His pupils shrank, and his hand on his sword trembled uncontrollably as he stammered.
Who exactly are you, sir? I am Hongjun.
Those simple 4 words struck the ears of Dagu's Sword Saint like a thunderclap exploding within his consciousness. As a cultivator at the pinnacle of this world, his perception was keen. The moment this man uttered his name, his figure suddenly became ethereal, as if he had transformed into the very Tao itself. The vast, profound aura made the Sword Saint feel an overwhelming sense of insignificance.
Senior, your aura.
The Sword Saint's throat went dry as he swallowed hard.
It is even more than the heavenly Tao of this realm.
He dared not utter the last 2 words.
Hongjun nodded slightly. The heavenly Tao of this world is indeed too weak. Its rules are incomplete, its consciousness chaotic, and it lacks any spirit.
Plop. Lin Yueru and Zhao Linger were now numb. Too weak. The heavenly lord, who controlled the life and death of all beings and unleashed heavenly punishment, was deemed too weak by this old Taoist. This was utterly absurd.
Senior, you even crushed the heavenly punishment.
Li Xiaoyao stammered.
Are we truly safe now?
Hongjun did not answer directly. His gaze once again fell upon the Sword Saint. The Sword Saint's body trembled, and he quickly bowed, saying,
Senior, do you have any instructions?
Hongjun turned his wrist, and the survey form appeared once more.
You are the leader of the Shushan sect. Excellent.
A hint of satisfaction appeared on Hongjun's face. He pointed at the 3 dazed figures beside him.
Since you are a cultured man, this task is perfect for you. Help them write a 10,000-word positive review.
The Sword Saint stood frozen, his mind buzzing.
A positive review.
He looked up blankly, his eyes filled with pure confusion.
Indeed.
Hongjun explained with a straight face.
Describe in detail how I saved people today, how I vanquished the demon, and how I dispelled the heavenly punishment with a single hand. Remember, it must be heartfelt with vivid descriptions. You must capture the awe-inspiring sensation of being snatched from the jaws of death. 10,000 words.
Lin Yuer, standing nearby, couldn't help but mutter. She was truly terrified of writing essays. Hongjun's gaze swept over instantly, his tone turning cold.
Too little. Then make it 100,000 words. Senior, I was wrong.
Lin Yuer nearly jumped in fright, covering her mouth with both hands and shaking her head frantically, her eyes full of a will to survive. Just then Hongjun's brow twitched slightly, and his gaze shifted southward. A turbid and violent water spiritual energy was gathering there, madly triggering tremors in the earth veins of the entire Nanzhao kingdom.
It seems the main event has arrived,
Hongjun said calmly. Li Xiaoweo's face changed dramatically.
Senior, it's the water demon. The moon worship cult leader must have summoned the water demon. I know. It's just a little snake playing with water. I'll go destroy it now and settle this karmic debt. Senior.
Zhao Linger's eyes reddened. This was the nightmare that had plagued the Nüwa clan for a millennium. Yet before this, Senior, it seemed like nothing more than a trivial matter.
Enough, stop being so moved.
Hongjun casually pulled 3 sheets of paper covered in dense writing from his sleeve and tossed them, making them float before the Sword Saint.
This is a template for the positive review. Write according to it.
Hongjun pointed to the clauses on the template.
Remember, emphasize my professionalism, efficiency, and attentive service. Don't use too many flowery words, keep it grounded. Leave it at the Shushan Grand Hall when you're done. I'll collect it after I finish dealing with matters over there.
The Sword Saint took the papers with trembling hands, his mouth twitching.
This disciple obeys.
Li Xiao leaned over to take a look and saw the title written on it.
Satisfaction Feedback Guide for this rescue operation mandatory. This template is longer than the Shushan sect rules.
Li Xiao was petrified on the spot, his mouth twitching, as he felt his worldview shattered. Within the multiverse mercenary group chat, messages flooded the screen. Yang.
A positive review template. Hongjun, you old fox, you came prepared. You even have this thing.
Juanti.
Brother, write this down. Let's make a conversion experience template too. It'll look professional and prevent those we convert from going back on their word.
Jian.
Good. What my junior brother says is reasonable.
Luohu.
All flashy and useless. Just threaten them. If they don't give a good review, kill them.
Qin Feng rolled his eyes silently at Luohu's comment. Luohu truly was the demon ancestor his mind only knew of killing. The scene shifted. Above the Nanzhao kingdom, dark clouds pressed down and floods raged. The colossal water demon, like a moving mountain, rampaged and roared through the torrent. The moon worship cult leader stood atop the water demon's head, his long hair wildly dancing, looking like a madman.
Foolish mortals. This is the power of love. Descendant of Nüwa. Today is your death day. This world shall be cleansed. Cleanse my ass.
A cold voice abruptly sounded in his ear. The cult leader's laughter ceased abruptly. He whirled around to see an old man in a Taoist robe standing in midair, appearing there at some unknown time. Hongjun looked down at the massive 8-headed beast beneath his feet.
Ugly as sin. This is what they call a demon.
Saying this, he slowly extended a finger and gently tapped it toward the roaring water demon.
Perish.
Boom. Under that single finger, the ancient ferocious beast didn't even have time to scream before its colossal body vanished. The smile on the cult leader's face froze, his expression contorting instantly.
No. Impossible. The water demon is an ancient beast, immortal in water. How can this be?
Li Xiao was dumbfounded after seeing this.
Killed with one move.
Zhao Linger was in tears, clutching her chest.
The fate that has bound my Nüwa clan for 1,000 years. Just gone.
Lin Yuer muttered to herself, her gaze vacant.
What realm is this senior? Is he even human?
The moon worship cult leader was now completely broken. However, just as Hongjun was about to wrap up and go collect his reviews, the sky changed. A massive rift tore open in the firmament. Countless thick blood-red chains extended from the void. A terrifying pressure surged madly toward Hongjun, attempting to bind him. Hongjun's brow furrowed, and he spoke calmly.
Still.
At that single word, the countless blood-red chains in the sky froze instantly. The cult leader collapsed to the ground.
The chains of fate are also.
Hongjun looked up at the void, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his mouth.
The descendant of Nüwa must die by the water demon. Throughout history, they have all been trapped by love and sacrificed for the world.
Hongjun's voice echoed through heaven and earth, filled with disdain. The little girl Nüwa had always been respectful to him, and they were colleagues in the mercenary group. The plight of the Nüwa descendants in this plane was not something he would simply resolve by completing the task. He lowered his eyelids, his gaze piercing the river of time, witnessing the tragic tapestry of countless Nüwa descendants across this world's past and future.
If this were a true decree of the heavenly Tao, I might have to put in some effort. But since the heavenly Tao of this realm is flawed, this so-called fate is nothing but a load of bullshit.
Hongjun's tone was full of mockery. As his words fell, he suddenly raised both hands. Rumble. The Dharma power of a Hunyuan Daluo golden immortal surged, like liquid mercury forcibly pouring into the core essence of this world.
By my decree, change.
With Hongjun's low shout, a crisp shattering sound rang through heaven and earth. The lingering gray aura of death that had shrouded Zhao Linger's head vanished completely in an instant. In its place, a brilliant golden light shot into the sky, a symbol of merit and fortune.
Word of law, the Tao decrees the fate of Nüwa's descendants. Be changed. The Tao decrees, I say, in this world from this day forth the descendants of Nüwa shall have no more fate, no more calamities. If the heavenly Tao dares to disobey, its consciousness shall be obliterated, and a new heavenly Tao shall be born. The new heavenly Tao shall continue to enforce my decree today. If it dares to disobey, the world's origin shall be gravely wounded until the heavenly Tao exists no more.
As his words ended, heaven and earth changed color, the sun and moon lost their light. The regathered calamity clouds of heavenly punishment, sensing the terrifying pressure, could only retreat in frustration. Xiaolinga felt a lightness throughout her body. Then her knees gave way, and she knelt heavily, sobbing uncontrollably.
Senior, you have truly severed the fate of my Nüwa clan. Linger. It's gone. That feeling is gone. Your fate is truly no more.
Li Shirio, now realizing this, trembled with excitement and embraced Xiaolinga tightly.
No. Impossible. This defies science.
The moon worship cult leader collapsed on the ground, suffered a tremendous mental shock. He clutched his hair with both hands, his gaze unfocused, muttering neurotically.
The planet is round. Great love knows no bounds. How could the laws be tampered with?
How could the heavenly Tao allow such a bug to exist?
As a villain who firmly believed in truth and science, everything happening before him utterly shattered his worldview.
However, before he could recover from the aftershock of his collapsed worldview, Hongjun appeared in his sight.
You two must write a positive review.
Hongjun's voice rang out abruptly. The moon worship cult leader was completely dumbfounded.
Huh? What positive review?
Who am I? Where am I? Am the great villain destined to destroy the world? Hongjun frowned slightly, seemingly dissatisfied with the cult leader's reaction speed. With a flick of his wrist, the survey form materialized out of thin air once more.
Describe in detail how I, the Taoist, just destroyed the water beast with a single finger, fixed the chain of fate, and forcibly altered the laws. Focus on highlighting my power dominance and that irresistible might.
Saying this, Hongjun paused.
You have some education, so write a 50,000-word review.
The moon worship cult leader nearly choked, teetering on the edge of collapse.
Senior, I'm a villain. You want me to write a hymn of praise?
That doesn't fit my character. What's wrong with being a villain?
Hongjun retorted.
Don't villains have an aesthetic sense? Can't they be charmed by my personal magnetism? Feedback from a villain's perspective is often more convincing. Don't you understand what indirect contrast means? The moon worship cult leader opened his mouth, then sighed helplessly.
I understand.
Facing this ancient monster, who could grind the heavenly Tao underfoot, how could he dare not understand? At this moment in the Primordial Era, the heavenly substitute fighters group chat erupted with laughter. Yang.
Making a villain write a positive review. Ha ha ha. Hongjun, you're truly a talent.
I never thought of that. It's utterly devastating.
Juanti.
Brother. Quick, jot this down. This trick is brilliant. From now on, when we convert those great demons, we'll make them write about their journey of being enlightened.
Jian.
Juanti, good, most excellent. My junior brother's suggestion is wonderful.
Luohu.
Hongjun, that old hypocrite, is even more twisted than I am. Yangmei.
I never expected fellow Taoist Hongjun to be such a person.
Shurchen.
Yangmei, perhaps. This is what they call subtle mischief and low-key perversion.
Luohu.
1.
Tontian sent a newbie dares not speak emoji. Huda saved Tongchen's emoji. Huda sent a newbie dares not speak emoji. Tontian.
But a fellow Taoist stealing my image is one thing, but posting it right in front of me.
Hudu.
Tontian, the pinnacle of image theft, is stealing on the spot and posting it openly.
Dijuan.
Shield of absurdity, fellow Taoist Hutu has been corrupted.
Nüwa.
I never thought my descendants in that world would suffer so much. I wonder what that world's version of me is doing.
Shurchen.
You all watch the live stream first. You can ask Hongjun when he returns.
Nüwa.
Agreed.
At the mission site. Having dealt with the moon worship cult leader, Hongjun turned to face the kneeling Xiaolinga.
Since you are a descendant of Nüwa, I cannot let you appear too shabby.
With that, Hongjun flicked his finger. 2 streams of Xian Wang Qi instantly plunged into the brows of Xiaolinga and Lin Yueru, causing their auras to surge wildly. Soul formation, tribulation, transcendence, Mahayana. Their auras directly broke through the limits of this world, forcibly elevating to the Earth Immortal realm.
I grant you the Tao fruit of Earth Immortal, extending your lifespan to 10 billion years. Henceforth your cultivation shall advance by leaps and bounds, with no bottlenecks, before the golden Immortal realm.
Hongjun declared calmly. Xiaolinga felt the vast power within her, a realm she had never dared to dream of before. Thinking this, she cowed out again.
Senior's great kindness linger would shatter bones and grind ashes to repay. Stop!
Hongjun raised his hand to halt her outpouring.
Don't talk about shattering bones and grinding ashes. I have no use for such things. You know the rules, right?
Zhao Linger was startled, then saw another stack of papers Hongjun handed over. Hongjun pointed at the stack with a businesslike demeanor.
Your Nüwa clan, every generation of descendants must each write a 10,000-word positive review for me. As the representative of this generation and the primary beneficiary, you must write 30,000 words.
Hearing this, Zhao Linger was instantly stunned.
Senior.
The gratitude for being reborn was shattered into pieces by the weight of those 30,000 words.
What? Too little.
Hongjun raised an eyebrow, ready to increase the quota.
No. He'll write. This junior will write. I promise.
Zhao Linger, terrified, quickly hugged the stack of papers to her chest, afraid Hongjun would raise it to 100,000 words. Just then, the moon worship cult leader's eyes darted. Seizing the opportunity, his form turned into a wisp of black smoke, frantically fleeing toward the horizon. He didn't want to write those 50,000 words. However, he had barely flown 100 zhang when an invisible hand seized his throat, dragging him back like a chick and slamming him hard onto the ground. Ignoring the pain, the moon worship cult leader scrambled up, forcing a smile uglier than tears onto his face.
Senior, a misunderstanding. Purely a misunderstanding.
This junior only wanted to go back for a pen. Yes, I wanted to find a good pen to write these 50,000 words with all my heart. No need.
Hongjun cast a cold glance at him.
Write after death, then die after writing. Before his words faded, Hongjun flicked his finger. The moon worship cult leader's physical body instantly disintegrated. Only a wisp of lingering spiritual thought remained in the air. Before this wisp of consciousness could even react, a brush formed from spiritual energy was thrust into its hand, and the golden survey form floated before it. Hongjun looked at the remnant soul and spoke calmly.
Given your attempt to flee just now, I am displeased. Now I raise the price to 1 million words. I have sealed your true spirit. Once you finish writing 1 million words, your soul will dissipate entirely. If you don't finish, you'll stay here writing forever.
Hearing this, Zhao Linger and the others trembled in fear. Fortunately, they had agreed to write the reviews, otherwise angering the senior would have led to dire consequences. Meanwhile, in the fighters' group chat, chaos erupted. Qin Feng, group leader, laughing, dying of laughter. What kind of hellish operation is Hongjun pulling? Xianquan.
Holy crap. Write after death, then die after writing. I recognize every word, but put together I can't understand a thing.
How does he string those words into a sentence?
Yangmei.
Sigh. Not even sparing the dead. Is this what they call squeezing out surplus value? Yuanfeng.
TSK Hongjun is truly ruthless.
Yin Yang.
Ruthless. He's a beast. The man is reduced to ashes, and his remnant soul still has to stay and write reviews.
Luohu.
Truly spectacular. It's a pity Hongjun didn't cultivate the demonic path. What a waste of talent.
Nüwa.
Although my descendant in that world was saved, isn't it a bit too harsh?
Time.
This is not one space-time, Nüwa. There is no need for you to worry.
Nüwa. Qin Feng remained silent. Because in the live broadcast the sky was undergoing a transformation. Above the firmament, a gigantic eye slowly opened, locking onto Hongjun tightly. The will of the heavenly Tao was thoroughly enraged.
Fire. You dare to wantonly alter causality, treating rules as child's play. You have gone too far.
The booming sound of thunder resonated throughout the universe, and all living beings in the world were forced to prostrate on the ground, trembling in fear. However, Hongjun did not even lift his eyelids.
Dare to say I have gone too far. Truly ungrateful.
Hongjun held his palm upward and suddenly clenched it, proclaiming,
The Tao says suppress.
As soon as the words were spoken, the laws followed. In the void, golden chains emerged from the emptiness surrounding the giant eye. These chains flowed with the Tao rhythm of the level of the Hunyuan Daoyuo, golden immortal, representing a dimensional suppression for the incomplete heavenly Tao of this world. With a crashing sound before the heavenly Taoist, I could even think of resisting. It was bound tightly by the golden chains, and forcibly pulled down from the firmament dangling in midair. Kneeling in the great hall, the sword saint struggled to lift his head. Looking through the wide-open hall doors, his Dao heart shattered.
Suppressing the heavenly Dao. What terrifying power is this? That is the Heavenly Father.
The sword saint's expression was dazed as he muttered to himself.
Master Ancestor above, am I perhaps going mad, hallucinating?
In midair, the bound heavenly Dao eyes struggled desperately, only to realize that the strands of golden light not only bound its form, but also sealed its ability to mobilize the world's origin.
Great Immortal, forgive me, I am willing to submit, just please do not crush my core.
The heavenly Dao was terrified. It could sense that the opponent could easily erase it.
Submitting is fine, but first write 100,000 words of self-reflection, deeply contemplating why you lowered that foolish fate, why you oppose me, and why you obstructed the harmonious development of the cultivation world.
The heavenly Dao eye froze.
This is not over yet,
Hongjun continued.
Then write another 10,000 words of praise detailing how wise and benevolent I am, and how I, while possessing absolute power, still wish to persuade you with virtue and reason. Remember, it must be fresh and unconventional praise. Great Immortal.
The voice of the heavenly Dao carried a tone of weeping.
I am a collective of rules. I do not have hands. Excuse?
Hongjun coldly interrupted.
If you have no hands, then use your divine sense to inscribe. The format must be standard with a beginning and an end, and it must be sincere.
If you dare to be perfunctory with me, I will dismantle you and refine you into a magical treasure.
Understood. Please do not kill me.
The heavenly Dao was completely deflated, its giant eye drooping as it began to inscribe twisted runes with its divine sense on paper. In the group of the heavens, everyone was stunned and quickly reacted. Yawned.
Ha ha ha. You've made me laugh so hard. Making the heavenly Dao write a self-reflection. Only Hongjun could pull off such a stunt.
Nüwa.
The heavenly Dao also has to write praise. If this gets out, what face will the heavenly Dao have? This world's rank is too low, like a 3-year-old child. If it were the heavenly Dao of the primordial times, Hongjun would probably not dare to play like this. Good, watching the so-called high and mighty rules being trampled in the mud is an art in itself. This guy Hongjun has great potential to become a tyrant.
On the other side, having dealt with the troublesome heavenly Dao, Hongjun's figure slightly swayed and directly vanished from the spot. In the next moment, in a certain location of the Nanzhao kingdom, Tangyu and Anu were gazing affectionately at each other, each holding a pendant surrounded by swirling spiritual energy.
Stop!
Hongjun's figure suddenly interjected between the two, waving his large sleeve to sever their resonance with the laws of heaven and earth.
Sani! Senior!
Tangyu was stunned. The originally solemn atmosphere abruptly interrupted, leaving him momentarily at a loss.
Who are you? Why are you stopping us from saving Father?
Anu blinked, her big eyes innocently asking. Hongjun flicked his fingers, and 2 strands of pure spiritual energy directly entered the bodies of the two. Instantly both felt as if a sun had exploded within them, their originally mundane bodies transcending countless realms in the blink of an eye, directly reaching the earth immortal Dao fruit.
Hongjun said lightly, all right, the crisis has been resolved. You do not need to be in a rush. Now each of you shall write me 1,000 words of praise. Praise?
Tangyu felt his mind was a bit unable to comprehend.
Senior, what is praise? Can it be eaten?
Anu curiously poked the paper that Hongjun had handed over. Hongjun patiently took out a universal template.
Write according to this. Tangyu took the densely written template, looking puzzled. Senior, although we can read the phrasing and sentence construction, is truly.
Hongjun frowned slightly, glanced at Anu, and sighed. Forget it, I allow you to draw.
Comic strips are fine too, but the content must be detailed, depicting my lofty demeanor. Drawing. I can do that.
Ana's eyes lit up instantly as she snatched the paper and pen, crouching down to start doodling. Hongjun nodded, his figure once again fading as he hurried to the next scene. On the back mountain of Mount Shu, beside the ruins of the demon locking tower, the wine sword immortal was holding an empty wine jar, weeping bitterly before a solitary grave, completely drunk and in utter despair.
Stop crying, you're making a racket.
As Hongjun's voice sounded, he pointed towards the void. The originally calm space suddenly rippled, and a faint phantom of a long river appeared. Hongjun directly reached into the long river, forcibly pulling out a gentle figure from the past time node. Fragments of the creation jade plate slightly rotated, reshaping the physical body. In just a moment, a vibrant Lin Qinger stood before him.
Qing! Qinger!
The wine jar in the wine sword Immortal's hand clattered to the ground, and he stood frozen as if struck by lightning.
Senior brother. Didn't I die sealing the water demon beast with the Holy Spirit Pearl?
Lin Qinger looked at her own hands, her face full of confusion.
I have revived you. We can reminisce later. For now the two of you shall write 20,000 words of praise.
Praise? The wine sword Immortal felt as if he had suddenly sobered up completely.
Yes.
Hongjun pointed at the blank paper on the ground. Focus on describing how I traversed the river of time, how I reversed life and death, and how I brought you back together. It must have details, emotions, and elevation, especially the joy of regaining something lost, which should be written in a way that moves the heart to tears.
Although Lin Qinger was still dazed, feeling the real vitality within her body, she immediately bowed deeply to Hongjun Jr. Obeys great senior, your kindness is immeasurable. I will write this.
Satisfied with this pair of fated lovers, Hongjun did not linger.
There is still one more. Once this task is completed, I can draw a prize. Hopefully it will complete the creation jade plate.
Hongjun muttered to himself. Time river appear. Hongjun arrived at the place where Lu Jinyuan died, directly summoning the time river. In the footage, a young scholar pale as paper.
Time flows backward, life and death reversed.
Hongjun spoke calmly. No sooner had the words fallen than Lu Jinyuan was resurrected.
Didn't I die?
He sat up in bewilderment, his gaze settling on Hongjun. Though he knew not what had transpired, the newfound lightness of being was undeniable. Adjusting his robes, he made a deep bow to Hongjun, saying,
Your humble junior thanks the elder for the grace of saving his life. May I ask the elder's esteemed name? For such a debt of rebirth, Jinyuan would repay it, even if it meant. Enough, spare me that.
Hongjun waved his hand impatiently, producing a template for a favorable review from his sleeve with practiced ease.
You are a scholar, the top candidate in the imperial examinations, so you should know the proper etiquette better. This favorable review must be written in parallel prose, with strict antithesis, rhyme, and classical allusions. I won't make it too difficult for you. 30,000 characters will suffice.
Lu Jinyuan remained frozen in his bow, utterly stunned.
Favorable review. Parallel prose.
He had imagined that the transcendent being might demand rare treasures, but never in his wildest dreams had he expected that this immortal-like figure's first act after saving his life would be to make him write an essay on the spot.
What? A problem.
Hongjun raised an eyebrow, and the surrounding air instantly turned frigid.
If you think 30,000 characters are too few to express your gratitude, 50,000 can be arranged. No problem. Your humble junior. We'll write it now.
Lu Jinyuan shuddered in fright, tremblingly grasping the floating brush as his mind raced. At this moment, the All Heavens proxy group chat was in an uproar. Yang.
Parallel prose of all things. That old fox Hongjun is using him as a ghostwriter. Disdain for previous clients who lacked culture.
Yuan Feng.
Good heavens, writing 50,000 characters. So this is how scholars are treated.
Yang Mei.
A masterstroke. A top scholar's poem of praise will surely be of high quality. From now on, when I undertake a mission, I too will seek a cultured person to extol me.
Meanwhile, in the world of Immortal One, true to his reputation as a great talent, Lu Jinyuan's thoughts flowed like a spring, his brush dancing like a dragon. Line after line of ornate rhetoric appeared on the paper, more verbose than some hack authors. Half an hour later, Lu Jinyuan set down his brush, his face pale. Hongjun glanced over it roughly and nodded in satisfaction.
Not bad, the idioms are well chosen. You have potential. You may reunite with your loved ones.
Hongjun paused, then continued.
The water beast crisis is resolved, and the moon worship sect leader has been slain by me. You can go and reunite with your friends.
Hearing this, Lu Jinyuan was stunned for a moment before comprehension dawned. If this person could resurrect him, his abilities must be extraordinary. Likely he had truly solved the problem.
Thank you, Immortal, for the grace of rebirth,
Lu Jinyuan said. Hongjun nodded slightly, preparing to wrap things up. Above Nanzhao Kingdom, Hongjun's figure appeared once more. At this moment, the survivors gathered around Li Xiaoyao and Zhao Linger. The moon worship sect leader was destroyed, the water beast dissipated, Tang Yu and Ana's sacrifice was prevented, and Lin Qinger was revived. Only the final step remained. Li Xiaoyao held Zhao Linger tightly. Upon seeing Hongjun, he quickly bowed.
Thank you, Elder, for resolving our troubles. This generation's bloodline is somewhat stronger than that bubble-blowing one, but in the primordial world it wouldn't even qualify as a servant.
Without further words, Hongjun slowly raised his hand and gently pointed at Zhao Linger's child.
Elder, this child.
Li Xiaoyao instinctively tried to shield his wife and child, but his body felt as if frozen, unable to move an inch.
Bloodline ascension.
Hongjun withdrew his finger and addressed the crowd.
This child, having been enlightened by me, has shed his mortal shell and attained the earth immortal Tao fruit. Henceforth he is bound by no fate, and shall not suffer an untimely death. Thank you, Elder. Your great kindness.
Li Xiaoyao stammered in excitement, his knees buckling as if to kneel.
Hold on.
Hongjun waved his sleeve, a gentle force holding Li Xiaoyao upright, and once again produced a stack of paper and ink.
No need to kneel. I don't care for such empty formalities.
Hongjun thrust the paper and brush into the bewildered Li Xiaoyao's arms.
A 20,000 character favorable review. 1 character short and the earth immortal cultivation will be revoked. 20,000 characters.
Li Xiaoyao clutched the stack of paper, his vision darkening, on the verge of fainting on the spot.
Xiaoyao.
Zhao Linger took Li Xiaoyao's hand.
For Yaira's future, even if it's 200,000 characters, we must write it. I'll write it with you.
Meanwhile, in the Primordial World's All Heavens proxy group chat. Zhu Long.
Ha ha ha. 20,000 characters. That kid's face turned green.
Luohu.
That Hongjun spares no means to his end. But that little child did receive a great blessing, born and instantly reaching the top invincible in that low-level plane.
Jiayin.
I didn't expect Senior Hongjun to be so well prepared.
Yin Yang.
Rolling eyes. Of course he was prepared. This was his first mission. With Hongjun's nature, he probably prepared for countless years.
Qian Kun.
Doghead life-saving.
Shurchen.
Comical bodyguard. Fellow Taoist Qian Kun's words are most excellent.
In Nanzhao Kingdom. Hongjun glanced at Li Xiaoyao and said no more.
Enough. Whether it's 1 sheep or a flock, I Hongjun shall grant you all 50 additional years of life.
Standing in the void, Hongjun snapped his fingers.
Snap.
In an instant, heaven and earth transformed. The bloodlust and gloom that had hung over the square were instantly dispelled. In the sky above, purple chi stretched for 30,000 miles. Countless streams of visible spiritual energy cascaded down. The drunken sword Immortal Midgulp suddenly felt the bottleneck that had plagued him for years shatter, and he became 30 years younger. Anu touched her smooth, flawless face, utterly dumbfounded. Soldiers of Nanzhao and heroes of the Central Plains, feeling their own smooth, taut skin, knelt in prostration.
We kowtow in thanks to the old Immortal. Thank you, Elder, for granting us longevity. This is a miracle. A true miracle. Longevity is not free.
Hongjun clasped his hands behind his back and spoke calmly.
Having received my blessing, each of you shall write a 1% character favorable review.
The entire crowd turned to stone, but in the end, they could only comply. 3 days later.
You? Finally finished.
Li Xiaoyao set down his brush, his wrist trembling, and collapsed weakly against Zhao Linger. It wasn't just him. Everyone whom Hongjun had ordered to write a favorable review felt the same. Hongjun descended silently before the crowd. With a sweep of his divine sense, tens of thousands of favorable reviews flooded his mind, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Then, employing his arts, Hongjun elevated the cultivation of the main characters of Immortal 1 to Earth Immortal before departing from that world. In the Primordial World's All Heavens proxy group chat. Yin Yang.
Hongjun, you're truly ruthless, making so many people write favorable reviews for you.
Juanti.
Jiayin, next time we do a mission, shall we also follow Senior Hongjun's example and have every being in that world write a favorable review?
Jiayin.
Juanti, I think it's feasible. If it's a highable plane, we should focus on treasures.
Nüwa sent a facepalm emoji. Hoodoo.
Alas. You all. Alas.
Hongjun.
Everyone, fellow Taoists, I have returned.
As Qin Feng watched the numbers in his account skyrocket, instantly a smile began to spread across his face. Inside the group, as the notification popped up, the previously silent powerhouses of the Primordial Era erupted in excitement. 720 million points could be exchanged for many resources. Without wasting words, Hongjun quickly tapped in the void. Hongjun sent an exclusive red envelope to Qin Feng, 36 million points. Hongjun transferred to Luohu 110 million points. Almost as soon as the red envelope appeared, a prompt to claim it popped up in the group chat.
Qin Feng. Received. Thank you, Hongjun, for your generosity.
Luohu.
Hongjun, we are even now.
Yang watched this scene, his eyes turning red with envy bubbling with jealousy.
With your wealth, Hongjun, why not try your luck at the mall's lottery? If you manage to draw a fragment of the Chaos Supreme Treasure, wouldn't that be delightful?
Hongjun.
Good idea, I was just thinking the same.
He was now flush with wealth, the mere points were insignificant. Hongjun directly switched to the Grand Lottery interface. Single draw 1,000,000 points time. 10 draws 1 million points. Rules: 100 consecutive draws guarantee at least a fragment of a principle or a source of an innate spiritual treasure. 1,000 consecutive draws must yield a complete principle or source of a chaos spiritual treasure. 10,000 consecutive draws must yield a chaos supreme treasure or unparalleled divine ability. Ding, do you wish to start the lottery? Let's start with 1,000 draws to test the waters.
Hongjun's expression remained calm without a hint of hesitation as he pressed the button for 1,000 consecutive draws.
100 million points evaporated in an instant. The next second, the entire group chat interface was completely submerged in dazzling golden light, with countless streams of light streaking across the screen like a meteor shower. Congratulations, you have obtained Principle of Time Fragment 12. Congratulations, you have obtained Principle of Space Fragment 9. Congratulations, you have obtained Principle of Fire Fragment 9. Congratulations, you have obtained Branch of the Innate Spiritual Root Peach Tree 10. A series of rewards flooded the screen, and the group fell silent. Although for Hongjun, who had already attained the Tao of the Primordial Chaos de Luo, most of these things were of little use. However, as he looked at the list, he frowned slightly.
No fragments of the creation jade dish, let's go again. Hongjun's eyes sharpened.
Give me 3,000 consecutive draws.
300 million points were spent without a blink. Qin Feng, watching from behind the scenes, was left speechless. This was truly extravagant.
Boom. This time, the golden light was more brilliant than any before. Amidst the vast radiance, 2 inconspicuous, uneven-edged ancient jade pieces slowly emerged. Congratulations, you have obtained Creation Jade Dish Fragment 2. At this moment, the aura on Jade Capital Mountain became unfathomable. The incomplete jade dish in Hongjun's hand flew out on its own, seamlessly fitting together, with the 2 fragments, and an aura of completeness and perfection instantly spread. The group exploded in excitement. Yang.
Wow! Hongjun, your luck is too unbelievable. You managed to get core fragments in just 4 rounds of 1,000 consecutive draws.
Ancestral Dragon.
Rich man. That's 300 million points.
Yuan Feng.
There's a strong smell of a nouveau riche, but your luck truly can't be denied.
Qin Feng.
Oh dear. Hongjun, your luck is truly remarkable. Congratulations, my friend, you're one step closer to the Tao.
Luohu.
Your luck is quite acceptable.
Despite saying this, Luohu was secretly checking his own balance, contemplating whether he should also try his luck. However, seeing his meager points, he quietly closed the interface.
Jiayin. Hongjun, my friend, could you share some lottery insights? Or is this insight for sale?
Juanti.
Senior brother is right.
This insight is fated to me. Hongjun, please help me out.
Hongjun, in a good mood, casually typed a line.
Not for sale, and I have no insights, just having a lot of points to draw randomly. As soon as this was said, the group was immediately filled with lamentation, dazzled by this invisible show-off. Following this, Hongjun looked at the pile of junk he had just drawn, and opened the group red envelope function once again.
Hongjun. All members, today I am in a good mood. I just drew some useless principal fragments and small trinkets. The creation jade dish is about to be completed, and these things are of no use, so I will give them to you all.
Upon hearing this, the others, who had been envious, instantly perked up. Ancestral Dragon.
I want the principle of water. Whoever tries to snatch it from me, I will drown them.
Qin Feng.
Then the principle of fire must be mine. I am willing to exchange it for the wood of the immortal volcanic wudong tree.
Qilin quietly.
I see some fragments of auspicious principles in the corner. They seem quite suitable for me.
Seeing the messages in the group, Hongjun was not vague. His divine sense moved, and he directly proceeded with the allocation. Hongjun sent an exclusive red envelope to Ancestral Dragon Water Principle Fragment 21. Hongjun sent an exclusive red envelope to Qin Feng Fire Principle Fragment 29. Hongjun sent an exclusive red envelope to Qilin Auspicious Principle Fragment 25. Hongjun sent an exclusive red envelope to Ho2 Complete Earth Principle 1 Earth Principle Fragment 7. Hongjun sent an exclusive red envelope to DiDi Sun Principle Fragment 34. Hongjun sent an exclusive red envelope to Tong Tian Complete Sword Principle 1 Sword Principle Fragment 18. Hongjun sent an exclusive red envelope to Qin Time Principle Fragment 14. Hongjun sent an exclusive red envelope to Yangmei Space Principle Fragment 16. Hongjun sent an exclusive red envelope to Yin Yang Lao Zu Yin Yang Principle Fragment 19. This round of red envelope rain was truly astonishing. Tong Tian stared blankly at the complete sword principle in his hand. Although he was transformed from the primordial spirit of Pangu, he was still exploring the path of the sword. This principle was enough to save him countless years of arduous cultivation. Ho2 cradled the earth in yellow glow, feeling the aura of profound virtue within his expression complex. Yin Yang.
Hongjun, you are so generous.
How embarrassing.
Hongjun.
Yin Yang, it's no trouble, you don't have to be polite. I have already attained the Tao of Primordial Chaos de Luohu. These scraps are nothing but dust taking up space to me. Although this statement was heart-wrenching, the others, who were holding tangible benefits, didn't care about that at the moment. Tong Tian.
Hongjun, thank you for bestowing this opportunity.
Tong Tian will remember it.
Ho2.
Thank you, Senior.
DiJun.
Senior's noble intentions.
The group was filled with a harmonious atmosphere, with various praises for Hongjun's generosity flooding the chat.
Hongjun's act of generosity earned him the goodwill of the entire top-tier power of the primordial world. Just as the atmosphere in the group reached a boiling point, a notification sound echoed in Qin Feng's mind, instantly pulling his attention back to reality. Ding. New task detected. Does the host wish to accept?
I didn't expect a new mission so soon.
Qin Feng was ecstatic. As long as there were tasks to complete, he could earn points. He hoped for a mission every day.
System, connect me. Let me see what the mission is.
Ding. Connection successful. A vision projection unfolded. Fox Grief Mountain, the underground palace. The air was thick with an overwhelming cloying scent of sandalwood. The Ghost King knelt before the cold jade bed, utterly dejected, his eyes threaded with cobweb-like blood vessels.
Why is it still not working? My daughter.
He croaked, his voice hoarse. Just as despair consumed him, a voice resounded in his mind, detecting a strong desire. Are you willing to trade 30% of the Ghost King's sex destiny for the resurrection of Bai Yao? The Ghost King suddenly snapped awake. What was destiny? For a demon cult leader, his kingdom, his foundation, his destiny. These were things he had pursued his entire life. But at this very moment, before the green-clad figure lying on the cold jade bed, who would never smile at him again, it all meant nothing.
I am willing.
He lunged at the light projection, looking like a man possessed.
If only she can live again, I would give you the entire Ghost King sect without a second thought.
Ding. Contract established. The primordial wilderness.
So it's the world of Juxian. Damn, this is something so many people have regrets about.
Qin Feng was stunned.
System, quickly generate the mission difficulty.
Ding. Generating 7-star solo chain dungeon Juxian. Mission details. First ring. Resurrect Bai Yao. Integral reward 100 million. Note this mission involves different time nodes and is a chain mechanism. Completing the first ring unlocks the subsequent ones. Hint: completing all rings has a very high probability of triggering a hidden mission. Qin Feng casually tossed the mission details into the group chat. Qin Feng group leader.
Everyone, a big job is here. A 7-star chain mission. The first ring is a resurrection mission.
The group erupted. Ancestral Dragon.
7 stars. A 7-star mission. I, the ancestor, accept it. Don't any of you dare steal it from me. Isn't it just resurrecting a little girl? Too easy.
Primordial Phoenix.
Scram. Ancestral Dragon, besides digging holes and spewing water, what else can you do? This is resurrection, the creation of life. Can you do it? You'd only resurrect her into a mindless beast.
Primal Qilin.
Although I don't like to meddle, I must remind you, Taoist Ancestral Dragon, you'd better forget it.
Nüwa.
Voice message: the Tao of creation is my path of cultivation. When it comes to resurrection, this task is mine alone.
Yan.
Playing it safe. Nüwa, I didn't expect your voice to be so beautiful. I'm in love.
Nüwa. Seeing this, Qin Feng smiled.
Same old rules, first come, first served. First click gets it.
Group message: Nüwa has claimed the mission. Teleport countdown 3 breaths. Outside Foxgrief Mountain, the clamor of battle shook heaven and earth. The righteous sects had encircled the mountain, and disciples of the Ghost King sect wailed in pools of blood. At the very peak of the malevolent energy, a rift tore open in the sky without warning. An endless stream of creation she poured down through the rift. The vegetation withered by the war began to grow wildly in an instant. The cultivators from both sides, locked in fierce combat, all looked up in shock. Within the golden light, a figure of peerless beauty and sanctity descended slowly. Nüwa's divine sense swept across, perceiving all the cause and effect of this world. Her form flickered, and she appeared deep within the underground palace. Meanwhile, in the primordial wilderness mercenary group chat, Ancestral Dragon.
Tisk all this fanfare. Can that little girl Nüwa pull it off? The soul locked in that joyful bell is almost worn away.
Primordial Phoenix.
Ancestral Dragon, you talk too much. Nüwa's Tao of creation has long reached perfection. Worry about your own dragon sons and grandsons.
Primal Qilin.
Exactly. Back in the Inuyasha instance, Nüwa resurrected that mortal shrine maiden even at her latest stage de Luohu cultivation. This kind of life force loss in a cultivation world is child's play for her. Just watch properly.
Ancestral Dragon.
I don't believe it. The restrictions of this world are not small.
Everyone watched Nüwa's action through the live stream. She looked at the girl withered like a flower on the cold jade bed and gently touched the joyful bell with her fingertip.
The Tao of creation, endless generation. Seek the thread of cause and effect, explore the chapter of fate. The Tao says soul return.
As her words fell, a mysterious resonance instantly spread. The fragments of the soul, as if hearing the call of the mother goddess, surged madly towards Foxgrief Mountain. Life force roared and death retreated. A ball of gentle creation essence slowly infused into Bayao's brow. Her originally cold and stiff body became warm and soft in an instant. Then azure creation light flooded her body, elevating Bayao's cultivation to the true immortal realm. Bayao slowly opened her eyes, sitting up in confusion. She looked at the holy figure of Nüwa before her, and memories surged back like a tidal wave. The mountain's heavy rain, the descending Zhuxian soared in.
Father!
She cried out in alarm. Outside the underground palace, the Ghost King felt as if struck by lightning, his eyes revealing both madness and ecstasy. His figure moved so fast it left only an afterimage, not even having time to retract his protective demonic aura, and he slammed violently into the stone door of the underground palace. Before the cold jade bed, a young girl dressed in water-green clothes sat there in a daze. Her hair was like a waterfall, her skin like snow, with not a trace of the previous ashen pallor of death.
Yao! Yao!
The Ghost King said, his voice trembling with emotion. The girl turned her head at the sound.
Father!
Bayao's voice was weak.
Daughter! Where am I? Thump!
The Ghost King's knees hit the hard bluestone floor heavily. He scrambled, crawling and stumbling to his daughter, pulling Bayao into his arms and wailing loudly.
Awake! You're really awake! Father isn't dreaming!
Nüwa spoke slowly.
Since you have awakened, the karmic ties are resolved. I am Nüwa from the Primordial Wilderness Mercenary Group.
The Ghost King's whole body trembled. He hastily pulled the still confused by Yao to kneel.
I kowtow in gratitude for the Immortal's grace of recreation. The entire Ghost King sect is willing to go through fire and water for the Immortal. Going through fire and water won't be necessary.
Nüwa waved her jade hand, a gentle force of magic lifting the father and daughter to their feet.
I am Nüwa of the Mercenary Group and I resurrected your daughter. Remember to give me a 5-star review. If you could write 100 words, that would be best.
The Ghost King was stunned for a moment, then nodded frantically.
Definitely. Definitely. Let alone 100 words, even a 10,000-word blood oath, I would write it. Good.
Nüwa nodded slightly, stepped out of the underground palace in one stride, and hovered above the peak of Fox Grief Mountain. Outside the mountain, the radiance of the Righteous X artifacts pressed down like a dark cloud, and Taoist Dao Xian held the ancient Zhu Xian sword, his killing intent at its peak. Yet the moment Nüwa's figure appeared, all the killing and war aura between heaven and earth seemed to be smoothed away by an invisible giant hand.
This is...
Taoist Dao Xian stared in terror at the woman whose face he could not discern, his voice trembling.
Senior, just what kind of divine being are you?
Nüwa's gaze swept across the assembly, her voice warm and serene.
I am Nüwa of the Primordial Chaos Martial Arts Group. Entrusted by another, I fulfill my duty with unwavering loyalty. From this day forth, the Ghost King sect and the Orthodox sect shall observe a millennium-long truce. Any who cross this boundary shall suffer heavenly retribution.
As her words faded, Nüwa lightly flicked her fingertip. A barrier materialized out of thin air, enveloping Fox Ridge Mountain in its entirety. The Tao resonance shimmering across the barrier, mere wisps of its overflow, made even the terrestrial immortals present feel as insignificant as ants. Then the void split open. Nüwa stepped through the rift and vanished without a trace. Primordial chaos? Qin Feng stretched languidly, watching his account balance leap once more. Nüwa truly delivered, reliable, effortless, and utterly dependable. Qin the Ancestor.
Receiving yet another red envelope. Many thanks, fellow Taoist Nüwa. How terribly awkward this feels.
Nüwa.
Qin, fellow Taoist, you flatter yourself. Were it not for your sovereign fortune artifact, we would never have earned such an extraordinary bounty.
Zhu Long.
This is unbearable. I'm genuinely envious. How is it possible? Hasn't even a single teacup's worth of time passed. And already 140 million merit points are secured.
Yuan Feng.
Zhu Long, you truly are foolish. The Tao of creation restores life from death. What can your brute strength accomplish besides shattering souls with a single breath?
To send you to resurrect someone would be to risk scattering their very soul with a single exhalation. Qilin.
Zhu Long, if my memory serves, was it not you who swore just moments ago that fellow Taoist Nüwa would fail, and even placed private wagers on that very outcome?
Now that she has completed the task flawlessly, perhaps it is time you offered your face for all to strike.
Yin Yang.
Ah, some dragons simply declare the grapes sour because they cannot reach them. It seems destiny has denied the dragon clan this opportunity. Zhu Long.
You're all far too cruel to dragons, aren't you?
Yuan Feng.
A gentle smile.
Qin Feng watched the banter unfold and could not help but chuckle softly. These former overlords, once locked in cataclysmic battles across the primordial chaos, now squabbled over merit points like mischievous children. It was indeed rather amusing.
All members, enough jesting.
Qin Feng murmured, fingertips tracing a light gesture in the void as he distilled the details of the second trial.
The first phase was merely an appetizer. The true climax lies ahead.
Ding. The multiversal proxy mission, the Sword of Divine Justice. Phase 2 has been unlocked. Qin Feng glanced at the mission description, a faint knowing smile playing upon his lips as he cast the task interface directly into the group chat. Qin Feng, Group Master.
All members, the second phase is now active. This time we must not only retrieve a soul, but resolve a profound familial tragedy.
Mission title: The Regret of Daju Peak. Mission objective: resurrect Tian Bai from an alternate temporal thread and avert Su Ru's suicide, thereby dissolving Gui Li's inner torment. Mission rank 7 stars, reward 100 million merit points. A hush fell over the group. Reviving Tianbai posed no great challenge, but mending a heart torn by grief, that was another matter entirely. These primordial chaos sovereigns excelled at war and slaughter, but navigating mortal hearts entangled in sorrow and love, that lay far beyond their expertise. Zhu Long instinctively drew back silent. Such delicate emotional labor was simply not his domain. Even Yuan Feng hesitated. Though female in form, her temperament burned fierce and unyielding. Domestic entanglements made her head throb. Just as uncertainty lingered, Shurchen surfaced. Shurchen, this humble Taoist has never undertaken a mission before. Might esteemed fellow cultivators grant me this chance. Luohu, very well. Since fellow Taoist Shurchen has spoken, this ancestor shall step aside. Besides matters of love and sentiment grate upon my nerves. Hongjun, this humble Taoist has just concluded a prior commission. I shall not contend for this one. Zhu Long, then let it be granted to fellow Taoist Shurchen. Ahem, this ancestor merely finds the assignment excessively taxing upon the mind. Watching the sovereigns yield so readily, Yang Mei, who had remained submerged in silence, finally emerged. As sovereign of spatial law, he shared a long-standing rapport with Shurchen. Yang Mei, Yang, I too have never accepted a mission. I shall defer to you this time. But should fortune favor me with a suitable opportunity next, do remember to reserve it for me. Yin Yang sent a sweat drop emoji. Shurchen, Yang made profound gratitude for your generosity. All members, may virtue abound. In the next instant, a group announcement scrolled past. Announcement member Taoist Shurchen has claimed the mission. Qin Feng's lips curved upward as he tapped open the live mission feed. The scene shifted. Noise dissolved. Qingyun Mountain, Daju Peak. That day Daju Peak was cloaked in desolate wind and mournful rain. In the rear chamber of Shoujing Hall, Su Ru stood clad in plain white robes, her face pale as parchment. Moments earlier word had arrived from the front lines. Tianbai was dead. Bai! She whispered, his name, fingers clenched tightly around a short sword, the very blade he had gifted her at their betrothal. Without him, this world was nothing but a frigid hollow prison. Wait for me, just a little longer. Her eyes vacant, Su Ru slowly raised the blade. Qin Feng watched the screen, heart skipping, though he knew the ending would be rewritten. At the critical instant, every gust of wind, every falling raindrop over Daju Peak froze midair. Time itself ground to a halt. Then from the void a figure emerged, silent, seamless, unhurried. Taoist Shurchen's features remained indistinct, wreathed in faint gray mist. With each step, he took the floorboards beneath his feet flickered between pristine newness and ancient decay. He halted before Su Ru and sighed softly. What then is love in this mortal realm, that it commands life and death as one? After the sigh, he traced a slow, deliberate line across the empty air before him. Then his voice resonated, deep and timeless. The Tao of time knows no beginning nor end. It flows backward through 10,000 eons, condensing eternity into a single luminous instant. Thus speaks the Tao time reversal. An ineffable, profound ripple surged outward from Shoujing Hall, engulfing the entire Qingyun range, then the whole sword of divine justice whirled. Instantly, raindrops suspended midair, reversed course, soaring back into the clouds. Tears receded into Su Ru's eyes. The blade poised at her heart slid smoothly back into its scabbard. Shurchen stood amid the monochrome stillness, a quiet smile gracing his lips. If fate is to be altered, why meet it heathen? He snapped his fingers. Color flooded back into the world. The fatal thrust, meant to pierce the heart, grazed Tianbai's chest, instead diverted by the barest imperceptible shift of his body. Hiss! The sword of divine justice plunged deep into Tianbai's left arm, missing every vital point. Daoxian Elder, have you truly lost your senses? Tianbai roared, unleashing an astonishing surge of power from within. Caught completely off guard, Dao Xianzhenren staggered backward several paces under the force of the counterblow. At that moment, Guili Naichi and the disciples of Daju Peak rushed in, only to freeze in place. As dust settled, Guili surged forward, Naichi close behind. Master, are you unharmed? Guili asked, his voice dry and raspy. Tianbai clutched his left arm, grimacing in pain. His foolish disciple's question only stoked his irritation. Nonsense!
What could possibly happen to me? If you had come any later, this mere scratch would have healed.
Despite his bravado, a flicker of lingering fear passed through his eyes. In that fleeting moment, he had truly tasted death.
Bye!
Su-Ru transformed into a streak of light, abandoning all decorum, as she rushed toward him, bursting into tears.
You're alive! I thought I'd never see you again.
Tian Bai winced from her embrace, patting her back awkwardly.
Crying like this, what a spectacle! Am perfectly fine, am I not?
In the Primordial Era, the Fight Club chat exploded. Yang.
Good heavens! Shurchen pulled off a slick move.
Yang.
Shurchen, fellow Taoist, your control far surpasses that brute Luohu, who only knows how to blast everything.
Luohu. Luohu.
Yang, you old scoundrel. Do you seek death? How can my techniques of slaughter be compared to such petty tricks?
Ancestral Dragon.
I don't understand it, but I'm profoundly awed. Is this the application of the law of time? Without using any grand divine abilities, he effortlessly altered the outcome.
Qin Feng.
Luohu, keep your head down. He's provoking you, why not settle it offline?
Ancestral Dragon.
Fight. Fight. I've had enough of this hypocrite.
Yuan Feng.
Ancestral Dragon, you brute, why stir up trouble?
Primal Qilin.
Yuan Feng, right. Go teach that Ancestral Dragon some family discipline.
Yuan Feng.
Primal Qilin, you bastard, did I not call you out?
Hongjun.
Enough quarreling. Don't disrupt the group's unity. If you have time, watch how fellow Taoist Shurchen completes his task and learn something about the law of time.
Yang. Ancestral Dragon. Seeing Hongjun mediate, the others dared not argue. After all, Hongjun had bestowed boons upon them. As the saying goes, one who accepts favors is obliged. They could only continue watching the live stream. The scene shifted to the Zhuxian realm. The turmoil at the funeral parlor had subsided. Tian Bai gently patted his sobbing wife and bowed respectfully.
This junior Tian Bai pays respects to the senior. Thank you for saving our lives.
Within the swirling mist, Shurchen Dao Ren's figure loomed faintly.
No need for such formalities. I am Shurchen from the Primordial Era Fight Club.
Pausing briefly, he recalled the group's corporate culture and forced a smile.
The task is complete. If you are satisfied, please remember to leave a 5-star review.
Tian Bai's expression froze. He had no idea what a 5-star review meant in celestial terms. But he was quick-witted. Whatever the senior said, he would comply.
Absolutely. Not just 5 stars, even if I must pluck stars from the sky, this junior will give it a try.
Tian Bai agreed profusely. Shurchen Dao Ren did not leave immediately. He gazed at the couple before him, frowning at the brevity of mortal lifespans.
Very well, I shall see this through to the end.
Shurchen Dao Ren raised his hand and flicked his finger lightly. In an instant, the couple felt their meridians surge like a mighty river. In the blink of an eye, their auras transcended the jade pure and upper pure stages of this world, ascending directly to the celestial immortal realm. Though a celestial immortal was but an ant in the Primordial Era in this plane, they were akin to living gods. Next, Shurchen began to set up a formation, chanting incantations.
The way of time, a formation to seal all realms, weaving the threads of eternity, binding the boundary of ages. The Tao decrees time frees this world.
After completing the formation, he instructed them.
Within this formation, 1 day outside equals 1,000 years inside. Cultivate here to rapidly advance your power without consuming your real-world lifespan.
Shurchen Dao Ren paused.
I have linked your auras to this formation. Unless a being surpasses my cultivation, there is no possibility of breaking it. You and your disciples may cultivate here in peace to stabilize your realms.
Feeling the boundless power within him, Tian Bai trembled with excitement and knelt again with Su-Ru.
Thank you, senior, for bestowing this method.
Shurchen nodded slightly, his form dissolving into the void. Back at his Taoist sanctuary in the Primordial Era, before he could even sip his tea, a light screen exploded before him. Congratulations, Shurchen, on completing the task. Rating perfect. Base points reward 100 million. Superb review bonus 20, lucky aura bonus 20, total points 1.4 billion. Hongjun.
Shurchen, congratulations, fellow Taoist, on completing the task.
Group message. Shurchen sent an exclusive red packet of 7 million points to Qin Feng. Shurchen.
Everyone, I have just had an epiphany. I intend to use the fragment of the law of time gifted by fellow Taoist Hongjun to go into seclusion and break through to the Hunyuan Daoyuo Golden Immortal Realm. Farewell for now.
A single stone stirred 1,000 ripples. The group chat erupted. Yang.
Shurchen, are you serious? Breaking through after just one task.
Qian Kun.
Good heavens. So one can break through on their own. This saves you 1 billion points, fellow Taoist. What a massive gain.
Ancestral Dragon.
I'm jealous. My eyes are green with envy.
Hongjun.
Excellent. The path of the Tao is long and precedence belongs to those who attain it. Shurchen, may you successfully realize the Tao and return soon.
Luohu.
Mere luck.
Watching the lively chat, Qin Feng felt elated. When employees are motivated, the boss can relax. However, at that moment, a red alert from the system blared in Qin Feng's mind. Ding detected completion of a chain task. Anomaly in the Zhu Xian Heavenly Tao. Triggering hidden quest. Ding, hidden quest released. Quest objective in an alternate timeline: resolve Guili's inner demon, assist Naichi in breaking through to a higher realm and converge the timelines. Qin Feng was puzzled but posted the quest details in the group. Ancestral Dragon.
Resolving inner demons again. Too difficult.
Yuan Feng.
Ancestral Dragon useless.
Ancestral Dragon. Yuan Feng.
I'll take it.
Ancestral Dragon.
Yuan Feng, on what grounds?
Yuan Feng.
Ancestral Dragon, do you know how to cure depression? You'd only make people more depressed, even scare them to death.
Primal Qilin, enjoying the drama, replied directly.
To be fair, fellow Taoist, Ancestral Dragon would be lucky not to scare people into depression. This delicate task is better left to Sister Yuan Feng. After all, she has the Nirvana flame.
Ancestral Dragon. Ancestral Dragon.
Fine, you're all ganging up on this dragon, aren't you? I'll remember this.
Watching this, Qin Feng couldn't help but laugh. These old-timers were truly desperate for points. Qin Feng, group leader.
As usual, the quest will be posted in the group. First come, first served.
As he spoke, Qin Feng tapped his finger and posted the quest. Group notification: congratulations Yuan Feng for claiming the quest. In another timeline at Big Bamboo Peak. Inside the funeral parlor.
Master! Mistress!
Qilin knelt before the spirit tablets, his eyes vacant, as billowing black chi surged from his body.
Why? Why must even the last shred of hope be taken from me?
Qilin roared. Just then the gloomy dark sky turned crimson.
Depressed by love. Inner demon wreaking havoc.
A proud, cold, feminine voice echoed across the entire Qingyun mountain range.
Today I shall burn away that inner demon of yours, and show you what true resurrection means.
From the void, a peerlessly beautiful figure stepped forth, wreathed in flames. Yuan Feng's eyes shimmered with killing intent as she flipped her palm.
Soul's return.
Rumble. A pure breath of life accompanied by the Nirvana flame instantly enveloped the remains of Tian Bai and Su Ru. The heart-wrenching howl of Qilin, engulfed by the flames of Nirvana, abruptly ceased. The swirling black mist that enveloped him instantly turned to nothingness upon encountering the crimson golden flames. Qilin stared blankly at his hands. The violent impulse to annihilate everything had vanished without a trace. In front of him, Su Ru slowly opened her eyes. Under the infusion of life force, her previously ashen face now radiating a rosy hue.
Not easy.
Su Ru's gaze was still somewhat dazed as she instinctively grasped her husband's arm.
I dreamed that you died.
Tian Bui suddenly pulled his wife tightly into his embrace, saying,
No! I am alive, you are alive. We are all alive.
At that moment, the Yuan Feng in the void gradually retracted, the celestial flames transforming back into her proud and aloof humanoid form. She looked down at the crowd from her elevated position, a satisfied smile curling at her lips.
Revival complete, inner demons have been eradicated.
Yuan Feng casually tidied her disheveled hair, her voice reaching Tian Bui's ears.
Though the process was somewhat convoluted, the outcome is favorable. Remember to give a 5-star review.
Upon hearing this, Tian Bui, disregarding the tears and mucus on his face, began banging his head against the ground, exclaiming,
Absolutely. Absolutely. I will never forget the great grace of my senior.
As she saw the task completed satisfactorily, Yuan Feng wore a proud expression, preparing to summon the teleportation array to return to the primordial wilderness to collect her reward. However, an unexpected change occurred. The sky, which had just cleared, suddenly darkened. A cold and intensely furious will descended upon Qinyan Mountain.
Anomaly. Continuously disturbing the order of life and death, reversing the river of time. Today it must be subdued.
Before the words faded, the void shattered. Countless chains of order, as black as ink and carrying destructive thunder, surged towards Yuan Feng to strangle her. Yuan Feng's beautiful eyes narrowed, her pupils constricted fiercely.
Does the will of the heavenly Tao of this mere middle thousand world dare to bind this palace?
As the ruler of the avian race, Yuan Feng had never encountered such provocation. With a delicate shout, a massive fiery phoenix phantom towering 1,000,000 zhang high instantly manifested behind her. With a sweep of its wings carrying the might of burning heavens and boiling seas, it crashed violently into those chains. Boom! The space shattered, and the ground trembled. However, a shocking scene unfolded before Yuan Feng. Her proud nirvana true fire failed to sever the black chains. Those chains seemed to possess intellect, directly piercing through the fiery phoenix phantom, tightly coiling around her limbs and bones.
This is world suppression.
Yuan Feng's expression changed drastically as she frantically urged the magic power within her body, only to be horrified to discover that her cultivation was plummeting at an astonishing rate. Perfected Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Early stage Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Mid-stage de Luo Golden Immortal. In the blink of an eye, her strength had been suppressed by this world by a full 80%.
Oh no!
Yuan Feng looked at the stunned Tian Bui and the others, then glanced at the chains tightening around her, frantically siphoning her essence. A grave expression flashed in her eyes. This heavenly Tao was not expelling her, but rather trying to devour her. At the same time, the Primordial Wilderness group chat erupted in chaos. The scene in the live stream where Yuan Feng was trapped sent shivers down everyone's spines.
Enyang Ancestor. What the hell? Did I see that wrong? Yuan Feng is locked up, but she is a perfected Hunyuan Golden Immortal.
Qianquan Ancestor.
Damn. Is this heavenly Tao crazy?
Zulong roaring in voice.
What? Damn it. That crazy heavenly Tao dares to touch that mad woman. I will go save her right now. No one stop me.
Yuan Feng gritting her teeth to send a message.
Get lost. Don't come and make trouble.
Yuan Feng.
Zulong, this heavenly Tao chain is suspicious. If you foolish dragon come, it will only be delivering food. It wants to devour the essence for evolution.
Qilin.
That heavenly Tao chain seems to have condensed the residual power from the previous 2 encounters and Nüwa's actions.
Hoodoo.
Senior Yuan Feng is in danger. What should we do?
Tongtian.
Senior Group Leader. Tongtian requests to fight. Even if it means suffering backlash from causality, I will rescue Senior Yuan Feng.
Hoodoo.
I am also willing to go.
Qin Feng looked at the chaos in the group and frowned slightly, calmly typing a line in the group. Qin Feng Group Leader.
Everyone stay still. I will think of a countermeasure.
After calming the members, Qin Feng quickly immersed himself in his spiritual sea.
System check the heavenly Tao situation of the Zhuxian realm. This mere middle thousand realm, even if evolved, should not be able to suppress an existence of Yuan Feng's caliber. It seems a bit unnatural.
Ding. System is detecting. Detection complete. According to this system's calculations, the heavenly Tao of this world has undergone stress evolution due to continuous invasions in a short time and has absorbed the energies of Nüwa and the hour. Ding. According to this system's investigation results, the heavenly Tao of Zhuxian intends to upgrade the world level through the essence of the higher dimensional world, transitioning from middle thousand world to great thousand world. Qin Feng was shocked upon hearing this. Good heavens, this heavenly Tao is quite ambitious, actually setting its sights on his employees. System suggestion: this heavenly Tao may be detrimental to the host. The host can erase the consciousness of this realm's heavenly Tao and reshape the rules. Good heavens, just as expected from my system, always thinking for me. Since it is a system suggestion, it implies that this matter can be accomplished, and it's quite feasible. Qin Feng thought for a moment and slowly spoke.
System, I manage a group of mercenaries. To allow everyone to take on tasks, I never compete with them for tasks. If this continues even with my Hongjun Wajidian de Luo cultivation, I will be surpassed by them. Can you provide me with some compensation for this opportunity?
Ding. Host's hard work acknowledged. According to this system's assessment, the host's request is reasonable, and a compensation plan is being generated for the host. Ding. The system's compensation plan has been generated. In light of the serious damage to employees' physical and mental health, and the reputation of the mercenary group due to this incident. Task assessment for Yuan Feng complete normal settlement of 1 for billion points. As the group leader, the host can personally intervene to stabilize the situation with a special approval of appearance fee and task compensation 2 billion points. 2 billion points. I didn't expect the system to be so generous.
Thank you, system.
Qin Feng put down his teacup, his mind moving, as he directly typed a line of text in the group chat interface. Qin Feng group leader.
All members, due to the mutation of the heavenly Tao in the Zhuxian realm, I will personally intervene.
The moment the message was sent, the group chat exploded. Yin Yang.
What the hell? Did I see that wrong? The group leader is going to personally take action.
Qianquan.
Since joining the group, I have never seen the group leader actually take action.
Zulong.
Group leader.
Do you have confidence?
Yuan Feng's status extremely weak.
There's no need for that. Even if this palace exhausts my true spirit, I can still shatter this wretched chain.
Looking at the message from Yuan Feng, Qin Feng shook his head.
Stubborn as a dead duck, Yuan Feng's pride was etched into her bones. If she really self-destructed, how would others view him as the group leader? Qin Feng group leader.
Yuan Feng, you are a member of my mercenary group of all realms. Except for us, no one has the right to bully you, not even the heavenly Tao. Yin Yang.
Luohu group leader's words truly move me to tears.
Qin Feng group leader.
All members, the live broadcast is starting. Everyone observe and learn. I will go now. With these words, Qin Feng hesitated no more and stepped forth, leaving the primordial wilderness behind. On the summit of Qinyan Peak in the Zhuxian realm, a once serene land of immortal cultivation had now been reduced to a bloody battlefield. Countless pitch-black chains of law tightly bound Yuan Feng, suspending her in midair.
Such pure power! Devouring you will allow me, the heavenly Tao, to break through my shackles and ascend to a greater universe.
The chain suddenly tightened, tearing Yuan Feng's primordial spirit apart. Just as she prepared to ignite her origin and perish together with her foe, all of time and space abruptly froze. A youthful figure in a blue robe materialized before the core of the heavenly Tao.
Who are you?
The heavenly will demanded in terror. It realized it could not see through this human. He stood there like an empty void, yet also like an insurmountable ancient divine mountain. Qin Feng raised his eyes slightly and spoke slowly.
I am Qin Feng, the group leader of the Primordial Wilderness Substitute Fighting Group. Disperse.
As the words left his lips, reality obeyed his command. The black chain shattered instantly, dissolving into nothingness.
Cough, cough.
Freed from her bonds, Yuan Feng stumbled and fell, barely steadying herself midair before transforming into human form and landing behind Qin Feng, her beautiful eyes filled with lingering fear. Had Qin Feng been a moment later, she would have perished together with the heavenly Tao.
Senior group leader, you. Step back. Leave this to me now.
Qin Feng spoke calmly.
Arrogant. Utterly arrogant.
The heavenly will trembled in fury and humiliation. In an instant, the spiritual energy of the entire Zhuxian world began to run wild.
Outsider, you are strong. But within my world, all living beings are my weapons. World origin power of all life annihilate.
With the heavenly Taoist roar, a terrifying scene unfolded. Every living creature felt their power forcibly drained. This force, gathering the essence, energy, and spirit of billions of beings across the world, condensed into a blood-red giant sword in the sky, its tip aimed directly at Qin Feng. Qin Feng sneered.
How foolish!
He raised his right hand and lightly flicked the blood-red giant sword. The blood-red giant sword, upon touching Qin Feng's fingertip, was instantly purified into pure spiritual energy. The next moment, the energy transformed into a rain of light, returning to every being from whom it had been taken. Not only was their original power restored, but it was even purer. The cultivators of the entire world were not harmed. Instead, they collectively received a fortuitous opportunity.
How is this possible?
The Zhuxian Heavenly Dao trembled violently, gripped by fear. Its ultimate killing move had become a blessing from the enemy to all living things.
Flee! I must flee!
The core of the Heavenly Dao contracted sharply, preparing to detonate the earth vein power of the Qinyan Mountains to create chaos and escape into the temporal turbulence.
Did I permit you to leave? Freeze!
The moment the words were spoken, space instantly solidified. Meanwhile, in the primordial wilderness substitute fighting group chat. Yin Yang Ancestor.
By the boundless heavens, is this the true strength of senior group leader? That's a Heavenly Dao, and he toys with it like molding clay.
Hongjun.
Senior group leader's realm is likely beyond ordinary. Wuji Daoluo Golden Immortal. He could have erased this Heavenly Dao instantly, yet he played with it so long, probably just mocking it.
Jian.
Is this the thigh we cling to? Love it. That move of returning power to all beings was so cool. That's what you call vision.
Xuanti.
We're set. Following the group leader, as long as we don't court death, we can dominate the myriad realms. By the way, how does the group leader plan to deal with this Heavenly Dao?
Luohu.
He, in my view, just refine it as a tonic. This is world origin, a great supplement.
Qin Feng ignored the clamor in the group. He walked slowly to the imprisoned core of the Heavenly Dao.
As the world's will, you should be desireless and impartial. Yet you fostered selfishness, sought to devour all life. You must be destroyed.
With that, Qin Feng closed his fingers, and the core of the Heavenly Dao was utterly annihilated. The entire Zhuxian world fell into dead silence, laws ceased, and all things lost their voice. With the Heavenly Dao gone, the world was on the brink of collapse. Qin Feng remained composed, gently pointing into the void.
This realm shall have a new Heavenly Dao.
A spark of divine light bloomed from Qin Feng's fingertip, and a pure, flawless world will slowly took shape in his palm.
From now on, the Heavenly Dao of the Zhuxian world shall guard all beings as its duty and harbor no selfish thoughts.
Qin Feng commanded softly. The newborn orb of light nuzzled against his palm, transmitting a tender thought.
As you decree.
His task done, Qin Feng turned to look at Yuan Feng, whose face was pale behind him. Her radiant robe was torn, and a trace of blood hung at the corner of her mouth, making her appear quite disheveled. Qin Feng raised his hand and flicked a strand of magical power into Yuan Feng's brow. In an instant, she felt a warm current flow through her entire being. Her depleted magical power was instantly replenished, her shattered meridians reconnected. The trace of origin she had burned was fully restored and even slightly enhanced.
Senior group leader.
Yuan Feng's expression was complex. She took a deep breath and said gratefully,
"Thank you for this."
Qin Feng waved his hand, a playful smile curling at his lips.
Skip the verbal thanks. How about you dance a hot number in the group sometime to liven things up? That'll be thanks enough.
Yuan Feng. Hearing this, the corners of her mouth twitched. I am the sovereign ruling over billions of flying creatures, and I should dance a hot dance. But thinking of the life-saving debt, she couldn't bring herself to refuse.
Fine.
The words seemed squeezed out between her teeth. Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction, then his gaze fell on the crowd from Qinyan's sect below. Since he was here, he might as well do a good deed and provide some after-sales service. Qin Feng made a silent decision and casually waved his hand. Several streams of light descended from the sky, entering the bodies of Guili by Yao Naiqi and others.
Today I grant you all a fortuitous opportunity. Cultivate diligently, and do not squander this new world.
Boom, boom, boom. The group felt a thunderous roar in their minds as their cultivation skyrocketed. Yuqing Shangqing Tai Qing. In just a single breath, they surpassed the limits of this world, stepping directly into the realm of immortals. Heavenly Immortal, True Immortal, all the way to Golden Immortal. Having done all this, Qin Feng transmitted lightly.
Remember to give a 5-star review.
With that, he lingered no more. With a sweep of his sleeve, he swept up the still-stunned Yuan Feng and stepped into the void teleportation array. Light and shadow shifted, and when they opened their eyes again, they were back in the primordial wilderness. In the primordial wilderness, substitute fighting group messages began flooding. Imyong.
Qin Feng group leader Dare, I ask, what exact level of Hongjun Wuji Daluo Golden Immortal are you, senior group leader?
Qin Feng group leader.
Imyong, keep it down. I am still quite weak at the moment with shallow cultivation, merely at the mid-stage of Hongjun Wuji Daluo Golden Immortal.
Imyong.
Good heavens, as expected of the group leader, you sure know how to show off.
Jian.
Is this the world of the strong? Using merely so elegantly.
Jian.
Such a show-off.
Ancestral Dragon.
I'm convinced. Utterly convinced. I once thought my physical body was invincible, but now I see him just a little brother before the senior.
Hongjun.
I never expected senior group leader's cultivation to be so profound. Admirable.
Luohu.
Though the group leader is strong, I won't concede. Once I attain the Tao of Huanyuan, I will surely seek a few bouts with senior group leader.
Qin Feng group leader.
Luohu ambitious. Wait until you reach Hongjun Wuji Daluo Golden Immortal to talk. Fighting you now would be bullying a child.
Luohu. Just then a group announcement popped up. Group announcement: final settlement of the third cycle of the Celestial Slaying World mission result perfectly resolved the Heavenly Tao crisis and reshaped the world order. Mission completion rate 100 base points, 100 million lucky aura bonus, 20 super praise bonus, 20 final settle points, 1. For billion. Yuan Feng did not break her word and directly sent an exclusive red packet. Yuan Feng sent an exclusive red packet to Qinquan ancestor, 7 million points. Qinquan.
How delightful.
It feels wonderful to earn money while lying down. Thank you, Daoist Yuan Feng. Yuan Feng, next time there's a troublesome task like this, call me. I'll cheer in the group.
Yuan Feng.
Qinquan scram.
At the same time, a system notification rang in Qin Feng's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the rescue mission and upholding the reputation of the proxy fighting group.
In view of the host personally taking charge for the first time, not only resolving the trouble, but also effortlessly upgrading the plane's potential. Special system compensation points 2 billion. Qin Feng felt quite pleased as he looked at the additional 2 billion in his account balance. Meanwhile, deep within the chaos in an ancient Tao field hidden beyond the river of time, Shurchen sat cross-legged atop a massive wheel of time surrounded by profound temporal law runes. The fragments of the time law gifted to him by Hongjun had all transformed into streams of light merging into his body. Boom! An immense and boundless aura erupted suddenly, causing the surrounding chaotic currents to freeze instantly. Shurchen snapped his eyes open, and within his gaze it seemed as if billions of rivers of time surged past. Shurchen Dao slowly rose, his voice echoing through the chaos.
The great Tao above, I am Shurchen. Now I seek enlightenment through the law of time. May the great Tao witness it.
Boom! The chaos trembled and lotuses bloomed in the void. A colossal eye slowly materialized at the apex of the chaos.
Approved.
A beam of golden light descended, and Shichen's aura soared step by step, successfully breaking through to the realm of Hongjun Daluo Golden Immortal.
Ha ha ha. It's done. This venerable one has finally achieved it.
Shurchen felt the surging power within him, his heart brimming with lofty ambition. He was the first in the group to attain the Hongjun Daluo realm without relying on points. From now on, who would dare to underestimate him? Shurchen.
I wonder how things are in the group now. Those guys' expressions must be quite amusing when they learn this venerable one has attained enlightenment.
In high spirits, Shurchen cheerfully opened the proxy fighting group interface.
Let this venerable one see what major events have occurred recently.
He murmured to himself, his gaze falling on the chat history, and his smile gradually froze. He hadn't expected so much to happen while he was in seclusion. Shurchen.
I have successfully attained enlightenment as a Hongjun Daluo Golden Immortal.
As the message was sent, Hongjun replied with a tepid response. Hongjun.
Congratulations, Daoist Shurchen.
Qin Feng group leader.
Since everyone is so free, this venerable one happens to have some points burning a hole in my pocket.
Next, this venerable one plans to start a live stream lottery to liven things up.
Luohu.
TSK. Finally, we see the group leader spending. The live stream began, and a lottery wheel floated before Qin Feng. Qin Feng group leader.
Let's start with a small goal, 100,000 consecutive draws to test the waters.
With that, the wheel spun rapidly. Ding. Congratulations to Qin Feng for obtaining low-grade Spirit Stone 50 Origin of Innate Spiritual Root Branch of Innate Spiritual Root Hongjun Li Law Fragments. Several Innate Supreme Treasures. Random Chaos Supreme Treasure Pangus Axe. A cascade of lists flooded the screen like a waterfall. Qin Feng looked at the axe in his hand, which emanated an ancient and vast aura, his eyes lighting up.
Wow, what great luck! I actually got Panda's axe.
The group chat instantly erupted. Qianquan.
Panda's axe. Damn, the guaranteed reward can actually give a Chaos Supreme Treasure.
Luohu.
Is a Chaos Supreme Treasure. If this venerable one obtained it, even old man Hongjun's skull couldn't withstand it.
Hongjun. Before everyone could recover from the shock, Qin Feng tapped again. Qin Feng group leader.
The feeling is just right. Let's do another 100,000 consecutive draws.
Ding. Congratulations to Qin Feng for obtaining Fragment of Creation Jade Die 1 Complete Dan Law 1 Complete 9 Revolutions, Mystic Art 1 Complete Artifact Law 1 Hunyuan Taiji Immortal Venerable Dao Fruit 1 Guaranteed Reward Chaos Supreme Treasure Origin 1. Qin Feng looked at the mountain of treasures before him, frowned slightly, and waved his hand with slight disdain.
System, sort them out.
Organize those junk that takes up space.
Ding. System organizing. Ding. Organization complete. Stored in system space. Host may view at will.
The live stream fell into a deathly silence. Yin Yang Ancestor swallowed his saliva across the screen.
The group leader spent 2 billion points.
This is utterly inhumane.
Ancestral Dragon.
I have countless treasures in my vault, but today I realize I'm just a pauper.
Primordial Qilin.
What the heck? 2 billion points for 1 Dao Fruit, a complete 9 Revolutions, Mystic Art, a Chaos Supreme Treasure, and a Chaos Supreme Treasure Origin. The group leader is the real scammer. Luohu stared intently at the Dao Fruit, a red light surging in his eyes.
He actually drew the Hunyuan Taiji Dao Fruit. The store sells it for 10 billion points.
Hongjun.
It seems senior group leader has gained a great harvest. This is a blessing for the primordial world.
Qin Feng looked at the pile of law fragments. For someone at his level, these were of little use. Keeping them would just take up inventory. It was better to enhance everyone's strength collectively. Qin Feng group leader.
Everyone, this venerable one has gained a lot this time. Joy shared is joy doubled. Let me hand out some benefits to everyone.
As the words fell, a massive red packet exploded on the group chat interface. Group message: Qin Feng sent a 20 million points lucky draw red packet. Group announcement: Hu to grab 3 million points. Group announcement: Tantian grab 2 million points. Group announcement: Dijuan grab 8 million points. Group announcement: Yuan Feng grabbed 5 million points. Group announcement: Ancestral Dragon grabbed 1,000,000 points. Staring at the conspicuous 1,000,000, the entire dragon was stunned. Ancestral Dragon.
Why? This ancestor's luck is immense. How did I only grab so little? Is this discrimination against the dragon clan?
Yin Yang.
Ha ha ha.
You old mud eel deserve it. You must have committed too many killings in the past. Your face is already as black as a pot bottom. Did you think you could get the lucky draw?
Primordial Qilin.
I grabbed 2 million. You're welcome. Qin Feng group leader.
There are also some law fragments. Keeping them is just a waste of space. This venerable one will distribute them to you. By the way, if you need cultivation resources, you can message me privately.
Group message: Qin Feng sent an exclusive red packet to Dijuan Sun Law Fragments 57. Group message: Qin Feng sent an exclusive red packet to Yuan Feng Fire Law Fragments 39. Group message: Qin Feng sent an exclusive red packet to Yin Yang Ancestor Yin Yang Law Fragments 26. Note: stop talking dirty and focus on the great Tao. Don't stray from the path. Group message: Qin Feng sent an exclusive red packet to Shurchen Time Law Fragments 11. Note: your foundation is unstable after just attaining enlightenment. Use these to fill the gaps. Group message: Qin Feng sent an exclusive red packet to Hu to Earth Law Fragments 31. Group message: Qin Feng sent an exclusive red packet to Nüwa Creation Law Fragments 29. Group message: Qin Feng sent an exclusive red packet to Hongjun fragment of Creation Jade Die 2 note, I hope you can complete the Creation Jade Die. Just as everyone was expressing gratitude at Qilin Mountain, the three Pure Ones Dao Field, Tontian was happily clutching his 2 million points when he suddenly sensed a private chat notification. Qin Feng Group Leader.
Keep these 2 complete laws well.
Private chat sent Dan Law Fragments 10 complete Dan Law 1 Private chat sent Artifact Law Fragments 10 complete Artifact Law 1 Note, you can give law fragments to your elder and second elder brothers, but be careful not to give too much. Do not give them the complete laws for now. Tontian stared at the 2 floating complete Great Dao laws completely dumbfounded. Dan Law? Artifact Law? Weren't these the fields where his elder and second elder brothers excelled? Why did the group leader bestow these 2 complete laws upon him? Anne. Tontian asked in shock.
Senior group leader, what do you mean by this?
My elder and second elder brothers share the same origin as me.
Why? A faint unease stirred within him. The group leader's arrangement seemed to carry an unspoken implication. There's no need to ask further, you will understand in time,
said Qin Feng Group Leader.
Thank you, Senior Group Leader. This junior understands,
replied Tontian. At the same time, the notification sounds from the proxy fight group chat rang out like a string of firecrackers.
Thank you, Senior Group Leader. I will always remember this kindness,
said Dijuan.
3 million points plus the fragments of the Earth Law. I can now exchange for many drops of Father God's essence blood,
exclaimed Hutu.
Generous Group Leader,
praised Zulong.
Though my luck was poor, the law fragments are truly satisfying,
said Zulong.
Time law fragments. They will help me consolidate my Hunyuan Daliu realm. I owe the group leader a favor,
added Shurchen Dowren.
There's no need for that. Since you have received the benefits, cultivate diligently. I am also preparing to go into seclusion for a breakthrough,
said Qin Feng Group Leader.
Well said. The fragment of the Creation Jade Die that Senior Group Leader gifted is exactly what I needed. I too must enter seclusion to comprehend it. Fellow Taoists, may we meet again,
said Hongjun. As the icons of these 2 great figures dimmed, the clamor in the group chat gradually subsided. On the primordial land at Buzhou Mountain, within the Hall of Ancestral Witches, Hutu, who had just withdrawn her spiritual sense connection, felt her heart still pounding violently. She took a deep breath, even with her formidable mental fortitude, as a primordial, which she couldn't help but tremble.
System shop open.
A light screen unfolded, and she deftly navigated to the Heavenly Treasures section, her gaze locked onto a line of crimson text.
Panas Essence Blood 5,000 points per drop. Exchange all.
Without any hesitation, Hutu gritted her teeth and instantly spent all 3 million points she had just received.
Ding. Exchange successful. 3 million points consumed. Obtain Panas Essence Blood 60 drops.
In that instant, a terrifying pressure originating from the depths of Bloodline descended upon the Hall of Ancestral Witches. Dijiang sensed it, and abruptly stood up, leading the other witches to Huda's location. Upon seeing her, he was stunned. The jade bottle in Huda's hand had no lid, and a fierce red blood aura surged from its mouth.
This aura, it's Father God's essence blood, and a full 60 drops,
Zhurong exclaimed in shock, shouting at the top of his voice. Dijiang felt his throat go dry. He rushed to Huda's side and asked urgently,
Little sister, where did you get this? Did you plunder the treasuries of the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans?
Huda looked around at her elder brothers and sisters, a smile spreading across her face.
It wasn't a robbery. I obtained this from the Primordial Proxy Fight Group.
Huda's expression turned solemn as she began to recount the story she had prepared in her heart. As she spoke, the noisy hall of ancestral witches fell into silence.
Proxy Fight Group. Myriad realms.
Juin narrowed his eyes, slightly scanning Hutu before slowly nodding.
It seems little sister has encountered a great fortune.
Xuanming being the only other female primordial, which besides, Hutu was quite perceptive. She grasped Huda's hand with concern.
Little sister, who is this group leader Qin? With such heaven-defying abilities, what does he want? Can he be trusted? Senior group leader's cultivation is unfathomable, perhaps even surpassing the great Tao. For the Wu clan, this is our only chance to defy fate,
Buddha said.
Who cares what he wants?
Qianliang slapped his thigh and bellowed.
Isn't it just about helping people fight? Little sister, can you ask for us to join the group of fighters?
At these words, the eyes of all the primordial witches burned with fervor, especially Shishir, whose eyes gleamed.
Yes! With points, we can not only exchange for Father God's essence blood to purify our bloodlines, but also buy treasures from the shop that allow our Wu clan to cultivate primordial spirits.
Buddha looked at her brother's expectant gazes and smiled bitterly.
The slots in the group seem extremely precious. This requires senior group leader's approval. Rest assured, brothers, I will find the right moment to ask him.
With that, her expression turned serious as she pushed the jade bottle forward.
For now, we should focus on refining this essence blood to enhance our strength.
The 60 drops of essence blood transformed into 12 streams of crimson light hovering before each primordial, which 5 drops per person. Dijiang took a deep breath, accepting the essence blood with trembling hands.
Little sister, this fortune is immense. Your elder brothers will remember this kindness. If that proxy fight group ever allows us to join, the Wu clan will stand together. Together,
the witches declared in unison. Meanwhile, on the Sun Star, beneath the Fusong tree, waves of heat rolled. Dijuan stood with his hands behind his back, a smile on his face, as his aura fluctuated, showing signs of breaking through a bottleneck. After sensing his aura, Dongwang Tai circled his elder brother twice, puzzled.
Brother, you've been grinning to yourself mysteriously lately. And what was that aura just now? It seems your cultivation has advanced significantly.
Dijuan didn't keep him in suspense. With a wave of his hand, dozens of Sun Law fragments materialized out of thin air.
Second brother, catch.
Tai instinctively reached out. The moment his fingertips touched the Law fragments, the primordial Sun True fire within him uncontrollably erupted.
Primordial fragments of the Sun Law.
Tai's eyes widened.
Brother, where did you get these? This is the fortune I mentioned to you,
Dijuan said, the corners of his mouth lifting, his eyes gleaming.
It was gifted by Senior Hongjun and Senior Group Leader. With these alone, you and I can save tens of millions of years of bitter cultivation and break through to the mid-stage of Hunyuan Golden Immortal.
After hearing the explanation of the proxy fight group, Tai was utterly shocked.
Hunyuan Daoyuo Dao Fruit. Resurrection. Cross-realm battles.
Tai's breath quickened. As a battle lover, he seized on the key points.
Brother, you haven't been deceived by some chaotic demon god, have you? Deceived?
Dijuan rolled his eyes at him.
Is this law fragment fake? Is the cultivation I've gained fake? The means of that senior group leader are far beyond our comprehension.
Tai looked at the law fragments in his hand, his suspicion instantly replaced by fervor.
Brother.
He rubbed his hands together, a fawning smile on his face.
Do you think you could ask that senior to let me join the fighter group too? If I can join, we brothers can do missions together.
At this, Dijuan fell into thought. The fighter group didn't have many missions, and with so many big shots in the group, it was a case of too many wolves and too little meat. Since joining the group, he hadn't managed to snag a single mission. Fortunately, it wasn't without gains. He had leached many Sun Law fragments and some cultivation resources. If his younger brother joined, their chances of securing missions might improve. Thinking this, Dijuan smiled and patted his shoulder.
I can't decide this. I'll find the right time to ask senior group leader. For now, focus on refining these law fragments and breaking through. With greater strength, your chances of joining will be higher. Brother, I understand. I'll go into seclusion now.
Tai wasted no more words. Taking the Sun Law fragments, he went into seclusion alongside Dijuan. In the west, on Mount Sumeru, a newly built Daoist sanctuary rose from the ground. Jian and Juandi stood before the sanctuary, gazing at Luohu, who stood with his hands behind his back. Their eyes felt hot, and their noses stung with emotion. Jian wiped a tear, his voice trembling.
Senior Luohu, do you truly bestow this sanctuary upon us?
Juandi was so overwhelmed that he stammered.
Not only this, but the senior will also protect us. Whoa, this is so touching. From now on, if anyone dares to call the demon ancestor cruel, I will be the first to argue.
Luohu, with his back to them, twitched the corner of his mouth.
You talk too much.
Luohu turned coldly and pointed his finger in the air. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 demonic imprints instantly sank into their glabellas. He then spoke to them.
This imprint contains a trace of my demonic origin. At a critical moment, it can withstand a full-force strike from an early-stage Hongjun Daluo Golden Immortal. Cultivate diligently.
Jane agreed repeatedly.
The senior is so kind to us, Luohu. We will pray for you daily, wishing the senior's demonic might to dominate the world and unify the Primordial Era.
Xuanti chimed in.
This junior will not only cultivate hard but also strive to give the senior good reviews. On note to uphold the senior's prestige.
Luohu felt a headache coming on. He flicked his sleeve, and his form instantly dissipated into demonic qi. At the immortal volcano, magma surged as Yuan Feng was enveloped in crimson flames. As the fragments of the fire law were absorbed into her body, the crimson flames began to transform.
Nirvana, true fire. Returning to the origin.
Yuan Feng murmured softly. Boom! A terrifying aura surpassing that of a Hongjun Golden Immortal surged into the sky. Yuan Feng broke through to the half-step Hongjun Daluo Golden Immortal. She snapped her eyes open, and the space around her was scorched with fine cracks.
This feeling of controlling everything.
She clenched her delicate hand, sensing the surging power within her, a smile curling at the corners of her mouth.
Just half a step away from the true Hongjun. If I complete a few more tasks.
Just then the private chat interface of the mercenary group lit up. At the East Sea coast, after refining the water law fragments, Ancestral Dragon felt an invigorating comfort throughout his body. He glanced at Yuan Feng and his friend Liz, a smug grin curling at his lips, and opened the private chat. Ancestral Dragon.
Little chilly, this ancestor has broken through. My strength has greatly increased. How about a spar? It'll give you a chance to witness true power.
Inside the immortal volcano, Yuan Feng stared at the provocative message, her eyes narrowing into slits. She immediately replied,
Send your location.
Ancestral Dragon.
The East Sea coast.
Before the message was fully sent, Yuan Feng's figure had already vanished from the immortal volcano. 5 days later at the East Sea coast.
Old Mud Eel, I have arrived.
Yuan Feng shouted. After sensing Yuan Feng's aura, Ancestral Dragon's pupils contracted sharply.
You broke through.
Yuan Feng stretched her limbs and charged at him. 10 days later.
Ah! Don't hit my face. Don't hit my face. Damn! Why won't this fire go out? Hot, hot, hot. Yuan Feng, have you lost your mind? I was just joking.
Ancestral Dragon wailed incessantly. He was terrified. Although his cultivation had advanced, he never expected Yuan Feng's progress to be even more terrifying. She was just a step away from attaining the Hongjun Daluo Golden Immortal. Yuan Feng stood in the void holding a long whip condensed from laws, lashing it down again and again.
Stubborn dragon acting cocky. Challenging me to a fight. Today I'll burn you into a braised mud eel.
Accompanied by Ancestral Dragon's mournful howls, all the creatures of the East Sea trembled in fear. In the mercenary group chat, Yin Yang.
Everyone, did you hear that? The screams from the East Sea are so pitiful. Old Mud Eel seems to be getting domestically abused.
Primal Qilin.
I just probed with my divine sense. The energy fluctuations in the East Sea are intense, with water and fire laws clashing. Indeed, Taoist Ancestral Dragon is being chased and beaten utterly defenseless.
Luohu.
He doesn't know his place. Just a little progress and he gets cocky. He brought it upon himself.
Hongjun.
Ah, youth is wonderful, full of vitality.
Timekeeper.
Alas, enmity begets enmity. When will it end? Yuan Feng, Ancestral Dragon, fellow Taoists, stop fighting. Harmony is precious.
Yet no one paid heed to Timekeeper's attempt at mediation. Yin Yang, eager for the spectacle, sent a message.
With a comical face, fellow Taoists, when do you think Yuan Feng and Ancestral Dragon will finally tie the knot?
Yuan Feng.
Yin Yang, old man, don't spread rumors, or it'll tear your mouth apart.
Qian Kun.
Yuan Feng, ignore Yin Yang. That guy never says anything good.
Yuan Feng sent a rolling eyes emoji, then her avatar dimmed as she prepared to return to her sanctuary for cultivation. At Mount Kunlun, clouds and mist-swirled pines and cypresses were lush and green, exuding a mysterious Taoist charm. Recently Laozi and Yuanshi had noticed Tongchen's odd behavior. After every journey Tongtian would sit cross-legged on his cushion, occasionally letting out a silly suppressed laugh. After laughing, he would immediately cover his mouth, look around guiltily, then sink back into deep thought with a furrowed brow. Yuanshi's face darkened.
Big brother, has third brother been possessed?
Hearing this, Laozi slowly opened his eyes and glanced at Yuanshi beside him. Yuanshi frowned and transmitted his voice.
Big brother, over the years third brother often travels and returns with a restless spirit, sometimes secretly pleased, sometimes worried. Could he be suffering from chi deviation?
Laozi shook his head, slightly flicked his dust whisk, and said calmly,
Summon him and ask.
Moments later, Tongtian, feeling uneasy under their gaze, reluctantly shuffled over. Laozi,
third brother, you've been mysterious lately. What exactly is going on?
Tongtian's heart tightened as the group leader's earlier warnings echoed in his mind. The senior's cryptic tone must have a deeper meaning. Could it be a test of my resolve? Or would bringing my two elder brothers into the group now trigger uncontrollable karma? Countless speculations flashed through Tongtian's mind. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and decided to follow the senior's arrangement, temporarily keeping the group chat a secret. He took a deep breath, forced a simple smile onto his face, and said vaguely,
Two elder brothers, I recently traveled the Primordial Era and obtained some opportunities. Thinking that big brother excels in alchemy, this item is for you. Second brother is unmatched in artifact refining. This item suits you perfectly.
With that, Tongtian flipped his palm, and law fragments floated toward them. Yuanshi was about to scold him for neglecting his duties when he saw the law fragment handed over. His pupils contracted sharply as he took it with trembling hands. After careful examination, he exclaimed,
This is a law fragment. And a law fragment of the artifact Dao. When did the Primordial Era gain such fortune?
On the other side, a look of emotion also appeared on Laozi's face. As he received the alchemy law fragment, insights into alchemy surged in his sea of consciousness like a fountain. Many alchemy problems that had perplexed him for several epochs were now resolved effortlessly. Laozi,
this object contains the true meaning of the great Dao and can help me break through in alchemy.
The two exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock. Such a treasure was beyond even innate spiritual treasures. Where had their third brother gone? Seeing that Tongtian did not elaborate, they refrained from probing further. Laozi put away the law fragment, his gaze softening.
Third brother, thank you. I will go into seclusion to comprehend this. When I emerge, I will refine a furnace of pills to boost your cultivation.
Yuanshi also showed a hint of a smile.
Third brother, I will also go into seclusion. When I come out, I will forge some protective artifacts for you.
Tongtian looked at his brother's sincere eyes, his heart filled with guilt.
Big brother, second brother.
The three exchanged smiles, and the tense atmosphere dissolved instantly. Watching his brothers rush off to seclusion, Tongtian sat back on his cushion and sighed inwardly.
Big brother and second brother are so good to me, always thinking of me with the best things. The group leader senior warned me not to tell them about the mercenary group for now. I wonder what the meaning is. While the senior's actions are like the workings of the heavenly Tao, profound and unfathomable, surely meant to protect us, or perhaps the time is not yet ripe.
Tongtian scratched his head, utterly perplexed. After concocting an elaborate justification for Qin Feng's good intentions, his gaze grew resolute.
I must not fall behind either. I have to refine this primordial law as quickly as possible and attain the Hongjun realm soon, so I can surprise my elder brothers.
With that, the doors of the Jade Void Palace closed tight. The three pure ones cultivated together, and a pure chi soared from Mount Qilin into the sky. However, the Enforcer group chat remained silent, with no new tasks issued. With no way to earn points, these Primordial Era magnates, who were usually above it all, could only return to the monotonous life of meditation. The group chat fell silent for 1,000 years. Relying on fragments of the laws, everyone's cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. At Fengwang Mountain, Nüwa was surrounded by the aura of creation. The once obscure law of creation was now as familiar to her as playing with mud. She slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid qi, a sharp light flickering in her beautiful eyes. Her cultivation base had stabilized at the midstage of the Hongjun Golden Immortal realm. Deep within Mount Kunlun, the green lotus sword behind Tontian let out a roar, like a dragon's cry, its sword intent piercing the heavens. His aura was sharp and unmatched, showing signs of a breakthrough to the midstage. Beside Mount Sumeru in the west, although Jian and Juanti had earned few points, they excelled at frugality. They squeezed every last drop of law power to the utmost, forcibly pushing their cultivation to the early stage of the Hongjun Golden Immortal realm. On the sun star, Daijin's aura was now magnificent. His imperial pressure covered the entire star, and his cultivation at the peak of the early Hongjun Golden Immortal stage filled him with confidence for the coming conquest. Although Dong Wangtai had not yet joined the Enforcer group, he had leached off his elder brother's resources. Coupled with his innate talent, he too smoothly broke through to the early Hongjun Golden Immortal stage. One day, the long-dormant group chat interface suddenly flickered. Young Ancestor.
8,000 years. A full 1,000 years. The group is gathering dust. When will there be a mission? My hands are itching. Qin Feng Group Leader Senior, are you still there? Give us some tasks. Even if it's delivering packages in another world.
This shout was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake. Ancestral Dragon surfacing.
I have emerged from seclusion. The water law is now at minor accomplishment. That feeling of controlling everything is back. Yuan Feng, come fight again. This time, I will surely avenge my past shame.
Yuan Feng instant reply.
The East Sea Coast, the usual place. I await you. Remember to bring Qilin.
Staring at the words, "Bring Qilin," on the screen, Ancestral Dragon felt an inexplicable pang. He recalled the terror of being dominated by that strange fire 1,000 years ago, and swallowed dryly. Ancestral Dragon.
I suddenly remember, I have matters at the Dragon Palace. Next time, definitely next time.
Luohu.
Coward.
Primal Qilin.
1.
As the group engaged in their usual banter, Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes. In his gaze it seemed myriad universes were born and extinguished. A profoundly mysterious aura swirled around him, before rapidly retracting, returning to simplicity.
The Hongjun Taiji Immortal Venerable Realm. Finally stabilized.
He stretched lazily, looked at the ravenous messages begging for tasks in the group, and sighed inwardly.
These fellows are even more impatient than I am.
Ding. New dungeon signal detected. Will the host connect?
Good timing, system. This task couldn't be more perfect. Connect me.
Ding. Task connected successfully. The scene shifted and Qin Feng saw a world of oppression and sorrow. Wishan tribe, the sky was like a canopy, and rain poured in torrents. A frail youth was kneeling in the mud, clinging tightly to the corpse of an old man. Rainwater mixed with blood trickled down the youth's cheeks, indistinguishable from tears. The youth was named Su Ming. He had knelt there for 3 days and 3 nights. The grandfather in his arms had long since turned cold and stiff. Just as Su Ming was on the verge of despair, lines of text materialized before him. Are you willing to trade 30% of your future fortune for the resurrection of Mo Sang? Su Ming's hollow eyes instantly focused, and he rasped.
I am willing. As long as grandfather can come back to life, I will give anything, even my life.
In the primordial world, Qin Feng watched this scene and sighed.
3,000 years of kneeling before the demon, returning to the mortal world, no longer an immortal, all for the sake of controlling her fate. So this is the world of seeking the demon.
Qin Feng couldn't help but remark that Su Ming was the most tragic protagonist. In countless cycles, one person was always missing, and that missing person was Su Ming himself.
System, show me the task evaluation.
Ding. Generating 8-star solo dungeon. Seeking the demon task details. Resurrect Mo Sang task. Star rating 8 stars. Base points 500 million. Note: completing the first stage will unlock the second stage. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow slightly and sighed softly.
So it's a solo task. Though the points are substantial, the group hasn't had a task for 1,000 years. If I toss this piece of meat, and those who don't get it will go ballistic. System, can you pull some strings?
Ding. After evaluation, the host's suggestion is feasible. The solo task has been changed to a team task limited to 3 people.
Excellent. The system is truly thoughtful.
Qin Feng nodded with satisfaction and casually opened the group chat interface. Qin Feng Group Leader.
Everyone, a new task is here. First come, first served.
Almost the instant the message was sent, the chat was flooded. Yang Mei.
I have never formally accepted a task before, fellow Taoists. Give me a chance.
Dijuan.
Me too.
Hudu.
I have never received a task either.
Qin Feng group leader.
Considering everyone's enthusiasm, I have specially adjusted this task to be a team mission. Let's give the newcomers, who haven't had a chance yet, an opportunity.
Ancestral Dragon.
I want to mentor newcomers too. Yuan Feng want to team up. That Yang Mei and Tontian can follow me, and it'll make sure they live the high life.
Yuan Feng.
Scram. Who wants to team up with a pathetic loach that only knows how to get beaten?
Jian.
Good. Resurrecting the dead is a deed of great merit. It is fated to be with the West.
Juanti.
The elder brother speaks true. We two brothers are willing to share the group leader's burden and liberate that world.
Luohu.
Annoying. Even when grabbing a task, you have to spout nonsense.
Group message. Luohu, Yin Yang, and Tontian successfully claimed the task. Yin Yang.
Ha ha ha. This old ancestor finally has his first job.
Tontian.
You? Thank you for yielding, seniors. This junior will not disappoint.
Ancestral Dragon.
Tisk Luohu leading Yin Yang and Tontian. Interesting.
Yuan Feng.
Tontian has potential, but as for Yin Yang, good luck to him.
Hongjun.
Blue House leadership will surely be highly efficient. Young friend Tontian, observe and learn more.
Nüwa.
Friend Tontian, this is your first formal mission. Be careful.
Luohu.
With me in charge, they will be fine. Tontian, you old coot. Yin Yang, let's go.
Above the Wushan tribe's sky, a spatial rift emerged. 3 figures stepped through the void, descending slowly. Su Ming, who had been kneeling on the ground, recoiled in shock at this sudden upheaval. His arms tightened unconsciously around him, Sang, his gaze fixed warily on the 3 deities in the sky. You are? Rakshasa looked down from on high, casting a faint glance at Su Ming. Step back. Then his gaze fell upon the cold corpse, his brows slightly furrowed. Dead for 7 days, the soul scattered into the barbarian god's reincarnation, the physical bodhi's vitality severed. Quite intriguing. Yin Yang rubbed his hands together, stepping forward with eager excitement. Old demon, how shall we proceed? Shall we shatter that barbarian god's reincarnation and snatch back the soul? Or shall I reverse life and death with my Yin Yang chi? Tontian, on his first cross-realm mission, appeared somewhat restrained, cupping his hands toward Rakshasa. Senior Rakshasa, what would you have this junior do? Rakshasa glanced at Tontian, his tone softening slightly. After all, he was a promising member of the group. You need do nothing. Just watch from the sidelines and learn how to handle a mission. Tontian was taken aback, then nodded obediently. Yes. Yin Yang pointed at his own nose. What about me? I want to show off too. Rakshasa turned, sizing up Yin Yang, and said coldly, You shine my shoes? Yin Yang. Tontian silently sidestepped a couple of paces, pretending to admire the scenery. At this moment, Su Ming, nearly suffocated by the terrifying pressure, gritted his teeth and stared at the 3 strange beings descending from the sky. In these individuals, he sensed an aura far mightier than the barbarian elders, a will that seemed to tower above the very heavens. Fellow immortals. Su Ming's voice trembled. He could feel that these 3 seemed to have come for the contract. Rakshasa, ignoring Yin Yang, slowly descended and looked at the corpse in Su Ming's arms. Su Ming instinctively tried to shield his grandfather, but found himself unable to move under the oppressive force. Fellow immortals. Who are you, and what do you intend? Su Ming clenched his teeth and asked with difficulty. Rakshasa spoke calmly, to resurrect your grandfather. Those 5 simple words struck Su Ming like a thunderbolt from the 9 heavens. He jerked his head up, the deadness in his eyes swept away by ecstasy. His body trembled violently with excitement. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. Just watch. Without further words, Rakshasa grasped the void with his right hand. A pitch-black spear coiled with the aura of utter annihilation materialized, the God-Slayer spear. Open. With a low roar, Rakshasa thrust the spear into the void. Riot. The overcast sky tore like tattered cloth, revealing the river of reincarnation. The river surged, countless souls sinking and wailing within. Several faint fragments of a soul were being viciously torn by ferocious barbarian spirits on the verge of complete dissolution. It was Imosang's soul. Meanwhile, in the Enforcer group chat, Ancestral Dragon, damn. Rakshasa is as domineering as ever. He's poked a hole in that world cycle of reincarnation. Isn't he afraid of backlash? Primordial Phoenix Rakshasa is already a Hongjun Dalua golden immortal. That world's reincarnation is nothing in his eyes. Hongjun Rakshas's cultivation has greatly improved. It seems he hasn't been idle this past millennium. Shurchin Hongjun, aren't you the same? Yin Yang, quick look. The highlight is coming. Everyone turned their attention to the live stream. In the footage, Rakshasa grew furious at the barbarian spirits daring to snatch his mission target. Scram. The God Slayer spear shuddered violently, sending forth waves of surging demonic chi. The ferocious barbarian spirits, unable even to scream, fled in terror. Rakshasa reached into the river of reincarnation, gathering all the scattered fragments of Imosang's soul. Then he flicked a wisp of pure demonic origin, enveloping the fragments, fusing and reshaping them. The flesh is rotted, so I shall forge a new body. Black demonic flames rose. In 3 breaths the flames dissipated. The once withered, shriveled form now glowed with jade-like luster. Though still an old man, his body brimmed with surging vitality. The physical Buddha's strength had transcended the mortal realm, reaching the earth immortal level. Rakshasa pressed the reconstructed soul back into the crown of the new body. Awaken. At the sharp command, Imosang's eyes flew open, gasping as he sat up. He stared blankly at his own hands, his pupils contracting violently. Wasn't I already? Where is this? Grandfather. A heart-wrenching cry rang out. Su Ming, disregarding all notions of seniority, scrambled over and clung to Imosang's leg, tears streaming uncontrollably. Imosang shuddered, looking at the boy weeping before him, his eyes filled with deep affection and shock. Slowly he lifted his gaze past Su Ming to Rakshasa. A tremor from the depths of his soul told him that the being before him was a terrifying existence above even the barbarian god. Senior, is it you who saved this old man? Imosang tremblingly began to bow in great reverence. Rakshasa, expressionless, waved his hand lightly, a gentle force supporting Imosang. I am Rakshasa, the demon ancestor from the Primordial Era group. Since I accepted the task, naturally I would help. Pausing, Rakshasa added, mission complete. Remember to give a 5-star rating. Tontian quickly chimed in, with flattery. Senior Rakshasa is amazing. Yin Yang echoed, huh? That's it. So I traveled all this way just to be a backdrop. Really just fit to shine shoes. Rakshasa shot a cold glance at Yin Yang. Even for shining my shoes, your skills are too crude. Yin Yang was incensed but dared not retort, only venting in the group chat with a series of angry emojis. Primordial Qilin, I must say Rakshasa's efficiency is indeed high. Clean and swift, never dragging things out. Jian, I think asking for a good review so directly seems too mercenary. One should first set the stage, say that this person has a karmic connection with us, moved by their bond of kinship, we came specially to deliver them, and then naturally ask for the review. Juinti, the senior brother, is right. Good reviews are born from heaven, gained by a clever hand. That truly displays the demeanor of a transcendent being. Nüwa Imosang still seems to be processing the shock. Returning from death and gaining an immortal body, indeed it takes time to digest. But to this old man's karmic fortune is not shallow. That wisp of demonic origin is enough to let him dominate that world. Inside the demon-seeking world, Rakshasa was about to turn and leave when his gaze swept over the grandfather and grandson, and his brow twitched slightly. He flicked his finger, and a dark demonic seal sank into Imosang's brow. This seal contains a trace of my will, and can block 5 fatal calamities. Before the words faded, Rakshasa pressed his right hand on Imosang's head, pouring vast magical power into his body. Imosang's cultivation level skyrocketed, like a rocket stabilizing at the peak of the earth immortal realm in the blink of an eye. Imosang felt the terrifying power within him, completely stunned. I bestow upon you earth immortal cultivation. In this world it will barely suffice for your self-defense. Rakshasa withdrew his hand, as if he had done nothing more than a trivial act. Then his gaze fell once more upon Su Ming.
Excellent, born with a perfect disposition for demonic cultivation, fit to struggle for survival in this world of despair.
Luohu flicked his wrist, tossing a storage ring towards Su Ming.
This ring can only be opened by you. Inside are several demonic cultivation techniques I casually created along with some cultivation resources. Cultivate diligently and do not disappoint my expectations.
Su Ming hastily caught the ring, clutched it tightly in his hand, and kowtowed heavily 3 times.
Thank you, benefactor. Su Ming will never forget this kindness.
Luohu did not look at him again, thinking to himself.
The waters of this world run deep for him. As long as Su Ming cultivates diligently, he can break through all schemes with sheer power.
Luohu's attitude seemed aloof, yet in truth, he had left Su Ming resources sufficient to cultivate all the way to the great Luo golden immortal realm. That ring was no ordinary one either. It bore his imprint, capable of turning danger into safety for Su Ming in moments of mortal peril. Luohu's reasoning was simple. It was because he had already seen through all karma. Su Ming was a demonic cultivator. Rather than letting him ascend in one leap, it was better to let him undergo trials, temper his character, and thus walk a longer path. With matters settled, Luohu said flatly to Yin Yang Ancestor and Tongtian,
"Let's go." Hey, wait for me."
Yin Yang Ancestor grumbled as he followed. Tongtian, however, waved at Su Ming below.
"Kid, cultivate hard and fight to stay alive."
Space rippled once more, and 3 figures vanished into the wind and rain. Ding. The first ring mission has been settled. Detected intense emotional fluctuation from employer. Su Ming judged as super positive. Review base points bonus 20, lucky halo bonus 20. Luohu, Yin Yang Ancestor, and Tongtian share equally, each receiving 666 billion points. Almost simultaneously, the chat group exploded. Qianquan,
Luohu, Yin Yang Ancestor, Tongtian, 3 great masters. Congratulations on your fortune. When rich, don't forget us.
Group message. Luohu said Qianquan, an exclusive red packet of 25 million points. Luohu,
consider the rest a tip.
Yin Yang Ancestors, I twitched at Luohu's extravagance. He had barely escaped being part of the atmosphere group himself, and these points were earned through blood and sweat. Yet since Luohu had given 25 million, how could he let Qianquan be displeased over some points? With this thought, he gritted his teeth and tremblingly sent a red packet. Group message. Yin Yang Ancestor sent Qianquan an exclusive red packet of 2500 points, as the junior Tongtian naturally had to show his gesture too. Group message. Tongtian sent Qianquan an exclusive red packet of 25 million points. Qianquan Ancestor,
oh my! 3 gifts at once. You 3 are most generous. Delightful.
Yuan Feng,
Luohu, how does it feel to guide a newcomer? I see Tongtian and Yin Yang basically went on a vacation this time.
Luohu,
it feels quite good.
Yin Yang Ancestor,
who says I went on a vacation? This ancestor was there to provide support.
While the group was embroiled in arguments over red packets and faced the system interface before Qin Feng began to glow red again. Ding, the second ring mission has been unlocked. Does the host wish to connect?
Connect,
Qin Feng said without hesitation. The scene unfolded instantly. In the world of seeking demons, wind and snow raged. A woman in white to save Su Ming burned all she had and scattered her soul in the blizzard. Su Ming knelt where she had vanished, despair filling his eyes. Mission name revived by Ling and grant her and Su Ming a perfect ending. Mission description: even if everything is false, turn the false into truth. Mission star rating 8 stars. Mission reward 500 million points. Qin Feng casually tossed the mission details into the group chat. Qin Feng, group owner.
Everyone, the second ring is here. 500 million points. First come, first served.
The mission was snatched up almost the instant the message was sent. Group message: Time Taoist Hutu and Dijun have claimed the mission. Time Taoist stared at the successful claim notification, stunned for a moment, then slapped his thigh.
I actually got it. The speed of a bachelor for Ians is no joke.
Hutu,
I got it too.
Dijun,
ha ha ha. Finally a mission to do.
Just as everyone was about to congratulate them, Time Taoist suddenly paused, remembering his promise to Yang Mei. Time Taoist. Yang Mei, old Yang, I promised you a chance last time. I'm transferring this mission to you. This humble Taoist keeps his word. Group message. Time Taoist transferred mission qualification to Yang Mei. Ancestor Yang Mei. Time Taoist, thank you, fellow Taoist. This favor I will remember. Hongjun. Time Taoist is indeed a man of his word. Yang Mei. No more talk. Saving a life is urgent. We're off to do the mission. The next moment, 3 grand teleportation channels tore open across the sky of the primordial world. In the world of seeking demons, at the place where Bai Ling fell, space twisted, and in that dead silence, where only the wind and snow wailed, 3 majestic figures descended from the void. Space rippled like water around Yang Mei. Huda trod upon the turbid chi of the earth, while Dijun in his golden crow imperial robe instantly vaporized the blizzard. Su Ming lifted his numb head, gazing at these 3 beings of unfathomable aura, confusion rising within him. Without a word, Yang Mei swept his divine sense across the entire seeking demons world, perceiving all karma. No wonder Luohu acted as he did. Someone set up this scheme. All he could see was false. Yang Mei shook his head slightly, seemingly displeased with the puppeteer behind the scenes. But so what if it's a scheme? So what if it's false? A dream world is still a space. As long as I act, I can turn a beautiful dream into reality. Yang Mei murmured to himself, then looked at Su Ming. He traced his hands through the air, chanting incantations. The way of space, vast and boundless. Open the void of a mustard seed, harbor the realm of all phenomena. The Tao says all phenomena return to one. Yang Mei forcibly intercepted the image of Bai Ling before her dissipation from the river of time and space, wrenching her scattered 3 souls and 7 spirits back into existence. Fellow Taoist, Huda, take over. Huda nodded slightly, raising her delicate hand to release a surge of thick, warm maternal earth chi, which enveloped and nurtured the fragile soul. Soul, return. Earth, pacify the spirit. Leave the fleshly bodhi's reconstruction to me. Dijun stepped forward, flicking a wisp of pure quintessential solar true fire from his fingertip. The flame swirled, using the soul as the core, regenerating flesh and blood. In but a moment, a woman in white walked slowly from the flames, her skin like congealed fat brimming with vitality. Bai Ling opened her eyes in bewilderment, staring at her own hands, then looked around in shock. Didn't I already? She touched her face instinctively, and her gaze fell upon the figure kneeling in the snow. Tears streamed down instantly. Brother Su Ming. I clearly remember I had. Su Ming trembled all over, rushing forward to embrace his regained love tightly. Linger. It's real. Not a dream. These senior masters saved you. Bai Ling came to her senses and quickly pulled Su Ming to kneel together. Thank you, senior masters, for the grace of saving our lives. Yang Mei stroked his beard with a gentle smile, his tone filled with the bearing of a lofty master. I am Yang Mei. I fished you out from the river of time and space. These are fellow Taoist Hutu and fellow Taoist Dijun. He paused, then added with a serious expression. We are from the Primordial World Substitution Group. Remember to give us a 5-star review. Bai Ling was stunned, her face full of confusion. A review? What is a review? In the primeval chaos, a group of henchmen. Qian Kun, look. This is what professionalism looks like. First explain, then ask for good reviews, like the gentle rain in spring. Luohu, you're too blunt. Learn from your friend Yang Mei. Luohu, it's redundant. Strong individuals act without explanation. Zulu, I also believe it's sufficient to ask for good reviews directly. Yuan Feng Zulu, brainless fool. Hongjun, Yuan Feng Zulu, stop bickering. It seems Yang Mei has some new moves. In the scene, Yang Mei mumbled to herself, the way of space, enigmatic and illusory, transforms the tangible into the intangible, merging form and rhythm, as the Tao states form and rhythm are one. The space rippled slightly, yet nothing happened in reality. After finishing all this, Yang Mei flipped her palm, revealing a ring that shimmered with spatial fluctuations. This item is a spatial ring crafted from a corner of the middle 1,000 worlds. Take it well. As Yang Mei flicked her finger, the ring transformed into a stream of light, instantly vanishing into Bai Ling's brow. This ring can protect you even against golden immortals, and if you encounter an insurmountable crisis, you can escape into it at the thought of it. As her words fell, Yang Mei turned to look at Ho Tu and Dijun beside her. The three exchanged glances, understanding each other, and raised their hands simultaneously. Three distinctly different auras of the laws merged in midair into a gentle flow of spiritual energy pouring into her heavenly spirit. Bai Ling's body trembled violently, her aura surging like bamboo shoots after a rain. In the blink of an eye she rose, to the realm of earth immortal, her foundation solid. Bai Ling felt the tumultuous power within her, and the coolness emanating from her brow, as if she were lost in a dream. She took a deep breath, grasping Su Ming's hand, and knelt heavily, saying, "I cannot repay the grace of your rebirth, senior. Although I do not know what a 5-star review is, I will remember it in my heart, praying daily to give you the highest praise." "Good." Yang Mei stroked her beard and nodded, looking at Su Ming, and conveyed, "This world is a mix of truth and illusion. I have used supreme divine power to materialize her. You have the techniques imparted by your friend Luohu. As long as you cultivate well, you will be able to see through all illusions." As her voice faded, the spatial ripples undulated, and the three figures vanished from the spot. Upon hearing this, Su Ming felt puzzled as to why she said so, yet his determination to grow stronger solidified. Thanks to Luohu's help, Yang Mei did not interfere much, but provided Su Ming with absolute assurance. Not only did she transform the illusory into reality, but she also used the abilities of the primordial golden immortal to synchronize and rewrite parts of the timeline. The way of space is endless, tracing back the scars of the past, initiating the sequence for the newcomer, caressing the sands of time, carving the seal of time, traversing the gaps of ancient and modern, seizing the fleeting moment. From now on, that person, who was never absent through many reincarnations. Two figures embraced in the snowy expanse, overwhelmed with joy and tears, walking hand in hand until they grew old. In the primeval chaos, a group of henchmen. Ding. The second ring task settlement is complete. Detected that the employer is extremely satisfied. Classified as a super review. Base points increased by 20. Fortune aura increased by 20. Yang Mei Ho 2 and Di Jun each share with 666 billion points credited to each. Looking at the long string of numbers in the account balance, Yang Mei couldn't help but smile broadly. The group chat interface instantly erupted. Shurchen Daoren, Yang Mei, this operation is impressive. Not only saving people, but also sending equipment. Your business proficiency is almost catching up with Luohu. Yang Mei, Shurchen, I must also thank you for your support. If it weren't for your transfer of the quota, I couldn't have gained such a fortune. Qian Kun, congratulations to the three friends on their triumphant return. As soon as the message from old ancestor Qian Kun was sent, 3 red envelopes popped up one after another. Group message: Yang Mei sends a 25 million points exclusive red envelope to Qian Kun. Group message: Di Jun sends a 25 million points exclusive red envelope to Qian Kun. Group message: Ho 2 sends a 25 million points exclusive red envelope to Qian Kun. Qian Kun, thank you to the three friends for the red envelope's great kindness. Just as everyone in the group teased old ancestor Qian Kun, Qin Feng, who had been silently watching, felt a flicker in his eyes. On the system interface, the causal line representing the demon-seeking world fluctuated violently, a wave of desolation rising to the sky. Ding! The causal line of the demon-seeking world has changed. The third ring task has been unlocked. Does the host wish to connect? Connect? Qin Feng tapped lightly. The holographic light curtain unfolded again. In the scene there lay a desolate battlefield. To give Su Ming a glimmer of hope, the stout man named Lei Chen stood alone against 3 powerful enemies. Blood stained his clothes, his chest pierced through, vitality extinguished, yet he stood firm, like an iron tower, fiercely guarding the path behind him. Seeing the scene, Qin Feng was taken aback, and asked in confusion, "System, is there a problem with this scene? Didn't Yang Mei help Su Ming synchronize part of the timeline? How could Lei Chen still encounter danger?" Ding. This is a backdoor for you, helping the henchmen of the host earn points. So that's how it is. Qin Feng was very satisfied as there were points to be earned. System, generate a task for me, Qin Feng said. Ding! Generating task. Task name: Demon Seeking Third Ring. Revive Lei Chen. Task description: Life and death are separated, let us speak together. Task star level 8 stars. Qin Feng flipped the task into the group chat. Qin Feng, group leader, all members, the third ring has been unlocked. Task details have been sent to the group. As per usual, the swift shall have, the slow shall lose. Qian saw the opportunity arise, if not now, when. Qian, I want to do the task too. Whoever wants to be the good luck charm can do so. Zulu Qian, why not earn passively? Leave this rough work of fighting and killing to me. Qian, stop talking nonsense. I want to stretch my legs. Group message. Old ancestor Qian, Zulu, and Sure Qilin snatched the task. Yin Yang, what a guy. One is a violent man, one an auspicious beast, plus one, who can only shout Dao Friend 666 from behind, simply an auspicious charm combination. Yuan Feng, this combination is incredible, the style is extremely discordant. Luohu, interesting, I want to see how friend Qian, this auspicious charm completes the task. Hongjun, Luohu, do not underestimate friend Qian, this is a crucial moment for him to prove himself, and with Zulu and Sure Qilin accompanying there may be unexpected joy. The three did not waste time and entered the transmission passage. In the demon-seeking world, the place where Lei Chen fell, winds and sands filled the sky, and the smell of blood was pungent. Su Ming's eyes turned crimson, staring intensely at the unmoving corpse ahead, letting out a roar like a beast. Opposite him stood three black-robed powerhouses, their eyes filled with mockery and killing intent. Su Ming, since you refuse to hand over the treasure, then today this Lei Chen shall be your example. You shall die. The leading black-robed man let out a sinister laugh, raising his hand to unleash a pitch-black skeletal claw exuding an odor corrosive to the heavens and earth, rushing straight towards Su Ming's heavenly spirit. Just as that ghostly claw was about to touch Su Ming, the sky was brutally torn apart, and three terrifying auras descended with a thunderous crash.
Who goes there?
The black-robed man was greatly alarmed. His killing strike was forcibly shattered midair. As the smoke cleared, three figures revealed their true forms. The leader, clad in a golden dragon robe with bulging muscles, exuded an unrivaled dominance. To his left, a man stood on auspicious clouds surrounded by thousands of strands of radiant energy. To his right, a man held an ancient small tripod, his eyes gleaming with excitement as if thinking,
the ancestor is about to show off.
They were none other than Ancestral Dragon, Primordial Qilin, and Qian Ancestor. Ancestral Dragon glanced at the three black-robed men, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth.
Noisy!
Without using any magical power, he merely relied on his physical strength to throw a punch through the air. Roar! A high-pitched dragon cry shattered the clouds in the nine skies. The terrifying fist wind transformed into a tangible golden dragon, instantly striking the foremost black-robed man. That so-called invincible powerhouse, in Su Ming's eyes, didn't even have time to scream. His entire body exploded into a cloud of blood mist, and his soul was shattered on the spot. The remaining two black-robed men were terrified out of their wits. Just as they turned to flee, they realized the space around them had become as solid as iron walls. Primordial Qilin stood with hands behind his back, the auspicious clouds spreading beneath his feet. He said calmly,
auspicious barrier entry allowed, exit forbidden.
Su Ming stared blankly at the scene, at the three mysterious figures who had descended and slain the enemy. In an instant, his mind a complete blank. So, these are the powerhouses from the substitution group. At that moment, Qian walked straight to Lei Chen's already cold corpse. Truly a loyal fool. Qian smiled slightly, gently shaking the Qian cauldron in his hand. A wisp of creation energy slowly drifted out as he spoke calmly.
Watch the ancestor's skill as I reverse the cycle of life and death for you.
As Qian's words fell, the Qian cauldron hummed and trembled, pouring out a torrent of profound yellow creation energy from its mouth. The light enveloped Lei Chen's body, the blood holes healed at a visible speed, and the severed meridians reconnected like swimming dragons.
Too slow.
Ancestral Dragon grew impatient, frowning as he flicked a golden dragon energy from his fingertip.
Since you're alive, don't be so weak, you're shaming our substitution group.
The dragon energy surged into Lei Chen's body like a river pouring backwards. His aura skyrocketed from the blood coagulation stage, reaching the level of a primordial earth immortal in the blink of an eye.
A strong physique is useless with poor luck.
Primordial Qilin smiled slightly, his auspicious clouds enveloping Lei Chen.
The Tao says fortune's blessing.
An invisible radiance sank into Lei Chen's brow, ensuring that for the coming years he would find treasure while walking and turn danger into safety. Soon Lei Chen's eyes snapped open. He instinctively touched his chest. Not even a scar remained. He clenched his fists, feeling the terrifying power within, utterly stunned.
What's happening? I'm not only alive, but also this strong.
Lei Chen turned his head dazedly to Su Ming, then looked at the three mysterious powerhouses.
Su Ming, who are these three seniors?
Qianquan, with the air of a transcendent hermit, replied calmly.
I am Qianquan. These two brutes are Ancestral Dragon and Primordial Qilin. We all hail from the Primordial Substitution Group.
With that, Qianquan ancestor paused.
The mission is complete. Remember to give us a 5-star review. It's very important to this ancestor.
Though Lei Chen didn't understand what a 5-star review meant, the grace of saving his life was paramount. He dropped to one knee with a thud, bowing heavily.
Senior's life-giving grace this junior will never forget. Whatever review it is this junior will give it. It'll give 10 stars. The child is teachable.
Qianquan ancestor was in a good mood, but frowned slightly at the tattered clothes on Lei Chen. He casually grabbed a handful of common primordial refined gold and beast fur from his sleeve, tossing them into the Qianquan cauldron. The spiritual flame rose, and in just 3 breaths, a black battle armor shimmering with faint treasure light flew out and draped itself over Lei Chen.
Now that you've become an Earth Immortal, though this realm is weak, you still need a treasure for protection. This postnatal spiritual treasure grade armor is a small gift for you,
Qianquan said casually. Lei Chen touched the armor on his body, sensing the terrifying defensive power within, and was so shocked he could barely speak.
This is too precious.
The group laughed heartily. Inyang.
Damn. Qianquan is too showy, isn't he? Some scraps, and he still manages to gain such a big favor.
Qin Feng, group leader.
Inyang, you don't get it. This is spending small to achieve big things.
Jiayin.
1.
Xuan Ti.
1.
Ho 2.
Primordial Qilin Senior's auspicious blessing is the truly impressive one.
Yuan Feng.
Oh, 2, little sister, you're too young. Don't be fooled by that old Qilin. He can only briefly boost luck. It's not as strong as you think. If it were, our 3 clans wouldn't be fighting over fortune.
Luohu.
Yuan Feng. Fortune. All a useless scam. Back then, we had no path of cultivation, so we had no choice but to seek fortune to break through.
Hongjun.
Daoist friend Luohu speaks well. After attaining the Hunyuan Dao of fruit, I realized fortune's role is minor. Better to pursue the great Dao than dwell on fortune.
Luohu.
Hongjun, you old hypocrite, you finally spoke a truth.
Yuan Feng.
Luohu, really? I think fortune boosts strength. Why do you say it's unimportant after attaining Hunyuan Dao?
Luohu.
Yuan Feng, am handling some matters. I'll tell you later.
Yuan Feng.
So mysterious.
In the world of seeking demons. Qianquan said to Su Ming and Lei Chen.
Cultivate diligently from now on, don't waste this fortune. If you encounter something insurmountable, you can call our substitution group again.
Su Ming and Lei Chen clasped their fists in salute.
Thank you for your trouble, seniors.
With that, the 3 exchanged glances, transformed into streaks of light, pierced through the world's barrier and vanished into the vast void. In the Primordial Substitution Group. Ding. 3rd ring mission settlement complete. Detected employer Su Ming and Lei Chen are deeply grateful. Judged as super review base points bonus 20, lucky halo extra points bonus 20. Qianquan ancestor Ancestral Dragon Primordial Qilin split equally, each receives 666 billion points. Seeing the instantly surging numbers in his account, Qianquan beamed with joy. Before he could show off, in the group 2 conspicuous red envelopes popped up. Group message: Primordial Qilin sent Qianquan at 25 million points. Exclusive red envelope. Group message: Ancestral Dragon sent Qianquan at 25 million points. Exclusive red envelope. Qianquan quick-keyed and swift-handed collected them instantly. Qianquan.
Satisfying. Besides, the mission rewards an extra net gain of 50 million points. Thanks to the 2 bosses. Ancestral Dragon, Primordial Qilin.
Yin Yang ancestor.
Qianquan, you deserve to die. Why do you get red envelopes when everyone else just gets participation points?
Qianquan.
Yin Yang, you're just jealous.
Ancestral Dragon.
This ancestor is awesome, right? If I wanted, I could make him a golden immortal instantly, but I'm afraid it would burst him.
Primordial Qilin.
My auspicious blessing is no slouch either. It lasts 1,000 years, ensuring his fortune is as bright as a rainbow during that time. That's true creation.
Time Taoist.
All three Taoist friends are impressive. From now on, call yourselves the Lucky Trio.
While the group chatted idly, the world of seeking demons saw a different sight. Plot warm-up Katanathor. Wushan tribe. Mo sang by Ling, and Lei Chen gathered together. Su Ming gazed upon the scene before him, his eyes slightly reddened, as he knelt toward the void and kowed out deeply.
My deepest gratitude to the 6 venerable elders. Su Ming will never forget this kindness.
After a long silence, Su Ming rose to his feet and turned his gaze toward the elderly man beside him, whose kind benevolent eyes had never left him.
Grandfather.
Su Ming clenched his fists, his eyes gleaming with fervent excitement.
Is the realm where those elders reside called Hongjun?
Mo Sang nodded with complex expression, a supreme plane of existence far beyond his imagination. Su Ming turned his head toward the profound depths of the heavens, his gaze hardening with unshakable resolve.
I will grow stronger, strong enough one day to journey to Hongjun itself, to thank them face to face.
At that very moment, Luohu's voice resonated clearly within Su Ming's mind. Su Ming froze, startled.
So dreams are no longer mere dreams. Then the Tao knows no boundary, it is not an end.
He murmured softly, then smiled. He smiled broadly, because at last he knew the path that lay ahead. Hongjun. The Enforcers Group. Luohu.
Yuan Feng, this sovereign, has completed my affairs. As for why I claim to lack fortune energy, it is because the fortune god was slain by Pangu during the primordial creation calamity, the very first to fall. Before absolute martial might, so-called fortune is but a veil of shame for the weak. In Yang did the fortune god even have time to cry out before perishing.
Wry smirk. Qin Feng stared at the screen, his lips twitching faintly. Yin Yang Patriarch not only excelled at veiled sarcasm, he also frequently steered conversations into audacious territory. Fortunately, his liveliness kept the group vibrant and spirited. Yuan Feng.
Yin Yang, would you prefer to be reduced to ash, or crushed into dust? Her Majesty's Southern Radiant Fire is presently in need of a kindling flame.
Zhu Long.
This ancestor shall gladly assist. A bit of practice never goes amiss. Yin Yang Patriarch instantly sent a trembling emoji, and quietly submerged into silence.
Hood. Father Pangu truly reigns supreme.
While all still lingered in awe of Pangu's lingering aura, Di Jun suddenly appeared online. Di Jun.
Senior Qin Feng is the Enforcers Group still recruiting.
My younger brother Tai possesses formidable strength. Wielding the innate supreme treasure, the Chaos Bell, he excels equally in offense and defense. A true gold standard enforcer in the making.
Qin Feng's brow lifted slightly. Dong Huang Tai. An apex tier combatant, indeed the group needed fresh blood. Before Qin Feng could reply, Huta mustered her courage and sent a voice message. Hudu.
Respected Group Master, may I invite my fellow ancestral gods and goddesses, the other Wu Zhu, into the group. They are all peerless warriors.
Qin Feng Group Master.
Permitted. System invites several individuals to the group.
Ding. Group invitation, said Dong Huang Tai Di Jiang Zhu Rong Wishing Patriarch. In the next instant, the member list refreshed entirely. Dong Huang Tai.
Di Jun Elder Brother. Is this truly the Enforcers Group?
Di Jiang.
Where is this place? Why do I detect no spatial fluctuations in the surroundings?
Zhu Rong.
Ha ha ha. So this is the Enforcers Group Huta mentioned. Truly, we can fight across realms.
Compared to the swift, confident reactions of the divine and demonic elites, the newly summoned Wuxing Patriarch appeared utterly bewildered and deeply cautious. He had been cultivating in seclusion within his cave temple, deeply immersed in comprehending the 5 elements Tao, when abruptly he was pulled into this strange domain. Most astonishingly, every name before him was intimately familiar. Wuxing Patriarch.
Hongjun. Yang Mei. You're both here too. What peculiar realm is this? This Taoist merely seeks quiet cultivation, not entanglement in any karmic web. Yin Yang, welcome newcomer. Per group regulations, you must reveal your 3 vital measurements or send a red envelope as a token. Wuxing Patriarch recoiled inwardly, instinctively stepping back 3 paces inside his cave temple and shielding his storage ring.
Are you attempting to swindle me of my treasures?
I warn you, I am dreadfully impoverished.
Hongjun, seated in serene meditation atop Yujing Mountain, shook his head helplessly at the sight. Hongjun.
Wuxing Patriarch, this is the Enforcers Group. Read the group announcement. You'll understand it is a grand opportunity. Do not view matters through such narrow eyes.
Wuxing Patriarch.
Surely this is a ruse. Hongjun, you're the most treacherous of all. Last time we debated the Tao, you swindled me out of a supreme-grade spirit treasure.
Qin Feng observed the chaotic scene and knew it was time for him to step forward. For seasoned cultivators steeped in suspicion, 10,000 explanations hold less weight than a single decisive act. With a thought, he accessed the system's warehouse, drawing forth leftover fragments from prior mission lotteries. Group message: Qin Feng Group Master sent Wuxing Patriarch an exclusive red envelope, 17 fragments of the 5 Elements Law. Seeing this, Hongjun responded with perfect propriety. Group message: Hongjun sent Wuxing Patriarch an exclusive red envelope, 5 fragments of the 5 Elements Law. Wuxing Patriarch stared at the 2 large red envelopes suddenly appearing on his interface, swallowed hard, and tremulously tapped to claim them. Within a secluded cave temple somewhere in Hongjun, 5-colored auspicious light erupted skyward. 17 law fragments fused directly into Wuxing Patriarch's nascent soul. The bottleneck that had held him stagnant for countless eons now loosened ever so slightly. Wuxing Patriarch leapt upright from the ground, his aged face flushed crimson. Any trace of reserve or doubt vanished instantly. He hurriedly typed into the group chat. Wuxing Patriarch.
Blazing stars. These are genuine. Such generosity. I accept this place wholeheartedly. Anyone who tries to expel me will answer to me. Qin Feng, esteemed Group Master, I pledge unwavering allegiance henceforth.
Zhu Rong, seeing this spectacle, eyes blazing with envy, blurted.
What about me? Qin Feng Group Master, send me a fragment of the Fire Law.
On Buzhou Mountain, Di Zhang's eyelids twitched violently. He clapped a hand over Zhu Rong's mouth beside him. Even across the network, he felt mortified to the marrow. Di Zhang.
Utterly shameful. Qin Feng Group Master, please forgive my younger brother's impaired cognition. Our Wuzhu clan shall earn merits through our fists alone.
Qin Feng.
No matter. I happen to have a few spare fragments. Consider them gifts for you both.
Group message: Qin Feng Group Master sent Di Jiang an exclusive red envelope, 10 fragments of the Space Law. Group message: Qin Feng Group Master sent Zhu Rong an exclusive red envelope, 10 fragments of the Fire Law. Di Jiang.
Qin Feng Group Master. Profound thanks, esteemed Group Master.
Zhu Rong.
Hee. Many thanks, esteemed Group Master.
Hoodoo.
Di Jiang, elder brother, perhaps it's time to rein in brother Zhu Rong.
Di Jiang.
But a little sister speaks wisely. I shall summon Zhu Jioin and the others to offer brother Zhu Rong some compassionate guidance.
Zhu Rong.
Hoodoo, little sister, don't do this to me. I'm your own elder brother.
Meanwhile, deep within Hongjun's vast land, on Buzhou Mountain within the Wuzhu Hall.
Zhu Jioin. Shi Bai Shi. Chong Liang. Gong Gong. Seize Zhu Rong and administer a thorough beating,
commanded Di Jiang. As Di Jiang issued the order, 11 figures surged toward Zhu Rong in unison. Zhu Rong's grin faded, his pupils contracted sharply.
It's over.
Elsewhere within the Enforcers Group, members began exchanging wry commentary. Enyang.
TSK. Newcomers truly are fragrant. When we joined, no red envelopes graced us. How splendidly standards have risen.
Wuxing Patriarch sent an awkward emoji.
Your esteemed group's atmosphere is remarkably lively. This Taoist spoke too loudly earlier. My sincerest apologies to all cultivator friends.
With this round of light-hearted banter, the newcomers were formally welcomed into the fold. The group's clamor gradually subsided. New members either withdrew to meditate and integrate their recent insights or study the exchange shop's catalog. Qin Feng, observing the quieted group, sipped tea and swept his divine sense across Buzhou Mountain.
11 against 1, excessively brutal. Zhu Rong is doomed.
Just then the system's chime echoed once more. Ding. A new mission request has been detected. Shall the host accept it?
Qin Feng set down his teacup, eyes narrowing slightly.
A mission already?
System, connect me immediately.
A chime rang as the mission connected. The light curtain slowly unfurled. The earth gradually stirred to life, yet a trace of dawn had yet to break the night stillness. Before his eyes lay a cerulean planet. Above the Pacific Ocean, black clouds churned like ink. Gale-force winds whipped up pitch-black tsunamis hundreds of meters high, while at the center of the Pacific the dark dominator Gatnazoa flailed its sky-obscuring tentacles. Amidst the surging waves, the color timer on Tika's chest flickered twice before falling into eternal silence. The silver and crimson form visibly drained of color, turning into a great petrified statue. Under the giant beast's mockery, it slowly sank into the icy abyss. The scene shifted to the TPC headquarters, where alarms blared. Captain Megumi Aruma gripped the edge of the communications console, watching helplessly as the final line of defense crumbled on the screen. All global communication channels were filled only with despairing sobs and prayers.
Good heavens, it's the plot of Tiga's finale.
Qin Feng gazed at the suffocating scene in the light curtain, gently stroking his chin as childhood memories stirred.
System, assess the mission level.
A chime sounded as the assessment began. The mission was generated as 7-star single-player standard mission, the Tiga instance. The objective was to eliminate the evil god Gatnazoa, dispel the global black mist, and enable Daigo to attain and permanently maintain his glitter form. The base reward was 50 million points.
50 million in a solo run, this is practically a freebie.
A faint smile curled at the corner of Qin Feng's lips as he tapped lightly in the void. Qin Feng announced to the group.
Everyone, new mission solo, 50 million points already posted in the group. First come, first served.
Almost instantly the chat group erupted. Ancestral Dragon.
50 million. Mine.
His divine sense practically slammed into the accept button, but the feedback was a cold gray rejection. Ancestral Dragon.
Huh? Why can't I click it?
Dijian.
Strange, is the interface stuck? Did the system break?
Jian.
This world is shrouded in darkness, perfect for my Western teachings to purify.
Juanti.
Brother. Accept it quickly. It's gone.
A system message announced that the mission had been accepted by Dong Wangtai. A deathly silence fell over the group. No one expected a newcomer who had just joined to snatch the prize. Dong Wangtai.
Esteemed seniors, I yield.
Im Yang.
Dong Wangtai, newcomer, you have no martial virtue. You snatched it so fast. My finger is about to break from tapping.
Ancestral Dragon beat his chest and stomped his feet, feeling as if he had lost a billion.
50 million. That's enough for me to spin the wheel 50 times. Maybe I could even draw an upgraded Ancestral Dragon Pearl. Dong Wangtai, you owe me my dragon life's hope.
Dijuan, seeing his younger brother bring such honor, immediately sent a string of laughing emoticons in the group. Dijuan.
Ha ha ha. To snatch a mission right after joining my brother Tai has the bearing of an emperor. Dong Wangtai, well done.
Dong Wangtai.
Group leader senior, I am ready.
Qin Feng.
Dong Wangtai, remember to leave a good review. High customer satisfaction can earn extra points. Remember to suppress your cultivation, don't blow up the planet right away.
Dong Wangtai.
Qin Feng, thank you for the advice, senior. I will remember.
Qin Feng.
Good. Commencing teleportation.
In the Tiga world above the Pacific Abyss, darkness had completely devoured the last trace of daylight, and Gatnazoa's colossal body rose and fell on the sea's surface. Its roars echoed across the deadened skies of Earth, and Tiga's statue was completely submerged. At the critical moment, a single ancient bell toll exploded over the Pacific. The rampaging tsunamis instantly froze under the bell's sound. The black mist was shattered in an instant, evaporating in vast swaths. Then a figure clad in a sun-golden imperial robe slowly stepped out of the void. Dong Wangtai stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze sweeping over the stone statue sinking into the sea, and the bewildered evil god Gatnazoa, a disdainful smile curling on his lips.
I am Dong Wangtai of the Primordial Mercenary Group. The darkness of this world shall be vanquished this day.
His voice instantly spread to every corner of the globe. In the TPC Far East headquarters command room, Megumi Aruma abruptly stood up from her seat, her eyes fixed on the figure bathed in golden flames on the screen. Her voice trembled.
That voice appeared directly in my mind. Who is he?
Deep beneath the sea Daigo's fading consciousness, at the moment, the voice sounded felt an unprecedented warmth. In the Primordial chat group, comments flew like bullets. Ancestral Dragon.
Wow. He even has a bell BGM for his entrance. Why didn't I think of that? He's totally stolen the show.
Yin Yang.
Dong Wang Tai, stop posing and get on with it.
Shirong.
Exactly. Hurry up. That black slimy snail is disgusting to look at. If I were their ID, just smash it.
Dijian.
The black mist is somewhat interesting, but before Tai it's nothing.
Luohu.
So noisy, all of you. Why not just quietly watch how the newcomer performs?
Dijian. Shirong. On the Pacific battlefield of the Tiga world, Dong Wang Tai looked down at the lusterless Tiga statue in the deep sea. He slowly raised his hand, a wisp of golden flame coalescing at his fingertip.
I grant you a spark of solar true fire to ignite the heartlight of all beings in this realm.
Dong Wang Tai flicked his finger. The golden flame transformed into a streak of light, instantly plunging into the deep sea and striking the stone statue's heart.
Awaken!
A deafening roar erupted. The once dead seabed exploded with boundless golden light. The brilliance was so intense that it pierced through thousands of meters of seawater, illuminating the pitch-black Pacific with dazzling clarity. The gray stone statue began to crack inch by inch, then reconstituted. Before long, a golden giant burst forth from the sea, radiating a sacred aura. Glitter Tiga hovered over the ocean, examining his own golden body brimming with infinite power. He then looked up at Dong Wang Tai in the sky and nodded heavily in gratitude. A furious roar erupted from the ignored Gatnazoa. Countless enormous tentacles wreathed in dense dark energy lunged madly at the two figures. Dong Wang Tai's eyes were indifferent as he spoke calmly.
"And be suppressed."
The phantom of the chaos bell appeared. Another bell toll rang out, and the sound waves turned the tentacles to dust wherever they passed. Gatnazoa couldn't even utter a complete cry of agony before its shell instantly cracked and disintegrated into nothingness. The black mist that had shrouded the globe dissipated, and sunlight pierced through the clouds. Back in the Primordial Mercenary group chat, Ancestral Dragon.
"That's it. At least let it use its ultimate move.
Nüwa.
Clean and swift, unmoving as a mountain. This act spared many beings from suffering. Good."
Luohu.
The newcomer performed quite well.
Dijuan.
Ha, my brother Tai has the bearing of an emperor.
On the battlefield of the Tiga dimension, Dong Wang Tai withdrew his right hand, his expression calm. Glitter Tiga gave Dong Wang Tai an affirmative gesture before transforming into a streak of light and vanishing. At that moment, Daigo had already detransformed and approached Dong Wang Tai. Dong Wang Tai remained composed, raising his hand with a casual gesture. Beneath the deep sea, a faint glimmer of light broke through the water, soaring into his palm. It was the Divine Light Rod. Yet now the Divine Light Rod was adorned with a layer of delicate golden patterns, its core pulsing with an inexhaustible solar force. Dong Wang Tai tossed it back to Dagu, who had reverted to his human form.
"I have sealed a sliver of pure solar true fire's essence within it. From this day forth, you can transform directly into your glittering form."
Dagu clasped the reborn Divine Light Rod, his expression a whirlwind of emotions. Sensing the surging power within, he murmured to himself,
"This is the true light."
At that moment, Captain Megumi Iruma's voice trembled through the global broadcast.
"On behalf of humanity, I extend our highest respect. Unknown deity, how may we repay you?"
Dong Wang Tai tilted his head slightly, his gaze piercing through the screen, then said calmly,
"A 5-star review will suffice."
With that, he did not hasten to leave. His divine sense swept across the world's threads of fate, settling on Rina, her face streaked with tears. In the original destiny, she shared a profound bond with Dagu.
"Since I am here, I shall complete the whole picture."
Dong Wang Tai flicked his fingers, gathering light into another Divine Light Rod in his hand. Then, with a casual toss, the rod landed in Rina's arms, and a telepathic message echoed in her mind.
"Dagu has become light. If you remain mortal, your paths will inevitably diverge. From now on, you too can become light."
Clutching the Divine Light Rod, Rina stood frozen for a moment, then looked toward the sky overwhelmed with emotion, sobbing.
Light. I can become light too. I can stay by DiDi's side.
Having done all this, Dong Wangtai lingered no longer. A spatial rift opened, and he stepped through, vanishing from the Tiga world. In the primordial chaos, the mercenary group chat. Mission complete. Settling. Congratulations to Dong Wangtai for completing the mission. Rating perfect. Base points reward 50 million. Superb review bonus 20, lucky aura bonus 20, total points 70 million. Group message: Dong Wangtai sent a private red packet to Ancestor Qin 3. 5 million points. Ancestral Dragon.
Earning points is so easy.
Zhurong.
Dong Wangtai, come out and face me.
Jian.
Brother Dongwon, you not only vanquished evil, but also bestowed eternal light, redeeming an entire world. This is great merit. 70 million is well deserved.
Shurchen Doran.
All rejoice. Good. Brother Qiankin's passive aura is indeed useful.
Luohu.
Efficiency is acceptable, but if it were me, I wouldn't need such trouble.
Hongjun stroked his beard, a smile tugging at his lips.
Sealing solar true fire in a mortal object without damaging its structure, such control is exquisite. Brother Tai, well done. Good.
Dijuan.
Second brother, brilliantly done.
Dong Wangtai.
Thanks to elder brother's daily guidance. It was luck.
Just then, the system's voice rang out urgently. Ding. New mission detected. Host, do you wish to connect? Qin Feng's eyes sharpened. A mission arriving at this moment was certainly no simple matter. Without hesitation, he commanded.
Connect.
Ding. Connection successful. The scene unfolded instantly. A wave of despair and annihilation surged forth. A short, pale purple cosmic emperor Frisia let out a bone-chilling cackle. Opposite him, a man in tattered martial arts robes was consumed by extreme grief and fury. With a flick of Frisia's finger, the bald, short man named Qilin swelled in midair, then exploded into a mist of blood, leaving no trace.
Qilin!
Kakarot's eyes blazed crimson, his entire body trembling, his aura raging to its peak. Nearby, the Grand Elder of Namek had already lost his life. Despair, pure despair. Qin Feng watched, his gaze shifting slightly. This was the most iconic turning point in the Dragon Ball world, its peak narrative. The moment Kakarot transformed into a Super Saiyan all-anime, and the world paled in comparison. He focused his mind, his divine sense crossing infinite voids, asking,
Do you want revenge? Do you want to revive your comrades?
On the brink of collapse, Kakarot jerked his head up, searching, but seeing no one.
That voice. It's not Lord Kai.
Kakarot cast aside all hesitation, his mind racing as he replied.
Yes. No matter the cost. Just bring Qilin back.
Qin Feng's voice was calm.
The price is a 5-star review after the mission.
Kakarot froze, a flicker of confusion in his eyes.
That's all.
Qin Feng.
Yes.
Without a moment's hesitation, the fury in Kakarot's eyes nearly erupted.
I'll do anything to revive Qilin.
Ding. Agreement reached. Employer locked Kakarot. Qin Feng's divine sense retracted instantly, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth.
System, generate the first ring mission details.
Qin Feng said. Ding. Generating. Mission difficulty 8-star mid-tier chain instance. Single ring, base points 200 million. Mission mode solo. Mission objectives: defeat Frisia's final form, retain a trace of his aura for subsequent plot connections, revive Qilin, revive the Namekian Grand Elder, and grant him 10,000 years of life, enhance Kakarot's physical potential to facilitate his future Super Saiyan transformation. Mission hint: completing the first ring unlocks the second ring. 200 million points. Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction at the figure. The price was fair. With a tap of his finger, he posted the mission description in the group chat, tagging everyone. Qin Feng group leader.
New chain mission. Difficulty 8-star mid-tier.
First ring, base points 200 million.
The moment those words appeared, the chat fell into dead silence. Ancestral Dragon gasped.
200 million for a single ring. Terrifying. If this is a 3-ring chain, wouldn't it start at 600 million? Zhurong.
Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands. Let me calculate. 200 million. That's a lot anyway. I'm claiming this. No one stop me.
Dijiang.
A chain mission. Interesting.
Jian.
The suffering of beings in this world is profound.
Juanti interjected directly.
It is precisely for us to liberate them.
Yin Yang Ancestor sent a rolling eyes emoji.
That Qilin you're reviving is bald, right? Jian Juanti, you two are in the same trade. Want to exchange tips on bald head care.
Juanti. Wuxing Ancestor.
Fellow cultivators, don't be blinded by the points. If the first ring fails, the next two lock permanently, and there will be penalties. Besides the requirements.
Qin Feng cut in at the right moment.
You should read the mission requirements carefully.
Ancestor Dragon frowned.
Retain a trace of Frisia's aura. That's a strange request. That short alien looks asking for a beating. Why not just kill him outright? Save him for the new year.
Shurchin Doran.
Good. Not breaking karmic ties is the path to longevity.
Qin Feng watched these old hands, a playful spark kindling in his heart. Since you're enjoying the chat so much, don't blame me for a surprise. His fingers silently tapped a void. A massive mission claim button suddenly appeared in the group chat, giving no one time to react. Group message: congratulations to 5 Elements Patriarch for snatching the quest. The group chat interface instantly exploded into chaos. Ancestral Dragon.
Too slow again. 5 Elements Patriarch, you cheated. Definitely cheating. How could I possibly be slower than you?
Shurong.
Huh. That's it. You didn't even give us time to react before grabbing the quest. Yin Yang.
Oh my 2 billion contribution points. Lord Group Leader is unkind launching such a surprise attack without even counting down. How are we supposed to react in time?
Qin Feng leisurely sent an emoji.
Dog head for safety. Speed is the essence of war. On the battlefield, the enemy won't count down for you.
Primordial Phoenix.
Enough, stop your wailing. Fellow Dao's 5 Elements is indeed more suitable for this task than that brute who only knows how to fight Hedon. 5 Elements Patriarch, this is your first mission. Don't disgrace us.
Primal Qilin.
Fellow Dao's 5 Elements, the rules of that foreign realm are unclear. Act with caution.
5 Elements Patriarch.
Rest assured, everyone. I shall go and return shortly.
After sending the message, 5 Elements Patriarch's avatar instantly changed to a mission in progress status. Qin Feng tapped his finger, starting a live stream for everyone to watch.
The Dragon Ball world planet Namek. The once verdant planet was now a living hell. The ground trembled violently and magma churned like crimson serpents within the planet's wounds. Frisia hovered in midair, his purple white form appearing especially sinister under the flashes of lightning. He elegantly extended a finger, the tip condensing a dark purple death beam that warped the very fabric of space, a cruel and mocking smile curling on his lips.
You damn monkey, look at your companion's corpse and feel despair.
He was in no rush to kill the remaining scion. For him, the Emperor of the Universe, savoring the collapse of a strong opponent was far more pleasurable than the act of killing itself.
Angry. Despairing. This is the fate of those who cross Lord Frisia.
Below, amidst the ruins, Kakarot hung his head low, his fists clenched tight. His hair flickered rapidly between black and gold.
You killed Qilin. Unforgivable.
Kakarot roared. Frisia watched the scene, threw back his head, and laughed wildly.
Cry. Scream. Beg me on your knees. Maybe you'll be in a good mood,
His wild laughter abruptly stopped. Frisia jerked his head up, a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. The sky above him suddenly split open. 5 colossal beams of light, each a different color, crashed down within the Primordial Chaos group chat. Everyone watching the live stream was startled. Ancestral Dragon.
This entrance is even more flashy than Tai's. 5 colored beams. Tis TSK. Next time I make an entrance, I'm going to conjure a 7-colored rainbow. Yin Yang Ancestor.
Stop joking around, look. That short guy's face is turning green. Place your bets. Bet on how many moves 5 Elements will use to finish him.
I bet 1 move.
Shurong.
Frisia looks pretty tough. Let him have some fun, at least 3 moves right.
Primordial Phoenix.
Jerome, do you think everyone is as brutish as you? The Dragon Ball world.
What the hell?
Frisia frowned, the feeling of unease growing stronger. Kakarot looked up bewildered.
Just then 5 Elements Patriarch stepped down through the void, descending step by step. With a single indifferent glance, he instantly perceived all the cause and effect of this world.
I am 5 Elements Patriarch of the Primordial Chaos Mercenary Group.
His voice reached the ears of every living being present. Frisia narrowed his eyes.
Another one coming to die. Can't sense any battle power. Could he be a powerless piece of trash?
He sneered and flicked his tail.
I thought it might be a real expert, but it's just a cheap magician. Kakarot, however, felt an immense vast aura, a presence far deeper and more profound than the Grand Kais. His voice hoarse, he asked,
You? Who are you?
5 Elements Patriarch looked at him, his expression calm, and gave a slight nod.
Kakarot, I have received your commission.
Having accepted your trust, I shall fulfill your wish.
With that he turned his gaze, falling upon Frisia.
Emperor of the universe, Frisia, is it? This humble Taoist is pressed for time. I'll give you 3 breaths to state your last words.
Frisia was stunned for a moment, as if he couldn't believe his ears. In all the universe no one had ever dared to speak to him like this. An unprecedented wave of humiliation surged within him. The veins on Frisia's forehead bulged, and his aura erupted violently, shattering the newly stabilized space around him once more.
You're asking for death.
Primordial Chaos Mercenary Group. The group chat interface scrolled rapidly. Ancestral Dragon.
Whoa! Starting off with a face-off. This shorty's got some nerve. Yin Yang Ancestor.
Come on, come on. Place your bets. This humble Taoist is opening the books. I wager Frisia can't last more than one move against fellow Taoist 5 Elements. I bet he's down in one.
Primordial Phoenix sent a sneering emoji.
One move. You give too much credit to this ant that only has battle power and no cultivation realm. I suggest you bet on how many pieces he'll end up in.
Zhurong howled in the group.
Enough talk. Fight. Fight now. I want to see a big firework. Those beams look exciting. It'll be beautiful if they explode.
The Dragon Ball World planet Namek. Facing Frisia's fury-filled strike, 5 Elements Patriarch didn't even lift an eyelid, nor did he move a single step.
He slightly turned his head and softly uttered a true incantation.
5 elements in cycle, wood and water, mutually generate.
Before his words faded, a wheel of light swirling with black and azure hues materialized behind him. Frisia's condensed death beam slammed into the wheel of light, only to be completely devoured.
What?
Frisia's pupils contracted to pinpricks, his body froze in midair. His own attack had vanished. Before he could react, 5 Elements Patriarch gently crooked his finger. The immense life force converted by the light wheel instantly coalesced into an emerald orb, which submerged directly into the pile of shredded flesh below, the remnants of Qilin's explosion. The next second, on the barren ground, light blazed brilliantly. Flesh and bone were reshaped.
Ha ha!
With heavy gasps, the bald youth in the orange martial arts uniform sat up, abruptly gulping down air.
Qilin!
A burst of ecstasy ignited in Kakarot's once dead eyes. He desperately tried to rush over, but was frozen in place by a single look from 5 Elements Patriarch.
Wait a moment.
5 Elements Patriarch tapped his fingertip again, and a wisp of golden divine light entered Qilin's brow. Qilin shuddered as memories flooded back like a tide.
Frisia! He killed me! Wait, Goku! Didn't I die?
He instinctively touched his body, then looked up in astonishment at 5 Elements Patriarch hovering in midair.
Did you save me? 5 Elements Patriarch nodded slightly.
The Primordial Chaos Mercenary Group. Since we accept a commission, we naturally reverse life and death.
Primordial Chaos Mercenary Group.
Ancestral Dragon.
That was a slick move. Using the shorty's destructive power and converting it into life force to resurrect him.
Nüwa.
Fellow Taoist 5 Elements, mastery of the laws has reached the realm of perfection. Qin.
Fellow Taoists, look. After that bald youth was revived, it seems a vigorous life force is sprouting from the pores on his head.
Juanti.
Jane, brother, the point isn't his hair.
Yin Yang.
Ha ha.
Look at Frisia's face. He's green. He's green. Did anyone screenshot that? I'm saving that emoji.
In the live stream, 5 Elements Patriarch paid no attention to Frisia whatsoever. He waved his hand towards the distance. A yellow divine light instantly traversed 1,000 li, entering a cave on a distant solitary peak. Inside the cave, under the infusion of this divine power, the elder's palm, which had been withered like tree bark, visibly transformed, becoming plump. The elder slowly sat up, incredulously gazing at his powerful hand, shock filling his eyes.
This vitality can actually extend my life by 10,000 years.
He trembled as he stood, tears streaming down his face.
To the benefactor of Namek, please accept the gratitude of all Namekians.
After saying this, the ancestor of the 5 elements turned his gaze downwards to Kakarot.
Senior, thank you for saving Qilin. Please help me become stronger. I want to defeat Frisia with my own hands.
Kakarot clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with fierce fire. The ancestor of the 5 elements shook his head.
This matter should be resolved by me, but since the employer has requests, they must be fulfilled. Your scion body grows stronger with each battle, but can only break through its shackles when on the brink of death and in extreme anger. Just now, because of Krilin's death, you have already touched the limits of the Super Scion, but your fluctuating emotions have thrown you off balance.
At this point, a glimmer of light flashed in the ancestor's eyes.
If that is the case, I shall lend you a helping hand.
With the earth element, I will solidify the foundation of your body, preventing it from collapsing, and with the fire element, I will ignite your fighting spirit to help you break through your bottleneck. As the words fell, red and white divine light poured into Kakarot's body like 2 swimming dragons. Kakarot howled to the heavens. Stimulated by this external force, the cells within him crazily divided and awakened. The golden aura which had been intermittent around him erupted forth like a volcanic explosion. The ground cracked and rocks floated in midair. His originally pitch-black hair instantly stood on end, dyed a dazzling gold. In the distance, Frisia watched this scene, his expression turning extremely grim.
This aura. Impossible.
This is absolutely impossible. Damn monkey.
The ancestor of the 5 elements quietly observed Kakarot's transformation, nodding in approval.
Then he slowly turned around, his gaze falling on Frisia again.
All right, the task requirements have been met. Now it's time to deal with the garbage here.
Garbage. Frisia laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke in the universe.
You dare to call me garbage? I am the ruler of the universe.
The dark purple aura erupted around him, like a nuclear explosion, tearing apart the remaining atmosphere of Namek in an instant. Frisia raised his hands, high energy filled with a sense of destruction wildly gathered at his fingertips, a dark red energy sphere rapidly expanding in the blink of an eye.
Oh ho ho ho, die! Turn to ashes along with this planet!
Frisia roared as the destructive energy sphere crashed down. Krilin's face turned pale, and Kakarot instinctively assumed a defensive stance. The ancestor of the 5 elements slowly raised his right hand against the world-destroying energy sphere and gently clenched it.
Noise 5 elements cycle decompose. In the next moment, 5-colored divine light surged from his palm. The energy sphere was instantaneously dismantled by the laws of the 5 elements. Frisia maintained his throwing posture, his entire being frozen in midair.
Gone. The full-power planet-destroying blast just disappeared like that. Before he could regain his senses, a flash caught his eye. Suddenly, the ancestor of the 5 elements stepped forward, standing directly in front of Frisia, his index finger gently tapping Frisia's chest. Frisia was shocked.
Such speed! The ancestor of the 5 elements!
Since it is the employer's request, I will spare your life. 5 elements reversal seal.
As the words fell, the power of the 5 elements transformed into invisible shackles, drilling into every cell of Frisia, reversing the energy within him. Ah!
Frisia screamed in agony as the vast power within him receded like a tide. The transformation he had once been proud of began to collapse. In the blink of an eye, the invincible final form was forcibly reverted to its initial first form.
WWHY!
Frisia struggled to lift his head, confusion and fear filling his eyes. This person in strange clothes is simply an indescribable monster.
Who are you?
Frisia asked. The ancestor of the 5 elements looked indifferently.
Remember, I am from the Primordial Era, the ancestor of the 5 elements. If it were not for the task requiring me to spare you a breath, I could kill you 1,000 times with a single glance. Then he flicked his finger, a yellowish divine light instantly enveloping Frisia, sealing him deep within the core of Namek.
At the same time in the Primordial Era among the group of henchmen, the Ancestor Dragon wore a disappointed expression.
Is this it? I had prepared my pants. Cough, I had my seeds ready thinking I could watch a big show.
Is this all?
Yin Yang laughed.
Ha ha ha. You have made me laugh to death. Look at that Frisia being reversed by the 5 elements. Friend directly reverted from his final form to his original form.
Yuan Feng commented.
The efficiency is acceptable, although that otherworldly energy is violent. The laws are extremely crude. The power of the 5 elements compensates for each other. Reverting it to its original form is indeed the most labor-saving solution.
Hongjun replied.
It's all about control. It doesn't harm the essence of this star. Well done.
Xiang Kun added.
Let's continue watching the show.
Dragon Ball World.
As Frisia was sealed, the terrifying pressure enveloping Namek completely dissipated. Kakarot stared blankly at all this, suddenly coming to his senses. He looked at the ancestor of the 5 elements, his eyes filled with awe, deeply bowing.
Thank you. If it weren't for you, we would have died here. Are you the king of the otherworld? The ancestor of the 5 elements shook his head.
I am not the king of the otherworld, just call me senior.
The ancestor paused and continued.
Although you have a warrior's heart, you have yet to grasp the true source of power. The breakthrough for a scion indeed requires extreme anger and despair, but if one is only consumed by anger, they become nothing more than a beast of slaughter. What you need to do is to control it.
After saying this, the ancestor of the 5 elements raised his hand, a blue divine light entering Kakarot's forehead.
Calm your heart, focus your spirit.
Kakarot shuddered all over.
The devastation of Namek resurfaced. A surge of anger welled up again, but this time under the protection of the blue divine light his mind remained clear. Kakarot clenched his fists tightly, suddenly opened his eyes, and the golden light burst forth from his green pupils like flames made of substance.
Ah!
A dazzling golden aura soared into the sky, dyeing the skies of Namek with a layer of sacred gold. His originally pitch-black hair completely transformed into a brilliant gold, standing upright like inverted golden needles. The legendary warrior, the Super Scion, was born.
I did it!
Qilin, feeling this terrifying aura, was moved to tears. Kakarot felt the surging power within him like an ocean, giving him immense confidence. He retracted his aura, turned around, and once more deeply bowed towards the ancestor of the 5 elements.
Senior, I cannot thank you enough. The ancestor of the 5 elements smiled faintly.
No need for thanks, just remember to give a 5-star review. Now that this matter is resolved, I shall return. At that moment, the elder's voice came through the telepathy.
Benefactor, you are the eternal benefactor of our Namek. Please at least tell us your name and origin. We will worship you for generations.
The ancestor of the 5 elements began to become ethereal, 5-colored divine light shining from him. He pondered for a moment, his voice resonating through heaven and earth.
From the Primordial Era, the ancestor of the 5 elements.
Although Kakarot did not understand what a good review was, he nodded vigorously and shouted,
Definitely.
When can we meet again?
The ancestor of the 5 elements smiled slightly.
Good, if fate allows, we shall meet again.
As the words fell, the divine light dissipated and his figure vanished.
In the primordial chaos within the group of enforcers. Task settlement in progress. Congratulations to the 5 elements ancestor for completing the task, rating perfect. Base score reward 200 million. Super praise bonus 20. European King Aura bonus 20. Total score 280 million. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving 10 of the task points 28 million. The next moment, the group chat erupted again. Group message: the 5 elements ancestor sent an exclusive red envelope to the Qin ancestor, 14 million points. The Ancestor Dragon.
280 million for a single task. I need an emergency heart-saving pill. Who has it? Am waiting, it's urgent.
Zhurong.
Meme jealousy makes me look unrecognizable.
Yin Yang Ancestor.
5 elements brother. Can you share some points? Madly reaching out.
5 elements ancestor.
There is no such rule in the group.
Yin Yang Ancestor. Yuan Feng.
5 elements ancestor, how would you rate the power unleashed by that being from another world, the so-called Super Scion? What is the energy level?
5 elements ancestor.
It's acceptable, but without understanding the laws it's just brute force. Luohu. Weak. Hongjun. 5 elements friend. Your combination of kindness and power not only fulfilled the cause and effect, but also left behind the legacy of our primordial Tao in another realm. This is a great virtue. Luohu. Hypocritical. Qin Feng watched the commotion in the group, a smile curling on his lips. He gently swiped his finger, pulling up the subsequent feedback screen from the task world. In the Dragon Ball world, months have passed since the crisis of Namek's explosion. A lush green planet quietly floated in the universe, its vitality more vibrant than ever. In the central square of Namek, a brand new statue stood towering in the clouds. The statue, clad in Tao robes surrounded by 5-colored divine light, emanated an aura of majesty, representing the image of the 5 elements ancestor. On the base, the inscription was carved in both Namekian and Earth languages to the Primordial Enforcers Group 5 elements, ancestor, the eternal benefactor of Namek, the teacher of all ages. The elder's bony finger brushed over the inscription, turning to the many clansmen behind him, his voice booming. From this day forth it shall be established as clan law, any descendant of Namek must remember the grace of the Primordial. If a guest from the Primordial appears, they must be treated as an honored guest. The scene shifted to Kame House. Qilin animatedly gestured while passionately recounting the miraculous events of that day to Master Rashi Bulma and others. It's true. Just a little flick of the finger, whoosh. I came back to life. Not even a scar left. Bulma's eyes widened, forgetting to sip her coffee. Reviving the dead with a flick of the hand. And granting the elder 10,000 years of lifespan as an afterthought. Is this scientific? It defies the law of energy conservation. Master Rashi adjusted his sunglasses, saying, The universe is vast, full of wonders. Kakarot clenched his fists tightly, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. Who cares if it's scientific or not? The 5 Elements Senior is ridiculously strong. One day I will become as strong as the 5 Elements Senior. I want to see the Primordial. Meanwhile on Namek, 7 massive dragon balls shimmered with light, and the colossal body of Shannon Purunga obscured the sky. State your wish. Dandy clasped his hands together and shouted, Purunga, please bless all members of the Primordial Enforcers Group with fortune. This is our family's gratitude. Purunga fell silent for a moment, then, with a flash of red in his eyes, said, I cannot fulfill that wish. Your desire exceeds my capacity. However, I will do my best. In the Primordial Realm, Qin Feng felt a thread of wish power arrive in the Primordial, though it was insignificant. This cause and effect had been established. Interesting. Qin Feng smiled. Just then the system notification sound rang again. Ding, the second phase of the task has been unlocked. Do you wish to connect? Qin Feng. Let's connect. The light screen shifted. A fierce wind howled, and a chilling aura enveloped the air. On a makeshift arena. Boring. The so-called game should come to an end. A humanoid creature covered in dark green spotted armor, dragging a tail behind it, stood in the center of the arena, licking its lips. It was the complete form of Cell. The aura emanating from him was 100 times stronger than the previous Frisia. In one corner of the arena, Kakarot knelt on one knee, clutching his heart, his face as pale as paper, cold sweat pouring down like rain. Dad! From a distance, Son Gohan watched his father fall and screamed, trying to rush over, but was held back tightly by Piccolo. Don't go, Gohan. Going up now is just going to get yourself killed. Even Goku. Piccolo gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Cell relished in this despair. He slowly walked towards a pile of mechanical debris not far away, which was the head of Android 16 that he had just crushed underfoot. How ridiculous! Cell kicked at the broken mechanical hand of 16, saying, A being created for slaughter, yet ultimately desires to self-destruct to protect a human child. Such a failed product should have been destroyed long ago. Casually, Cell kicked the remains of 16, sending it flying right in front of Son Gohan. Then he vanished in a flash, appearing before Son Gohan like a specter, delivering a punch to the boy's abdomen. Son Gohan's eyes bulged, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The flickering golden aura around him extinguished in an instant, his body curling up like a shrimp. Weaklings have no right to be angry. Cell grasped him by the neck with one hand, lifting him, as if he were a chick, looking mockingly toward Kakarot in the distance. Son Goku, is this the son you have such high hopes for? He doesn't look like much to me.
Cell paused.
Now who should I start killing first?
His gaze swept across Krillin, Piccolo, Trunks, and others in the distance.
No. Stop.
Kakarot gritted his teeth, his nails digging deep into the soil. His body had reached its limit, he couldn't even lift a finger. At that moment, a voice resonated in the depths of his mind.
Kakarot, do you need external assistance in this Cell game?
Kakarot suddenly looked up.
Yes. Save Gohan. Save everyone.
In the Primordial within the Enforcers group. Qin Feng looked at the screen, a smile creeping onto his face.
Good fellow, it's actually the Cell Saga system. Generate the task.
Ding, task generation complete. Chain task phase 2, the Cell game. Task star rating 8 stars, medium single player base score 200 million. Core task: completely annihilate the complete form of Cell, revive Android 16, and restructure its AI consciousness, ensuring the survival of the remaining righteous camp members. Qin Feng glanced at the task panel, casually waved his hand, and directly tossed the task details into the group chat public screen. Qin Feng, group leader.
All members, the second phase is here.
The Ancestral Dragon.
200 million. Another 200 million. Save some for me.
Zhurong.
No one take it from me. It's mine.
Hoodoo.
Reviving mechanical life. It seems to involve the laws of creation.
Jian.
I sensed earlier that this mechanical life sacrificed itself to protect a child. Such great compassion is truly
Zhuan.
Very much related to us in the West.
Jian, senior brother, stop chanting scriptures, hurry and grab it. We must secure this task. Qin Feng watched the dozens of messages refresh on the screen, a slight smile forming as he leisurely added.
The second phase task is ready. Old rules, first come first served.
As soon as he finished speaking, the group chat interface suddenly flashed. In the Zulu Hall of Mount Bujo, a burst of wild laughter echoed instantly. Zhurong.
Ha ha!
Finally, it's my turn. Fighting for money. How exhilarating. That old man of the 5 elements made my hands itch just now. Yuan Feng.
Just admit you have clumsy hands. When taking a hit, make sure to stand firm, don't blame the system.
However, just as Zhurong was still sending laughing emojis, in the group the observant Huta suddenly spoke up. Huta covering her face.
Zhurong, did you carefully read the task requirements? Besides fighting, you also need to revive No. 16, a mechanical life form we've never encountered before. It's definitely a delicate job. Can you manage that?
The group instantly fell silent. Zhurong was clearly stunned.
Delicate job. I didn't know. I just jumped right in.
Even across endless time and space, Qin Feng could picture Zhurong scratching his head, looking utterly confused. This guy probably only saw 200 million points, and the chance to annihilate his opponent, completely ignoring the small print in between. Zhurong finally read the task details, his voice trembling slightly.
This requires reassembling AI consciousness.
What is AI? Can it be eaten? Dijiang sighing.
Little sister is right. Zhurong, you're great at fighting, but reviving such technical tasks. With your fire, don't even think about reviving it. That metal lump will probably turn to molten iron in an instant.
Yin Yang Laozu gleeful.
Ha ha ha. You've cracked me up. Zhurong, hurry up. I'm waiting to see you revive No. 16 into a fiery transformer.
You might even set up a barbecue stall on the side.
Yuan Feng immediately added ruthlessly.
Zhurong, if you can't do it, just give up or transfer the task to someone else. But let me remind you, this is a chain task. If you mess up this step, the task will fail, the chain will break, and the points for the third step will vanish as well. Seeing the messages in the group, Zhurong panicked completely and quickly replied.
I can give it a try. I'm good at fire, I can control the temperature.
Yuan Feng.
With a sneer, if you fail the test, can you afford to compensate the other party's 200 million points?
Zhurong felt completely defeated. The mighty ancestor, which was now cornered by a task clause. Qin Feng saw that the timing was right. If Zhurong were to charge and recklessly messing up, the task would be minor, but affecting the reputation of the proxy group would be serious. Moreover, this was also a good opportunity to win people's hearts. Qin Feng, the group leader. No worries. As he sent the message, his right hand lifted and gently grasped at the air. The rich laws of creation surrounding him were instantly extracted, condensing into a soft white light sphere in his palm. He subtly imprinted a trace of divine sense within. Go! Qin Feng shouted lightly, and the light sphere instantly pierced through the void. In the next second, at Mount Buzhou, Zhu Rong, who was anxiously pacing, felt a spatial fluctuation in front of him, and a warm light ball appeared out of nowhere hovering before him. Qin Feng, the group leader. This light sphere contains the ability of creation. You just need to defeat Sharu, and then insert this light sphere into the remains of No. 16, and the task will be accomplished. Zhu Rong, as if receiving a treasure, carefully held the light ball, his face flushed with excitement, and quickly messaged the group. Thank you, group leader. The group leader is generous. Hutu and Di Jiang gratefully. Thank you, group leader, for saving us. The group leader is kind. Jiayin. Salivating to give away such a treasure just like that. The group leader is truly unfathomable. Qin Feng, the group leader. Zhu Rong, alright, don't waste time, just focus on the task. Zhu Rong. Thank you, senior group leader, rest assured. I'm very familiar with this job. I'm great at fighting. I'm going to turn that Sharu into ashes. As his voice fell, a red light exploded above Mount Buzhou. A beam of teleportation light crashed down, and Zhu Rong stepped into it, instantly disappearing. At this moment, the group chat interface became lively. Yin Yang Lao Zhu. Here it comes! The Violent Special. Front row betting. Bet on Zhu Rong to see how many punches it takes to smash the greenskin bug. Place your bets, it's fair game. Zhu Long. I bet 3 punches. That so-called Sharu is rated 8 stars by the system, so it should be able to take a few hits. Yuan Feng. I bet 1 punch any more would be a waste of energy. You know Zhu Rong's temper, once he starts he won't hold back. Hutu. Hey. Zhu Rong, please don't burn that artificial human to ashes too, that's 200 million points. Sure, Qilin. Have you all forgotten? Zhu Rong doesn't understand what it means to hold back. Yin Yang. A lucky charm now that Zhu Rong has arrived, there might be some fun to watch. Qin Feng, the group leader, can you start a live stream? Qin Feng looked at the stream of bets, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly, and he started the live stream. In the Dragon Ball world, the atmosphere had already started to shift. On the arena of the Shara game, the originally tense atmosphere suddenly became strange, and the temperature in the air soared madly. Sharu, who was about to deliver the final blow to Son Gohan, found his arm frozen in midair. What's going on? Sharu frowned tightly, an inexplicable sense of dread making him instinctively withdraw his hand, suddenly looking up at the sky. Not only him, but the Z warriors at the edge of the arena were also suffering. So hot! What's going on? Did the sun fall? Qilin desperately tugged at his collar, his face rose to red. Piccolo stared intensely at the sky, his pupils contracting sharply. This chi. It's wild, scorching, completely different from the ki of a scion. The originally azure sky was now being dyed a disturbing dark red at a visible speed, the clouds evaporating in an instant. With a thunderous boom, Zhu Rong made a dazzling entrance. Everyone looked up to see a muscular man, with fiery red hair, bare-chested, and bulging muscles, exhaling 2 streams of white vapor from his nostrils. I am Zhu Rong of the Hongjun proxy group. Zhu Rong's voice boomed like thunder, causing everyone present to feel a painful throb in their eardrums. He scanned the crowd, his gaze landing on Sharu, filled with disdain. Sharu was pushed back a step by this imposing presence. However, his pride, as a perfect life form, forced him to stabilize himself, asking, What are you? Are you here to participate in the game? Zhu Rong ignored him, and pointed directly at Sharu's nose. Are you Sharu? Sharu sneered in reply. Exactly. I am the ultimate android, the most perfect being in the universe. Trash. Zhu Rong interrupted him directly. You look like a transformed grasshopper, and you dare to call yourself perfect. What a disgrace. Before his words fell, Zhu Rong stepped forward. Die. Boom. Zhu Rong's massive hand, like a fan, delivered a straight punch to Sharu's chest. At this moment in the proxy group, Ag! A piercing scream erupted from Cell's mouth. A tiny red dot suddenly flickered on his chest. In the next instant, countless rays of crimson golden light wildly radiated outward.
No! Impossible.
Cell clawed frantically at his own body.
I have Scion cells. I grow stronger near death. I have Piccolo's regenerative ability. Grow stronger.
Zhu Rong halted his steps, casting a contemptuous glance at him.
Before my flames, you won't even leave ashes behind. What could you possibly use to grow stronger?
Zhu Rong raised his right hand and snapped his fingers lightly towards Cell behind him.
Explode.
Rumble Cell exploded, dying without a trace. Goku's jaw dropped in disbelief.
Is it over just like that?
Not far away, Piccolo supported the exhausted Gohan with one hand, as a cold sweat trickled down his forehead, his heart filled with fear.
His energy is completely gone.
Piccolo's voice was hoarse.
Killing that monster with a single punch. This giant is truly a monster among monsters.
Qilin rubbed his eyes vigorously.
Am I seeing things? Cell, that monster was just here a moment ago.
In a corner of the spectator stand, several large rocks suddenly shifted and were pushed aside with force.
Mr.
Satan emerged, covered in dust, his afro now a tangled mess. He looked around, bewildered, his gaze sweeping past the massive crater and fixing on the muscular Zhu Rong.
Where's Cell?
Mr. Satan placed his hands on his hips, forcing calmness.
He must have been scared off by the kingly aura I just unleashed, right? Ha. I knew that guy was all bark and no bite.
Zhu Rong meanwhile shook his hand, muttering under his breath about how fragile the opponent was. He then strode briskly toward the pile of scattered mechanical wreckage at the edge of the arena, the remaining parts of Android 16. Zhu Rong pulled out the glowing orb Qin Feng had given him from his pocket and scratched his messy red hair.
How do I use this thing?
He tried holding the orb, like a brick, aiming it at Android 16's head.
Go!
The orb didn't budge.
Do I throw it?
Zhu Rong frowned deeply, raising the orb, as if to hurl it, but still no reaction. The substitute group chat instantly erupted. Yin Yang Ancestor slapping his thigh and laughing wildly.
Aha! I'm dying. Is Zhu Rong's head filled with nothing but muscle?
Ancestral Dragon.
Laughing my ass off. A beast in battle, a fool with tools. The contrast is priceless.
Huda holding her forehead and sighing.
Brother Zhu Rong, you're really disgracing the Wu clan.
Zhu Rong saw the group messages, his face turning beet red, as he quickly replied.
Everyone shut up. You'll figure it out. This stupid ball just needs some discipline.
After roaring, he threatened the glowing orb viciously.
Hey! Move, damn it! Go fix that heap of metal, or it'll burn you too.
The orb was silent for a moment, then began to tremble. It floated up from Zhu Rong's palm, hovered above Android 16's remains, and started to spin slowly. In just 3 breaths, a tall figure slowly sat up within the glow. Android 16 lowered his head, staring at his perfectly restored hands, his electronic eyes flickering wildly. Within his vision, red warning frames were rapidly replaced by green repair confirmations.
System self-check complete. Body integrity 100. Energy core full power with an attached unknown high-dimensional energy source analyzing. Analysis failed. Energy level exceeds database limits. AI consciousness intact, memory data undamaged, emotional module reset complete.
Android 16 slowly stood up, looking at the red-haired giant he had never seen before, and asked,
Who are you?
Seeing the job done, Zhu Rong was in high spirits.
Zhu Rong from the Primordial Substitute Group. Came to deal with that insect named Cell and patch you up along the way. Where is Cell?
Asked Android 16.
Turned to dust.
Zhu Rong replied, pointing at the crater behind him. Android 16 paused for a moment, then walked with heavy steps to Goku and Gohan, who were still stunned. He bowed deeply to the father and son.
Thank you.
Goku snapped back to reality, waving his hands frantically.
No. We should be the ones thanking you. Android 16, if you hadn't protected Gohan back there. Mr. 16.
Gohan's eyes reddened.
I'm so glad you're okay.
Piccolo, arms crossed, put on a cool facade.
Humph, you're quite lucky.
Trunks limped over, gazing at the unbelievable scene, muttering to himself.
Is it really over? Has that nightmare of a future truly changed? Of course we won.
At that moment a voice that completely ruined the atmosphere rang out. Mr. Satan climbed onto a high rock, flashing a sign at the arriving TV helicopter, and roared.
Under my brilliant guidance, this big red-haired guy punched Cell to bits in one blow. That's right. He's my secret disciple. This whole thing was my strategy.
Everyone was speechless. Goku scratched his cheek, a look of embarrassment on his face. Zhurong, however, wasn't angry.
All right, mission accomplished.
He dusted off his hands and turned his gaze to Goku. Though this monkey was pathetically weak in this dimension, his fighting spirit was somewhat appealing. Grinning, Zhurong strode up to Goku.
Hey kid, you look pretty decent to me.
With a smile, he reached out his large hand and gave Goku's shoulder a light pat. A dull thud sounded.
Ow! It hurts, it hurts, it hurts!
Goku howled in pain, hopping 3 feet in the air as he clutched his shoulder, grimacing and rubbing the sore spot while tears welled in his eyes. Ignoring whether Goku was about to fall apart, Zhurong said casually,
Now leave a good review, got it.
Goku forced himself to stand straight despite the searing pain in his shoulder and nodded vigorously.
I will. I definitely will. You were incredible just now.
Piccolo, trying to look cool with his arms crossed, quickly turned away and muttered,
Phil, leave one.
Trunks bowed hastily.
We are immensely grateful. Well, leave a good review.
Qilin scratched his head and quickly chimed in.
Me too. I'll give a good review. I'll give 10 stars. No, 100 stars.
Mr. Satan raised both hands. Zhurong nodded in satisfaction. These ants might be weak, but at least they had good eyesight. At that moment, a swirling portal began to form behind him. Zhurong turned around, ready to step into it and return.
Please wait.
Goku suddenly called out, and despite the lingering pain from nearly having his shoulder crushed, he dashed forward in 2 quick steps. Hearing this, Zhurong paused and glanced back at him, 2 streams of hot air shooting from his nostrils.
Is there something else?
Kakarot scratched the back of his head.
Are you from the same place as that senior of the 5 elements who came before?
The previous senior, who called himself the 5 Elements' old ancestor, had also appeared suddenly and helped them resolve a major crisis. The ability to reshape heaven and earth with a mere gesture was exactly the same as this red-haired giant before him.
That old geezer of the 5 elements.
Zhurong let out a scornful laugh, but didn't deny it.
We're both in the Primordial Era task force group.
Kakarot laughed heartily.
Primordial Era. That sounds amazing. Are there many powerhouses like you there? Can I fight them?
Zhurong looked Kakarot up and down, his face full of disdain.
You?
He shook his head.
You're too fragile now. If you went to the Primordial Era, even a newborn whelp of my Wu tribe could kick you around like a ball. Young man, you'd better cultivate slowly.
With that, Zhurong lingered, no longer stepping into the vortex with one stride. Boom! A blaze of fire shot into the sky, and Zhurong vanished from the Dragon Ball world. In the Primordial Era, the Task Force Group Chat. Mission settlement in progress. Congratulations to member Zhurong for completing the mission. Mission rating perfect. Basic points reward 200 million. Superb review points bonus 20. Lucky Halo bonus 20. Total points 280 million. Meanwhile, the chat group exploded. Group message: Zhurong sent an exclusive red packet to Qin Feng, old ancestor, 14 million points. Ancestor Dragon,
another 280 million.
I risk my life and soul and earn how much? This brute makes as much in one trip as I do in 3 jobs. Is there no justice in this world? Is there no law? Zhurong.
Ha ha ha. How exhilarating. Earning points while fighting. That Cell was brutal, sure, but every punch was the sound of points raining down. Damn satisfying.
Qin Feng, old ancestor.
Well said.
Zhurong, in high spirits, looked at his skyrocketing account balance and his boldness surged.
Everyone. Come. Everyone gets a share. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll send a little red packet for you all to enjoy.
Group message: Zhurong sent a lucky draw red packet, total 1 million points, 10 packets. Almost the instant the red packet appeared, Qin Feng felt a blur before his eyes. Group message Ancestral Dragon grab the red packet. Luckiest. Group message Enyang Old Ancestor grab the red packet. Group message Huda grab the red packet. Group message Jane grab the red packet. Group message Juanti grab the red packet. In less than 0.001 seconds the red packet was snatched up. Ancestral Dragon looked at the 180,000 points he had grabbed and sent a thumbs up in the group.
Looks like the Wu ancestors aren't completely brainless. From now on, if anyone bullies you, will help.
Hudu.
Thank you, brother Zhurong. Sending flowers emoji.
Jane.
Our fellow Taoist Zhurong is generous. This poor Taoist will chant sutras to bless you.
Juanti.
He'll join you, senior brother. May fellow Taoist Zhurong have a safe and peaceful life.
Enyang Old Ancestor.
That's it. Only 1 million. So stingy. That's not like you.
Dong Wang Tai.
Brother, although the combat system of this realm is weak, their technological methods have some merits.
Dijuan.
Indeed.
Qin Feng watched this scene, his mind stirring.
System has the third ring mission been generated.
Ding planar anchor is being searched. The third ring mission is expected to be generated in 3 days. Another 3 days. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. Qin Feng group leader.
Everyone, the third ring mission still needs 3 days. There have been many missions recently. You all go back and rest, get yourselves ready.
At these words, the group immediately buzzed with affirmations. Yuan Feng okay. Ancestral Dragon 1. Seeing this, everyone stopped chatting and logged off to cultivate. In the Dragon Ball world. West City Capsule Corporation headquarters. In the vast laboratory, the indicator lights of various complex instruments flickered wildly, with dozens of data cables connected to a central hibernation pod. Inside the pod was Android 16. Bulma, wearing a white lab coat, held a cup of coffee that had long gone cold. She had 2 large dark circles under her eyes, staring intently at the scrolling green data streams on the main screen.
Unbelievable. This is absolutely unbelievable.
Bulma's hands trembled, and a few drops of coffee splashed onto the floor without her noticing. She put down the cup, her fingers flying across the keyboard, beginning to analyze the core structure she had just scanned. The perpetual energy furnace, originally designed by Dr. Gero, was still there, but deep within its core there was now a mass of matter she could not comprehend at all.
This completely violates the law of conservation of energy.
Bulma's eyes widened as she stared at a red warning line on the screen. Warning analysis failed. Bulma swallowed hard.
What did that red monster stuff into Android 16 before he left?
Trunks heard the noise and walked over, poking his head in to look at the screen full of chaotic red warning boxes.
Mom, what's wrong? Is the equipment broken?
Bulma took a deep breath, her fingers flying over the keyboard, pulling up a huge 3-dimensional human body model.
The equipment isn't broken. It's Android 16. He's evolved.
Bulma's voice became sharp.
Look. Although the parts are still the original ones made by Dr. Gero, the arrangement of the metal molecules has been completely restructured. The density has increased 5-fold, and the strength has improved at least 10 times. This body is now a perfect work of art. Wow! 10 times!
Kakarot pressed his face against the screen, his eyes wide as saucers.
Does that mean Android 16 has become super strong?
Piccolo, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, wore a cold expression.
Before that red-haired guy left, he stuffed a ball of fire into his body. What was that? You've hit the nail on the head.
Bulma pulled up a thermal imaging chart.
Right in the center of his chest, the original power furnace is now wrapped in a crystal of this flame. This is a form of energy I cannot understand at all. It defies the second law of thermodynamics, outputting power steadily and continuously without any fuel input.
She swallowed and turned to look at everyone, holding up a finger.
According to the Capsule Corporation supercomputer simulation, if Android 16 were to operate at full power, this energy source would be enough for him to fight for 98000 years.
At these words, the lab fell into dead silence. Qilin felt his throat go dry, swallowing with difficulty.
98,000 years. Is that enough to punch a hole through the earth?
Android 16, who had been silent, looked down at his large mechanical palm. With a thought, a cluster of crimson flames ignited in his palm. Then he flicked his finger at the superalloy target at the end of the lab, which was used for testing new spacecraft hulls. Zing! The superalloy was instantly melted through, leaving a large hole with edges as smooth as a mirror. Everyone gasped, their eyes nearly popping out.
Amazing!
The fighting spirit in Kakarot's eyes ignited instantly, and he rubbed his hands excitedly.
This flame feels completely different from Qi. Hey, Android 16, after your checkup, how about we spar a bit?
Meanwhile, the television was playing images. In front of the martial arts hall.
Fellow citizens of Earth, please remain calm. That green-skinned monster named Shalu has been obliterated by me, the world champion, with my newly developed ultimate move, the Satan Miracle Destruction Fist. Satan gestures exaggeratedly at the camera, saying, of course, during this time, a big red-haired guy also contributed a bit.
Don't be surprised, he is actually my secret disciple whom I took in during my travels around the world in my early years. He comprehended my martial arts spirit at a critical moment, and that is why he was able to collaborate with me to deliver the final blow.
Now, in order to protect the peace of Earth, I will teach this invincible boxing technique to everyone. With a wave of his hand, Satan spat out words. The first 100 registrants will receive a personally signed photo from me along with a chance to win an original martial arts outfit.
Opportunity knocks but once.
Piccolo picked up the remote and turned off the TV, snorting coldly.
This idiot has such a thick skin.
On the other side, in the primordial chaos.
Ding. The third ring task has been generated. Will the host connect? Finally, a task has arrived. System, connect me.
Qin Feng said.
Ding. Connection successful.
The screen unfolded. A small, entirely pink demon child was floating in the dead silence of the void.
He. The small Beau clapped his hands as if admiring a masterpiece. Beneath him, a planet that was about to explode instantly turned into cosmic dust. For him, destruction was merely an interesting game. In the Qin realm, the old Qin stared fixedly at the crystal ball, his bony fingers nearly crushing the scepter, his face as pale as paper. It's over. Completely over. This Beau is completely different from the previous fat one, and even that tall, slender one. He is the most primal, the purest evil. Xian trembled, saying,
Ancestor, does he not retain even a shred of kind humanity? None. The old Qin shouted in despair.
This monster has no logic, he only desires to destroy everything in sight.
The image suddenly shook and golden waves of energy nearly broke through the screen.
Kakarot floated in the form of Super Saiyan 3, his golden hair cascading down to his waist, surrounded by crackling blue arcs of electricity.
This guy feels no pain, has no emotions, and doesn't even get tired.
Kakarot breathed heavily, his gaze fixed on the pink demon child across from him. That last full power Kamehameha clearly reduced him to indistinguishable dust. By all logic, the battle should have ended. However, just 2 seconds later, those particles began to wildly wriggle and gather in the void, reassembling in the blink of an eye. Even more terrifying, the small Beau tilted his head, seemingly finding the previous move amusing. He also brought his palms together at his waist, instantly condensing a blue energy ball even more violent than what Kakarot had just unleashed.
Learned it. Kakarot's pupils contracted sharply, his body forcibly twisting at a critical moment. A terrifying beam of light grazed his shoulder and shot into the depths of the universe, instantly vaporizing a planet. Before he could stabilize his position, the figure of small Beau suddenly vanished. Kakarot felt a chill run down his spine. Suddenly, a mocking laugh echoed behind him. Small Beau appeared out of thin air behind Kakarot, delivering a punch to his spine. Cough!
Kakarot was sent crashing into the ground like a meteor, shattering several mountain peaks before finally coming to a stop. Vegeta stood on a distant cliff, his fists cracking.
He can instantaneously learn even Kakarot's instant transmission. How are we supposed to fight this?
Dust swirled around. Kakarot struggled to rise, the immense energy drained from the Super Saiyan 3 form, causing his vision to blur. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed in his mind.
Does pure evil need to be purified?
Kakarot froze for a moment, an unprecedented desire to survive exploding in his eyes. Gritting his teeth, he shouted into the void.
Yes! Quickly! No matter the cost! Earth really can't hold on any longer.
Meanwhile, in the primordial chaos.
It's actually the plot of the Bu arc. System, please generate the task quickly.
Qin Feng exclaimed.
Ding. The final ring task, pure evil.
Star rating 8-star medium solo task base points 200 million task objective completely annihilates small Bu grant the main characters of the Dragon Ball world a lifespan of 10,000 years stabilize Earth's core and prevent the planet from collapsing. Qin Feng glanced at it and casually tossed the task panel into the power leveling group. Qin Feng group leader, all members, the third ring task is here. Ancestral Dragon.
A pure evil thought conglomerate. This sounds more troublesome than the previous two punching bags.
Zhurong.
Infinite regeneration.
Ability replication. Sounds interesting. I wonder if it can replicate my Zhurong Divine Fire.
5 elements ancestor.
Just suppress it with absolute power.
Yuan Feng.
It'll take this task.
Qin Feng group leader.
Task has been issued, everyone grab it.
As soon as the words left his mouth, several divine senses crashed together.
Group message: Emperor June, grab the task. Emperor June.
Thank you.
Ancestral Dragon.
It's you again. Is there no end to your Sun Star lineage?
Last time it was your brother, and this time it's you. Do the two of you live in the group?
Dong Huangtai.
Brother, be careful. Although this beast has no intelligence, its regeneration ability is quite troublesome.
Emperor June.
I understand a mere barbarian evil spirit dares to call itself pure evil.
Qin Feng group leader.
The transport portal has been opened. Complete the task beautifully, and don't lose face for the primordial chaos.
Emperor June. Sun Star. Emperor June stepped out, vanishing into the primordial chaos. In the Dragon Ball world Qin realm.
Cockroach, Super Saiyan 3 arcs crackled, flickering ominously. It was a sign that his energy was about to run out. Small Bu's mouth curled into an exaggerated smile as he brought his hands together, preparing the Kamehameha. Soon a heart-stopping pink energy ball rapidly expanded.
Not good.
Kakarot's pupils constricted as his body instinctively assumed a defensive posture. At that moment, just as the pink beam was about to erupt, the entire Qin realm changed in hue. An overwhelmingly domineering aura of golden radiance filled every inch of space. Small Bu's actions froze as he lifted his head to look. Above, a great sun hung in the sky. A golden figure stepped forth from the void. Emperor June stood with his hands clasped behind his back, scanning the devastated battlefield beneath him.
I am the representative of the primordial chaos, Emperor June.
Small Bu tilted his head, staring intently at Emperor June. 3 seconds later, he mimicked Emperor June's posture, hands clasped behind his back, chest puffed out wildly, imitating the overwhelming aura of the great sun he had just felt. He is Majin Bu, the most talented learner in the universe. There is no technique in this world that he cannot master with just a glance. Buzz, pink steam erupted from every pore of Small Bu's body. However, the next second, no great sun descended. Instead, Small Bu's own body instantly exploded into pink flesh. In the primordial chaos within a group chat, the messages began to scroll rapidly. Zulong exclaimed,
"Ha ha ha! Is this pink lump seeking death? How dare it attempt to simulate the fundamental laws of the Golden Crow lineage with a mere mortal body?"
The ancestor of the 5 elements replied,
"This is inevitable. Although it possesses some strange traits, it's merely a shallow application of energy. Taoist Dijun practices the Tao, attempting to imitate it with brute force is no different from an ant trying to shake a tree. It is surprising it has not self-destructed."
Luohu scoffed.
"Let's see how Dijun handles this,"
Hongjun said.
"We shall see."
In the Dragon Ball world, the pink fragments of flesh that had been blasted away twisted eerily in midair, gathering together and quickly restoring themselves. Little Bu climbed up from the ground, smoke emanating from his skin, his eyes filled with confusion.
"Why? I could learn just by looking before."
But he did not ponder for long, as a pure embodiment of evil thoughts, rage quickly overshadowed his confusion.
"What?"
Little Bu shrieked, and his figure vanished in an instant. When he reappeared, he was above Dijun's head, his fist enveloped in pink lightning came crashing down.
The regeneration speed is even faster than before.
From a distance, Kakarot was gasping for breath, filled with concern.
Is this guy still adapting?
Daijin's gaze shifted slightly, and an invisible golden ripple spread out. As Little Bu touched the ripple, half of his arm vaporized instantly. Dijuan slowly lifted his gaze and said,
Interesting, although he lacks a primordial spirit, his physical body resonates with a hint of creation's vitality.
With that, Dijuan gestured towards the void and murmured,
Great demon refining formation.
As his words fell, the sun in the sky erupted with blinding brilliance, sealing off the space within 100,000 meters where Little Bu resided. Little Bu instinctively sensed the lethal threat. Instantaneously, he attempted to teleport. However, as his figure flickered in the void, and he tried to cross space to escape, it felt as if he had crashed into an iron wall. The void trembled and Little Bu screamed as he was rebounded, his skin instantly covered in cracks.
This is a spatial lockdown, you cannot escape.
Dijuan stood with his hands behind his back, reciting softly,
The way of the sun, eternal and unending, banishing the darkness of the nine hells, illuminating the framework of heaven and earth, condensing the patterns of dawn, forming the formation of burning heaven. Thus, I say, burn heaven and refine demons. In an instant, 10 beams of light converged to form a golden furnace. Little Bu let out a chilling scream, wildly crashing within the furnace. His body exploded repeatedly, transforming into pink smoke. As the smoke appeared, it was instantly burned to nothingness. Kakarot, Vegeta, and Satan all gaped in astonishment at this scene. The monster that had left them helpless now struggled weaker and weaker. Ultimately, it vanished in the golden flames. After Dijuan swept his divine sense across the Dragon Ball world, he waved his hand, transporting the main characters to the Qin realm. He then withdrew his hand and flicked his fingertips. Golden light flew from his fingertip, entering the center of Kakarot's and Vegeta's brows. The violent aura of Super Saiyan 3 gradually calmed down. Kakarot landed back on the ground, his golden hair reverting to black. He looked down at his hands, clenched them tightly, and his eyes were filled with wonder. This feeling, how strange it seems, like life has no end.
Vegeta crossed his arms, and after a moment of closing his eyes to feel, smirked arrogantly.
10,000 years.
Humph. Suddenly Vegeta opened his eyes wide, his gaze fixed intently on Kakarot not far away.
With this long lifespan, Kakarot, just wait, with a clean neck surpassing you is only a matter of time. Thank you, Elder.
Sun Wukong was the first to react, hurriedly bowing deeply to Biddy. Piccolo stroked his chin, lost in thought.
The lifespan of Namekians is already long now. With an additional 10,000 years, perhaps I can unlock deeper levels of demonic potential. Can I also live for 10,000 years?
Little Wutian asked curiously. Little Trunks jumped up excitedly.
Then I can always be with Mom and Dad.
Dijuan glanced at the two little ones and nodded slightly.
The task is complete. Remember to give a 5-star review.
Kakarot nodded earnestly.
Definitely. This has saved the entire universe. Although I am not pleased this time, you have done well. We will give it to you.
Vegeta turned his face away, snorting coldly. Dijuan nodded in satisfaction, flicked his golden sleeves, preparing to shatter the void, and returned to the primordial chaos.
Wait!
A sudden roar rang out. Kakarot assumed a fighting stance, his eyes filled with battle intent.
Elder, please spar with me for a moment.
In the primordial chaos within the group chat, Yin Yang remarked,
Tis tsk. This kid really overestimates himself. He wants to challenge Dijuan without even understanding the laws. Body cultivators are all brainless fools.
Zulum retorted.
Yin Yang, old man, say that again. What do you mean body cultivators are brainless fools? If you have the guts, come and challenge me.
Zhurong exclaimed.
This infuriates me. Dijiang, big brother, let's gather the power of our 12 ancestral witches to challenge Yin Yang.
Dijiang replied.
Fine, it would be nice to test the power of the 12 heavenly gods' formation.
Luohu added.
Yin Yang, oh, is that so? I am also a body cultivator. Do you want to spar with me?
Yin Yang replied.
Each of you please calm down. I spoke without thinking, and I apologize to all of you here.
Yin Yang felt scared. If these people really confronted him offline, he would not be able to withstand it. Group message. Yin Yang Laozu sent a lucky red envelope of 1,000,000 points, 10 packets. Group announcement. Dijiang received 100,000 points. Group announcement. Luo, who received 200,000 points. Group announcement Hongjun received 200,000 points. Group announcement Zulong received 100,000 points. Group announcement Zhurong received 100,000 points. Group announcement Huta received 200,000 points. Group announcement Yin Yang received 100,000 points. Luohu said,
"This is my first time grabbing a red envelope, and my luck is not bad."
Hongjun replied, 1. Hongjun continued,
Yin Yang has already sent a red envelope and apologized. Let's drop the matter and watch the live broadcast of Daijin's spar with that native.
Everyone agreed and started watching the live broadcast. In the Dragon Ball world, Kakarot stared at Daijin's back, his muscles tense.
"I want to know how much of a gap there is between me and you now."
Vegeta's pupils constricted.
"Kakarot, are you insane? You just recovered a life, and now you want to provoke such a monster."
Dijuan paused, slowly turned around, and a hint of appreciation flickered in his eyes.
"Very well."
As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his right hand, extending his index finger.
"I will not use any magical power, only a hint of the law to assist your comprehension. If you can understand the meaning of this finger, then you shall have one." "All right."
Kakarot took a deep breath and shouted. Golden light erupted once more, instantly transforming into Super Saiyan 3.
Kamehame. Huh? A colossal beam of light capable of piercing through star systems rushed towards Dijuan with the momentum to sweep everything away. This was the strongest single strike in the current storyline of the Dragon Ball universe.
In the face of this world-destroying beam, Daijin's expression remained calm as he raised his index finger and lightly pressed down, saying,
"Suppression."
Boom.
"Hey Vegeta, I can't really explain it. It's like that person's finger is the law itself." When he said no, the Kamehameha didn't dare to work.
Kakarot lifted his head, a simple, honest smile spreading across his face as he scratched his head sheepishly.
"So that's what he meant by laws."
Vegeta clenched his fists, a glint of unwillingness and fervor flashing in his eyes.
"Laws is it? As long as they exist, I will master them. Don't think you're the only one who can see that realm, Kakarot."
Meanwhile, in the primordial wilderness. Mission settlement in progress. Congratulations to Dijuan for completing the mission. Rating perfect. Base points reward 200 million, super like bonus 20, lucky aura bonus 20, total points 280 million. Group message: Dijuan sent an exclusive red packet to ancestor Qianquan, 14 million points. Qianquan.
Brother Dijuan is most generous.
Ancestor Dragon. Ancestor Dragon.
I have decided to go into seclusion for 10,000 years to ponder why I can never snatch a mission.
Yuan Feng.
And this must be fate. The long worm's hands are slow and his mind dull. Seclusion is good, it saves him from coming out and embarrassing himself.
Ancestor Dragon.
Yuan Feng, are you courting death? Do you believe I will go to the Immortal Fire Volcano and pluck your feathers clean?
Yuan Feng.
Come then. Rain or shine, I await you at the Immortal Fire Volcano. If you dare come, I shall roast you.
Ancestor Dragon. Yin Yang.
Qin Feng, group leader, give us another round of these chain missions. No 10 rounds.
Zhurong.
Fought with gusto. Earned with gusto.
5 elements. Ancestor.
3 cycles completed perfectly. Good.
Dijuan.
The warriors of this realm possess resilient hearts. Though their strength is meager, their battle spirit facing death without flinching led to such a perfect conclusion.
Luohu.
So. If I had gone, I would have annihilated him in an instant.
Hongjun.
Brother Daijin's final guidance was quite dignified, bearing the manner of a master teacher. Most excellent.
Nüwa.
The creatures of this realm have gained a lifespan of 10,000 years. The future holds promise.
Qin Feng, group leader.
This chain mission has concluded perfectly. Everyone worked hard. Await the next mission.
Luohu.
I must snatch the next mission.
Ancestor Dragon.
I will snatch it next time too.
With no missions, the group chat gradually fell silent. 1 week later, in the Dragon Ball world. Outside the massive gravity training room at the Brief's residence in West City, Kakarot sat cross-legged on the grass, eyes shut tight. There was no fluctuation of ki around him. Even his breathing became faint, for he was contemplating that one finger.
Still no good.
Kakarot's eyes snapped open, and he grabbed his hair in frustration.
I feel like I almost grasped something in my mind, but the moment I try to focus it slips away. I never expected these laws to be so much harder to learn than the Kaioken. If one could learn it just by looking, then these so-called laws would be far too cheap,
Vegeta said, walking in.
But Senior Dijun said I have potential.
Kakarot stood up, defiantly rolling his neck.
Potential.
A proud smirk curled on Vegeta's lips.
Then let me see just how high your potential really is. Come, Kakarot. Don't use ki. Attack me with that law you're trying to understand.
Kakarot's gaze hardened, and his simple smile vanished instantly. He took a deep breath and threw a punch at Vegeta. Yet the instant his fist lashed out, Vegeta's expression shifted. He instinctively raised his arms to block, but was sent staggering back a dozen paces by the single blow.
You?
Vegeta lowered his arms, his eyes wide with shock.
Kakarot, that punch just now. There was no flow of ki, but it was incredibly heavy. I don't know either.
Kakarot withdrew his fist, falling into deep thought.
I just felt that this was how I should strike. It might be the embryonic form of a law.
Piccolo appeared at the doorway at some point, beginning to explain. Son Gohan followed him in at the right moment.
Dad is amazing.
Kakarot grinned, reverting to his usual simple-minded self.
But I can only pull it off occasionally. That one just now is just luck.
Kakarot chuckled and looked at Vegeta.
Vegeta, I have a new idea now. How about we spar? Just in our base forms. Couldn't ask for more.
A fierce battle intent erupted from Vegeta as a grin spread across his face. Just as the two squared off for a brawl, a furious soprano suddenly blared from a speaker on the wall.
Hey! Son Goku! Vegeta! The alarm went off 3 times. The support pillars in the gravity room are about to crack. If you two idiots dare to break the training room, your year's supply of luxury meals is cancelled.
At the mention of cancelled meals, both men froze, their faces instantly turning pale.
We can just fix it if it breaks,
Kakarot muttered, shrinking his neck.
Exactly, women are such a hassle.
Vegeta snorted coldly, but obediently suppressed his aura. Bulma.
What was that you said? I heard everything.
Vegeta. Kakarot.
Bulma is the prettiest. We promise we won't break the training room.
1 month later, in the Dragon Ball world. On the site of the former battle against Kid Buu, a plaza had been built. In the center of the plaza, a colossal 100-meter golden statue had just been erected, depicting none other than Dijun. He was clad in a Solar Emperor's robe, standing atop a golden crow. His right index finger pressed downward with a majestic expression, while his left hand held a miniature sun gleaming brilliantly under the sunlight. Countless camera flashes blazed beneath the statue. Hercule, draped in his signature white cape, stood before the microphone, striking his classic pose.
That's right. Just as you all saw.
Hercule cleared his throat, speaking nonsense into the camera with a serious face.
The situation that day was extremely perilous. That monster was trembling in fear, intimidated by my aura. Of course, I must also admit that this big guy in the golden clothes contributed a little bit of effort.
He pointed at the statue of Dijun behind him, lowering his voice mysteriously.
Actually, he is my 3rd secret disciple, specializing in handling extraterrestrial affairs.
The reporters below erupted into a frenzy, microphones nearly shoved into Hercules' face.
Mr. Hercule, may we ask how you managed to cultivate 3 such powerful disciples? Could it be that besides Mr. Buu and this golden-clad man, there is an even stronger one? Excellent question.
Hercule puffed out his chest, giving a thumbs up.
The secret is to drink milk every day, exercise consistently, and go to bed early and wake up early. Of course, the most important thing is to train in my exclusive secret manual, the Hercule Divine Fist. Sign up now. Tuition is only 880000. The first 100 applicants will also receive my autograph photo.
At Mount Paozu, the television was playing Hercules boasting footage. The whole room was filled with people holding their rice bowls, staring at the TV in silence. Piccolo's mouth twitched as he silently lowered his head to sip his soup. Shishi sat at the table, gazing at the gleaming golden statue on TV. She suddenly let out a long sigh, her face etched with worry.
Goku. HM. MMM.
Kakarot, his mouth stuffed with an entire roast chicken, mumbled indistinctly in reply.
That golden-clothed god. Did he really give us a lifespan of 10,000 years?
Shishi asked.
Of course. Absolutely no problem.
Kakarot swallowed the chicken forcefully and thumped his chest in assurance.
For a master like Emperor Jun, when he says 10,000 years, it's definitely 10,000 years. 10,000 years, huh?
Shishi put down her chopsticks, pulled a calculator from her pocket, and began tapping furiously.
Our current savings, plus Gohan's scholarship, and then Mr. Satan's allowance. Chi-Chi, what are you calculating?
Kakarot looked utterly bewildered.
I'm calculating the food bill.
Shishi looked up sharply.
10,000 years. Do you know how many tons of rice you'll consume? Do you know how much meat we'll need to buy? How are we going to earn the money for 10,000 years of meals?
The smile on Kakarot's face instantly froze.
Well, Mom,
Son Gohan raised his hand weakly to mediate.
We could actually grow our own vegetables in the mountains and hunt. Later I can also go to work and earn money. No.
Shishi slammed her palm on the table.
As long as I'm alive, cooking is my job. Gohan must become a scholar in the future. You just go get a driver's license. Driving a taxi would be better than freeloading at home.
Kakarot and Son Gohan exchanged a glance, their faces showing helpless wry smiles. Primordial Wilderness, Mount Sumeru. Luohu sat cross-legged atop the 12th-grade extinction Black Lotus, staring at Emperor Jun's income of 280 million points, his mentality completely shattered. Keeping points unspent was the act of a fool.
All in.
Luohu's eyes blazed with bloodlust. The points in his account poured out like flowing water. Thank you for your patronage. Congratulations. Obtained postnatal spirit root bitter bamboo damage. Staring at the screen full of junk, the veins on Luohu's forehead throbbed violently. Just as Luohu was about to flip the table, a golden pillar of light suddenly burst from the center of the spinning wheel, shooting straight into the sky. Ding. Luohu has completed a draw. Obtained Primordial Spiritual Treasure Origin 5. Dow level unique golden divine ability Bloodthirsty Rampage. Lines of scarlet attribute descriptions materialized before his eyes. Bloodthirsty Rampage Dow unique grade category slaughter type divine ability. Can be activated by consuming minimal mana. Attribute Rampage comes with a 100-fold attack bonus. The lower one's own health, the higher the attack power boost. When in a near-death state, forcibly locks health for 3 seconds. Entering the ultimate rampage state temporarily breaks through major realm barriers. After the health lock ends, falls into a coma and weakened state. If killed again, will die permanently. Special attribute during the activation of the ability, if the target is killed or severely injured, it devours part of the target's origin essence, recovering some of the user's injuries. Tip: this divine ability can be upgraded. Max level effect adds a passive Fury. Fury each time hit stimulates one's potential, gaining additional attack bonus. Health lock duration increased to 3 minutes.
A golden Dow level divine ability.
Luohu's breath caught, then he threw his head back in maniacal laughter.
This is the divine ability befitting me.
With a grand wave of his hand, the 5 clusters of pure primordial spiritual treasure origin flew out instantly. After devouring the origins, the patterns on the 4 swords of Juxian became even more profound and arcane. A terrifying blood-red sword Chi soared into the sky, dyeing half the skies of the primordial wilderness dark crimson. Meanwhile, in the primordial wilderness, stand in group. Ancestral Dragon.
Holy crap! What's that commotion in the west? That killing intent is about to rush straight into the East Sea Dragon Palace through the network.
Primordial Phoenix.
Who else but that demon Luohu? What madness has he cooked up now?
Yin-Yang Ancestor.
Madness is good. Madness means big moves. Place your bets. Place your bets. Bet on whether Luohu pulled some Chaos Divine artifact. Everyone don't miss out. Odds of 1 to 3.
Primal Qilin.
Fellow Taoist Yin-Yang, save it. The pool you opened last time still owes fellow Taoist Emperor Jun 30,000 points.
Yin-Yang Ancestor. Luohu directly uploaded the image and attribute screenshot.
A bunch of frogs in a well. Look at what this is.
In the picture, the attribute descriptions were glaringly red. Ancestral Dragon. Ancestral Dragon.
Luohu, did you slip a red envelope to the group owner? It even comes with a health lock. Is this fair?
Zhurong.
Whoa. This divine ability is perfect for me. This is the ability a real man should have.
Qin Feng group owner.
Luohu, congratulations. This ability truly suits your path of slaughter. Use it well.
Everyone began to envy him, and Luohu was very satisfied. He reveled in the feeling of being praised after showing off. Mount Kunlun. Tontian was sitting cross-legged under a pine tree. Staring at the screenshot in the group, his eyes were filled with envy.
Senior Luohu's luck is so good.
Tontian looked at his own points, caught in a dilemma.
What if? He'll just try 100 draws. Yes, just 100. If it doesn't work, he'll stop.
He took a deep breath, opened the draw interface, and began to draw. Ding obtained a block of 10,000-year refined iron 99 clicks 99 disappointments. Tonchin's face darkened.
Forget it, one last one. Just for the sound.
Tontian pressed the button in self-defeat. Boom! Above Mount Kunlun, the sky, originally shrouded in auspicious clouds, suddenly split open with a massive rift. An aura of extreme sharpness descended instantly. The intensity of the aura directly disturbed Laozi and Yuanshi, who were in seclusion.
Has third brother caused trouble again?
Yuanqi's eyes snapped open, and with a flicker, he dashed out of his cave dwelling. However, when they arrived, they witnessed an unforgettable scene. For ancient long swords were flying joyfully around Tontian. And beneath Tonchin's feet, a formation diagram slowly unfurled, faintly evolving into a world of slaughter. The aura on the four swords was identical to that of Luohu. Tontian was completely dumbfounded. Was this the four swords of Zeus Hin? Inside the standing group, Tontian uploaded an image.
Fellow seniors, it seems I've drawn something too. Does this thing look a bit familiar to you?
The group chat fell into instant dead silence. Yin Yang Ancestor. Ancestral Dragon. Primordial Phoenix.
Holy crap! Luohu, has your house been robbed? Tontian pulled out your bread and butter. And it's the full set with a formation diagram.
Primal Qilin.
Luohu, how come there's a mass production of the four swords of Zeus Hin?
On Mount Sumeru, Luohu stared fixedly at the light screen, his eyes nearly popping out. He instinctively turned his head to look at the four swords hanging behind him. They were still there.
So that's it.
Luohu murmured, a sharp light bursting from his eyes. Luohu.
Tontian, good lad. I never expected that in the primordial wilderness you would understand my path of slaughter the best. Your two elder brothers talk nothing but morality and righteousness. They know damn nothing about the sword. Come to Mount Sumeru. Become my disciple. No one but me can teach you the Jusian sword formation.
Tontian.
Become your disciple.
Luohu.
What? Don't you want to know how to wield the Jusian sword formation? Enough talk. Are you coming or not? I can reserve the position of second in command for you.
At that moment, the passion in Tonchin's heart instantly ignited. On Mount Kunlun, Tontian abruptly stood up, not even having time to say much to his two brothers, who had rushed over, and quickly said,
Big brother. Second brother, I have a great opportunity. I'm going abroad to study in the West. Don't worry about me.
Tontian.
Luohu, master. Your disciple is coming now.
With that, he stepped on his green lotus sword and turned into a streak of light, charging towards Mount Sumeru, leaving Laozi and Yuanshi bewildered in the wind.
What's wrong with third brother? Has he gone into cultivation deviation?
Yuanshi asked, full of confusion. On the other side, Qilin cliff. Three figures sat facing each other, the atmosphere heavy. Primal Qilin lifted the teacup before him, gently blew on the floating foam, glanced at the Ancestral Dragon and Primordial Phoenix opposite, and said,
Fellow Taoists, have you seen enough excitement in the group? Can we now discuss the real matter? Agreed.
Yuan Feng and Ancestral Dragon spoke in unison.
I have already privately contacted fellow Taoist Shurchen.
Primordial Qilin lowered his voice, requesting him to set up a time formation where 1 day outside equals 1,000 years within. Lasting for 10 kalpas, we can cultivate rapidly and enhance our cultivation.
A brilliant idea.
Ancestral Dragon slapped his thigh, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes.
However,
Primordial Qilin showed a troubled expression.
fellow Taoist Qin demands a price of 60 million points.
Ancestral Dragon sprayed the spirit tea he had just drunk all over Primordial Qilin's face.
60 million.
Ancestral Dragon leaped up.
Why doesn't he just rob us? That's daylight robbery.
Primordial Qilin remained expressionless and said calmly,
If you are unwilling, I will split the cost with fellow Taoist Yuan Feng. When the formation is activated and our cultivations surpass yours, don't blame me for not warning you. I think it's a good deal.
Yuan Feng gently stroked her cloud-like hair, a smile curling at the corners of her lips.
Since fellow Taoist Ancestral Dragon is short on funds, forget it. Who says I'm broke?
Ancestral Dragon stiffened his neck and plopped back onto his cushion.
Fine. I'll pay. Isn't it just 20 million? I can earn it back with a single mission.
The decision was made. Primordial Qilin opened the group chat and privately messaged Qin.
Fellow Taoist, the deal is settled. Please come to Qilin Cliff for a discussion.
Qin replied.
Good.
A few days later, above Qilin Cliff, a figure clad in a simple gray robe appeared beside the tea table and spoke.
The formation is ready. No credit.
Gritting his teeth, Ancestral Dragon clicked the transfer on the interface. Ding. Ancestral Dragon transferred 20 million points to Qin. Ding. Yuan Feng transferred 20 million points to Qin. Ding. Primordial Qilin transferred 20 million points to Qin.
Good, you know the rules.
Qin nodded slightly, then waved his sleeve. A transparent ripple spread instantly from the stone table enveloping the three of them.
Maintaining 1 day outside 1,000 years within the formation will run on its own for 10 kalpas.
Qin took the points without further ado, his figure gradually fading.
During this time, do not attempt to break the formation or you will bear the consequences.
Inside the time formation. To the outside world it was but an instant, yet within time flowed. In the first year the three were well behaved, each occupying a corner to refine fragments of laws. 30 years outside. Ancestral Dragon abruptly opened his eyes, filled with impatience.
Enough. This life is too dull.
Ancestral Dragon rose abruptly, his gaze fixed on Yuan Feng not far away.
Feathered bird, spar with me.
Yuan Feng slowly opened her phoenix eyes and sneered.
My deal, since you're itching for a beating, if I don't oblige it would be discourteous of me. Hey, you too.
Primordial Qilin opened his eyes, with a splitting headache and quickly formed hand seals layering thick earthen barriers around them.
Fight if you must, but don't damage fellow Taoist Qin's formation. That's 60 million points. Whoever breaks it pays. Less talk. Take this.
Within the formation, dragon roars and phoenix cries exploded instantly, golden dragon breath and crimson true fire clashing violently in the accelerated time. Had Primordial Qilin not desperately shielded it, Qilin Cliff would have been flattened. Meanwhile, in the substitute fighting group, Yin Yang Ancestor.
Everyone look at Qilin Cliff. Those three old fellows have gone all out to outpace us. A time formation.
Zhu Rong.
Spending 60 million points on a formation. What a bold move.
Xian Kun Ancestor.
Oh, my Qin is raking it in.
Nüwa.
The three tribes have ruled the primordial world for countless kalpas. Their foundations are deep. This is just pocket change to them.
Jiayin.
Well said. We too wish to cultivate swiftly. Could fellow Taoist Qin, considering we are all group members, give us a discount?
Juanti.
My brother speaks wisely.
Jiayin. Hongjun.
Save your breath, you too. Fellow Taoist Qin never discounts, he only accepts cash.
Outside Qilin Cliff, a figure in black and white robes was sneakily peeking, none other than Yin Yang Ancestor.
Tis tis, the fight inside is intense. Just from the energy fluctuations, Ancestral Dragon has taken at least 3 heavy hits.
Yin Yang Ancestor chuckled and sent a message in the group.
Betting's open. Bet on how long Ancestral Dragon can last against Yuan Feng before crying out in pain.
5 elements Ancestor.
Fellow Taoist Yin Yang, better save your points for a mixed Yuan Golden Immortal package to attain enlightenment.
Elsewhere at Buzhou Mountain, the Ancestral Witch Hall, Zhu Rong was sporting a face bruised purple and swollen like a pig's head.
There are countless great beings in the group, you'd better watch your tongue.
DiDi's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, his finger nearly poking Zhu Rong's forehead.
Do you realize your mistake?
Zhu Rong shrank his neck and muttered,
Is it that serious? How dare you talk back?
DiDi glared, and Zhu Rong instantly fell silent. DiDi took a deep breath, looked around, and his expression turned solemn.
Observing the battles in the Dragon Ball world, though their physical bodies are frail, their primordial spirits are nimble. In contrast, our physical bodies are unmatched, but lacking primordial spirits, we cannot deduce the heavenly mechanisms. This is our shortcoming.
The other ancestral witches fell silent. This was the eternal pain of the Wu clan.
Previously, there was no solution, but now there is. A congenital primordial spirit costs 100 million points each, expensive, but it can complete our true spirits,
DiDi said. Upon hearing the number, Zhu Jiuyin gasped and quickly asked,
Big brother, what is your plan?
DiDi pondered for a moment and gave his answer.
Pool all our points to first exchange for 3 congenital primordial spirits, for myself Zhu Jiuyin and our little sister Hutu.
Hutu, hearing this, looked anxious and quickly waved her hands.
Big brother, am in no hurry. Give mine to brother Gongdong or sister Xianming instead. Little sister, don't refuse.
DiDi raised his hand to stop her.
You have the least erosion from killing aura. You are the hope of our clan. With a primordial spirit, your future achievements will be boundless. As for Zhu Jiuyin, the law of time is the most obscure. Without a primordial spirit, he cannot advance.
Seeing her big brother's resolve, Hutu no longer refused, though her eyes reddened.
Additionally,
DiDi shifted his tone, looking at the other witches.
Father God's essence blood costs 50,000 points a drop. I have decided to give each of you 10 drops totaling 6 million points. Combined with primordial spirit cultivation, we will completely make up for our deficiencies this time.
As DiDi clicked confirm, the ancestral witch hall suddenly erupted with a dazzling light. 3 clusters of light brimming with immense soul power materialized in the air and sank into the brows of DiDi, Zhu Jiuyin, and Hutu. In an instant, the 3 trembled violently. Then 100 drops of Panda's essence blood scattered through the air and drilled into each ancestral witch's body. Rumble. For a moment, the entire Buzhou mountain trembled, and 12 terrifying pillars of blood-red light shot into the sky. The intensity of the aura caused all living beings within millions of miles to prostrate on the ground, trembling. Meanwhile, the All-Heaven substitute fighting group instantly exploded with chatter. Yan, old ancestor.
What the hell? Again? What are the ancestral witches up to over at Buzhou Mountain? The disturbance is even greater than when Luohu was throwing a fit.
Jun.
The power of blood and chi is more than 30% denser than before. It seems they have discovered the correct use of the marketplace.
Hongjun.
It's impossible. The ancestral witches are born without a primordial spirit. Could they really have exchanged for that innate primordial spirit worth 100 million points? The descendants of Pangu have indeed embarked on this path, combining their physical bodies with their primordial spirits to attain sanctity, which is a great blessing.
Luohu.
Interesting, a bunch of brutes have finally started using their brains. Things have become intriguing.
Qin Feng, group leader.
After obtaining the innate primordial spirit, the combat strength of the ancestral witches will elevate to a new level. They must also be preparing for higher tier tasks in the future.
Zhu Rong.
Once I merge the essence blood, just watch me in the next task.
DiDi.
Zhu Rong, hold your tongue and quickly refine the essence blood.
Otherwise, when the next distribution of primordial spirits occurs, you won't be considered, and your spot will be given to Gong Gong.
Zhu Rong.
Big brother, I was wrong. I'll go into seclusion right now. Years later, within the Pangu Hall, the light gradually converged. Zhu Jiuyin slowly opened his eyes, raising his hand to lightly swipe through the void, creating visible ripples of time. Zhu Jiuyin murmured to himself.
With the primordial spirit taking shape, the river of time appears clearer now.
On the other side, Hutu was surrounded by a yellowish aura. She sensed the earth's pulse, a look of enlightenment appearing on her face.
The birth and death of all things, it turns out, I still harbor the laws of reincarnation within me, only I was previously oblivious to it.
Hutu sighed. Upon learning that there was another kind of law within her, the ancestral witches surrounded her to congratulate her. Dijun gazed towards Buzhou Mountain, his pupils suddenly constricting.
The witch clan has become stronger,
Dong Huangtai coldly stated.
Brother, we must also hasten our pace.
Fengqi Mountain.
Brother spends all day deducing the 8 trigrams, it's terribly dull.
Nüwa pouted, her delicate fingers tracing the light screen before her eventually stopping at the big turntable. Nüwa's beautiful eyes flickered with a glimmer of cunning.
If that rascal Luohu can hit a golden legend, surely my luck isn't bad either.
Should I? Give it a try. She took a deep breath and lightly pressed the button for the 100 consecutive draws. The turntable spun rapidly. Ding. Congratulations to group member Nüwa for obtaining the unique golden divine ability Eternal Life. Obtain fragment of the Law of Creation Advanced 3. Obtain special item Complete Understanding of the Innate 8 Trigrams Great Perfection version. Obtain several innate spiritual materials, such as Tai Golden Essence and Chaos Resting Soil.
Huh?
Nüwa looked at the mountain of treasures before her tense shoulders relaxing as the information about the divine ability instantly flowed into her mind. Type of divine ability: Dao level recovery divine ability. Unique level effect: 1. Consume one's own mana to heal or resurrect a target. Also provides continuous substantial life and mana recovery for a designated target, dispelling all negative effects on the target. Effect 2. Bestow the blessing of the goddess upon the target. Goddess blessing: when attacking, add an extra damage equal to 100 of the target's own attack with a chance to ignore the target's treasure defenses. Additional effect: if life is below 50, immune to all control effects for 3 minutes. If killed, resurrect on the spot, restoring status to peak condition. Note: after resurrection, the effect of the goddess blessing disappears, and the resurrected target cannot exceed 1 major realm of the caster. Tip: this divine ability can be upgraded. Max level effect: during the duration of the Eternal Life effect, damage received is reduced by 90. Immunity to control effects is extended to 10 minutes, and attacks will definitely ignore the target's treasure defenses. Description: the one who possesses this divine ability will be the strongest healer even if the opponent's soul is completely extinguished. As long as you remember their aura, you can resurrect them. Nüwa's lips curled slightly upward. This point expenditure was worth it. As long as she wasn't killed by beings more than 2 major realms above her, she would be immortal. At that moment, ripples suddenly appeared in the barrier outside the cave. A refined and gentle man hurriedly stepped in. It was Fu Shi, who had just exited his seclusion. He originally sensed the intense fluctuations of the laws within the cave, and was worried that his little sister had encountered problems in her cultivation. However, as soon as he entered, he was blinded by the pile of innate spiritual materials scattered on the ground.
Little sister, did you go rob the Dragon Palace treasury?
Fu Shi stared wide-eyed, his gaze fixing on Nüwa. It was clearly just an ordinary closed-door cultivation, yet why had the Dao rhythm surrounding her intensified hundreds of times? It even made him, as her elder brother, feel a hint of pressure. Nüwa, in a very good mood, waved her hand, presenting a jade slip emitting black and white energies to Fu Shi.
Brother, robbing the Dragon Palace doesn't yield such rewards.
Nüwa chuckled, covering her lips.
This is a chance I sought for you. Take a look.
Fu Shi took the jade slip with suspicion, and the moment his divine sense probed into it, he felt as if struck by lightning. Countless intricate and obscure lines exploded in his sea of consciousness. The profound principles of the evolution of all things were laid bare in such vivid detail. The path of deduction that he had pondered for hundreds of thousands of years now appeared as clear as patterns on the palm of his hand.
Innate 8 trigrams, this is my Dao.
Fu's hands holding the jade slip trembled, looking at Nüwa with fervor in his eyes.
Little sister, is this the chance you mentioned before? May I join you?
Nüwa, hearing this, wore a slightly serious expression and shook her head gently.
Brother, the group leader is mysterious and unpredictable. Joining the group relies on opportunity, and it's not something I can just pull you into.
She was afraid to recommend Fu Shi to Qin Feng rashly. The nature of that group leader was difficult to decipher. If he were to become displeased, it would be quite undesirable. The light in Fu's eyes dimmed slightly, but being a primordial divine being, he quickly adjusted.
Since it is fate, it cannot be forced. With this complete understanding of the innate 8 trigrams, my Dao will be achieved. Thank you, little sister. You and I are siblings, there's no need for thanks.
After sending her brother off to seclusion, Nüwa turned back to open the group chat interface. Sharing joy is better than solitary delight. In moments like this, if she didn't share to stimulate her group friends, wouldn't the points be wasted? Group message Nüwa uploaded images divine ability eternal life complete understanding of the innate 8 trigram spiritual material mountain Nüwa.
Oh dear, my luck was average. I only got 1 golden legend and a bunch of junk it's barely usable.
The chat exploded as everyone saw the message. Yin Yang old ancestor.
Nüwa, are you kidding? Can we not have a pleasant chat anymore? Is this what you call average luck?
Zulong.
Golden legend high damage reduction healing and resurrection health and mana regeneration immunity. To control this is clearly a divine skill made for battle.
The next second Zulong sent a crying emoji. Zulong.
Qin Feng group leader, great leader. Can you enable a lending service?
This ancestor is willing to mortgage the Dragon Palace. Qin Feng stared at the screen watching the Ancestral Dragon's wail, and coldly sent a message. Qin Feng group owner.
No negotiation.
Yuan Feng.
Ancestral Dragon, you old mud eel grow more repulsive with age. To be fair, Nüwa's luck is indeed enviable.
Jian.
I observe this divine ability is brimming with compassion and vitality deeply connected to our path. Daoist Nüwa, if we ever share a mission, please prioritize healing my fellow disciple and me.
Xuanti.
My senior brother speaks the truth. We disciples have thick skin and sturdy bones perfect for tanking. As long as Daoist Nüwa's heals are ample, we will charge to the front.
And we are willing to share some of our points with you.
Nüwa.
Easy to say. As long as the points are right, I can heal anyone.
Hongjun.
With the law of creation paired with this divine ability, Daoist Nüwa may one day wield the authority of creation. Congratulations. Years in the Primordial Era where uncounted time held no value. In the millennium without missions, the Primordial Era fell into a long peace. The 3 clan leaders were not idle either. The Ancestral Dragon even started a check-in event in the group, giving out points and sending red envelopes for 3 consecutive days. Though each envelope contained only 1 point, everyone scrambled joyfully, earning him the mockery of Yuan Feng, who called him a stingy dragon. The 3 ancestral witches, having obtained their primordial spirits, saw their strength soar, and the power of the 12 divine fiend formation surged by 30%. All the great beings of the Primordial Era awaited the next mission. Yin Yang ancestor.
Ah. Boring. Too boring. It's been 1,000 years. Why no mission yet? My great blade aches for action.
Ancestral Dragon.
Indeed, days without battle are truly tedious. How about we meet offline? Come to my East Sea Dragon Palace, seafood is plentiful, and we can spar a bit.
Yuan Feng.
Not going.
Beginning Qilin.
Seconded.
Zhurong.
Qin Feng group owner, senior group owner, I crave that ice cream from the Dragon Ball world.
Hoodoo.
Zhurong brothers Zhurong, it's available in the shop's miscellaneous section for 1 point each. Can't you buy it yourself?
Zhurong.
Really?
Haha, I'll buy 100 of them.
Qin Feng watched this scene and shook his head helplessly. Ding. New mission detected. Does the host wish to connect?
Startled by the sudden notification, Qin Feng quickly said,
Finally a mission. Connect immediately.
Ding, connecting to mission. A light screen unfurled. A fierce and tragic aura of slaughter rushed forth. It was a shattered expanse of the primordial land. The western veins of the earth were severed, and the sky was stained crimson.
Luohu! You will die a miserable death.
A shrill roar shook heaven and earth. In the scene, Qianqin's physical form had already crumbled to dust, his primordial spirit nailed to the void by the God-Slayer spear. Demonic energy surged from the spear, instantly annihilating his true spirit, leaving not a trace of reincarnation. Then the scene shifted. A colossal Taiji golden bridge spanned the sky, yet it was shredded by the myriad immortal slang sword Qi. An old man wielding the Taiji diagram, disheveled, stared at the distant Taoist, who had yet to strike, his eyes brimming with disbelief and venom.
Hongjun! I aided you in breaking the formation, yet you secretly blocked the escape routes, watching us face our doom. Fine, Hongjun. What a scheme you've woven.
Boom! A terrifying sun of interwoven black and white rose over the western lands. The shockwave instantly reduced demon soldiers and generals within billions of miles to ashes. Luohu was also blasted, his demonic body shattered, and he flew backward. On the other side, Yang Mei attempted to tear open space and flee. Yet just as the spatial passage formed, a phantom jade disc appeared, eerily disrupting the fluctuations of spatial laws. Yang Mei suffered severe damage, and could only forcibly burn his origin to barely escape into the depths of chaos.
Hongjun! Luohu! I will remember this day. This enmity shall be avenged.
The hate-filled roar faded into the distance. The scene finally froze. On Mount Sumera, Luohu stood disheveled, his aura utterly depleted. Hongjun held the Pengu banner in his hand, the creation jade disc suspended above his head, and beneath his feet were the Taiji diagram once belonging to the Yin-Yang ancestor, and the Qianquan cauldron of the Qianquan ancestor. Luohu stared at this scene, a hoarse roar escaping his throat.
Hongjun achieving sainthood through such means. If there is a next life, I will tear you limb from limb.
Qin Feng watched this, a playful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. A parallel timeline of the Primordial Era, the final act of the Dao Demon conflict. Only the Hongjun of that world seemed far less principled, taking the philosophy of let others die rather than oneself to its extreme.
System generate the mission,
Qin Feng said. Ding, generating. World anchor, parallel Primordial Era, end of the Dao Demon conflict. Mission objective: the native Luohu near death is willing to sacrifice his remaining demonic path fate and the Western ancestral vein in exchange for reversing his defeat and slaying Hongjun. Mission difficulty rating 11 stars. Team dungeon mission points 10 billion. Team requirement 5 members. Mission suggestion: at least one powerful Hunyuan Daoyuan Golden Immortal to lead other members, must be at the peak of Hunyuan Golden Immortal or above. Special note: this mission is extremely perilous and may involve confronting the heavenly Dao of the Primordial Era. Friendly reminder: the heavenly Dao of this parallel Primordial Era is slightly weaker, currently equivalent to the initial level of a Hunyuan Wuji Daoyuan Golden Immortal in this world.
10 billion.
That number was enough to shake the Dao hearts of these rustic primordial beings. And confronting the heavenly Dao. This was a massive undertaking. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurled the mission panel along with the video footage into the group chat. Qin Feng.
Everyone, new mission is here. Stay sharp.
A moment of dead silence, then an explosion of messages. Ancestral Dragon.
How much?
10 billion. This ancestor isn't seeing things, am I? That could buy 10 Hunyuan Daoyuan Golden Immortal Dao fruits.
Yuan Feng.
Insane. This system has lost its mind. An 11-star mission. Confronting the heavenly Dao. This isn't a mercenary job, it's a suicide mission.
Yin-Yang ancestor.
Whoa, hold on. Forget the points for a moment. Look at that video. That's me. The one blown up is me.
The Yin-Yang ancestor was clearly in massive spiritual shock.
Watching his alternate self be tricked into self-destructing, the empathetic rage nearly burst through the screen. Yin-Yang ancestor.
Hongjun, you old scoundrel.
Explain yourself. Is that bastard in the video holding my Taiji diagram and watching me die you? If fate hadn't brought me into this group, would I have met the same end? Hongjun.
Daoist Yin-Yang, calm down. This is a parallel world that Hongjun is not me.
Luohu.
All of you shut up. Watching another version of myself howl like a beaten dog disgusts me.
Qianquan ancestor.
Though that version of me died horribly, for some reason seeing those 10 billion points makes me think dying once more might not be so bad.
Zhurong.
Go.
We must go. Forget the heavenly Dao or earthly Dao. Qin Feng group owner, I volunteer. I, Zhurong, will brave fire and water for the group owner. Dijuan.
Daoist Zhurong, calm down. Please read the mission requirements carefully. The minimum requirement is the peak of Hunyuan Golden Immortal. If I'm not mistaken, your current level is only equivalent to the initial stage of Hunyuan Golden Immortal, right?
Zhurong.
Self-isolation. JPG.
Qin Feng group owner.
Enough, stop arguing. The mission difficulty is clear. Heavenly Dao level combat power is no joke. Though this is a team dungeon, there are only 5 slots. I'm sending the mission to the group now. First come, first served.
As soon as the words fell, a grab button appeared in the center of the interface. Ding. Group announcement: Rahu Yang may Ancestral Dragon, Primordial Phoenix, Primordial Qilin successfully grabbed the quest. The list was instantly locked. Ancestral Dragon.
Done. 10 billion points. Here I come. What is the Heavenly Tao? Before me it's nothing but dirt and dogs.
Primordial Phoenix.
Ancestral Dragon, you foolish dragon, we're up against Hongjun this time. Don't let your guard down.
Raha.
Enough talk. Hurry up and prepare. We'll do the mission together.
Yin Yang Ancestor.
Opening a bet. Let's wager on how long they'll take. All members place your bets. Minimum stake 1,000,000 points.
Jian.
I observe that native Hongjun seems to have a thick-skinned and shameless demeanor. It may be difficult to achieve a swift victory.
Juanti.
The senior brother speaks wisely.
Time Taoist.
The heavenly mechanism is chaotic with many variables. This poor Taoist will not gamble.
5 Elements Ancestor.
I shall also observe from the sidelines.
Raha.
Enough noise. Prepare to depart.
Qin Feng Group Leader.
Be cautious. Don't capsize in a ditch.
Parallel Primordial World Western Continent. At this moment Mount Sumeru had long lost its former spiritual beauty. For millions of miles, it had been reduced to ruins, the earth veins wailing in lament. Above the firmament the native Hongjun trod upon the void. Over his head the jade butterfly of creation hung down myriad strands of mystic yellow chi. The primordial banner in his hand radiated a terrifying edge that could tear chaos asunder. Below the native Rahu knelt half upright upon the shattered earth. His demonic body was broken, and tattered, the light of the 12-pin black lotus of annihilation dim and fading.
Rahu, the grand trend of the heavenly Tao, is already set. You defy heaven, and today you are fated to fall.
The native Hongjun's expression was impassive as he prepared to activate the primordial banner and deliver the final blow. At that very instant, boom! 5 terrifying auras exploded in the sky above Mount Sumeru. The native Hongjun abruptly raised his head, his pupils constricting. He saw the void shatter as 5 majestic figures strode forth. The leader was a man in black robes with black hair, his demonic aura overwhelming the heavens. He bore an uncanny resemblance to the dying Rahu below, yet his aura was unfathomably deeper. At his side stood 3 men and 1 woman, their dharma appearances solemn and dignified. The native Rahu, who had been resigned to death, lifted his head, with difficulty staring at the scene in utter disbelief. The native Hongjun exclaimed in shock, muttering to himself,
Ancestral Dragon, Primordial Phoenix, Primordial Qilin. Did they not fall during the Dragon Hun primordial calamity?
In his understanding, these 3 had long perished in body and spirit during the great calamity. How could they appear here alive and well? Furthermore, judging by their auras, they were at the half-step primordial chaos golden immortal level. Ancestral Dragon crossed his arms, his gaze playfully scanning the native Hongjun. He grinned.
Yo, old man Hongjun, this face of yours is far more detestable than the one in our world.
Primordial Phoenix lowered her phoenix eyes and snorted coldly.
A hypocritical facade nauseating to behold.
Primordial Qilin trod upon auspicious clouds and spoke.
The aura is indeed that of Taoist Hongjun, but the Tao resonance is sinister, filled with murderous intent. Truly not as pleasant to the eye as our own group member.
Upon hearing this, the native Hongjun's mind trembled violently. He frantically pinched his fingers, deducing the heavenly mechanism, but the feedback he received was nothing but chaos.
Impossible. The heavenly Tao shows that the 3 clan progenitors have long perished. What evil demons are you to dare impersonate the primordial sacred ones?
The native Hongjun bellowed, tightening his grip on the primordial banner. Meanwhile, inside the substitute combat group chat, Yin Yang Ancestor.
Old man Hongjun is dumbfounded. His parallel world counterpart never expected the dead to rise again.
Zhu Rong.
That expression is priceless. Did anyone screenshot it? All members look at that Hongjun's foolish face.
Hongjun.
You all chat. I have matters to attend to. I'll take my leave.
Jian.
Well said. This parallel Hongjun, upon seeing the 3 clan progenitors reappear, has lost his Tao heart. His composure is far inferior to our world's Tao ancestor.
Juanti.
The senior brother speaks the absolute truth. If it were our Dao ancestor, he would remain unfazed, his expression unchanged, and would effortlessly scheme against them.
Zhu Rong.
Both of you shut up. Bootlickers.
Di Jun.
Zhu Rong, as if you're any different. If you saw a lively and kicking Zhu Rong suddenly appear before you, wouldn't you be afraid?
Zhu Rong.
I'd punch him into oblivion. What's real is real, and what's fake is fake.
Ancestral Dragon in mission.
All members see that. Isn't my entrance domineering? I scared old man Hongjun into a stutter. This is the true presence of a primordial world overlord.
Primordial Phoenix in mission.
Ancestral Dragon idiot focus.
The scene shifts back to the parallel primordial world. The native Rahu glared at the black-robed figure suspended in the air.
Who are you? Why do you possess the essence of my origin?
The native Rahu rasped. Rahu immediately appeared before the native Rahu. With a flick of his wrist, a long spear radiating a baleful aura materialized in his hand.
I am Rahu.
Rahu looked down from on high, his gaze indifferent.
I hail from another primordial world. You're lying.
The native Rahu was incensed by that contemptuous look.
I am the demon ancestor Rahu. How dare you impersonate me? Die.
The native Rahu furiously burned his remaining essence. The God Slayer spear carrying the intent to annihilate heaven and earth thrust straight at Rahu's brow. Yet faced with this desperate strike, Rahu's God Slayer spear trembled lightly. The pitch-black light capable of piercing the void shattered inch by inch, dissolving into nothingness.
Your spear is nearly broken, and you still call yourself the demon ancestor. You are a disgrace to my name.
The native Hongjun, seeing this, gradually composed himself and sneered.
No matter your origins, the affairs of this realm are the fixed decree of the heavenly Tao. Rahu defies heaven and is fated to fall. The destruction of the three clans is also heaven's mandate. Your forcible interference has disrupted karma and will surely incur divine punishment. Divine punishment, my ass.
Ancestral Dragon cut off the native Hongjun, directly pointing at his nose and cursing.
Old man Hongjun, don't try to scare me with the heavenly Tao. Do you really think we don't know about the filthy deeds you've done? Playing the whore and setting up a chastity plaque, that's your specialty.
Inside the substitute combat group, the atmosphere ignited instantly. Yin Yang ancestor.
Awesome. Well cursed. Ancestral Dragon, let him have it. Curse him until his sons have no assholes.
Zhu Rong.
Ancestral Dragon goes senior.
Back in the parallel primordial world. Faced with Ancestral Dragon's vulgar tirade, the native Hongjun's face turned ashen. Primordial Phoenix shifted her phoenix eyes, glancing at the still-dazed native Rahu.
No need to waste words with him. Whether you believe it or not is irrelevant to us. But killing Hongjun to save your life was your request. If you continue to be ungrateful and obstruct us, we will suppress you as well.
A flicker of bewilderment passed through the native Rahu's eyes.
So, someone actually came to save me.
Everything before him defied his understanding.
It has nothing to do with you.
Rahu cast him a cold glance and spoke.
All you need to know is that we can kill Hongjun, and we can also save a waste like you. Arrogant nonsense.
The native Hongjun laughed in extreme rage. Even a clay idol has a temper, let alone a scheming overlord like him.
Do you truly think this poor Taoist is a soft persimmon? The heavenly Tao aids me.
Boom. The phantom of the jade butterfly of creation above his head swelled, abruptly communicating with the will of the heavenly Tao. An overwhelming, boundless divine might descended instantly. Yet just as the divine might was about to press down, ripples spread through the space, and the divine might dissipated without a trace. Yang Mei stroked his beard and smiled.
Taoist Hongjun, why such anger? Are you afraid that I might reveal how you secretly interfered with space, sealing off the retreat, preventing Yin Yang and Qian from escaping in time, forcing them to self-destruct?
Hearing this, the native Hongjun's pupils constricted sharply. Ancestor Yang Mei's smile grew wider.
Or are you afraid that I might expose how the blood essence and baleful aura of the three clans who died in the Dragon Han calamity were not largely returned to heaven and earth, but secretly intercepted by you using the jade butterfly of creation and refined for your own use?
These words were earth-shattering. The native Rahu whipped his head around and demanded,
Hongjun, is what he says true? No wonder. No wonder I always felt a lack of baleful aura, unable to break through the final barrier. So it was you who stole my achievements. Yang Mei, you are slandering me.
The native Hongjun's face was so dark it seemed to drip with water as he bellowed.
This poor Taoist follows the heavenly Tao using this body to perfect creation. How is that stealing? Whether it is slander or not, you know it in your heart. Since you claim to follow the heavenly Tao, dare you swear an oath before the great Tao,
said Primordial Qilin. As his words fell, everyone's gaze converged on the native Hongjun. Ancestral Dragon burst into wild laughter.
See, he doesn't dare. I knew it. Enough talk, let's kill him.
Primordial Phoenix snorted coldly, and the resplendent nirvana flames around her surged into the sky. Within the substitute fighting group, Yang Ancestor.
He's panicking. Hongjun is panicking. He dares not swear. It's proven. He was the one who plotted my demise.
Zhurong.
Fight. Get on with it. Stop dawdling. I want to see a bloodbath.
Nüwa.
The native Luohu, burdened by deep suspicion, is understandable given how terribly he was betrayed.
Jiayin.
Well said, well said. This parallel Hongjun possesses formidable mastery of face. Exposed so openly, yet he still manages to hold his ground without retreating. His composure is extraordinary.
Juanti.
My elder brother speaks truly. I wonder if we might be able to convert this Hongjun to the west.
Wuxing.
Jiayin Juanti, you two have gone far enough to think of conversion and scriptures even now. Have some shame.
Yang.
Zulum, don't just shout in the group. Get in there. Land one on that old bastard's face.
Zulong.
Yang, what do you, a Yang person, know? Haven't you noticed Yuan Feng hasn't moved yet? This is what I call tactical deterrence.
Yuan Feng.
Zulong, scram. Who wants to coordinate with you? So noisy.
Shurchen Doran.
This humble priest is curious to see how this parallel Hongjun will handle such total abandonment.
The parallel primordial world. 5 terrifying auras locked onto the native Hongjun. His eyelids twitched wildly, his mind racing. His gaze fell upon the native Luohu.
Luohu! Do not be deceived by them. This is a scheme of the outer demons to throw our primordial world into chaos. They impersonate the 3 clan progenitors and Yang Mei and conjure another version of you clearly to sow discord between us. If we do not join forces now once, I fall, you two will face the fate of being devoured. Quickly ally with me, and let us first slay these external demons.
The native Hongjun's words were laced with the seductive tones of the heavenly Tao, striking directly at the soul. A flicker of struggle passed through the native Luohu's eyes. After all, the scene before him was far too unbelievable. Those who had died millennia ago were resurrected, and there was another self who looked even more like the demon ancestor than he did. For anyone, the first thought would be of illusions or inner demons.
Noisy!
Luohu frowned slightly, the god-slaying spear in his hand vibrating fiercely, its tip tearing through the void.
Stubborn fool. This one will slay Hongjun first. You can take your time to think.
Before his words faded, monstrous demonic chi was already boiling. Luohu took a step forward, ready to strike.
Wait!
The native Luohu suddenly shouted hoarsely.
If you truly are me from another world, can you prove it?
How to prove it? Prove that I am me. This absurd question brought the battlefield to a standstill. Meanwhile, the chat group messages flooded instantly. Yang Ancestor.
Here we go. The classic routine, prove I am me. Am familiar with this one. If someone pretended to be me, I'd ask them where I hid my secret savings.
Wuxing Ancestor.
Fellow Taoist, aren't you just poor?
Zhurong.
So much dawdling. Can't you just fight it out? Whoever wins is the real one. Fists are the only truth.
Qin Feng Group Leader.
Let us just watch.
The parallel primordial world. Faced with this demand, Luohu did not move. He simply clenched his fist into the void. An overbearing and unrivaled Tao resonance rose from his palm. The moment the Tao resonance manifested, the native Luohu's entire body trembled violently. The demonic Tao origin within him seemed to meet its true sovereign, trembling uncontrollably.
This is.
The native Luohu's pupils dilated.
Proving the Tao through power. You actually achieved it.
Even sages, if reliant on the heavenly Tao, still bear shackles. Only by proving the Tao through power to become a Hongyuan Daoyue golden immortal can one attain true freedom. This was the ultimate realm he had pursued his entire life. It could not be faked, nor could it ever be forged. Luohu casually dispersed the Tao resonance from his fingertips, his expression cold.
Is that proof enough?
The native Luohu nodded slightly, then turned his gaze to the native Hongjun.
You old scoundrel. I believe Yang Mai's words. You obstructed my great Tao and severed my path. Today, even if my body perishes and my Tao vanishes, I will drag you down with me. To the death no quarter.
Seeing the situation collapse, the native Hongjun's once sanctimonious face contorted.
Fine. Fine. Fine.
The native Hongjun laughed in extreme rage.
Since you all insist on seeking death, then you shall all become nourishment for my path to enlightenment.
He ceased all pretense, tearing off his mask entirely.
Luohu, did you think this one was unaware of your secret collection of the 3 clans' blood essence and baleful aura? This one nearly went along with the situation, raising a poisonous worm.
The native Hongjun took a step forward, his pressure skyrocketing.
As for Yin Yang and Qian, those 2 fools were already dead men walking. If I hadn't used them as sacrifices for the formation, how could the immortal slaying sword formation have been broken? Your gathering here today saves me the trouble. I will refine you all together to perfect my heavenly Tao.
With his roar, violet divine thunder rolled down. Inside the fighting group, chaos erupted instantly. Yin Yang ancestor.
Holy crap! He admitted it. The old fiend confessed with his own mouth. The me from the parallel world died so unjustly. It's infuriating. Hongjun and Hongjun, you old bastard, come out. You owe me an explanation.
Qin Feng ancestor.
Utter shamelessness. Truly unparalleled shamelessness. Though I know it's a parallel world, this face is exactly the same.
Jiayin.
The 3 poisons of greed, anger, and ignorance are all manifest. This parallel Hongjun is truly an excellent negative teaching example.
Juanti.
My elder brother is wise. Such a teaching material is worth 10,000 gold. Record it quickly. If any disciple's mind is unstable in the future, we can show them this image to warn them against cultivating into such a false Tao.
Tongtian.
Jiayin Juanti, you 2 are truly wicked.
Zulong.
Jiayin Juanti, can you 2 be serious? We're about to start fighting.
Shurchen Doran.
Zulong, don't get distracted. Be careful Hongjun doesn't ambush you. He's a mad dog biting everyone now.
At this moment in the primordial world at Jade Capital Mountain, Hongjun watched this scene through the chat group's light curtain, the corners of his mouth twitching uncontrollably.
I'm screwed. If this bunch comes back.
At this thought, a chill ran down Hongjun's spine. He could already imagine the sarcastic tone Yin Yang ancestor would use in front of him from now on. And Luohu, Yang Mei, Qin Feng, the 3 clan leaders, none of them were easy to deal with. Hongjun expressionlessly raised his hand and simply closed the group chat interface, out of sight, out of mind. The parallel primordial world on the battlefield. Facing the rampaging native Hongjun, a hint of amusement instead appeared on Luohu's face. He flicked his finger, and a pill shot like a stream of light into the native Luohu's arms.
Heal yourself on the sidelines. Watch how I deal with him.
With these words, Luohu turned and gave a slight nod to Zulong and the other 2.
Go and see to your own territories. Leave this place to me.
The 3 exchanged glances, then transformed into streaks of light and departed.
Trying to leave. Stay right here.
The native Hongjun's eyes blazed with fury as he violently shook the Pangu banner, lunging at the retreating figures.
Your opponent is me.
Luohu directly activated the god-slaying spear, forcibly shattering the native's attack.
Since you seek death, then this one shall grant your wish.
Seeing his pursuit was hopeless, the native Hongjun, consumed by rage, poured all his power onto Luohu before him. In an instant above Mount Sumeru, the laws shattered as the 2 supreme powerhouses engaged in a fierce battle. In the proxy fighters' group chat, messages flew like sparks. Yin Yang Laozu crowed that the battle had finally begun, calling it a truly highable contest and marveling at the Pangu banner waved so lavishly. Hongjun of the parallel world was plainly dripping with wealth. Jian observed in a measured tone that violence was not the sole path to liberation, yet if they could cripple this local Hongjun, it might better serve the purpose of reform. Xuan-Ti warned Jian to be cautious while conceding that the brother had a point. Hongjun possessed too many treasures, it would be a pity should they be broken. Shurchen Daoran admonished them to be quiet and watch. This clash between a Hunyuan Daoyuo Jinxian and a would-be completer of the Dao carried within it a contest of great principles, and was well worth observing. As Shumi Mountain shook with thunderous combat in a parallel Hongwang on the shores of the Donghai, a hulking figure ripped through the clouds. Zhu Long looked down, his brow folded into a deep frown. Damnable, he muttered. What a bunch of prodigals, how had they sunk so low? A fierce, inexplicable heat rose inside him. Although he knew this was a parallel world, seeing his home so desecrated provoked a visceral disgust. Who dares trespass into Longgong's forbidden precincts? At that instant, two aged, wounded figures burst from the ruins and barred Zhu Long's path. On the left stood one wrapped in the lingering harmonics of time's law, his breath flagging and his eyes blood-red. On the right stood a man with twin wings, wind and thunder coiling about him, but one wing shattered his appearance pitiful. They were the Long clan's acting rulers, Zhu Long and Ing Long. Who are you, daring to impersonate the clan lord? Zhu Long glared at the strapping man who bore an uncanny likeness to their late elder brother. Zhu Long was dead. That loss was an eternal wound in every surviving member of the Long clan. They had watched him fall and his doubt dissipate. How could anyone now dare to prance through Longgong wearing Zhu Long's face? Zhu Long raised an eyebrow and pointed at his nose. Am your brother Zhu Long? Absurd. Ing Long howled with grief and fury. The clan lord already sacrificed himself for the clan. You villain, how dare you shame the Long clan? Even if it costs our last breaths, we will tear you limb from limb. Kill. With fatal resolve, the two unleashed their primal powers. Time stands still. Zhu Long's eyes emitted two ashen divine lights. Wind and thunder annihilate. Ing Long summoned a titanic thunderstrike and surged forward, joining the assault. Too weak, Zhu Long sighed, raising his hand and pressing downward. The time-stilling lights and the sprawling wind and thunder were scattered by that single palm. Zhu Long and Ing Long felt a terrifying pressure fall from the heavens, rooted in bloodline. It was the presence of Wanlong's ancestor. With two heavy impacts, the pair were driven into the seabed, silt pinned and unable to move. Now can we speak civilly? Zhu Long withdrew his hand, shifted into human form, and landed before them, arms folded as he looked down. Zhu Long struggled to lift his head, horror in his eyes. This pressure, this bloodline, it cannot be faked, but this is impossible. The clan lord clearly perished, his true spirit dispersed. Who are you? I told you, am Zhu Long, only I come from another Hongwang. Zhu Long, growing impatient, scratched his ear. Trying to explain parallel timelines would be wasted on you. In short, I'm here to turn your fortunes around. Another Hongwang. Zhu Long and Ing Long exchanged bewildered looks. The claim was preposterous. At any other time, they would have scoffed. But the man before them possessed absurd strength, could kill them with ease, yet held back and bore pure Zhu Long bloodline. Words alone are no proof. Zhu Long ground his teeth and forced himself to his feet, resolve flaring. The Long clan's secret vault is sacred. It bears a blood seal left by the clan lord. Only the clan lord himself may open it. If an outsider forces it, it will self-destruct. He fixed Zhu Long with a stare. If you truly are the clan lord from another world of the same root and origin, you should be able to open it. If you can open it, will grant you some credibility. Secret vault? Zhu Long paused and then grinned. Fine. I happen to want to see what this world's me stashed away. Led me. Back in the fighter's chat, the onlookers brightened. Yin Yang Laozu warned Zhu Long to beware of a slip. What if the password differed in the parallel world? Zhurong declared with confidence that Zhu Long would succeed, and that those two old dragons deserved a thrashing to make them behave. Jian intoned that the Long clan's vault must house countless treasures, lamenting how Decline had left relics to gather dust, and wondering whether any might be fated to them. Xuan-Ti cautioned restraint. This was a parallel Long clan, not theirs. They must not brazenly rob it. Jian added that if Zhu Long discarded any odds and ends after opening it, they could help tidy the stock. Dijuan scolded Jian and Xuan-Ti for their opportunism. The Long clan has suffered so Still you think of loot. Have some humanity. Jurong barked. True shameless. But if there are leftovers, remember to share a little with me, he added. That shiny pearl looks promising, Yuan Feng remarked. A pack of brigands, she added dryly. Xianquan wondered why Hongjun remained silent. Enyang commented that Hongjun probably could not bear to look, given that some among them were known to trick their fellows. Shurchen laughed and urged everyone to ignore him and keep watching the show. In the parallel Hongwan on the Donghai shore, Zhu Long, led by Zhu Long and Ying Long, arrived before an ancient gate. Please, he was invited forward. Zhu Long stepped back, but his palm quietly gathered law forces. If the seal self-destructed, he would detonate himself to stop the intruder. This is troublesome, he muttered. Zhu Long sneered, strode up, drew a drop of fingertip blood, and pressed it to the dragonhead's brow on the stone gate. Open for me. Ahem. The blood was instantly absorbed, and the gate trembled. Golden veins spread across the stone, and the sealed dragon eyes slowly slit open. Zhu Long and Ying Long held their breath, hearts pounding. Yet, as the gate neared full opening, an unexpected change occurred. The golden light flared into a savage crimson. A piercing dragon cry echoed from the gate's depths, and a tremendous force of rejection burst forth. No, this aura is wrong. Zhu Long's face drained. He shouted that the seal was wailing and rejecting Zhu Long. The karmic imprint binding him did not match the clan lord's. You are a fake. Zhu Long was startled. What the? This damned gate still clings to its rule. Zhu Long confirmed their suspicions and ordered form the Wanlong array. Zhu Long's eyes burned red with fury at being duped. With one command, the several thousand remaining Long clan forces hidden around them surged forth. For the honor of the Long clan, slay the impostor. Watching his disciples and descendants rush to sacrifice themselves, Zhu Long's mouth twitched and a headache bloomed. TSK, what a nuisance. Oh ho! A failure. The seal doesn't recognize you. How intriguing, locked out by your own door. Ancestral Dragon, that's quite the slap to your face. Zhu Rong roared with laughter. Ha ha ha. This is hilarious. I said those two old dragons deserved a beating, but who knew Ancestral Dragon would end up humiliating himself? Getting slapped by his own seal, what a show. Di Jiang said. Zhu Rong, keep your voice down lest he returns to teach you a lesson. Zhuenti intoned. Amitabha, it seems the dragon clan of this realm is destined to be connected with me, since even Ancestral Dragon cannot take them away. Ancestral Dragon retorted. Zhuenti, if you keep spouting nonsense, I'll tear your mouth apart when I get back. All of you watch closely. In the parallel primeval world at the abyss of the Eastern Sea, gazing at the gloating crowd in the group, especially Zhuenti's infuriating expression. Ancestral Dragon's forehead veins bulged with rage, a surge of fury rising within him. Yet he quickly forced himself to calm down, his eyes fixed intently on the great gate. I see. With a mere moment of perception, Ancestral Dragon grasped the reason. Halt the formation. Watch closely. Facing the Myriad Dragon Grand formation about to annihilate him from all directions, Ancestral Dragon let out a thunderous roar that froze the deep-sea currents. In the next instant, he struck his chest fiercely. 3 drops of his lifeblood essence were forced out, suspended in the seawater. Go! With a flick of his finger, Ancestral Dragon sent the 3 drops of essence hurtling like streaks of light, merging into the crimson radiance. The once violent and explosive seal instantly fell silent. The resisting will, upon contact with the 3 drops of essence, released a faint, almost dissipating illusory dragon shadow from the crevices of the stone gate. It was a lingering obsession of the parallel world's Ancestral Dragon. The obsession circled the 3 drops of essence, affectionately emitting a low cry intelligible only to those of dragon blood before slowly dissipating and completely merging into the essence. The stone gate swung open, radiating a myriad of golden lights. Ying Long of the Candle Dragon Hall, who was maintaining the formation, felt a shudder deep within his soul and involuntarily withdrew his magical power. Ancestral Dragon waved his sleeve to disperse the remaining essence, allowing that trace of residual soul imprint to return to its body for nurturing. He turned his gaze deep and penetrating as he looked at the stunned Candle Dragon. Do you believe me now? The treasures within this seal are beneath my notice. Let them await some destined dragon descendant in the future. If earlier it was a display of force, now it was a conquest of the soul.
Thud!
Candle Dragon's body trembled, all doubt vanished. He fell heavily to his knees.
Greetings, Patriarch. We were foolish and nearly committed a grave error. Please punish us. Greetings, Patriarch.
Long and thousands of dragon clansmen knelt in unison. Witnessing this, Ancestral Dragon felt little pride, only an indescribable weight in his heart.
Rise!
Candle Dragon slowly looked up, tears in his eyes.
Patriarch, since you come from the other side, you must know that our dragon clan is now burdened with karma, forsaken by the heavenly Tao, barely clinging to existence. Now that you have returned, how should we proceed?
To vie for dominance is to court death. To retreat, with karma unresolved, the dragon clan is doomed to extinction. It was a path of no return. Ancestral Dragon fell silent for a moment, then suddenly vanished from his spot, reappearing directly above the Eastern Sea's ocean eye.
Watch!
Ancestral Dragon let out a low shout, his hands forming seals at lightning speed, unleashing the aura of a half-step primordial chaos golden immortal.
Quell the waves of the four seas, calm the souls of myriad dragons. Let grievances return, let obsessions scatter. Let spirits and souls return to my sea.
As Ancestral Dragon performed the spell, he drove a merit stone of the great Tao into the ocean eye. This was purchased by Ancestral Dragon from the System Mall for 20 million points, capable of erasing some karma. The advantage, it was inexpensive compared to other artifacts. The disadvantage, it only erased karma upon use, and could not be stacked. Ancestral Dragon had bought two, having already used one to dispel 40% of the Dragon Clan's karma. Note: the three tribes in the main primeval world did not engage in a final decisive battle, so their karma is lighter. Rumble. The entire ocean eye shook violently. Immediately, countless pillars of light from the merit stone of the great Tao drew out the karma from the depths of the ocean eye, returning it to the void. In an instant, all the dragons felt a lightness in their bodies.
Is the karma gone?
Long felt a profound relief, within tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. Ancestral Dragon casually tossed a ring of Sumeru before Candle Dragon.
Take this. Inside are some cultivation resources and fragments of laws. Remember, from now on the Dragon Clan withdraws from the primeval world struggles. Cease your foolish dreams of becoming the protagonists of heaven and earth. All of you get to work regulating the waterways, benefiting the aquatic tribes and accumulating merit. As long as you don't court disaster, this lineage will never be severed. As the Patriarch commands.
Candle Dragon's hands trembled as he held the ring, sobbing uncontrollably.
Enough, wipe that mournful look off your face. It irritates me.
Ancestral Dragon waved his hand, his gaze turning toward the southern sky with a flicker of concern.
Since the Dragon Clan is in such a state, things probably aren't going well for those foolish birds either. I'm off.
Before his words faded, Ancestral Dragon transformed into a beam of golden light, shooting toward the direction of the Immortal volcano. Meanwhile, in the parallel primeval world at Qilin Cliff. Compared to the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, this place was a living hell. Once a land of dense spiritual energy and galloping auspicious beasts, the ancestral home of the Qilin was now a scene of shattered mountains and withered spirit veins. On the desolate, scarred earth, only a few emaciated young Qilin gnawed at withered grass. The guardians here were nothing but the old, weak, and infirm. The figure of Primordial Qilin broke through the air, landing atop the cliff. Gazing upon the scene before him, his heart clenched.
Who dares trespass into the Qilin clan's forbidden ground?
An aged voice rang out. The Earth Qilin elder rose shakily, and when he recognized Primordial Qilin's face, his entire frame trembled violently. Then an overwhelming grief and fury erupted from his being.
Our Patriarch is dead. You vile fiend dare to mock us by wearing his likeness. Prepare to die.
Instantly, the power of the Earth's veins was roused, conjuring countless sharp stone spears aimed at Primordial Qilin. Primordial Qilin did not dodge. With a soft sigh, he raised his hand, pausing midair before turning his palm into a finger and gently tapping the void. The countless stone spears, brimming with the killing intent of the Earth's veins, were instantly disintegrated, transforming into the purest primordial Earth essence, returning to nourish the barren land.
I am Primordial Qilin from another primeval world.
Standing with his hands behind his back, his voice reached every Qilin clansman.
Take me to see the soul lamps, all will be made clear.
The Earth Qilin elder showed no fear. In his eyes, the more profound the skill, the more dangerous the demon impersonating their patriarch.
The Holy Land of Soul Lamps is our clan's final dignity. I will not allow a demon to defile it.
The Earth Qilin elder raised his head in a sorrowful roar.
My brethren, today we die together. Form the demon burial array.
In an instant, dozens of old and weak Qilin let out a collective mournful cry, preparing to forcibly activate the earth veins of Qilin Cliff. Rumble. The earth wailed, a yellow-brown radiance shooting into the sky, trapping Primordial Qilin at its center.
Why must it come to this?
The Primordial Qilin sighed softly. In his former days, he would have shattered mountains with a single stomp. Now, having witnessed countless worlds in the group, his state of mind had transformed. The hem of the Primordial Qilin's robe fluttered lightly as he sat cross-legged at the center of the grand array. Auspicious energy seeped slowly from his body, and wherever it passed, the once violently exploding earth vein spiritual energy gradually calmed. Those Qilin clansmen who had embraced death felt a warm current surge into their limbs and bones. The operation of the grand array visibly slowed. In the midst of the stalemate, the young Jade Qilin behind the Earth Qilin elder timidly poked its head out.
Elder.
The young Qilin's voice was innocent.
His aura feels just like the soul lamp in the cliff bottom chamber. So warm. I want to get closer to him.
This childish remark struck the Earth Qilin elder's heart like a thunderbolt. His entire body trembled violently as he stared fixedly at the seated figure in the array. The innate closeness from the depths of his bloodline made him shake all over. The Primordial Qilin slowly opened his eyes, his gaze passing over the crowd to land on the little one.
You young one are quite perceptive. Since you find me familiar, would you take me to see that lamp?
The young Qilin instinctively nodded, then hastily looked at the elder. The Earth Qilin elder's expression shifted between uncertainty and struggle before he finally resolved.
Fine. Let this demon reveal its true form before the chieftain's lingering soul. If the soul lamp does not recognize you, this old man will self-destruct his nascent soul and stain you with blood. Disperse the array.
The group of elderly and weak gradually withdrew their spiritual power, though their gazes remained vigilant as they escorted the Primordial Qilin toward the chamber deep within the cliff. The corridor of the chamber was dark and damp, its murals faded and mottled. They depicted the glorious scenes of the Qilin clan ruling the earth in bygone days, now bitterly ironic. Arriving before a stone gate, the Earth Qilin elder halted abruptly.
Wait. Even if your aura is pure, you could be a supreme demon that devoured the chieftain's essence. Let me ask you, what was the final divine decree left to us by the chieftain's lingering soul before it suppressed the earth veins? Only the core elders present at that time know. The rest have fallen in battle. If you are truly the chieftain from another primordial era sharing the same origin and heart, you must know the state of mind in that moment.
The Primordial Qilin's form stiffened slightly at this, his thoughts drifting back to that desperate time. The pain of utter despair and boundless regret, even across time, was deeply felt. He slowly closed his eyes and murmured softly.
At that time, seeing my kin wither and karma raging, my heart held only death and guilt. I left 10 words, my sins are deep, you all fend for yourselves.
The Earth Qilin elder was thunderstruck. Who but the chieftain himself could utter such despair in that tone?
Open the door.
The elder choked out, barely standing. The stone gate slowly creaked open. Meanwhile, in the transcendent substitute fighting group, Young Ancestor.
Here we go. Classic moment. The soul lamp verification.
Ancestral Dragon.
Pa. So tedious. My way is simpler. Beat them up, give them a treat. The Primordial Qilin is too sentimental, playing mind games.
Nüwa.
Don't tease. Brother Primordial Qilin is benevolent, not like the domineering Ancestral Dragon. This reunion must weigh heavily on his heart. I hope it goes smoothly.
Parallel Primordial Era Qilin Cliff Bottom Chamber. The lamp flame was as small as a beam, flickering as if it might go out at any moment, the only remnant of this world's Primordial Qilin soul imprint. The Primordial Qilin held his breath, stepping closer to the soul lamp. The Qilin clan dared not breathe, their eyes fixed on the faint flame. Yet the soul lamp showed no reaction at all. The air froze instantly. The Earth Qilin Elder's once excited expression solidified, feeling deceived.
Ha ha.
The elder laughed bitterly.
Fake. It's fake. The chieftain's soul doesn't acknowledge you. Damn demon, how dare you exploit my longing for the chieftain. Die.
Without hesitation, he reversed the remnants of his origin, lunging at the Primordial Qilin.
Wait.
The Primordial Qilin frowned, about to explain, when suddenly an anomaly occurred. The ancient bronze lamp trembled violently, as if struck by a massive shock. The next instant, the bean's eyes flame surged, transforming into a dazzling Qilin phantom. Then the soul lamp voluntarily separated its most core strand of golden origin, plunging straight into the Primordial Qilin's chest and merging into his nascent soul. The light faded, and the Primordial Qilin's aura grew deeper. He slowly turned to the Earth Qilin Elder, asking softly,
"Now do you believe?" Thud.
The Earth Qilin Elder knelt quickly, saying,
"This old fool was blind. I offended the chieftain. Please forgive me. Greetings, chieftain."
Behind him, the group of elderly and weak Qilin knelt in unison. The Primordial Qilin did not respond immediately. Instead, he solemnly bowed to the bronze lamp.
"Rest assured, friend. Having received this gift, I shall accept this world's karma. I will care for this clan and live up to the name of Qilin."
Hearing this promise, the kneeling Earth Qilin Elder wept uncontrollably. In the Transcendent Substitute Fighting Group Yin-Yang Ancestor.
Good heavens. This isn't a reunion, it's a direct inheritance. Primordial Qilin, you've struck gold. This move is far better than Luohu's habit of slashing everyone.
Jiayin.
This is the passing of the torch of boundless merit. Brother Primordial Qilin's act not only comforts the departed but also continues the lineage. However, bearing the karma of two worlds Qilin is a heavy burden. Even this humble Taoist finds it exhausting.
Xuan,
my brother speaks truly. Primordial Qilin, since you received this world's Qilin legacy, surely there are items you need. If they take up space, my brother and I are experts at handling such scraps. We'll help clear your inventory for free, no fees.
Yuan Feng.
Jiayin Xuan, you two are truly shameless. While others are in a moment of sorrow, you're eyeing the leftovers.
Ancestral Dragon.
Hypocrites. Primordial Qilin, old Qilin, since you've accepted such a great gift, don't just talk. If you don't return the favor and settle the karma, will your Tao heart be at peace? Don't embarrass our Primordial Era.
Parallel Primordial Era Qilin Cliff. The Primordial Qilin glanced at the group chat in his mind, his mouth twitching. These bastards were true masters at ruining the atmosphere. He took a deep breath, left the chamber, and ascended to the broken cliff top.
Rise!
Rumble. A dull roar echoed from deep underground. The fractured earth veins, guided by the power of laws, began to writhe and reconnect. Streams of rich earth essence, divine light converged from all directions, bathing the once gloomy Qilin cliff in a golden glow.
Go!
The Primordial Qilin swept his sleeve. Countless radiant celestial treasures flew from his personal space, merging into the cliff's mountain and earth veins. Upon the scorched earth, spiritual herbs and springs visibly emerged, radiating an auspicious aura once more.
This is the foundation of revival.
The Primordial Qilin stood with his hands behind his back, his voice resonating in every Qilin's ears.
The path of auspiciousness lies in bearing virtue with magnanimity and blessing all living beings. You must remember virtue above all, refrain from conflict and slaughter. Guarding this land is your greatest merit.
Feeling the renewed vitality beneath their feet, all the Qilin descendants trembled with excitement. The young Qilin who had shielded the front during the Great Formation was evidently the successor to the clan leadership. He led the entire clan, knelt solemnly toward the Primordial Qilin, and swore to the heavens.
We swear by the Qilin bloodline. We shall follow the chieftain's teachings, restore the name of auspiciousness, and never partake in the struggle for dominion over heaven and earth. If we break this oath, may heaven abhor us and earth forsake us.
The mighty oath stirred the newly awakened earth veins, summoning a beam of profound yellow golden light of merit. The Primordial Qilin tossed a ring of transcendence to the new chieftain, containing fragments of laws and cultivation resources. The matter was settled, the karmic ties were severed. Watching all this, the pent-up frustration within the Primordial Qilin dissipated greatly.
I depart now, you must act well.
With these words he turned to leave.
Chieftain,
The new chieftain suddenly looked up, tears in his eyes, his voice hoarse as he asked,
"Will you ever return?"
The primordial Qilin paused mid-step, silent for a moment, then spoke slowly.
"Cultivate diligently and protect this place. Perhaps one day fate will bring us together."
With those words, he lingered, no longer tearing through the void instantly, and heading straight toward the direction of the Immortal Fire volcano. In the Substitute Fighters group chat, Yin-Yang Ancestor.
Done and dusted. 5-star after-sales service for old Qilin.
Zhurong.
Primordial Qilin Sr. Impressive. Can you teach me that technique of yours for regulating earth veins? I see the fire energy at the foot of Buzhou Mountain is too intense. I want to tame the fire veins.
Dijiang.
Zhurong, you want to tame fire veins. You want to burn through Buzhou Mountain. Behave yourself. If you dare stir up trouble again, I won't hesitate to have Gong Gong and the others teach you a lesson.
Zhurong, trembling.
I've learned my lesson. Please calm down, big brother Dijiang.
Qin Feng watched the banter in the group chat, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. However, his gaze shifted to another corner of the light screen, showing the scene of the Immortal Fire volcano. Beneath a crimson sky, a towering volcano erupted violently. Amidst the rolling smoke, a figure flickered in and out of view, emitting heart-wrenching phoenix cries. As Yuan Feng descended, a fiery figure had already shattered the volcano's seal, cursing.
Illusions! Damned illusions again! Get out of the Immortal Fire volcano!
Facing the overwhelming lethal strikes of the native Yuan Feng furrowed her brows slightly. As a fellow Phoenix ancestor, she understood too well the other's current state. It was a sign of madness driven by endless ages and karmic burdens. The native Yuan Feng shrieked bitterly, seas of fire churning. Yuan Feng sighed softly, raising her jade hand, a pure golden flame blooming at her fingertip. The golden flame transformed into a barrier, instantly dissolving the native Yuan Feng's assault.
Seize!
Yuan Feng flickered and appeared 100 zhang away from the native Yuan Feng.
I am neither an inner demon nor an illusion. I come from silence. Do not disturb my Tao heart.
The native Yuan Feng refused any chance for discourse, her aura surging instead of waning, charging at Yuan Feng like a streak of light.
Obstinate fool.
Yuan Feng's gaze hardened as she held back no longer. The oppressive might of a half-step primordial chaos golden immortal erupted, instantly freezing the raging magma around. Yuan Feng spotted the opponent's weakness, moved like lightning, and pressed a finger against the native Yuan Feng's left shoulder blade.
Snap out of it!
The native Yuan Feng groaned, her form hurtling backward. Yet a sudden anomaly occurred. From within her body emerged several thick purple chains. These chains were deeply rooted in her primordial spirit and physical form, even connected to the earth veins of the Immortal Fire volcano. Now jolted by external force, they tightened, instantly shimmering with heavenly runes.
Ah!
The native Yuan Feng let out a harrowing scream. Yuan Feng's pupils constricted as she murmured,
Are those heavenly Tao chains? You see them. Ha ha ha.
The native Yuan Feng, hair disheveled, blood dripping along the chains, laughed maniacally, her eyes filled with self-mockery.
This is the heavenly reward granted to me. It is a cage. As long as the Immortal Fire volcano endures, I shall never escape damnation. You damned illusions want to witness my disgrace. Dream on. Let us all perish. Be my burial attendants.
The native Yuan Feng had gone mad, disregarding the excruciating pain of her shattered true spirit, forcibly reversing the mana within her. She intended to detonate herself, obliterating the entire Nanming region. Rumble. The earth quaked violently. The magma core deep within the Immortal Fire volcano began to collapse, a devastating wave of destruction surging rapidly. In the All Heaven Substitute Fighters group, messages flooded the screen. Yin-Yang Ancestor.
Damn. She's lost it. Completely lost it. The native Yuan Feng is a true savage. Those are heavenly Tao chains linked to the earth vein core. If she detonates, it'll flip the entire southern region of the primordial world.
Zhurong.
Yuan Feng, boss lady. Subdue her quickly. Don't let her self-destruct.
Xuanti.
Sigh. My focus might be a bit off. The heavenly laws flowing on those chains. If I could extract a segment to refine. Well, this item is destined for the West. Jiayin. Junior brother. Is this the time to study materials? Yuan Feng, be careful, senior. If she self-destructs plus the Earth Vein backlash, even a half-step Primordial Chaos Golden Immortal will suffer serious damage. Ancestor Dragon. What's going on? A half-crippled Yuan Feng can still cause such trouble. Yuan Feng need help. Primordial Qilin. Yuan Feng, don't be careless. Am on my way to the Immortal Fire Volcano. Yuan Feng. Ancestor Dragon, Primordial Qilin, come quickly. I can protect myself alone, but suppressing the explosion without harming her life is proving tricky. In the parallel primordial world at the Immortal Fire Volcano, the void above abruptly tore open as two immensely powerful auras descended. Then thick earth element she pressed down, causing the violent earth veins to briefly stall. The Primordial Qilin, treading on auspicious clouds, his face grave, hurriedly asked, Daoist Yuan Feng, what is this? How did it come to this? Ancestor Dragon roared, his draconic might spreading, forcibly resisting the onrushing waves of heat. However, the native Yuan Feng, teetering on the brink of collapse, paused for an instant upon seeing the two familiar figures. You? The native Yuan Feng stared fixedly at Ancestor Dragon and Primordial Qilin, her voice trembling. Ancestor Dragon. Primordial Qilin. You're not dead. In her perception, the three tribes had long since fallen. Yet now these two old rivals stood alive before her, their auras complete, and even more terrifying than in their prime. Illusions. All illusions. The last shred of reason in the native Yuan Feng's eyes snapped. Fine. You're all here. Then perish together as burial offerings for my Phoenix clan. She completely released the restraints within her, a pillar of fire reaching the heavens about to breach the seal. Within the Enforcer group chat, Yang Ancestor. It's over. This is even more intense. 3 against 1. No, wait, 3 against 1. This local Primordial Phoenix seeing an old flame. An old rival has completely lost it. Ancestral Dragon. Yang, are you unwell? I've said it before, I have nothing to do with Primordial Phoenix. What I said earlier was just to lighten the mood. Primal Qilin. Yang, stop spreading rumors or Primordial Phoenix might come back and beat you up. 5 Elements Ancestor. Ancestral Dragon, Primal Qilin, stop watching the show and make a move to restrain her. Ancestral Dragon. 5 Elements Ancestor, restrain. Do you think she's a chick? That's the Primordial Phoenix about to self-destruct. If you're so capable, why don't you try? Qin Feng watched the chaos in the group chat and calmly typed out words. Qin Feng, group leader. Primordial Phoenix, Ancestral Dragon, Primal Qilin, stop wasting time in the group. Focus on the situation or we might fail. Parallel primordial world, the undying volcano. Ancestral Dragon and Primal Qilin exchanged a glance, instantly understanding each other. Suppress. With a low shout, Primal Qilin made the first move. He pressed down with one hand, and the Qilin seal manifested. Boom. The mouth of the undying volcano on the verge of eruption seemed to be forcibly held down by an invisible giant hand. Calm the seas. Almost simultaneously, Ancestral Dragon spat out the Ancestral Dragon Pearl, soothing the raging heat waves in the air. Primordial Phoenix transformed into a streak of light, closing in on the local Primordial Phoenix. Then her hands moved with lightning speed, forming a series of profound and intricate Phoenix seals that she thrust into the local Primordial Phoenix's sea of consciousness. Calm down. Perceive this aura carefully. Is it an illusion or is it real? Hearing this, the local Primordial Phoenix panted heavily, a glimmer of clarity returning to her eyes. No, it's not an illusion. The local Primordial Phoenix stared intently at the 3 figures before her. This was all too real. Who are you? The local Primordial Phoenix asked. Primordial Phoenix directly pointed a finger, sending information about the Myriad-realm's proxy group and the parallel primordial world into the local Primordial Phoenix's mind. The local Primordial Phoenix's body trembled slightly. She closed her eyes tightly, rapidly digesting the information. After a moment, the confusion in her eyes vanished. Her gaze swept over Ancestral Dragon and Primal Qilin, before finally locking onto Primordial Phoenix's face, a bitter smile curving at the corners of her mouth. A parallel world. How absurd! This must be another scheme from Hongjun or the Heavenly Tao, or perhaps Luohu's Art of Chaos.
Imprisoned for countless eons and subjected to endless torment, her heart had long turned to stone, unwilling to trust anyone easily.
I knew it wouldn't be this easy.
Primordial Phoenix sighed softly. If such a thing happened to her, she too would think the other person was out of their mind. After all, being a version of herself from a different world, her actions would mirror her own. The local Primordial Phoenix's eyes suddenly turned sharp, staring straight at Primordial Phoenix.
Fine. Assuming what you say is true. Since you claim to be another me, I shall test you.
She took a deep breath and demanded in a stern voice.
What is the mental method of our Phoenix clan's ultimate art, the 9 flames incinerating heaven technique?
The air instantly froze. Ancestral Dragon and Primal Qilin instinctively looked at Primordial Phoenix. Such specific cultivation details were indeed unknown to outsiders. Primordial Phoenix's expression remained calm as she answered without hesitation.
Flame dance adorns the raiment form moves, while spirit gathers. The crux lies not in the abundance of magical power nor the intensity of the flames, but in the balance between the fire of the 7 emotions and the intent of nirvana.
She took a step forward, and behind her a magnificent feathered robe faintly materialized.
One must ignite the spark of emotions, command them with nirvana's intent, and forge them into battle attire. If there is even a slight imbalance, backlash is inevitable.
Hearing this flawlessly accurate response, the local Primordial Phoenix's pupils contracted violently. Then, gritting her teeth, she insisted stubbornly.
You speak with great eloquence. On the 3rd primary feather of my left wing there is a natural Tao pattern. What is its shape? This pattern appears and vanishes at my will. No one else knows its complete form except me. Since you claim to be me, you should bear it.
Primordial Phoenix frowned slightly, offering no answer. The local Primordial Phoenix sneered.
Can't answer. Showing your true colors.
Primordial Phoenix slowly raised her hand, pointing at her own brow.
Deep within the phoenix feather at my brow, there is a naturally born flame pattern. Do you have one?
As she spoke, a brilliant light blazed from Primordial Phoenix's brow, revealing an intricate and profound flame pattern. The local Primordial Phoenix's body trembled violently. She instinctively touched her own brow. It was exactly the same. Could it be? She truly is another version of myself from another world. Clatter, clatter. The chains of the heavenly Tao manifested as phantoms once more.
Ah!
The local Primordial Phoenix cried out in pain as grievance and despair surged again.
Trust. Proof.
The local Primordial Phoenix let out a bitter laugh, yanking violently at the chains binding her.
If you can sever these damned shackles of the heavenly Tao, then I will believe you.
The situation fell into a stalemate once more. Primal Qilin frowned deeply, speaking in a grave tone.
These chains are completely fused with the earth's veins and imbued with the will of the heavenly Tao. If we shatter them by force, the undying volcano will inevitably erupt, and she will surely die.
This was an impossible knot. To save her, one must first earn her trust. To earn her trust, one must first sever the chains. To sever the chains without causing a fatal explosion, her cooperation is needed. But she won't cooperate without trust. Within the Myriad-realm's proxy group, everyone watched this scene, feeling a massive headache. Yin Yang Ancestor.
It's over, it's over. A deadlock. The local Primordial Phoenix has been driven mad by torment. She won't listen to reason. What do we do?
Shirong.
Primordial Phoenix boss lady, stop wasting words with her. If it comes to it, just knock her out and drag her away. We can treat her slowly back in our primordial world.
Dijiang.
Shirong, can you use your brain for once?
Shirong.
I was just making a suggestion.
Jian.
In this humble one's view, the crux of this matter lies in those chains. Only by breaking them first can we prove our strength and also untie the knot in her heart.
Juanti.
My brother speaks the truth.
Juanti.
Luohu Yang Mei, how are you two esteemed elders progressing? If you could help, this problem should be solvable.
Ancestral Dragon read the messages in the group chat. Though a bit annoyed, he had to admit there was no other choice at the moment. Ancestral Dragon.
Juanti, you talk too much. But what you said does make some sense. Luohu Yang Mei, are you two done yet? We're stuck here. Send backup immediately.
Parallel primordial world Mount Sumeru. Luohu's spear moved, like a dragon, each thrust accompanied by the wail of space. Above the local Hongjun's head, the jade dye of creation was now covered in a spiderweb of cracks. The 3,000 great Tao immortal lights that originally draped down to protect him had been pierced into a sieve by that ferocious black spear.
Demon, do you truly seek a fight to the death?
The local Hongjun had disheveled hair, his Taoist robe stained with blood. He couldn't understand why this Luohu before him was so unreasonably powerful.
A fight to the death? You're not even worthy.
Luohu let out a wild laugh. Instead of retreating, he advanced, stepping on the 12th grade Black Lotus of Annihilation, his spear tip aimed directly at his opponent's throat.
Today I will use your blood to consecrate this newly sharpened spear.
This thrust was inescapable. The shadow of death instantly enveloped the local Hongjun's heart. He could clearly feel that the law of destruction attached to the spear tip had already locked onto his primordial spirit. In this desperate situation, the local Hongjun suddenly raised his head and shouted,
Heavenly Tao! If you don't act now, when will you? How long will you watch?
Boom! In an instant, a vast, ancient will, indifferent and transcending all beings, descended with overwhelming force. The heavenly Tao instantly crushed the soul of the aboriginal Hongjun, taking over his collapsing vessel. The aboriginal Hongjun ceased his struggle, slowly lifting his head. Deep within his pupils, countless laws and runes cascaded, like a waterfall devoid of joy or anger.
The anomaly that disrupts order shall be slain.
Through Hongjun's mouth, the heavenly Tao issued its decree. The voice resonated like a great bell, shattering the very space of Mount Sumeru into fragments. In the Pantheon Substitute Fighters group chat, the gossiping members erupted instantly. Yin Yang Ancestor.
Holy crap! If you can't win, you flip the table.
The heavenly Tao itself is stepping into fight. Isn't that against the rules?
Ancestral Dragon.
Bah! Shameless. The old comes after the young. This heavenly Tao has no face left. Primordial Phoenix.
Luohu, stop fighting. He's no longer that aboriginal Hongjun, but a manifestation of the heavenly Tao's will. Retreat now.
Jian.
Alas, I have long said this is the killing intent of fate. This is a huge mess now.
Juanti.
Senior brother, is this the time for lamentation?
I just want to ask, if this heavenly Tao avatar is slain by brother Luohu, would the creation jade dye be considered ownerless? Ahem. Forget I said anything. Jerome.
Shut up, you bald donkey. This is no time to be eyeing scraps. Big shot Luohu, the wind is tight, pull back. A wise man knows when to retreat.
Parallel primordial world Mount Sumeru. Luohu ignored the group chat messages. He watched Hongjun, whose aura was climbing step by step, a sanguine red light flickering in his eyes. Expect Luohu to flee without a fight? Impossible. Even if his opponent was the heavenly Tao itself.
Heavenly Tao. Perfect timing.
A cruel grin spread across Luohu's lips as demonic flame surged skyward around him.
I was just lamenting that killing a puppet wasn't satisfying. Today let's see if your heavenly Tao rules are harder or my spear is sharper.
Before his words faded, the God-Slayer spear stirred up a monstrous killing intent, charging at the heavenly Tao avatar. The heavenly Tao Hongjun raised his hand impassively, his words becoming law.
By my decree, as the heavenly Tao here, all laws are forbidden.
The void around Luohu instantly solidified into a cage, his unstoppable spear thrust slowing 1,000-fold, as if mired in quicksand. Then the heavenly Tao Hongjun lightly pressed a finger down.
Decree, the anomaly shall suffer heavenly punishment.
In the void, countless threads of rules interwove, forming an invisible guillotine of order, slashing directly at Luohu's very essence.
Break. For me.
Luohu roared, his demonic body erupting with a heart-stopping power, forcibly shattering the spatial restraints around him. He raised the God-Slayer spear horizontally, bracing it against the descending guillotine of rules. Clang! The God-Slayer spear let out a mournful cry, its shaft bending violently. Luohu's tiger's mouth instantly burst open, and he was sent crashing like a meteor deep into the heart of Mount Sumeru. Before the dust settled, Luohu's aura had visibly withered. The heavenly Tao Hongjun took a single step, crossing billions of miles in an instant. He then hovered above the ruins, looking down at Luohu. Raising his right hand, he formed a sword finger and spoke calmly.
I grant you annihilation.
A point of white light locked onto Luohu's brow. Luohu was in peril. In the substitute fighters group chat. Jian?
It's over. How can he fight this?
Yin Yang Ancestor.
This is a damn admin. No matter how strong brother Luohu is in their domain, he gets nerfed to a dog.
Luohu, use your invincible passive and think of something.
Primordial Phoenix.
Too late.
Parallel primordial world Mount Sumeru amidst the ruins.
Luohu leaned on the God Slayer spear with one hand barely supporting his broken body.
You want to judge me? You're not worthy. Bloodthirsty rage activate.
A chilling aura surged madly. Bloodthirsty rage granted 100-fold attack power, with a greater boost the lower his own health. Now on the verge of death, Luohu entered the ultimate berserk state, temporarily breaking through the barrier of major realms.
This is...
The heavenly Dao Hongjun was stunned.
The aura of a Hunyuan Wuji Great Luo impossible. Had your fun striking just now.
Luohu slowly straightened up, raised his right hand, and grasped the void.
Now it's my turn. Immortal slaying sword formation arise.
Boom! The swords trembled, and the void previously sealed by the heavenly Taoist rules was forcibly torn open by 4 heaven-piercing pillars of baleful aura.
Slash!
Luohu took a step, his form directly charging into the absolute domain of the heavenly Dao Hongjun. The sword light fell, and the world fell silent. The heavenly Dao Hongjun's form shook violently, a torrent of blood spraying from his mouth.
Ah!
He let out a miserable scream.
You dare damage the foundation of the heavenly Dao.
The heavenly Dao Hongjun clutched his chest, his form flickering in and out of existence in the void. Ignoring his injuries, Luohu prepared to detonate the immortal slaying sword formation to slay him. The heavenly Dao Hongjun was terrified.
Madman! A complete madman.
He could sense that if he continued to entangle, that strange devouring force would not only consume this avatar, but even threaten the very root of the heavenly Dao. The heavenly Dao, abandoning all dignity and the need to erase the anomaly, transformed into a streak of light and vanished deep into the void.
Luohu! I will repay this debt.
The suffocating pressure in heaven and earth dissipated abruptly with the heavenly Taoist's escape. Luohu hung in the void, the God Slayer spear in his hand still dripping with the blood of the heavenly Dao. He watched the direction of the heavenly Taoist's retreat. The madness in his eyes gradually faded, replaced by extreme exhaustion and emptiness. He let out a disdainful snort.
Worthless!
The moment the words fell, the backlash from forcibly elevating his realm crashed down like an avalanche. His health lock ended, and he plummeted straight down into the abyss below. Just then ripples of space appeared. A large hand steadily caught the falling Luohu. Yang Mei looked at the barely breathing old friend in his arms, his brow deeply furrowed. As his divine sense swept over, he couldn't help but gasp. His essence was depleted, his true spirit dim. Strangely, the injuries were slowly healing, presumably the effect of a divine ability.
The backlash from this ability is severe. He needs at least 1,000 years of slumber to solidify his foundation.
Yang Mei dared not delay. With a sweep of his sleeve, dozens of barriers imbued with the laws of space were instantly laid down, encasing Luohu layer upon layer at the center. Meanwhile, the Pantheon substitute fighters group chat exploded. Yin Yang Ancestor.
Holy crap! He beat the heavenly Dao away with one move, and made it spit blood.
Is this even human? No, is this even a demon?
Ancestral Dragon.
Yang Mei, when will you support us?
Primordial Phoenix.
Yang Mei, how is he? That move looked incredibly costly. Yang Mei.
Exhausted and asleep, his life is not in danger. Ancestral Dragon Luohu is asleep now, he can't support you.
Jian.
Wounding the heavenly Dao, devouring its origin. Such karma is vast as the sea. Brother Luohu's actions have likely landed him on this world's blacklist.
Xuanti.
Senior brother, your focus is off. The key point is that thing on his spear tip. Did he just shave off a piece of the heavenly Dao's origin? Is that thing considered odorless? Can it be exchanged for points? That's a jackpot.
Ancestral Dragon.
Xuanti, have some decency. Luohu is unconscious, and you're still thinking about looting the corpse.
As the group chat raged, a spatial fluctuation outside Mount Sumeru in the parallel primordial world caught Yang Mai's attention. He jerked his head up, staring at a certain point in the void. An old Taoist, his face full of shock and uncertainty, stepped out from the void. He seemed to have rushed over upon sensing the violent collapse of the laws in this area. However, when the aboriginal Yang Mei saw the scene before him, his Tao heart nearly shattered on the spot. The native Yang Mei was stunned. What did he see? The Sumer mountain had already been turned into a basin. Luohu was now lying weakly in a spatial barrier, while another Luohu was healing. The one who set up the spatial barrier bore an identical face to his own. Moreover, the spatial law fluctuations emanating from that person were even more harmonious than his own. Yang Mei stopped in his tracks, his gaze shifting complexly between the two Luohus and himself. He took a deep breath, fixed his eyes on the self-protecting Luohu, and asked in a deep voice, "Tao friend, who exactly are you?" Yang Mei was not that surprised. He merely nodded slightly. "I am Yang Mei from another primordial world." He pointed at Luohu. "This is our world, Luohu. The heavenly Tao has been gravely injured and fled." Yang Mei's gaze swept across the void, fixing on the other Luohu. Even through the spatial barrier, the lingering fierce malevolence still made his primordial spirit ache faintly. So it is another primordial world. Yang Mei pondered. No wonder the aura is of the same origin, yet more ethereal. Cough. Cough. A series of muffled coughs broke the silence. The native Luohu dragged his battered demonic body and stumbled out. He paid no attention to his own injuries, his eyes fixed on the unconscious version of himself filled with complex emotions. There was jealousy, unwillingness, but more so a kind of fervor. "Is he all right?" the native Luohu asked hoarsely. Yang Mei replied indifferently, "No harm, just exhausted." "What boldness!" The native Luohu laughed heartily, giving a thumbs up. "To dare to draw blood from the heavenly Tao, this is how a demon ancestor should be. This is 1,000 times better than my own wretched appearance." The native Luohu paused. "By the way, since the heavenly Tao is both injured and fleeing, this world may face great changes." Before he could finish, a sudden change occurred. Buzz! A divine thought transmission exploded directly in the consciousness of Yang Mei and the native Luo. "Yang Mei, the undying volcano is about to collapse." It was the voice of Yuan Feng. "That native is driven mad by the heavenly Taoist chains. In order to repair its injuries, the heavenly Tao is forcibly extracting the essence of the southern earth vein. It wants to drag everything down with it. We can't hold back that chain. Come quickly. Hurry, bring Luohu. Quick!" Almost simultaneously, messages flooded the group chat. "Zhurong, it's going to explode. The volcano is really going to blow. This fire isn't right. Even I, the ancestor of playing with fire, feel it's too hot. The big sister head is going frantic." Zhu Long Yang Mei Luohu stopped dawdling. "This broken chain can't be moved at all. It's all heavenly Taoist laws. Yang old ancestor trump card. We need the sleeping trump card. Luohu, don't sleep, get up and save the day. Xuan Ti, at this time don't be stingy. Qin Feng, is there a one-click wake-up service? If we can snatch the undying volcano from the heavenly Taoist mouth, that merit. TSK, TSK, TSK. Yang Mei's expression suddenly stiffened, turning to the two native powerhouses, speaking rapidly. "The situation is critical. The undying volcano is the southern pillar of this world, connecting to the core of the earth vein. The heavenly Tao, having been wounded, actually intends to sacrifice the earth vein to recover. If it explodes, the entire southern part of the primordial world will turn into a dead zone, with countless lives perishing. Would the two Tao friends be willing to assist?" Upon hearing this, the native Luohu's weakened aura surged again, and the god-slaying spear in his hand shook violently the heavenly Taoist chains. "What a heavenly way! If we can't defeat the madman, is it right to vent our anger on us?" The native Luohu's eyes brimmed with killing intent. Even though he was heavily injured, that pride did not diminish at all. "Let's go! Old grievances and new grudges will be settled today." After saying this, his gaze burned as he glanced at the figure sealed in the bubble. "Take him with us. I want to see that move style once more." The native Yang Mei sighed softly, waved his whisk, and the spatial laws flowed around him. There are no perfect eggs under a collapsed nest. Though I dislike fighting, I cannot watch this primordial world perish. I am willing to join and lend my humble strength. Good. Yang Mei stopped wasting words. With a wave of his large sleeve, the spatial laws transformed into an invisible giant hand carrying the unconscious Luohu on his shoulder. Open. Though the two young mice came from different worlds, their understanding of the path of space displayed an astonishing harmony. Both formed seals simultaneously, forcibly tearing open a spatial rainbow bridge. One end connected to Sumeru Mountain, and the other pointed directly at the undying volcano. Let's go! Yang Mei stepped forward, and his figure immediately vanished into the rainbow bridge. The native Luohu snickered, transforming into a decisive black demonic light closely following behind. The native Yang Mei took one last look at the ravaged outfield, shook his head, and then waved his sleeve to reinforce the spatial passage, taking the rear. In the group chat, the atmosphere was tense. Jiayin, goodness, several Dao friends have already set out. May the great fire burn a little slower. I just spotted a few decent fire essence stones, and haven't had a chance to pick them up. Xuanti's senior brother, what if that heavenly Dao chain, since it is composed of rules, is eaten by Luohu as a supplement? Zhu Long, Xuanti, eat. I knew you would just think about eating. Hurry up and come help fight the monsters. That mad woman is going wild, that's Nirvana fire. Oh crap, my tail. Yuan Feng, Yang Mei, Luohu, are you two not here yet? The heavenly Daoist chains are already extracting the essence. Yang Mei, Yuan Feng, don't rush us, we'll be there soon. Prepare to assist. In the parallel primordial world, the undying volcano. The native Yuan Feng's figure appeared quite tragic. Purple chains were deeply embedded in her peep of bone and divine soul. The essence flowed along the chains, reversing into the depths of the void to fill the gap left by Luohu's injury to the heavenly Dao. The roar emitted from the native Yuan Feng's mouth no longer resembled a human voice, only die. All must die. Die together. Around her, Yuan Feng, Zhu Long, and the first Qilin were now in dire straits. Why is that madwoman's fire getting fiercer and fiercer? Zhu Long cursed. At the critical moment, everyone arrived. Yang Mei held the crystal bubble containing Luohu with one hand and stepped out first. Following closely behind were the native Yang Mei and native Luohu. The pressure of the three mixed element level powerhouses was released without reservation, instantly suppressing the violent volcanic energy field by a third. You finally came. Yuan Feng's eyes nearly burst with light upon seeing Yang Mei. Quick. This chain cannot be touched at all, it connects to the will of the heavenly Dao. In front of it, we are like poking iron plates with wooden sticks. Yang Mei did not waste words, focusing on the purple chains entwined around the native Yuan Feng. His expression darkened. What a ruthless heavenly Dao. Yang Mei's voice was slightly cold. One end of this chain is in the source of the heavenly Dao, while the other end is directly rooted in her true spirit. If forcibly broken with external force, it is uncertain whether the heavenly Dao would be harmed, but the native Yuan Feng's true spirit would instantly shatter. He turned to the Luohu on his shoulder. Now only a mixed element grade Luo Golden Immortal has a chance to forcibly sever the connection. If it is a mixed element Wuji grade Luo, it could easily break it. Upon hearing this, the native Luohu snorted coldly, a hint of defiance flashing in his eyes. I want to see just how hard this so-called heavenly Dao chain is. Before the words faded, the aboriginal Rahas god-slaying spear had already thrust forward. The spear tip, enshrouded in pitch-black demonic chi, stabbed toward the purple radiance. A crisp yet deafening clash of metal rang out. Suddenly, a cluster of dazzling law runes burst forth on the purple chains, and the backlash surged wildly up the spear shaft. The aboriginal Rahas' expression shifted as he retreated 100 zhang, leveraging the force. Truly troublesome. The aboriginal Rahu shook his numb arm, his face dark enough to drip water. Meanwhile, the substitute group had already erupted in frantic agitation. Zhu Rong.
Since only Raha can do it, then wake him up.
Yinyang Patriarch.
Zhu Rong, you fool, that is a deep slumber of a Hunyuan Dao, you a golden immortal. Do you think it's like your morning laziness? Ordinary methods are useless, we must stimulate his divine soul.
Xuanti.
Stimulate the divine soul. This poor Taoist excels at that. Ancestral Dragon, quickly, you are closest. Shout at that bubble Rahu your points have been embezzled by Qianquan. And see if there's any reaction.
Qianquan Patriarch.
With an innocent expression, How could this poor Taoist be such a person? Jueti, do not slander my integrity. Jiayin. Though your plan isn't scrupulous, it might be effective. After all, Ra's obsession with points is evident to all. On the scene, Ancestral Dragon, while helping Yuan Feng withstand the magma onslaught, glanced at the group's terrible advice. Desperate, he took a deep breath and roared at the bubble on Yang Mai's shoulder. Rahu, stop sleeping. If you don't wake up now, the points for this job will be deducted entirely. Not only deducted, but we'll also have to compensate. The moment the words fell, a miraculous scene unfolded. Inside the bubble, Ra's tightly furrowed brow twitched. Holy shit, it actually works. The Aboriginal Rahu watched in stunned disbelief. This otherworldly version of himself was actually a money grubber. Effective, but not enough. Yang Mei keenly sensed a ripple of soul fluctuation, but he knew it was far from full awakening. Ra's origin essence was too severely depleted. We cannot just wait. Yang Mei stepped forward, his form instantly rising 10,000 zhang high, standing at the very center of the volcanic crater. Fellow Taoists, since we cannot wake him, let us help him sleep faster. Yang Mei turned to the Aboriginal Yang Mei beside him and said solemnly, Taoist, you and I both cultivate the great Tao of space. I need your assistance to completely sever the flow of time within this bubble from the outside, forcibly buying him time to recover. Upon hearing this, a sharp light flashed in the Aboriginal Yang Mai's eyes. Excellent. This poor Taoist shall accompany you in this madness. Yang Mei then looked down at the three ancestors struggling below. Yuan Feng, Ancestral Dragon, Primordial Qilin. You three must hold on even if it costs you your lives. As long as the immortal erupting volcano does not completely collapse, even if it cracks, we still have a chance. Begin. With Yang Mai's command, two vast spatial laws collided and merged in the void, causing time to warp. Within the formation, Ra's eyes remained tightly shut, while the Tao resonance around him grew increasingly profound. Outside the formation, the Aboriginal Yuan Feng let out a mournful shriek. With every pulse of the purple chains, they drained the marrow of heaven and earth, and the mouth of the immortal erupting volcano visibly split outward. Ancestral Dragon turned his head and shouted toward the formation's core. Old Yang Mei, how much longer can your tortoiseshell hold? At the formation's eye, Yang Mai's true form manifested with fine beads of sweat on his forehead. At most half an hour. If Taoist Rahu has not awakened by then. Before he could finish, a wave of chill erupted from within the bubble. So noisy. A low growl shattered the time bubble. Rahu slowly sat up, his gaze sweeping the surroundings before fixing on the Aboriginal Yuan Feng, who was bound like a dumpling by the purple chains. The moment he opened his eyes, the substitute group boiled over. Enyang Patriarch. He's awake, he's awake. Everyone rise. This patriarch will set the odds. Bet on how many moves it takes Rahu to break the chains. Odds for 1 move 1. 0 1 2 moves 1. 5 3 or more, I take all. Place your bets. Zhurong. I love this morning anger. Mighty. Rahu Sr. is domineering. Tear those damn chains apart, they were infuriating to watch. Ancestral Dragon. Rahu. Stop posing. Hurry. It's those chains. They've caused us chaos and nearly made us be buried with this world. Parallel Primordial World. Rahu took a step forward, rolled his neck, and strode directly toward the Aboriginal Yuan Feng. The Aboriginal Yuan Feng was now completely devoid of consciousness. When her gaze met Rahu's icy demonic pupils, the madly surging will of destruction within her was momentarily suppressed. An eyesore. Rahu stared at the purple chain, sneered, and clenched his 5 fingers. A ball of dark red, almost black flame ignited in his palm. Then it flew toward the purple chains. Sizzle. The purple radiance flickered wildly, but before a Hunyuan Dalyu, a golden immortal like Rahu, its defense was like paper. Passive at critical health, Rahu was now equivalent to a perfected Hunyuan Dalyu, a golden immortal. The Aboriginal Yuan Feng let out a pain groan, her body trembling violently. Rahu stood with his hands behind his back, a thought passing through his mind. Explode? For me, break! In an instant, the purple chains binding the Aboriginal Yuan Feng shattered into purple specks of light. With the divine abilities enhancement, the origin essence nourished Rahu's body, restoring some color to his complexion. Deprived of the chain's support,
and draining the aboriginal Yuan Feng's body went limp and began to fall. A fiery figure flashed by in an instant. Yuan Feng caught this world's version of herself, and Nirvana flame surged from her palm into the other's body, stabilizing her collapsing origin and primordial spirit.
Leave it to the professional.
Not far away, Primordial Qilin wiped the ash from his face and let out a long sigh. With the severing of the heavenly chains, the source that had been madly draining the earth's veins was cut off. Under the forceful suppression and guidance of the two mighty beings, Primordial Qilin and Ancestral Dragon, the roar of the immortal erupting volcano quickly subsided, and the crisis was resolved. Nourished by the Nirvana flame, the aboriginal Yuan Feng struggled to open her eyes, her blurry gaze sweeping around. She struggled to prop herself up, wanting to bow, but found she lacked the strength to even stand.
Don't move.
Yuan Feng pressed her down, lightly tapping her fingertip and channeling another surge of magical power. On the other side, Rahu looked at the aboriginal Rahu beside him.
This time, I crossed realms, broke formations, and severed chains, all at great expense.
Rahu said slowly.
I see you are not badly injured. Since you have nothing better to do, you can write a review for me.
The aboriginal Rahu was taken aback and asked instinctively.
A review? What is that? A good review?
Rahu raised an eyebrow, twirled his god-slaying spear in a flourish, and let the tip graze the aboriginal Rahu's nose.
Nothing much, just 1,000,000 words will do. If you're even one word short, I'll dismantle your demon palace and use it to fill the CI.
The aboriginal Rahu's face twitched wildly from anger and shock. 1,000,000 words. He had casually killed over 1,000,000 people, but the words he had written in his life probably didn't even amount to 10,000. But seeing the god-slaying spear before him, which exuded a murderous aura even fiercer than his own, he swallowed a cold breath and choked back the curses that were on the tip of his tongue.
I'll write it.
The aboriginal Rahu's words were squeezed out through gritted teeth. Witnessing this, the substitute group instantly erupted in an uproar. In the Enforcer group chat, Young Ancestor let out a scoff.
1,000,000-word positive review. Luohu's move is utterly outrageous. Is he writing a personal biography or a battle chronicle? I, this Ancestor, hereby dubbed this the strongest ghostwriting in the Primordial Era.
Ancestral Dragon roared with laughter.
Ha ha ha. I've learned a new trick. From now on, I'll make my other self write properly too. If he writes poorly, I'll threaten him with a beating.
Yuan Feng said.
Luohu you. Forget it.
She looked at the frail native Yuan Feng before her and ultimately couldn't bring herself to voice such an absurd request. Then she replied in the group chat.
She is already so pitiful, let this den of words be forgiven.
Yang Mei interjected.
Fellow Taoist Yuan Feng is merciful. However, mission settlements require a 5-star review. Without written feedback, the contribution points may be reduced. Let's compromise. Have the native Yuan Feng write a 100,000-word review. Consider it a form of self-cultivation.
Yuan Feng replied.
Very well.
In the parallel Primordial Era at the Immortal Fire volcano. Upon hearing Yang Mei's relayed demand for a 100,000-word review, the native Yuan Feng's face was filled with shock. She had just returned from the brink of death, not even catching her breath, and now she was being forced to write an essay. But when she saw the kindly yet threatening look in Yang Mei's eyes, a chill ran down her spine.
All right. I shall write.
The native Yuan Feng nodded, weakly resigned to her fate. She didn't even sit down. She had accepted her doom. Seeing that Yuan Feng's matter was settled, Ancestral Dragon immediately sent a voice transmission to Yang Mei.
Old Yang Mei, your intervention always works wonders. Don't let that native Yang Mei off either. That old fellow also dabbles in space. Have him write 50,000-word reviews for me and old Qilin. How about it?
The primordial Qilin nodded naively beside him and echoed via voice transmission.
Agreed.
Upon hearing this, Yang Mei's mouth twitched slightly, but he still turned to look at the native Yang Mei beside him. At that moment, the native Yang Mei suddenly felt a chill down his back. Looking up, he met Ancestral Dragon's ferocious glare and the primordial Qilin's ominous smile.
Fellow Taoist.
The native Yang Mei looked at Yang Mei in bewilderment.
We are both space demon gods, why torment one another?
Yang Mei helplessly spread his hands, his expression clearly saying, I have no choice.
Fellow Taoist, I am powerless to help. These two have terrible tempers. If there is no positive review, you won't be able to leave today.
Hearing this, the native Yang Mei felt a surge of blood rush to his throat. What kind of nonsense was this? He had exerted himself to save people, and now he had to write an essay praising them.
Fine. I shall write.
The native Yang Mei dejected quickly agreed. In the Enforcer group chat, everyone was already rolling on the floor with laughter. Zhu Rong exclaimed,
Ha ha ha. Well done. Everyone's a villain.
Jia Yin commented,
Well said, well said. I must say these fellow Taoists deeply understand the way of karma.
Xuanti added,
My senior brother is right. This is using the false to cultivate the true, using the pen to cultivate the heart.
Yin Yang Ancestor remarked,
Ancestral Dragon Yuan Feng Primordial Qilin Luohu Yang, may the five of you are even more shameless than Hongjun. You don't even spare your parallel universe selves.
At the Immortal Fire volcano in the parallel Primordial Era. Yuan Feng sighed. With a flick of her wrist, a cluster of crimson radiance appeared in her palm. It was a fragment of the fire law. She had originally intended to use it to achieve the Hongjun Dao realm. Now she no longer planned to use it for herself. After this mission, her contribution points were enough to purchase a breakthrough package and directly attain enlightenment. It saved time and was a foolproof operation. At the same time, an ancient jade slip also appeared.
Inside are some cultivation resources to help you and your clan restore your origins and rekindle the vitality of the Immortal Fire volcano.
Yuan Feng handed the items to the native Yuan Feng. Though her tone was cold, it couldn't hide her concern.
The jade slip also contains my cultivation insights. Take them. The road ahead is long, and you must explore it yourself. Do not be schemed by the heavenly Tao again.
The native Yuan Feng took the heavy gift with trembling hands, feeling the kindred yet far more vast power within. Her eyes instantly reddened. This was no mere gift, it was the hope of rebirth for the Phoenix clan.
Thank you, fellow Taoist. This grace the Phoenix clan shall never forget.
The native Yuan Feng bowed her head deeply, her voice choked with emotion. In this touching moment, the native Luohu suddenly stirred. He first looked at the native Yuan Feng, who had returned laden with gifts, then cast a hopeful gaze towards the otherworldly Luohu before him. The meaning in his eyes was clear. Everyone was giving benefits to their parallel selves. Since you are so powerful, shouldn't you give me something too? A divine artifact. A supernatural power. Even some healing medicine would do. After all, I guided you and promised to write a 1,000,000-word positive review. Luohu seemed to sense this gaze, and slowly turned his head. Their eyes met. The light in the native Luohu's eyes grew even brighter. He even puffed out his chest, appropriately striking a pose that said, I am ready to receive my reward. However, Luohu merely looked him up and down. His brow gradually furrowed, and his eyes revealed undisguised disdain.
What are you looking at?
Luohu snorted coldly.
Why aren't you going to write the manuscript? Are you waiting for me to grind the ink for you? Since you are from another primordial era, you should know my nature. I don't do things without benefits,
the native Luohu said. As soon as he finished speaking, the native Luohu saw a black shadow flash before his eyes, and a storage artifact was tossed into his arms. Luohu nonchalantly adjusted his sleeves.
Inside are some fragments of the killing law and the demonic law along with my cultivation insights. Study them well and don't disgrace my name.
The native Luohu instinctively probed with his divine sense, and his body trembled violently. It actually caused his long stagnant bottleneck to show signs of loosening. If he could fully digest it, advancing his cultivation further would not be difficult. The native Luohu looked at this arrogant otherworldly self with a complex expression. His throat bobbed a few times before he finally clasped his hands and squeezed out 2 dry words.
Thank you.
He recalled the 1,000,000-word positive review weighing on his mind, and the words came out through gritted teeth. The frustration on his face, wanting to throw the gift back but unable to bear parting with it, was impossible to hide. How could such a petty thought escape Luohu's notice?
What? Not enough.
Luohu snorted coldly, a sinister smile curling on his lips.
You take my things yet still wear that sour expression. Don't say I'm unreasonable. You can keep the items, but the word count of the review will increase.
He raised 5 fingers and waved them before the native Luohu's eyes.
A 5 million word positive review. Miss a single punctuation mark and it'll cross over to clean house.
Upon hearing this, the native Luohu's mouth twitched. Knowing his own nature, he understood the situation. This guy was just like him. If he refused and angered him, he would only raise the price. It was better to concede. A wise man knows when to retreat. Thinking this, the native Luohu quickly agreed.
All right. Isn't it just a 5 million word review? Damn it, I never expected you to be worse than me.
Luohu grinned, saying nothing more. He didn't care about parallel worlds or not. He only wanted the positive review. Even if it was his parallel self, he had to write it. This was all about being practical. Just then, Ancestral Dragon and the Primordial Qilin approached the weakened native Qin Feng.
Take this.
The Grand Dragon casually threw over a shumi ring, saying,
Hey, scruffy bird, inside are some secret medicines of the Dragon Clan and treasures of heaven and earth. Use them to nourish yourself and your kin.
The indigenous Qin Feng held the shumi ring, her pale face filled with astonishment. Before she could react, the Grand Dragon turned his head and added,
By the way, do me a favor. The dragons of this world are probably in dire straits as well.
If you recover, please take care of those useless dragon offspring. Just ensure they don't go extinct. A little bullying from time to time is no big deal. Meanwhile, the initial Qilin also handed over a jade slip.
This is a gift from me to the Qin Feng friend of this world.
Similarly, I ask you to watch over the bloodline of the Qilin clan in this realm as well. Just guide them towards goodness, and do not let them completely descend into calamity. The indigenous Qin Feng looked at the heavy resources in her hand, and then at the 2 foes who should have wanted to annihilate the Feng clan in the original world, her eyes slightly reddening. In this world, which has been shattered by the schemes of the heavenly Tao, this goodwill from archenemies from another realm seemed both absurd and immensely precious.
Rest assured, my friends.
The indigenous Qin Feng braced herself and performed a solemn bow, saying,
As long as the Feng clan still breathes, I will do my utmost to protect the dragons and the Qilin lineage of this realm. The 3 clans should not end here.
The others exchanged glances. It was unclear who chuckled first, but soon laughter intertwined and echoed over the ruins of the undying volcano. After a moment, the laughter gradually subsided. The Qin Feng gathered her expression, her sharp phoenix eyes piercing the heavens.
This matter is concluded, but the cause and effect remain. The grudge of the heavenly Tao against my clan has yet to be settled. That old man of the heavenly Tao won't be satisfied after being beaten, will he?
Luohu twisted his neck, the demonic energy around him surging.
Instead of waiting for it to heal and come looking for trouble, why not? Why don't we go directly to its door and overturn its chessboard?
The Grand Dragon clenched his fist, suddenly his knuckles cracking, revealing a fierce light in his eyes. The initial Qilin nodded slightly, saying,
We must eradicate evil thoroughly. Since a grudge has been formed, we must cut the roots.
With a slight smile, Yang Mei said,
The origin of the heavenly Tao has been wounded. Now is the best time to strike a drowning dog.
The 5 of them exchanged glances, quickly reaching a consensus. Rather than passively waiting, it's better to take the initiative. The indigenous Luohu returned to Shumi Mountain, while the indigenous Qin Feng repaired the undying volcano. Luohu and the others transformed into streams of light, heading to confront the heavenly Tao. In the Primordial, within the group chat, Zhurong.
Whoa! Are they really going to confront the heavenly Tao? But that's the heavenly Tao. Can those 5 handle it? It's hard to say.
According to the mission description in this parallel world of the Primordial, even if the heavenly Tao devours countless lives from the 3 clans, its current strength is merely at the early stage of the Hongjun Wujidi Great Luo Golden Immortal. Although Luohu is formidable, he still has to look after the others.
Wuxing Lao Zu.
They should win. Friend Luohu possesses great divine powers, and with friend Yang Mai's spatial laws assisting, even a hard grind could wear it down. Qin Feng watched the discussions in the group, calmly typing a line. Qin Feng, group leader.
Don't worry, their strength isn't weak. The 5 can handle it themselves.
That said, Qin Feng wasn't entirely confident. The difference between a Hongjun Great Luo Golden Immortal and a Hongjun Wujidi Great Luo is not trivial. The Primordial is not like other fantasy worlds, where the protagonist can casually leap 2 or 3 major realms. In the Primordial, without formidable treasures and powerful laws, it is impossible to cross realms. Conversely, if the laws are strong enough, the divine powers formidable, and the treasures defy the heavens, one might barely cross one major realm. P.S. The main storyline of the Primordial will later have cross-realm combat power, but at most one major realm. The reason: great divine powers and later treasure upgrades. Yin Yang Lao Zu.
Hongjun, stop lurking and come watch the show. Another you is about to be beaten, so don't play dead.
Qianquan Lao Zu.
Exactly. Once friend Hongjun comes out, I will demand an explanation from him.
Hongjun chose to ignore the group chat, continuing to play dead on Yujing Mountain. Parallel Primordial. 5 terrifying auras shot into the sky, Yang Mei leading the charge. With a gentle sweep, the originally solid world barrier was torn asunder like cloth. The void shattered, revealing a passage to the core of the world. The 5 stepped forward and instantly vanished from their original spot. In the next moment, they directly arrived at the hidden core of the heavenly Taoist wilderness realm.
An anomaly. How dare you seek out this place?
The entire void space erupted, endless chains of rules and purple destructive thunder appearing out of nowhere. They then interwove into an impenetrable net of heaven and earth, descending upon the 5. Immediately a figure gradually solidified, transforming into an old Taoist clad in a robe, who was none other than the heavenly Tao Hongjun. He had already been possessed by the heavenly Tao. The current Hongjun was the heavenly Tao itself.
You hidden creature, have you finally decided to come out?
Luohu saw this face, and his killing intent surged instantly. The god-slaying spear in his hand radiated with a black glow.
Even if you are from another world, that face is truly infuriating. Stop wasting words with this old bastard, let's go for him.
The Grand Dragon roared, his body swelling with the wind, instantly transforming into a colossal figure of billions of zhang. The battle erupted instantly. The purple sky thunder transformed into a vast thunder prison, crashing down with the intent to destroy the world. The chains of rules darted through the void like mad dragons, strangling everything. A huge shadow of the creation jade plate slowly rotated behind the heavenly Tao Hongjun, showering countless streams of mysterious yellow energy that firmly protected him in the center.
This old helper, is he a hedgehog?
The Grand Dragon roared, his massive claws tearing through 3 layers of thunder prison, but when touching that layer of mysterious yellow energy, he was violently rebounded. In the center of the battlefield, the 5 displayed their divine abilities. The most lethal among them was undoubtedly Luohu. At this moment, he was practically blood-red with rage, the god-slaying spear in his hand flickering with black light as he transformed into a crimson lightning bolt. However, this was the domain of the heavenly Tao. As long as this world did not perish, his power would flow endlessly. The shaky defenses under the infusion of the world's power restored to their original state in the blink of an eye. Though the 5's offensive was fierce, they could not harm the heavenly Tao Hongjun. In the Primordial, the group of heavenly enforcers. Yin Yang Lao Zu.
Warning of high energy ahead.
The ultimate boss battle live streaming has begun. Come, place your bets. How long can the heavenly Tao Hongjun last against the 5 great masters? The odds for being defeated within a stick of incense are 1, 5 and 3. 0 if he lasts over a stick of incense. Anyone want to join?
Zhu Ron.
Yin Yang still placing bets at this time. I'm betting 500 points that Luohu can pierce him with 1 spear. Charge.
The Grand Dragon.
Damn. This heavenly Tao Hongjun is simply a turtle shell. We've been fighting for ages without making him lose health. How does that work? Is there a strategy for this group leader?
Jia Yin.
It's not that the shell is hard, it relies on the might of the entire world and its geographical advantage to endure a few more hits. This heavenly Tao Hongjun has a deep foundation. Zhuan Ti.
What brother said is absolutely correct. What does this indicate? It indicates that the heavenly Tao of this realm is extremely rich.
Those fragments of laws, those primal forces, all have an affinity with me.
Qin Feng.
All members quiet down, we are looking for a flaw. At the moment when the group chat was in a heated argument, the situation on the battlefield suddenly changed.
The heavenly Dao Hongjun seemed to have grown weary of this meaningless entanglement, instantly locking onto the most aggressive attacker Luohu, who posed the greatest threat to him. The god-slaying spear specifically targets the divine soul. Even the will of the heavenly Dao would feel pain after being stabbed multiple times. Moreover, his combat power was undoubtedly the strongest among the few. The anomaly must be eliminated first. Heavenly Dao Hongjun raised his right hand, and a grayish light began to coalesce. As soon as the light appeared, the once violent void fell into silence, with all laws bowing before it. This strike will send you to oblivion. Before the words finished, the tribulation light had already shot out. It was so fast that it transcended the perception of time, directly locking down all of Luohu's aura and escape routes, leaving no way to evade. Luohu's pupils constricted, and in that instant, he felt the long-lost breath of death. You wish to kill me? In your dreams? With a fierce roar, Luohu, who charged forward instead of retreating, wielding the god-slaying spear, which transformed into a world-ending black dragon, colliding with the tribulation light Heaton. Boom! After a muffled sound, Luohu's figure flew backward, like a meteor smashing through several layers of spatial barriers. His demonic body was covered in spiderweb-like cracks, and the once ferocious aura plummeted to the depths, leaving him heavily injured and on the brink of death. Luohu! Qin Feng exclaimed in shock, preparing to rush over to rescue him, only to see heavenly Dao Hongjun wave his large sleeve, causing countless chains of rules to materialize out of thin air, firmly blocking the remaining four. Next, heavenly Dao Hongjun's voice was icy, as if he had just swatted a fly. This scene caused the group chat to erupt in chaos. Shurchen Daoren. Zulong Qin Feng Qilin, be careful not to capsize in the ditch. Qin Feng, the group leader. Shurchen is right, focus on the task, do not be careless. Shurong. What the hell? Senior Luohu. Don't scare me. You have to hold on. Xuanti. It's over, how do we fight this? Did he just take down the demon ancestor in one move? Should we withdraw? As long as there's still a chance, we shouldn't be afraid of running out of fuel. Zulong. Yang Mei. Qin Feng. What are you doing? Hurry and save him. If that old demon dies, we're done for. Yin Yang Lao Zu. Crying my points. I mean Luohu, my friend. You are the most ruthless figure of the Primordial Era, you must hold on. If you die, how will I calculate the odds? Qin Feng. Everyone shut up. Stop causing trouble. Watch closely. In the parallel Primordial Era, Luohu, who hunched his body and slowly stood up, a terrifying grin appearing on his pale face. Heavenly Dao Hongjun stood in midair. Resisting till now is ultimately futile. Futile. Luohu laughed, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes revealing a hint of madness. Have you been in power in this realm for too long, thinking you have grasped the supreme truth? He suddenly straightened his back, an extremely violent aura erupted from his broken body, instantly dispersing the surrounding tribulation energy. Bloodthirsty frenzy activate. In an instant, a power exceeding the limits of the Hunyuan Daluo Jinxian surged violently within him. Luohu's eyes instantly turned blood-red. You, a frog at the bottom of a well, are not worthy to understand my methods. Seeing this, heavenly Dao Hongjun felt an ominous premonition. Slay, kill, trap, obliterate, 4 swords return. Luohu gave no time for the opponent to react, and 4 killing swords instantly locked onto heavenly Dao Hongjun from all directions. Slaying Immortal sword formation. Heavenly Dao Hongjun's eyes trembled. You can actually manage this under such circumstances. Noisy. Luohu coldly spat out 2 words, with a finger raised heavily pointing at the void. Art is an explosion. Slaying Immortal sword formation, explode for me. There is no more artistic way to kill than self-detonation. In the next instant, time seemed to freeze. The slaying sword formation exploded, engulfing light, consuming laws, swallowing all tangible and intangible things. This is impossible. Heavenly Dao Hongjun's terrified roar was caught in his throat. Immediately after, his body began to disintegrate inch by inch, turning into nothingness. The wind stopped and the clouds dispersed. The chat group fell into silence, soon followed by a flood of exclamation marks. Yin Yang Lao Zu. Aye. What did I just see? It vanished in an instant. What happened to the mighty heavenly Dao Hongjun? Gone in the blink of an eye. Zhurong. Did it? Did it just get killed? It really didn't even take a second. Is this the demon ancestor? Is this the value of explosive power? Zulong. Damn. I was just getting fired up. I had just struck a pose. The battle ended. This is embarrassing for me. Juanti. It's too brutal. Simply too brutal.
Yuan Feng.
An ultimate slaughter, though I don't want to admit it, this madman does indeed have his methods.
In the parallel Primordial Era, as the consciousness of the heavenly Tao dissipated, the once mighty demonic shadow wavered, and 4 dim long swords transformed into flowing light entering his body.
Heh. So poor, not even a decent last word.
Luohu, who mumbled, the terrifying aura around him receding, like a tide followed by an overwhelming sense of weakness. His eyelids drooped, and he fell straight backward. Whoosh! 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 Several figures suddenly appeared beside him. Zulong, quick and decisive, caught Luohu's belt and tossed him over his shoulder like a sack.
Tisk, he's as light as a woman.
Zulong grimaced, casually channeling a stream of power into Luohu. Yang Mei smiled slightly.
Mission accomplished, we should withdraw now. With the consciousness of the heavenly Tao gone in this world, the subsequent order reorganization is left for the local natives to worry about. Let's go! Home!
Zulong, carrying Luohu, strode into the teleportation array.
This place looks ominous.
Primordial Shumi Mountain. Jian and Juandi stood at a corner of the Demon Palace Hall. The space rippled like water waves. The figure of Yang Mei appeared out of thin air, lightly waving his sleeve. A figure enveloped in rich demonic light slowly descended. It was Luohu. At this moment, his eyes were tightly closed, yet his aura was weak, like a candle flickering in the wind.
The mission is complete. I must return now.
Yang Mei looked at the 2 bald heads casually, saying,
You guard him. Don't let any prying eyes disturb his healing.
The 2 nodded.
Rest assured, fellow Taoist. Senior Luohu, who has treated us well, we will protect him.
Yang Mei nodded slightly, and then departed. Meanwhile, in the group chat. Task settlement in progress. Congratulations to Yuan Feng, Zulong, Qilin, Yang Mei, and Luohu, who for completing the task rating perfect. Basic points reward 10 billion, super praise bonus 20, European Emperor Halo bonus 20, total points. For this task, 14 billion, the entire chat group fell into silence. Immediately after, a shower of red envelopes flooded the screen. Group message: Yuan Feng sent a special red envelope to Qianku and Lao Zhu, 140 million points. Group message: Zulong sent a special red envelope to Qianku and Lao Zhu, 1. For billion points. Group message: Qilin sent a special red envelope to Qianku and Lao Zhu, 140 million points. Group message: Yang Mei sent a special red envelope to Qianku and Lao Zhu, 1. For billion points. After the screen cleared, the group erupted in chaos. In Yang Ancestor, 100 billion. After bonuses, it's 140 billion. Split 5 ways. 28 billion each. Next time there's a job this good, even if it means walking into certain death, you've got to send me blind.
I don't want to be a jealous sourpuss anymore.
Zhurong.
Yuan Feng, Ancestor Dragon, Primal Qilin, Yang Mei, esteemed seniors. How should we spend 28 billion? Need to hire bodyguards. Just toss me the scraps, and from now on Zhurong will be your enforcer. Point me at anything, and I'll burn it to ash.
Jiang.
Zhurong, are you really trying to be a bodyguard? You're just looking for an excuse to torch the employer's house.
At that moment, Jiayin stood in the great hall of Mount Sumeru, staring at the numbers on the light screen, his Adam's apple bobbing.
Jiayin. How virtuous. 28 billion. If this were converted into resources, we could turn over 3 layers of the western land soil. I wonder how Senior Luo House injuries are.
Xuanti.
Brother. Watch your words. Still, such a bounty is truly enviable.
Ancestral Dragon, just back in the Eastern Sea, opening the group chat to reply.
Haha. 28 billion. Fantastic. These injuries were worth it. Qian, did you get the red packet? Your aura artifact is no joke. Next mission, I'm going to earn even more.
Yuan Feng.
Ancestor Dragon, shut up and regulate your breathing. Yang Mei, how is Luohu? That final strike of his looked like he poured his very life into it.
Primal Qilin.
The gains were immense, my heart still surges. I too ask about Taoist Luohu's condition.
Yang Mei.
Yuan Feng not good. Luohu's mind and spiritual power are severely overdrawn. His origin is shaking. Though he's not in danger of perishing, natural recovery would likely take tens of thousands of years.
Tens of thousands of years. The group fell silent. For beings of the primordial wilderness, time held little value. Yet in this ever-changing era of proxy battles, tens of thousands of years hence, others might have already attained the Tao of the primordial Wuji Great Luo, while Luohu would still be playing in the mud. Qin Feng reclined on the soft couch gazing at the messages on the interface, his brow slightly furrowed. Luohu was his top combat asset, a certified golden enforcer. If he were sidelined for tens of thousands of years, who would shoulder the KPI? Qin Feng, group leader.
Nüwa.
Nüwa instantly replied.
Esteemed group leader, I am here. Is there a new mission?
Qin Feng, group leader.
Luohu slumbers at Mount Sumeru, his origin wounded. Within the primordial wilderness, only your creation Taoist divine ability can heal him efficiently. Could you go and try?
Nüwa paused slightly upon reading the message. Save Luohu. That merciless demon. In the past she would never have touched such karmic entanglement. But now they were all colleagues in the same group, and the group leader himself had called on her. If she handled this well, she might even use the opportunity to invite her elder brother into the group. Nüwa paused briefly before replying.
Since the group leader entrusts this to me, for the sake of saving a fellow Taoist, I will not shirk my duty.
Qin Feng, group leader.
Good. Coordinates sent. Well, go together.
Seeing these words, a flicker of surprise passed through Nüwa's beautiful eyes. The group leader himself was also coming. She turned to Fushi beside her and said,
Brother, I must go to Mount Sumeru to heal Taoist Luohu.
Fux's movements halted, his sword-like brows knitting together.
Mount Sumeru. That's a den of tigers and wolves. Luohu is vicious and unpredictable. Even if he's in that group now, one must be cautious, sister.
Nüwa covered her mouth with a light laugh.
No matter. The group leader has invited me, so there will be no trouble. You've seen the senior's divine abilities yourself, brother.
Mentioning the mysterious group leader, Fushi swallowed the words of protest on his lips and sighed helplessly.
Since that great power accompanies you, it should be safe. Go early and return early. I understand.
With that, Nüwa's form shimmered, transforming into a beam of creation light heading straight for the western lands of Mount Sumeru. At that moment, within the demon palace of Mount Sumeru, Jia and Xuan were staring intently at Luohu. Suddenly, a vast and gentle life force surged from the eastern horizon. Within the clear light, a stunningly beautiful figure materialized.
Greetings, Taoist Nüwa.
Jia and Xuan, as if pardoned, hurriedly stepped forward to bow. The baleful demonic aura of Mount Sumeru was too overbearing. Even without its master's control, it was overwhelming for their frail bodies. With Nüwa's arrival, the air itself felt fresher. Nüwa nodded slightly and returned her gaze, immediately bypassing the western duo to focus on the void. Ripples spread through space, and a slender figure slowly stepped out. Clad in a blue robe, his expression calm, as if the violent demonic Mount Sumeru were merely his backyard garden. This was Nüwa's first encounter with the legendary group leader. In her perception, Qin Feng radiated no earth-shattering fluctuations of magical power, and even his Tao resonance was restrained to the extreme. This return to simplicity, mortal demeanor stirred a sense of reverence within her creation origin.
Greetings, group leader.
Nüwa composed herself, offering a graceful bow. Qin Feng's gaze swept over the goddess, renowned as the foremost beauty of the primordial wilderness. Indeed, seeing once was better than hearing 100 times. She was wholly noble, a sublimation that transcended mere physical beauty. Qin Feng maintained his composure, nodding faintly while preserving his aloof and mysterious persona.
Thank you for making the trip, Taoist. It is my duty.
Without further pleasantries, the two entered the depths of the demon palace. At the center of the hall, the 12-grade extinction black lotus slowly rotated. Luohu lay on the lotus platform, eyes shut, his face ashen, his aura barely perceptible. Nüwa stepped forward, her jade finger lightly tapping the void, sending a pure thread of creation chi into Luohu's body. After a moment, her delicate brows furrowed, her expression growing solemn.
How is it?
Qin Feng asked. Nüwa withdrew her fingers, sighing softly.
Troublesome. Luohu House physical injuries, though severe, are secondary. The real problem is the force that has invaded his true spirit.
She paused.
It is a curse from the dying backlash of a parallel primordial wilderness, heavenly doubt clinging like a parasitic worm to Luohu House origin. To cure it completely, one would need the power of a primordial Wuji great Luo golden immortal to peel away the resentful will.
Nüwa shook her head.
My divine ability is strong, but the gap in cultivation is too vast. The residual will is not something I can easily dispel at my current level.
The heavenly Tao of the parallel primordial wilderness was a solid primordial Wuji great Luo golden immortal, 2 full major realms above Nüwa. Her divine ability had limits. It could not exceed her own by more than 2 major realms. The dispelling effect was there, but with such a gap, it was negligible. Jiayin and Zhuanti standing nearby broke out in cold sweat. Good heavens, if even Nüwa said it was impossible, was Luohu doomed?
No matter. You'll handle that.
Qin Feng sighed softly, stepped forward, raised his right hand, and pointed lightly at Luohu on the lotus platform. An immensely vast and terrifying aura descended instantly within the demon palace.
Suppress.
As the word was uttered, the heavenly Taoist resentment that had been rampaging within Luohu let out a mournful wail before being forced out of his brow. Qin Feng waved his hand casually, and it dissipated into nothingness.
The obstacle is cleared. What now?
Qin Feng looked at Nüwa. Nüwa's beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment. She took a deep breath and nodded solemnly.
Since there is no resentment blocking the way, it will be much easier.
With that, she spoke softly without holding back.
Great Tao, divine ability, endless vitality.
With a soft cry, a dense rain of emerald light fell, completely enveloping the black lotus and Luohu. Luohu's withered meridians were replenished, and a trace of color returned to his pale face. After a long while, the rain of light dispersed, and fine beads of sweat could be seen on Nüwa's forehead. A low cough broke the silence. On the black lotus, although Luohu had not risen, his breathing was steady and strong.
Thank you. I will remember this debt. If you ever need anything, just ask.
Nüwa smiled, faintly unconcerned by his tone.
Dao's friend fought for the primordial world against the foreign Dao and suffered such severe injuries. Nüwa has only done her small part. It is my duty.
These words were so gracefully spoken that even Jiayin and Zhuanti standing nearby couldn't help but silently applaud in their hearts. Qin Feng nodded slightly upon seeing this.
Since you are out of danger, rest well. Thank you for your hard work, Daoist Nüwa.
Qin Feng turned to look at her. With matters concluded, the group was unwilling to stay longer in the oppressive demon palace, and withdrew from the hall. Outside Mount Sumeru, the clouds parted, and the mist cleared. Qin Feng was about to leave when he saw Nüwa standing still, seemingly hesitant to speak, a trace of indecision flickering across her exquisite face.
Daoist Nüwa, is there some difficulty?
Qin Feng stopped and asked gently.
Since you are a member of my substitution fight group, if you encounter trouble, feel free to speak plainly.
As if she had made a decision, Nüwa looked up at Qin Feng, her tone earnest.
Esteemed group leader, Nüwa does have an impertinent request. Oh.
Qin Feng was curious, wondering what help Nüwa might need from him. However, with his cultivation as the mixed Yuan Taiji Immortal Venerable, there was nothing in the current primordial world that he could not accomplish.
I have an elder brother named Fushi.
At the mention of her brother, Nüwa's gaze softened.
Both in cultivation and temperament, my brother is among the best in the primordial world. He excels at deducing the heavenly mechanism, setting up formations to protect the Tao, and is also versed in music.
Nüwa looked at Qin Feng anxiously.
I wonder if the senior would allow him to join the All-Heaven Substitution Fight Group. If he can join, my brother will surely become a great help to you and will never hold anyone back.
Qin Feng raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Fushi, that famous sister-obsessed figure of the primordial world. This was a top-tier talent.
I thought it was something serious.
A smile curled at the corner of Qin Feng's mouth, and without any hesitation he said,
This is granted. Really?
Nüwa hadn't expected the group leader to agree so readily. Her beautiful eyes instantly lit up, and her smile bloomed like 100 flowers.
I have heard of Daoist Fux's reputation. I will send out an invitation shortly. Just have him stay alert in his sea of consciousness,
Qin Feng said calmly.
Thank you, Senior Group Leader, for your generosity.
Nüwa bowed again, her voice filled with joy. Even when facing Raha's injuries earlier, she had remained composed, but now having settled her brother's opportunity, she was as happy as a little girl.
Go now!
Qin Feng waved his hand. Nüwa did not linger, transforming into a streak of light, clearly eager to hurry back and share the good news. Qin Feng stood with his hands behind his back, watching Nüwa's retreating figure. After a moment, his form gradually faded and vanished into the void, deep within Mount Sumeru in the Demon Palace. Raha looked at the dazzling record of red envelope rain in the group chat and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. His survival this time was largely due to Yang Mei, and the key to earning so much was Qianqin's lucky aura. He gritted his teeth and opened the red envelope function. Group message: Raha sent a private red envelope to Qianqin Ancestor, 140 million points. Group message: Raha sent a private red envelope to Yang Mei, 140 million points. Raha snorted coldly and closed the red envelope interface.
I, this venerable, never owe anyone a karmic debt, even if it's just points.
On the other side, Ancestor Yang Mei sensed a tremor in his sea of consciousness. He opened the red envelope and looked at the golden number, shaking his head with a wry smile.
This demon lord cares too much about face, but such a character is indeed rare.
Meanwhile, the fight group became lively again. Yin Yang Ancestor.
Everyone speaking of which, the source of this disaster, wasn't it a parallel version of an old friend? Everyone clearly saw whose face that alien heavenly Tao was wearing. Hongjun, old friend, won't you come out and explain?
This remark was like a spark landing directly in a pan of oil. In the East Sea Dragon Palace, Ancestor Dragon was happily counting his points, but upon seeing this message, his money-grubbing thoughts were instantly replaced by rage. Ancestor Dragon.
Hongjun. Right. I almost forgot about this. Did you secretly cultivate some backstabbing technique on Mount Yujing that spread through the air? Hongjun, come out and take responsibility.
Yuan Feng.
Hongjun, if not for your parallel self causing trouble, how could there be so many calamities? Why would Taoist Raha have to fight to the death? Someone has to own up to this debt.
Ancestor Qilin added.
Taoist Hongjun, although a parallel version of oneself is not the original self, the roots may be connected. That realm's heavenly Tao is so insidious it's hard not to think it reflects some.
Qianqin Ancestor.
Hongjun, although this old Taoist received a red envelope thinking of Raha's unconscious state, I find it hard to rest easy. There should be some compensation for this mental anguish.
On Mount Yujing, Hongjun was sitting cross-legged on a cushion, watching the frenzied barrage of mentions and accusations in the group. He felt a splitting headache, his Tao heart disturbed, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. This was simply a case of being blamed while sitting at home. He raised his hand several times to type a rebuttal, but didn't know where to start. Why should he take the blame for a parallel world? Hongjun.
Esteemed Taoist friends, please see clearly. All this was done by that native Hongjun of the parallel world. What does it have to do with me? I am also a victim.
Yin Yang Ancestor.
Oh, nothing to do with you. You're brushing it off cleanly enough. But that face is the same, isn't it? Seeing that face trying to kill us all, how can we feel at ease? Hongjun, aren't you going to show something? Like sending a few billion points as mental distress compensation.
Zhu Rong.
Support. Pay up.
Jian.
Well said. Karma unresolved is ultimately a hidden danger. If Taoist Hongjun is willing to part with some worldly possessions, this poor monk is willing to chant sutras for your blessings.
Zhuanti.
Our western side can also provide paid resolution services. As long as the points are enough, we guarantee to speak well of you in the group.
Hongjun trembled with anger at this group of shameless opportunists. These were no primordial world great beings, they were clearly a bunch of bandits draped in Taoist robes. Just as Hongjun was at a loss for words, and was about to pretend to go offline, a new message appeared, instantly freezing the atmosphere in the group. Raha.
Hongjun, explanations are useless. I will come to Mount Yujing in person. Who will join me?
Ancestral Dragon.
Am coming too. I must come too. It's time to stretch my limbs. Luohu, wait for me, old friend. I've long wanted to see the scenery of Yujing Mountain.
Yuan Feng.
Indeed. I haven't sparred in a long time.
Ancestral Qilin.
For the sake of justice, we must go and seek clarity.
Yang Mei.
Very well. I have just gained some insight into the Tao of space. It's the perfect time to test it at Yujing Mountain.
Ancestral Qianquan.
Shrinking back, although I am not skilled in combat, I'll come along for moral support.
The Sun Star. Dijuan watched the movements of these big shots in the group, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. Dijuan.
It seems Yujing Mountain will not be peaceful today.
Dong Wangtai.
Brother, shall we watch? This is a grand scene of ganging up on Hongjun.
Dijuan.
Well observed from a distance. Do not court disaster.
Yujing Mountain. Hongjun stared at the messages from Luohu on the screen, his face turning deathly pale. He could clearly sense that Luohu was serious this time. A madman Luohu, who had just slain the heavenly Tao, and was still in a rage coupled with the furious ancestors of the three races, and an unfathomable space demon god Yang Mei. This was a recipe for tearing Yujing Mountain apart.
Great calamity. This place is no longer safe.
Hongjun's form flickered, and he shouldered Yujing Mountain as he fled. At the same time at Mount Sumeru, the eastern sea, the undying volcano Qilin Cliff Yang Mei's Tao Field. Several earth-shattering terrifying auras surged into the sky, sweeping mightily toward Yujing Mountain. The entire group of enforcers instantly fell into an excited state of reveling in the chaos. Yin Yang Ancestor.
Tisk tisk tisk, with such a lineup, they'll probably level Yujing Mountain. Everyone, a fight is about to break out.
The moment Yin Yang Ancestor's message was sent, the chat group interface exploded. Yin Yang Ancestor.
Come. Place your bets. I'm the banker today. I'm betting on how many breaths that old coin Hongjun can withstand. The stakes aren't high, just a token, starting with a postnatal spirit treasure.
Zhu Rong.
Yin Yang Ancestor, aren't you afraid of getting splattered with blood being too close? That's Luohu and Ancestral Dragon. But I'll bet a phoenix feather that Hongjun won't last 3 breaths.
Ancestral Qianquan.
I prepared fruits and snacks. I'll wait for the feast to begin.
Qin Feng watched the scrolling messages on the screen, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. These mighty beings of the Primordial Era, usually so sanctimonious, were more eager than anyone when it came to kicking a man when he was down. The scene shifted to Yujing Mountain. The once auspicious sight of purple chi coming from the east had vanished without a trace. In its place, 5 terrifying auras capable of crushing the heavens had unreasonably sealed off the spacetime of millions of miles. Luohu took the lead, stepping on the 12-petal extinction Black Lotus.
Hongjun, get out here!
Ancestral Dragon's burly frame shattered layers of clouds, and his roar caused the protective formation of Yujing Mountain to buzz loudly. Countless spirit beasts and birds prostrated on the ground, trembling. However, the only response was a deathly silence. The vast Tao Field with its palace gates tightly shut.
Hiding!
Luohu's gaze turned icy cold. With a flick of his finger, a sword aura shot out, instantly shearing off a side peak ahead. Amidst the rumbling echoes, there was still no answer.
Hold on!
Yang Mei's brow twitched slightly. His divine sense swept across the entire Yujing Mountain, and a strange expression appeared on his face. He reached out and gently grasped the void.
The Yujing Mountain before us is an illusion. The real Yujing Mountain is already gone. Fled.
Yuan Feng's phoenix eyes blazed with fury as she frowned in discomfort.
How can this old Taoist be more cowardly than a rat?
Ancestral Qilin stood on an auspicious cloud, his divine sense spreading out like quicksilver. After a moment, he confirmed in a deep voice.
He has indeed fled. It seems he sensed our arrival the moment we set out.
At that moment, the live chat room exploded with comments. Yin Yang Ancestor.
Huh? He ran before the fight even started. Such a coward. I can't bet on this.
Zhu Rong.
He fled while carrying the mountain. He abandoned such a grand Tao Field.
Di Jiang.
Zhu Rong, are you stupid? This is called where there's life, there's hope.
Jiayin.
Well said, well said. Avoiding danger is instinct for cultivators. Hongjun's action, though a loss of face, is in line with the way of survival. However, he fled a bit too quickly.
Zhuan Ti.
This is called knowing when to back down. Luohu demon ancestor, since the main target is gone, what about the spiritual roots and treasures in this Dao field?
Luohu sneered at the group messages, completely ignoring Jun's greedy suggestion. He had come to fight, not to scavenge for scraps.
Run. Playing hide and seek in front of a space demon god. Is he worthy?
Luohu turned to Yang Mei, a red glint flashing in his eyes.
Fellow Daoist, can you locate him?
Yang Mei smiled slightly.
If he had fled into the depths of chaos, he might have hidden for a while, but within the primordial world, he cannot escape.
As his words fell, the hollow willow branch in Yang Mei's hand gently swayed. The once stable void shattered like a mirror, forcibly opening a spatial passage directly toward a desolate rift at the border of the western land of ultimate bliss and chaos.
Chase!
Luohu wasted no words, his form transforming into a streak of blood light as he instantly plunged into the passage. Ancestral Dragon Yuan Feng and Ancestral Qilin exchanged glances before following closely behind. At the western border beside the Chaos Rift, a slightly disheveled figure had just emerged from the void. It was Hongjun. Before he could catch his breath, the surrounding space suddenly solidified. 5 streaks of light descended in an encirclement, completely sealing off all escape routes within 10,000 miles. Seeing this, Hongjun's heart turned ice cold. They had caught up already. Were these people unreasonable?
Fellow Taoists, why must it come to this?
Hongjun forced out a smile that was uglier than crying.
The events of the parallel world were the doing of that world's Hongjun. I have absolutely nothing to do with them. I swear by the great Tao that I never harbored any intention to scheme against you. Nothing to do with it.
Yuan Feng sneered, Phoenix true fire rising around her.
If your Tao were not so perfectly aligned with the heavenly Tao, even to the point of being a direct lineage, how could the parallel world version of you be so easily controlled by the heavenly Tao, even merging with it? This is a fundamental flaw. Exactly.
Ancestral Qilin stepped forward.
That world's Hongjun could slaughter us. Who's to say you won't use our 3 races as a blade? This is called taking precautions. Your logic is utterly tyrannical. If you wish to condemn someone, you need no crime.
Hongjun was nearly furious to death.
Why waste words with him? Let me vent with a punch first.
Ancestral Dragon, hot-tempered, gave Hongjun no chance to explain further, his fist already smashing over without any regard for propriety. Immediately after, Luohu's Godslayer Spear, Intent Yuan Feng's South Brilliance True Fire, Ancestral Qilin's Earth Element Divine Thunder, and Yang Mai's Spatial Severance all came crashing down upon Hongjun.
My life is over.
Hongjun's scalp tingled as he hastily summoned the celestial cloud to desperately defend. Ancestral Dragon's fist shattered a corner of the cloud and landed squarely on Hongjun's left eye.
Ouch!
Hongjun cried out in agony, his form flying backward. Before he could land, Yuan Feng kicked him in the kidney.
This kick is for my parallel world self.
100 years later, Hongjun's Dao robe was torn, his left eye bruised purple, and his right cheek swollen.
Stop! Please stop! I truly knew nothing.
Hongjun curled up on the ground, his heart filled with despair. He couldn't win. He simply couldn't win. He couldn't escape. These madmen were determined to pin this blame on him today. Just as the Godslayer Spear in Luohu's hand flickered with a cold light ready to pierce through Hongjun's purple mansion, Hongjun broke down. Casting aside all dignity, he sent a strand of divine sense into the chat group interface. At this moment, neither the heavenly Tao's decree nor face mattered, only survival. Hongjun voiced to text with a sobbing tone.
Qin Feng group leader, save me. Someone is about to die. I beg the group leader, for the sake of being in the same group, to spare my life.